Welcome to Las Vegas for day 2 of the $100,000 Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Game Edition. I'm Alex Livingston here in our studio in Las Vegas at the Aria Resort and Casino, joined alongside 3-time bracelet winner and one of the best heads of hair in poker, Chris Death Donkey Vitch.
Thanks, Alex. Super excited to be back for day 2. Some will say the tournament's just beginning right now.
Absolutely. We got a 10-game rotation. We've got limit and big bet games, stud, flop, and draw all covered. 3-day event. We're on day 2, 60-minute levels. All the re-entries are now closed. We have our final field of 29 players. And Chris, what do you expect to see today after yesterday where Michael Moncek was our runaway chip leader?
Yeah, we have a big chip leader here. We have a few re-entries for the day. Four guys rebought after busting in the end of the day last night. And big first prize, $1.2 million.
That's right. The prize pool has been finalized. 5th place finisher will be the min casher for $225,000, all the way up to a $1.2 million first prize. Have a look at our feature table here. Daniel Negreanu headlining it with $819,000 in chips, followed directly by Matt Ashton, Yuri Jilvevsky, Johannes Becker, Jason Mercier, Talal Chikerchi, and Ray D bringing up the rear.
Yeah, no surprise to see Daniel here at our feature table, and had a very profitable day 1, if not for Texas Mike Moncek having a massive chip lead after a huge PLO pot later in the day yesterday. Negreanu might have been at the top stack to start the day, but still off to a very good start. And we have a great table here to start the day.
Yeah.
A couple guys in for some re-entries. Yuri Zivalevsky rebought this morning. And along with a couple other guys. That bus never arrived, but we have 4 re-entries from yesterday.
Right. Chris was talking yesterday about a bus of 40 people perhaps coming in today for some new entries. Didn't get any new players today, but we were on the fence thinking to ourselves, are all the players who busted yesterday going to come and re-enter? And pretty much all of them did. So we got 4 re-entries.
Yeah, I think we both feel like 29 is a solid number for the inaugural edition of this event.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was some speculation that the number might fall somewhere in the mid-20s, so I think 29 entries is a great start, and $1.2 million up top. Certainly even these high-stakes players very excited about that. Kicking things off here with Raz.
We've got a battle of the 3-card 9s here, Alex.
Right, just to quickly go over the rules of Raz, you're trying to make the lowest possible hand. Aces are the low card in Raz, and straights and flushes do not count against you.
Still will.
So Daniel there with his
Not
ace
quite,
4,
not
deuce
flush
9, well ahead of Matt Ashton, who is ace 6, 9, queen. You need to use 5 cards, and the nuts is the wheel, ace to 5.
Yeah, we could see Matt Ashton came in there after Negreanu completed a little bit light with a 3-card 9, and obviously when Negreanu caught so well on 4-3, he just got out of the way quickly in what was a relatively small pot. But a nice start to the day for D-Negs.
Was it walking in that?
No, I think you were humming it.
I was humming it? So it
pretty
must have been
sure.
when I was walking in.
And
How did
like
that
you
happen?
mentioned,
I don't
Chris,
know.
it was a
So
relatively
wild.
small pot. Usually when
Random
one
songs
player
here
catches
in the
good in a small
the
pot and the
casino.
other player catches bad in a stud game, you'll often see the fold right there.
Yeah.
Not much invested.
Unless there's a real reason to believe
Yeah,
that
during
the
the 25
initial raiser
day.
has a lot of bluffs in his
There was a
range,
song
then
in
for
my
sure
head,
you typically
and I
just
felt
give
like
him
I was
credit.
And Raz in particular, the
singing it
equity
or
can
humming
shift
it,
quite a
and then
lot
all of
where
a
one
sudden
player
Mickey
catches very
do
good.
it.
He started
I
singing.
was singing it, and I was like, "Did I get that in your head, or you?"
Yeah.
got it in my head? He was like, "You got it in my head." I was like, "Oh."
We've got your pick, Jason Mercier, sitting next to D-Negs today. I think we'll have some good table talk.
Now, he was my pick going into the tournament. Looking at these chip counts, I might have to take a repick, but
Oh, no.
certainly still lots of room to maneuver for these stacks. A lot of our viewers, perhaps some people
Brains
coming
are
from a no-limit background, will be looking at these limits and thinking that everyone's very shallow in chips. Keep in mind that in the limit games, having 10 big bets is very different than having 10 big blinds in the no-limit format. In fact, you're going to see the blinds will shift down to 5 and 10 at this level.
Good point. I would actually, the only thing I would add to that, though, is that obviously as you get into day 2 in the later stages of any sort of mixed game limit tournament, these blinds and levels do feel pretty big pretty quickly.
No,
right?
this is true. And sorry, let me correct myself. The blinds in the no-limit PLO game will be 2.55.
Okay. Yeah,
And the
so
blinds here are 5.10 and the limits are 10.
a little deeper in the big bet, as
Right.
we will see, as we watch Talal Chikerchi pick up a nice small pot for the day. Talal on his second bullet after being involved in that Michael Moncek PLO pot yesterday that propelled Texas Mike to the chip lead, which we've been mentioning a couple times. Certainly was the talk of the tournament, them playing a 1.5 million chip pot towards the end of the night.
Yeah, so we actually, Chris and I went into
You ever heard of Sam's?
Hold that thought, Alex.
Indeed.
We're going to look at the chip denominations.
And this is a little different than yesterday. The 500 chips have actually been colored off.
Okay.
And now we're looking at the yellow 1000s, the blue 5000s, and the green 25,000 chip has been introduced for the first time today. We didn't see any of those yesterday.
Yeah, and later, a few levels into today, and you'll see the top chip stacks having stacks and stacks of those green chips, which is what you're shooting for right now.
Right. Just to quickly
Yes,
get back
it's big
to
now here too.
Really?
Salmon jizz.
I do not know what D-Negs is
it's
discussing there.
always hard to know if we need to.
Sorry.
This is the type of conversation that we need more of.
Nothing.
I'm being dead serious.
Nothing personal. You were the last one.
D-Negs even able to get Ray D to come out of his shell a little bit.
That's right. Yeah, we haven't
Yeah, I know.
heard much out of Ray D.
He's been battling a little bit of a cold, I think. He said he's
Okay.
had a bit of a sore throat, so that may also be contributing to the silence. But
And
he's also battling a bit of a short stack.
And kind of just in game mode. Yeah, Ray D here with probably a hand. He might look to get involved with Chris. What do you think? The 4 up and the ace-9 down. This is a sort of spot that depends a lot on the cards behind him.
I think so. I think he's maybe debating whether it's worth a 2-bet or a call with an 8 behind him that he might want to drive out, but he ends up going with the call. And seems like he'll be satisfied to play this pot heads up against Ashton's early position complete, and actually has the best hand right now. Unfortunately for him, a very poor 4-3. And when you pair your card and your opponent also catches the same card as you, you have to be much more pessimistic because it's super unlikely now that Ashton has paired that 4 with Ray having 2 4s up.
Right. Already an uncomfortable spot for Ray with just that 9 in the hole. Ashton could be drawing to a 7. We see Ashton's actually drawing to a 9, but Ray can't know that.
Right.
I think a very reasonable fold against Ashton's board there.
Yeah, and that goes back to what you were saying earlier. It's a small pot with it only being 1 raise pre, and you know, he just wants to step out of the way before getting himself into a sticky situation. Certainly at this stage of the tournament, too, players have to be aware of their stack size, as
Absolutely.
now busting is,
Yeah.
you know, a final conclusion to their result.
As we take a look at Matt Ashton,
I got
poker
over.
pro from Liverpool, England. He won the 2013 Poker Players Championship, which
slow,
us
go
mixed
slow.
game players perhaps
We-
consider the
we
most
paid 5
prestigious
now, so
event
that
of the WSOP, and graduated
It'll
with a
be
degree in
really slow, I think.
mathematics.
Stop it
Long-time
at
professional
pay, right?
player, very
5.
tough cash game and tournament guy.
And I was very
On a
impressed
flight.
with his level of play yesterday on our streaming table, and it's super
flight's
exciting to see his
11:30.
whole cards,
Tomorrow?
as this is one of the
Tonight.
most
you
successful,
go,
long-time high-stakes cash game
Yeah,
players
well, I
that
thought
we
it was a
have
2-day
in
event.
our
I just
game.
figured
So
whatever.
really happy to have him
I
amongst
thought
all
it'd
these
be
great
like
players at the feature table,
close
but
to
to see his
winning
whole
it
cards
by
is quite a treat for us.
Completely
You know?
agree.
Yeah, yeah.
So I didn't think it was going to get this many people or be this slow.
Mercier with the swag as always,
Back
as you were pointing out
Or
yesterday.
whatever.
Minimum.
Yeah. Big Miami
Good
Heat
problem
fan,
if
longtime
I
Florida
can't
guy.
make it. Damn it, the flight.
Just to quickly get back to the big pot that was played yesterday, it sounds like there was an open from Albert Daher, and Michael Moncek actually 3-bet him blind in PLO. Now, according to Albert, perhaps Talal didn't notice that Moncek hadn't looked at his cards.
Right.
Talal then cold called, and then Albert came in for a 3-way pot. They all got all in on the flop, and everybody had a little piece. Michael Moncek had a wrap, and both other players had flush draws, including Talal's overpair of kings and the superior flush draw plus top pair for Albert Daher. So everyone had over 20% equity.
Yeah, I looked it up a little bit this morning because I was very curious, and you know, it was like a typical PLO hand where everyone had a decent amount of equity. But I think Michael Moncek's hand was actually the least likely to win just because of the fact that he didn't have that flush draw that was out there.
Right, and
But-
some of his straight outs were burned by his opponent's cards.
But obviously he was able to catch his straight and win a monstrous pot and basically score a double elimination. I guess Albert still had a few chips left over after, but it was basically crippled.
And I believe that pot was,
And
what, 1.3, 1.4 million? Something
Right,
like
so that was certainly the pot of the tournament and the talk of the day, and that
Right.
kind of gives us a little bit of insight into Texas Mike Moncek's style of play, which is that he's certainly ramping up the aggression, especially in the early stages of a tournament. Really more comfortable playing a loose aggressive style, building up the chip lead, and definitely gambling a little bit.
And he's a dangerous player when he has a big stack, because when you do get a big stack, the correct play is often to ramp up the aggression. Sometimes players can struggle to ramp up the aggression enough.
Yeah, he
I
will
don't
not struggle
think
with
that's
that.
going to be a problem for Michael Moncek, somebody who's very comfortable playing a lot of hands.
And as our day goes on and we get closer and closer to that final table and that money bubble, you know, I believe that if he continues to maintain a large chip stack, we'll see that pressure applied.
I agree with that.
So it's something to look forward to as we go throughout the day. But for right now, we still have basically a full field. Almost everyone that entered yesterday has maybe used their re-entry if necessary. And we still have the same 21 players, 3 tables, basically what we started with yesterday, with some eliminations that have rebought.
Right. As we take a look there at Yuri Jivlevsky on the left, always well dressed, representing Brazil well.
Ray picking up an okay hand here and recognizing the value
Yeah,
of his
sorry.
8-7-5 against Talal's completion with an 8 with having a 9 in the hole. So Ray actually getting in 2 bets here quite nicely.
Yeah, Ray probably feeling that he can't be too far behind if he's behind, and he can even be ahead.
Yeah, which we can see now he's in a good spot because he has a better board, and Talal definitely has a hand that needs to continue, but Ray has a decent equity advantage in this situation, so he's got to be feeling good about it. However, Fifth Street may have just changed things drastically for him.
Note that Talal has actually paired his ace here, but Chris, it makes sense that he's going to bet here, I would think, because of his overall range advantage, board
Now,
versus board.
I will say, though, this is a spot where Rady is definitely not going to be folding on 5th Street because, 1, he put in that 2-bet on 3rd Street already, and 2, he just has a solid draw here against the likely holdings that Talal can still be having here, right? So even though if he thinks he's behind, he still believes that he has a decent chance to win this one. It turns out that he's actually even ahead equity-wise. And let's see how he manages this spot now.
Things have pivoted again.
If he really reads the situation well, he'll probably just come out with a lead here, right? He's saying that he believes that he had the best draw against Talal's hand. So this street really favors him drastically here. And now it's Talal who has to decide, does he have enough equity to even continue?
I think on the surface it looks very difficult for Talal to continue here facing the 5-4-3 board. It seems if he continues here, he probably has to just call all rivers where he improves, and he's just hoping that Ray has paired a card already and then also bricks the river. It's kind of one of those parlays we were talking about.
Yeah, and really he can only realistically pair the 4, right? Because he wouldn't have been able to continue on 5th Street had he paired his 3.
Right,
So,
yeah.
Ray picks up a nice pot there and a very much needed pot for his semi-short chip stack to start the day. These Raz pots can be really, really big in the 10-game format because they're a single winner game with 3 big betting streets. And as the levels continue to increase, we will see the stud and the Raz rounds, along with maybe the draw games, being some of the biggest games in the mix.
Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit. Maybe in something like stud high, you can avoid some of the more marginal hands. If you get a good starting hand in Raz, you pretty much have to be in there, right?
Absolutely, and often there's a bet on every street because one of the players' board is a little bit favored and they feel obligated to stick in the bet.
You know that
Makes a lot of sense.
So it's very rare that you have a hand that's kind of checked down in Raz.
I'm sorry, the massage what?
So Nick's getting a massage
Okay.
at the poker table, and he doesn't have any change. He goes, Phil, can you take care of it? And I'll pay you later. And he goes like, he takes a 5K chip, hands it to her, and goes, we had 5. We had 5.
D-Nick's telling a classic
Phil is
Phil Ivey
definitely the
story, who
biggest
we
chipper
really
on
wish
the
would be
team.
joining us here for today for this event, unfortunately. One player that did not arrive on the bus this morning.
Yeah, it would have been good to see Ivy in here, and that is a great story. Just giving the masseuse $5,000 on behalf of Schulman and saying, you owe me 5, Nick.
Oh, is it Jack? Sorry.
For
No, I
perhaps a
thought I was
$200
doing
massage.
something wrong. Sorry about that.
We see Johannes Becker here, a bit of a short stack and on his second bullet, choosing not to go for the steal with the small pair in the hole. Seeing this deuce behind him, maybe deciding that just, it's less likely to get through. We can see here that even Yuri, despite having a jack in the hole, certainly can just raise pretty much any 3 cards against the jack bring in here and take this one down.
Yeah, I think he could just play it blind if you wanted to there, the deuce against the jack.
Right. In Raz, when you're the last to act against the bring-in, you can almost always raise blind unless your cards are relatively near each other, right? If the bring-in is a 9 and you have a 7 up, you definitely are not supposed to raise 100% of hands,
Yeah,
but
chance to
sometimes
play
you'll see
for a
players go
moment.
for it anyway.
Yeah.
You're doing the no bread thing I saw. Hardly any.
Hardly any bread, hardly any sugar. Those are the 2. Those are the killers.
So we look at, here at the tournament update. Overall, we have 29 entries, 21 of those players still remaining. We've got our 3 tables of 7. First place is $1.2 million, 5 spots pay, and our chip leader still is Michael Moncek.
Yeah, it's going to be really fascinating at the final table because rarely do you get to a final table of 7 players and not everybody makes any money, right? So there's going to be a lot of pressure on the players at the final table to try to recoup their buy-ins at bare minimum, along with going for that $1.2 million first place prize.
Yeah, the finalized payouts, by the way, it's going to be $1.2 million for first, $725 for second, $450 for third, $300,000 for fourth, and $225,000. That's a big min cash, over 2x the buy-in.
Yeah, and at least nobody in the field can lose money if they min cash, right? Because
That's
even
true.
if they're in for 2 bullets of 200K, they can still make a little profit.
Capped at 2 bullets. And we see Yuri here going for the limp with the ace up and the 10-3 in the hole. We've seen a lot of players employing this limp strategy and being fairly balanced with it. Chris, what do you think?
I like it. This is a neat play from AD actually to limp behind with what most people would consider an easy completion hand with the 2-4-7. He's actually trying to make sure that he kind of balances his play and has some relatively strong hands in his over-limping range.
And that's
I
one
actually think you're going to see Yuri maybe fold this spot because he does not want to play a 3-card 10 multi-way.
Yeah, and he does actually decide to come in, perhaps believing that Ray's range is weaker than He would think. And is Ray going to go for a limp raise here or just call?
I thought
Just
it was
calls.
possible, but I believe he's kind of leaning into this like weakness that he's representing, and he's a little bit disguised the strength of his draw, I would have to say.
You notice that's something a lot of these players are doing a very good job of, is being balanced in the way they play these stud hands. And
Right. And now he's caught a very strong board. However, unfortunately for Ray D, it has paired him. And I don't think that Daniel's going to fold. He started out with such a premium starting hand.
No,
that
but
he's definitely
Yuri,
gonna
on the
feel-
other hand, with the 10 in the hole.
Yeah, he feels like he has to get out of the way now.
Mhm.
Yeah. But Daniel Negreanu may be a little bit stubborn in the spot just because of the virtue of the very strong starting hand that he had here with the 3-card 5. You know,
And-
sometimes you feel more obligated to continue live.
And I'd say not that Ray did anything wrong whatsoever, but it's possible that maybe Daniel thinks Ray is a little weaker than he actually is, which works against Ray the times he pairs his 4, but works in his favor the times he catches a low card that doesn't pair him.
Yeah, so now let's see how strong Daniel Negreanu's read is of that weakness, because maybe he could talk himself into a continue here, but he does not. So a nice pot. Again, Ray's chipping up nicely in this Raz round, which is a very good feeling for him as he came in with one of the shorter stacks at the table.
And I believe this might be one of his better games, Chris.
Yeah, I believe he's pretty much known as one of the best Raz players in the world, so I'm sure he feels very confident in this round. But we can see him taking a little bit of maybe a lower variance approach, perhaps thinking about his chip stack there and a little bit of stack preservation as there are no more rebuys
variance
available.
and perhaps a little bit coy as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe being able to get a raise in on a later street when players are putting him on a slightly wider range of hands, and he's actually close to the top of his range there.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. So now we're going to switch over to a very different style of game, and this one is a little bit more in your wheelhouse, I would say, the No Limit Texas Hold'em.
Well, you know, it used to be many years ago. I haven't played a ton of No Limit lately, but
This is not exactly, I mean, it's a mixed field at this feature table of players that probably prefer No Limit Hold'em, right? I mean,
yeah, so there's guys like Yuri and Negreanu who I think still play a lot of No Limit Hold'em regularly. Some
Right.
of these other guys, someone like Jason has played a ton of No Limit Hold'em in the past, but I don't know that he's playing a lot these days.
right. It should be noted that all the guys that play in this super nosebleed cash games do typically have No Limit Hold'em as part of their rotation with a cap, right?
That makes
so
sense, yeah.
relatively shallow No Limit Hold'em is still something that they play regularly.
And now that the tournament's getting into the middle stages, it's
180
going to
or
start to get
something.
more shallow
Still
as well.
small.
Yeah.
Didn't play
I
a
mean, we
hand
could
of
see
Raz.
Jason Mercier in the big blind here has
Few
about 38 big blinds, something like that. So he's probably right in his comfort zone in terms of how he would be playing
180
No
on
Limit
the
Hold'em in a
dot.
mixed game.
including the
Note
big
also
one.
with the color up of the 500 chips, the blind structure is 3-5 here, so the small blind's going to be a little bit more incentivized to play more hands than they would otherwise.
Right. But I'm sure we'll look to see Daniel Negreanu kind of maybe push his, you know, his No Limit Hold'em play a little bit in this round, feeling that like maybe the other players aren't looking to play too many big No Limit pots.
Indeed, although Negreanu known for more of a small ball style, so I expect him to play a lot of hands, though maybe not playing them in a super aggressive fashion before the flop.
Yeah, good point. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it shakes out here.
I think he likes to really see flops, turns, and rivers.
Mercier turning a small piece of the board here with a pair and looking to protect his hand from hearts.
Very effective bet there. Small risk, gets his opponent off 2 overcards.
That's the next one that gets stuck in my head.
As we get the buyout for Jason Mercier, a longtime poker pro from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 6 WSOP bracelets, married with 3 sons, live tournament winnings of 21.2 million,
pretty
and
sweet tournament.
really not even
great.
primarily known
Did
as a
better than I
tournament
thought.
player.
Hadn't
Had
over
success in
under
all
26
formats of
and a half.
poker, from online poker, live poker, tournaments, and cash games.
And we see there's 6 WSOP bracelets, over $21 million in earnings,
I know.
tons of cash game experience,
I thought
plays
I might
all the
get, like,
games.
14.
Perhaps not playing as high volume as
I mean,
he used
not
to now,
once we were
Chris,
all
but
out here.
still
Right.
one of the tough
I
competitors when he does show up.
Over
I think he's reached that stage
100.
of his career where he just turns up
I
for the
gave
biggest
Voldemort
events and the
this
things
one.
that sound the most fun to him, but he doesn't
Yeah.
feel any pressure in these moments.
And I think a dedicated family man as well.
Does he know Voldemort?
Who?
Voldemort?
Who's that?
You don't know who Voldemort is? Okay, I'll tell you later.
Isn't that from Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Bad habit.
Folds around to Jason Mercier with the 10-4 offsuit.
Yeah, we're 2 for 2 in the fold around to the blind battles
Yeah,
here, which nobody's really picked
he
up much
does
of a
limp
playable
in, and
hand yet.
again, you do want to play a lot of hands in this blind structure where it goes 3-5. Matt Ashton with the King-7 offsuit in the big blind. Kind of a middling hand. Let's see how he goes here. And a nice find there for Matt Ashton.
Yeah, just denying equity to the small blind there, picking up that big blind ante, and a situation where you really want to punish the limp with a wide range of hands that can hit various board textures, and just not let them see too many cheap flops.
Right.
Ashton has a nice 803K stack and can certainly feel comfortable against anyone at the table except for Negreanu in any big bet pot where, you know, he can be hurt in his chip stack, but he is nowhere near, risking his tournament life.
Yeah, the distribution here quite interesting, Chris. 2 stacks right at 800,000, and everybody else below starting stack, and in this case under 60 big blinds in big bets. So really interesting to see if there's any sort of dynamics where the 2 big stacks stay away from each other,
Right.
perhaps play a little bit. They don't want to play a huge pot against each other.
I think the stack distributions here for the big bet round will lead to actually a little bit of careful play, just because even the big stacks have to be a little cautious. They're just going to get jammed on by one of the shallow stacks at the table, right? However, AD would be pretty happy to get his money in with this hand, I think, at this depth. As he picks up a nice ace-king and is deciding what size to open with.
Yeah, ace-king here for Ray D. Comes in with a open to
Pretty standard
12,000.
12K.
Yeah. And suited Jack Deuce, not enough. Johannes also has bottom of range in the big blind.
It's exactly 230, I believe. Yeah, well, I mean, 230 plus that.
It was the plus
And
that.
lets it go. We have seen a lot of relatively weak starting hands so far in this No Limit Hold'em orbit, Chris. Not a ton of action yet.
Not
Do you,
yet,
like,
but everyone's
change
just
this-
getting
like, say,
warmed up for the
example,
day.
He didn't have the plus that and did have the plus that. Does that change your decision at all? Like if he has 200 or 250? Yeah. You have like a chart that like.
For this hand, it didn't play.
But some,
Octopi Poker is the ultimate poker lab for everyone and makes poker study easy for all skill levels. Join for free or subscribe for exclusive features like the Octopi Poker Vault, where you can drill real PGT final table spots. We were actually doing that right before we came in here, Chris. Start improving today at octopipoker.ai.
Yeah, I was tinkering, but this is certainly not my forte, the No Limit Hold'em ICM drills, but you were having fun with it.
Yeah, it was cool just seeing they have the interfaces of all the players, and you actually go through hands that players played against each other in previous PokerGO final tables. So.
Right, very neat concept. Daniel Negreanu was quizzing Johannes Becker there at the end of the previous hand about exactly whether Ray's stack mattered by one chip or not, 5K chips, whether it would have affected his decision.
Action folds over to Matt Ashton on the button with ace-jack offsuit, and Johannes Becker picks up 2 10s in the
Hold
small
on a
blind.
second. Johannes is shallow enough here that we might see just a 3-bet jam.
Chris, we could see some fireworks here for sure. I think Johannes is probably deciding between small 3-bet and jam.
Okay, so he goes with the small 3-bet size.
And it's going to fold over to Ashton, who's going to have a decision here.
I think button versus small blind here, there's really not much of a decision other than whether to just call or jam, right?
Right. I don't think he's considering folding, but call and jam are both possible.
Let's see how these two very studious online legends approach the situation.
Hold on.
And Johnny will certainly call this. He didn't 3-bet
Good
the
luck.
fold 10s.
Absolutely. So we have a huge confrontation here. 432,000 chips in the middle.
And I know that Johannes used a rebuy yesterday, so this is a very pivotal moment for him, risking 200K in this tournament already and hoping to stay around for a much longer day than this.
As he takes a sip of some type of hot beverage.
He looks a little nervous. Ooh, ace in the window.
Ace in the window is not what Johannes Becker was hoping to see. He also does not have the backdoor flush draw. He's going to need to catch one of the 2 remaining 10s.
Yeah, that is a very disappointing flop. Remaining
Turn 5.
remaining confident, remaining
Johannes
hopeful.
down to 2 outs, but note that he's still sitting there, just waiting, not doing the stand-up thing.
Yeah, he needs to know the backpack trick maybe.
And
Whoa!
a 10 on the river, Johannes
Whoa,
Becker.
that's an
It's
exciting
like
way
he
to double
knew it
up.
was coming, Chris, the way
pretty
he was
crazy
just
when
sitting
you- I
there
know
waiting
what
for
you
that
mean.
card.
That is an exciting river card for sure. He looks, look at him
yeah.
jumping for joy.
Yeah, not a lot of emotion showed throughout that hand from Johannes Becker.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah.
And also not a lot of emotion shown from Matt Ashton. I think if this had been
It's you yourself.
Right.
all
for a moment,
versus,
I get it in.
Yeah, both
I don't
of
know,
these players.
Negreanu, we might have seen
Both of these players
more
have
animation.
have been around a lot of all-in moments and more thinking strategically than worrying about the gravity of the situation,
Right.
perhaps.
huge double up there for Johannes Becker, who moves up to
never seen this happen to Matt
432,000 in
before.
chips.
Literally, I mean, we've been playing poker together for a long time. That's the first time I ever saw that.
As we take a look at Johannes Becker bio board, poker pro from Cologne, Germany, graduated in economics, won WSOP bracelet, and as you mentioned yesterday, Chris, he also finished second place in the Poker Players Championship one year.
Yeah, and more than an avid soccer player, a semi-professional soccer
Yeah, I
player
believe he's
in
actually
Austria.
a professional soccer player.
Yeah, the levels
in a
there
smaller
are
league?
in a smaller league in
Yeah.
Austria. Yeah, so he's certainly a longtime athlete who also happens to be one of the best high-stakes cash game poker players in the world.
Yeah, that was he was on the fence.
Yeah, I would have just flipped the menu over my shoulder after.
He did crack a.
he
He's
said
you know he has shown some relief here at the afterwards.
He's got the menu back out.
Not
He,
over.
Yeah, now it's you feel a little more comfortable ordering your food, knowing that you're
but I
going to be here
think,
for a little
just
bit.
sitting there, staying calm, perhaps he felt like something good was about to happen.
Hey, I respect it. And as we were saying, it's of course Ashton's gonna be a little disappointed to lose any pot, but he still has a healthy chip stack. Although it does change the dynamics now because he has to be a little bit more worried about a very strong player on his left.
Yeah,
with the
exactly.
stack that can now do a lot of
in the
damage
big bet
to him.
games, he's now got Becker, who's got over 80
Forever.
bigs on his left. That
And it was
definitely
like the
changes things a
series,
little bit.
whatever.
Yuri
Or
Jalevsky picks up a
21.
nice
Yeah.
looking
Three,
suited one gapper here in
Yeah.
the big blind. Certainly going to see a flop.
Today.
Me too. It's like Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
So this is the last time.
I know. Not going to be
Never
21 tomorrow.
Unless it's.
A board texture that favors the big blind for sure.
Right, we've talked about this. In fact, I think Negreanu actually check called on this exact same board. It might not have been a flush
With
draw
almost
board,
this exact same
with
hand.
I think it
Yeah.
was with this exact same hand. Let's see how Yuri approaches this spot. Probably understanding that he wants to lead some hands on this board.
Yeah, and he is finding that lead with the 8 and the backdoor spades. And Johannes Becker does have a hand that actually has pretty good interaction with the board, having a 4 in his hand here. So
Absolutely. Becker hits this board in a way that perhaps he's not expected to hit it.
right. I think that would probably mean that he's still likely to play passively, however. Like, in a spot where you're not expected to have a big piece of the board, typically you play a little bit more defensively.
Yeah, and we do see him coming here with the call, which feels very natural to me. The hand doesn't really want to play a huge pot right now. Raising and getting re-raised would be kind of a disaster.
Right, and he probably feels if he hits a straight like he
Wow.
does here on the turn that it'll be very deceptive.
And it's interesting to think, Chris, that this card could actually potentially cost Yuri quite a bit of money because it's the exact type of card when he bets a combo like this on the flop, I would think he would want to consider semi-bluffing the turn and perhaps emptying the clip.
Absolutely, this is the board texture that now drastically favors his range, and he has a hand that has a decent amount of equity against anything and a lot of incentive to bluff.
And as you've described, Becker probably not expected to have too many 4x in his range opening the button. Now, facing such a small bet, do you think Johannes is going to raise here for value and protection, or do you think he's going to continue to play passively and call?
I would have a really hard time figuring out how to approach the spot facing such a small bet size. I wouldn't want to give a cheap card to a flush draw or even the hand that Yuri has, right? However, Johnny seems to prefer the passive route because of the fact that he is usually in a situation where he doesn't have a strong hand here, right? So he's just going to play carefully.
So he's thinking about his entire range of possible hands and how this hand works into that range.
Now, your prediction was that Yuri would go pretty hard at this one, so we expect to see maybe a bluff on the river here from this hand, and I would agree. If you have no hearts in your hand here, typically it's more likely that you fire another barrel, also hoping your opponent may have just have a missed flush draw.
Yeah, Yuri's hand feels like a very natural bluff on the river. Having said that, I didn't expect him to go so small on the turn, but he's studied these spots a lot more than I have, and I'm sure that he has good reason for it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he just goes small, 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 or if he goes for a really big bet here. Is he trying to represent something like a pair, 2-pair, or is he trying to represent a straight? I
That's a
don't
good
think
point.
he'll check. I think he's at least going to go for a small bet and just try to get something like a naked flush draw to fold. I mean, he has 10 high at the end of the day.
He's got the bottom of his range with 10 eye. He does not have a heart in his hand.
I think he's just debating between a small size here to just target those missed flush draws, or a really big size to really try to get Johannes to fold something like a big 1-pair.
And as much as it wouldn't work here, the big size looks fairly compelling.
And he goes
doesn't it?
pretty big.
And he does go big.
Now the question is, can Johannes raise with a straight here?
I suspect not versus this size, but
I somewhat disagree.
I could be wrong.
I think that his hand just really feels like it has to put more money in.
Yeah, perhaps you're right. It's not like Yuri overbet.
I mean, he has to have. It's really hard for Yuri to have him beat, right? He has to have just led the flop with a naked gut shot with something like 8-9. And there are a number of value hands that you know can definitely consider calling a raise. Like 2-pair is in a difficult spot here.
Certainly. My concern would be that some of those value hands from Yuri would have chosen a different sizing. But you're right. This sizing feels right on the fence. If Yuri had bet something like 85,000 over betting the pot, then I would expect Johannes just to call because
Yeah.
at that point he's really starting to represent something strong for value.
The way the stacks are, it's also a little awkward to choose any raise size except for all in here.
And he does go for the raise, so you're right there, Chris. And of course Yuri with
Of
this
course,
hand.
Yuri with nothing can't really do anything about this. But
Unless he goes absolutely ham and goes all in.
I imagine that Johannes was sort of debating, is there any merit to doing any raise size besides all in? Here, maybe it actually looks a little bit more bluffy because he's thinking, well, I can save some chips. I don't have to risk all of Yuri's stack in this situation. However, obviously Yuri's hand.
Note that Yuri has not folded yet.
Yeah,
it's
well,
at least running through his mind
to
that
go
all
for it
in
here
is something he could do.
Or maybe he just wants to save a little bit of face and not make it look like, you know, he was just triple barreling.
Perhaps, but this does feel like potentially some actual deliberation on Yuri's behalf. And
Yeah,
does
he
come
thinks
with the
better of
fold.
it. Yeah.
He's had it straight. Bet you.
Imagine if they were a little bit
Straight,
deeper,
right?
Chris.
Yeah, that
Straight?
you're right. There could be a little bit more to
Potentially.
it.
You did. Don't lie. People are watching.
Negreanu is quizzing Johannes at the end of every hand.
You got to turn your cards in.
And keep them.
I mean, I don't know if you would want them.
Becker off to a great start.
Yeah, huge start for
Really want to see
Unlikely
good friend
to
of
be
ours,
two aces
Johannes
or
Becker,
something.
up to 520,000.
And he hasn't even been able to order his food yet. He's been involved in all these pots.
Maybe he's at least
Reading
decided
like
what he
an
wants.
open book.
Well, it's because you raised, you know? And there's a 4 straight there, so, you know, straight.
You already put me on the straight yesterday.
Did you have it
Remember?
straight?
Did you have
On
it yesterday?
the King Queen Jack Ace board when I called.
As we see
Oh,
the
yeah,
payouts,
when you called quick, I
$1.2 million
knew you had it
for the
straight.
winner.
I was right.
725 per
That was a tough
second,
one.
all the way down to 225,000 for last
you
place.
gave it away with
Not
the
last
speed.
place, 5th place, I should say. 29 total entries, $100,000 buy-in.
A very, very solid start to our first ever.
Nice looking ring for our champion as well.
Oh, yeah.
Straights.
Super high roller bowl ring.
Negreanu and Becker apparently have a lot of history together because they're talking about hands from yesterday and quizzing him at the end of the hand about previous hands that they played.
Negreanu really enjoying engaging with Johannes, it seems.
Mercier coming in maybe a tiny bit light here, 4s in early position.
Folds over to Ray D in the big blind. I expect him to defend for this price, just 6,000 more.
Yeah, always a little uncomfortable when an early position player raises and you have like a medium ace, but certainly with this
True.
big blind ante out there, you're going to feel compelled to defend here quite wide. Ray probably someone who I would expect to play a little bit more on the conservative side in no limit hold'em. I think you know, he probably feels more comfortable and more that he has a larger edge in like the stud games.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Interesting to see how Ray approaches this spot if he does face a bet from Jason.
Yeah, I immediately see that ace of clubs in his hand and think that it maybe has a little bit of interaction with the board. Plus, maybe he just feels that it's an okay flop for the big blind.
Yeah, that ace of clubs can sometimes work as a nice bluff raise combo. Also, the 8, you know, does give him some backdoor straight potential.
Jason also has to be feeling okay about this flop texture with 4s. I mean, it's a little bit disconnected. You can just feel like you have the best hand a decent bit against 2 random cards, which he does.
You just love when they fold here. As
Yeah,
Jason.
yeah, of course.
You love
Just
when you just win
take
the
it
pot
down,
right there.
100%.
There really aren't that many great runouts for you. And Ray does elect to take the more conservative option, which also seems completely fine there.
Yeah, some no-limit players might choose to continue there or even potentially turn their hand into some sort of a bluff.
Right. I think Jason certainly is going to feel very comfortable in the no-limit rounds.
Absolutely, a wealth of experience in all the games, but particularly in no-limit hold'em and in tournament format. So, really, no players in this field are lacking for experience, though.
This is true. Yeah.
We had a couple players yesterday that might have been a little bit on the lesser experienced side. Perhaps you could say that the chip leader is one of the least experienced mixed game players. However, he is certainly not inexperienced in terms of just high stakes poker in general.
Right.
And also, I'm talking about Michael Moncek. Also, does play a big schedule in the World Series of mixed games. So he has a lot of reps under his belt as well.
Note that he's been among the contenders for the WSOP Player of the Year a couple different times. He plays a very full schedule, and he really enjoys playing all the mixed games, so he does have some experience there. I think when it comes to cash games, he typically plays high stakes live no limit.
Right,
and
that's
a
what
little bit
I
of PLO.
believe as well. Yeah, so we'll hopefully see him later on in the day and get a sense of his play style. But overall, I mean, of course, there's no spots in this field that aren't experienced in all these games. As we get another big blind defense with a weak suited combo against a button open, that big blind ante factoring into his mind. 2 of the more comfortable no limit players at the table battling here, and Yuri's able to come out on top.
Yeah, perhaps the 2 that most commonly you'll see in high stakes no limit only tournaments would be Yuri and Daniel.
I noticed Talal Shakurshi has been very quiet to start the day at this table and has a very small chip stack. So I would guess that his play style is definitely influenced by his stack size a little bit, and right now he's probably feeling like he needs to be conservative and pick up some good spots.
As we take a look here at Yuri Javlevsky, Poker Pro from Curitiba, Brazil, now living in Florida. Former #1 ranked online player, 5 WSOP bracelets, plays all the games at a high level, and he is #1 on Brazil's all-time money list.
You know, Yuri kind of popped up at the World Series of Poker a few years back and started playing a big schedule after being primarily an online player for so long. And I was immediately impressed with how comfortable he was in a live poker environment, despite being primarily an online player for most of his life.
I'd agree. I'd say one of Yuri's best assets is his poise at the table. He really takes his time to think things through, but he doesn't really show a ton of emotion, positive or negative. He's very much zoned in, and I imagine he's one of those guys who does the meditation and the away from the table stuff and is really able to harness that at the table.
And as anyone will add, certainly one of the nicest guys in poker, and you know, always a pleasure to battle against.
A true gentleman of the game.
As we switch over to Omaha 8 or better, again, we saw a lot of times yesterday, and we're able to discuss a number of hands, and we will continue to do that today. This is a pretty light open from Talal after me giving him props for being conservative so far in the day. Some of these high card hands in Omaha 8 or better can be a little bit overvalued by players.
Yeah, perhaps the double suited version of this hand might be enough to play, but
right.
Talal looking to get in there, maybe taking advantage of the fact that he has a tight image so far in the day.
Ray has a bit
cold
of
run
a
of cards
tempting hand on the button here, but decides to get away with not really a strong high or low potential.
Right, and Yuri's cards currently unknown.
Right. We can see that a lot of high cards were out, and Yuri came with a cold call. It strikes me as likely that he has low cards in his hand, which we do see he does with 2 small pairs, which is, again, a pretty light continue here, but maybe good against Talal's wide range.
10-7-6 on the flop. Mercier flops best here with top pair, top kicker, and the best low draw.
Yeah, Talal also has to feel okay about this flop texture, having a 9 blocker and top pair. However, obviously, he does not want to see a low card turn when he has all high cards in his hand.
Yeah, and with Mercier just checking in flow there to pre-flop razor, Talal not flopping really a strong enough hand to want to put money in, and Yuri also having just a weakish low draw. It does check through on the flop.
Yuri might feel compelled to put a bet in here if it checks to him with having 2 5s in his hand.
Note that Mercier still has the best high and the best low.
Yeah, you can see the equities on our PokerGO screen here, that on the left of the screen is the high only equity, and on the right is the low only equity, right?
Yeah, good point, Chris.
Yuri's saving a bet here very nicely by checking back a combo and making a straight on the river. So we've got Mercier with the best low with the ace-5.
And I think Mercier has very correctly picked up on the fact that any ace-deuce would have bet at this point. So with ace-5, he feels like he's free-rolling to have the best low and potentially could also have the best high. And we see the pot get chopped as Yuri does make a straight on the end.
So I noticed that Talal opened a light hand there, but then really was able to navigate through the hand without getting himself into any more trouble. Sometimes when you open a high-only hand and flop a hand like top pair with some overcards, some players would just continue kind of firing, c-betting in that situation. But he just took the passive route, obviously got a bad turn card and just got out of the way.
Yeah,
so.
Good recognition that something like King, Queen, 10-9 on the 10-7-6 might feel stronger in a game like PLO, but in 08 where those lows are also possible, he's only playing for one side of the pot and just waiting to see a good turn card, which he didn't see, and then just didn't lose any more chips.
Sounds good. So, yeah, an interesting hand to start our round of Omaha 8 or better there with some marginal hands and some good decision making post flop by all those players as they navigated that tricky multi-way situation.
And despite the fact that Jason actually had the best high and the best low on the turn, it would have been very hard for him to know that. I think against ranges, he could be thinking he could be beat by one player on the high side and another player on the low side.
Yeah.
And I think he played the hand really well, checking through on the turn, then recognizing that his ace-5 low was almost certainly best on the river given the action on the previous street. So kind of a nice hand from everybody there.
Makes sense. In this game, the ace is such a key card that you'll see. You know, I mean, obviously a premium here
for Yuri. Yeah, the ace is a key card. It's hard to find too many hands that you want to raise that don't contain an ace. Often you'll need something like good kings with low cards or some double suited combinations.
Not only does the ace function as a nice card for your own hand, giving you a lot of sometimes high or low equity, but it's just a card that you want to have because it makes it less likely that you run into a hand like aces that we're looking at in Yuri's hand from other players at the table.
Absolutely. And you'll
notice Negreanu folding the queen, queen, 5 deuce there. A nice fold.
Yeah.
And Ashton making what is a fairly standard defense with a weak holding with 3 low cards and a king.
You're always getting such a good price in these limit games in the big blind, and we do find that equities run pretty close in Omaha 8 or better.
Interesting to see if Yuri decides to just bet his aces for value on this board, or if he's a little bit worried. Ooh, interestingly, Ashton's not going to give him the opportunity. He's going to come out with a bluff.
This is interesting. This is the type of board that is going to be decent for Ashton's defending range. The 9 in particular is a card that's going to exist a lot more for Ashton than it will for Yuri, and the jack is somewhat neutral. What do you think about this, Chris?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's not something I would have found, but I think it can make some sense. He does have that gut shot. It's to the bottom end, but it's got to be worth something. now he picks up some equity by turning a pair and a flush draw, as well as I believe kind of a sneaky double gutter here. So that's a great turn card for Ashton. Now, if I'm in Yuri's seat here, I hate to see this turn card because one of the likely hands that I could be up against on the flop could be an open-ended straight draw, which has now come in.
Note that Ashton does check it over to Yuri. As Yuri, are you going to take the defensive play here and just check back, knowing that you can be way behind, or are you going to interpret? You talked yesterday about interpreting these checks as to mean a lot of weakness.
I do. I think that I would take this at face value as a hand that now wants to get a cheap card, and I would definitely want to bet my aces, I think, here for protection. It's not a fist pump bet, but I think it's a hand that needs protection and is worthwhile. And will Ashton really go for it hard here? He could wake up with a raise.
I was just thinking that's a possibility, and that would be, not a fun spot for Yuri.
For sure, and Ashton straight does come home. Now, Yuri really cannot like this run out, right? I mean, if it's checked to him, I believe he'll just check back, but he may not get the opportunity. Will Ashton find a thin value bet with the bottom straight in this situation?
At this point, checking makes a lot of sense for Yuri. Hard to get too many worse hands to call. Perhaps some kings or queens combos, but
yeah, he has a queen in his hand. I think it makes a lot of sense to just go ahead and just check back here and just sort of see how it goes.
Note that Yuri really does like to think these spots through.
High only boards can sometimes produce like thinner value bets and calls because obviously, there's those naked low hands that have basically whiffed that have a lot of incentive to bluff.
And you see Yuri does check.
And Yuri's going to say, how do you have a straight here? When he sees the hand, he's going to be very frustrated, I would say. I mean, maybe not very, but it's a funny hand to see, right?
I think you can look at it a couple different ways. You can say he's going to be frustrated. You can also say that he's going to be happy that he played the hand correctly by finding that value bet on the turn and by checking back the river.
That's a good point. I mean, from a purely strategic point of view, he played the hand very well against his opponent's hand, just didn't get the result that he needed. With a relatively shallow chip stack, obviously, you always feel like, man, I really wish I could scoop this pot or hang in there. But
I think just another really fun hand between two high-level players where a few different decisions could have gone either way.
Yeah, Ashton with a fun lead on that flop, obviously turning a ton of equity and then kind of going with a little bit more passive route. So, yeah, I never know what he's going to do,
Yeah, check raise would have been really interesting on the turn.
Yeah, I guess maybe he was worried that his draw wasn't that great overall with only a small flush draw.
Right.
And obviously if he's up against a jack, he can be in a world of hurt there.
Absolutely.
Daniel is locked in today. Looks like more serious mode. Maybe he just doesn't have as many people to socialize with at the table.
He would have played mine. He would have 3-bet mine.
Well, I was joking because it divulges nothing about your hand.
Huh?
It divulges
No, I know, but
nothing
my
about
hand,
your
I'm
hand.
sure he would have
I
3-bet.
know
He would have 3-bet my hand. Oh, well, I'll make you a side bet that he would have 3-bet my hand.
Not sure who they're saying would have 3-bet this.
Eric Wasserson. I think they're both needling Wass for saying that he plays too many hands, as they both had marginal holdings that hand. So Shakurchi again has come in fairly light here with a marginal 4-card connected low, and Yuri picks up aces, double-suited aces, back-to-back hands.
Wow.
And this is a consequential pot for both of these players with shallow stacks.
Note that Talal's one suit is also dominated by Yuri.
Talal's in really bad shape against this exact holding, as his low is not even good. And obviously he flopped complete error.
Yeah, this could be a flop that saves Talal from losing any more chips, certainly.
Certainly, I think Yuri will feel comfortable value betting his hand here because of not only having the aces, but also having nut flush draw and backdoor flush draw.
Right. Checking back would only be a...
And I'm wrong again.
Well, he does check back, and I was going to say, checking back could function as a trap. Keeping in
interesting.
hands
Yeah.
like Talal's that have zero equity.
I mean, this could work very, very well against Talal's actual hand, which really had nowhere to go, but might feel compelled to stick in a bluff.
One suit, two suits.
Talal would really rather have some type of interaction with the straight. Having even like a 10 or a 9 in his hand would be a lot more appetizing than this complete
Will
whiff.
Yuri really lay the trap here and go for a double check?
Yeah, really interesting spot now for Yuri. His hand doesn't need a ton of protection against worse hands.
Wow, a great read of the situation from Yuri. He's just really feeling his opponent's going to have a very strong hand or basically nothing, right?
I think it would have been.
Man, it's really hard for me to not want to bluff with Shakurshi's hand
When
here.
you get to the river with 8 high and it's just gone
and your opponent
through.
doesn't look particularly strong, but Talal avoids the trap.
That's really good recognition from Talal there. And good discipline, I would say.
Good discipline. He's played hands that I would have not necessarily played pre-flop, but he's played them in a very thoughtful way in post-flop situations. And he's avoided any worse trouble there.
I would agree. And very tricky line from Yuri there.
Not for everyone. It's somewhat.
Yeah, because of the deuce five.
Makes some sense. You know, Talal is going to have a lot of hands that are drawing effectively dead against Yuri's aces plus flush draw.
And if you run into the queen, you're not
and you
really
do save
loving
a couple
life.
bets against, if it goes bet, you can just call down.
Yeah. Interesting to see Yuri's approach to these spots, looking like very aware of his chip stack, maybe a little bit more of a tournament mindset compared to some of the high-stakes cash game players in the field. That might just be a little bit more I don't know, optimistic and aggressive with their value betting decisions and their ranges. So when you're in Talal's situation here, you have to be feeling like, okay, I really need to pick up a hand that I can go with soon. I mean, he's got 4 bets. He could still play a hand and have a few chips left over, but you're getting into that critical zone in a mixed game tournament.
Right. Probably not.
You'll get grabbed.
And has to take the big blind in his hand.
Yeah, it's
Play
always, when you
somewhere
get short on
between
chips in these mixed game tournaments,
7
the
and
blinds hitting you always feels like a real disaster.
Anywhere between 7
Yuri picking up a slightly weaker holding here, but still
It's
plenty to
7 you
open.
might get
Having that
cheap
ace in
guys
his hand is key, and Negreanu definitely should continue with this hand, I believe. He has been commenting about maybe Eric Wasserson playing hands that he would fold, but I think this
I think he's going to play this one, yeah.
This one's a good enough
Question
hand.
is he going to go for a 3-bet or just a call?
Whoa!
Wow, that
Very-
surprises
very
me a little bit.
conservative.
The is 4-5 with another
Always
suit.
a bet on
Just
chips.
giving credit to
I
Yuri's
know
under-the-gun
what
tight
against
opening range, right? Just really feeling like his hand could be dominated by the type of hands that Yuri would
we
play.
did 1 year. You learned.
Talal certainly has
What
a
did I do?
defendable hand here with this double-suited.
I won money on you versus
Double-suited
Alan Cunningham.
Drugel,
I've never
as we
been
say in
paid, by the
PLO.
way. The guy who steals me $20,000, by the way.
Alan Cunningham?
I bet on him. It was
Wow,
years
that's
ago.
so weird
Fantasy
that
Point,
he-
way back when. I bet
Well,
20,000.
getting the-
I have still not been paid, and you know who you are.
Spilling the tea.
$20,000, and I know you have it.
Daniel spilling the tea on stream here.
Sucks. We bet mutually played events 1 year. Like
As
when
we
I was-
see Talal picking up a big
Yeah.
hand, bottom 2 pair plus flush draw.
Yeah,
No, he
Talal's
takes
off
the
the best
passive
right
option,
here.
which
Whole
makes some
year.
sense to me here, given his tournament stack.
Yeah.
And given the fact that he doesn't have any sort of
Had a
low
good
draw.
year.
Yuri really could not have liked the flop that much, but obviously feeling obligated to continuation bet as an under-the-gun raiser versus a big blind defender on a board that is pretty good for him.
Typically, when you see
Couldn't
two
have been
low,
anything to
low
break
cards
a
on the
lot
flop
more.
like that, you can
No,
bet fairly
probably
wide, hoping that your opponent has the
30 or
higher part of the
40,000.
deck.
Right, but now that he got called, and actually I think he gets bailed out here for half, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a chop here. Talal makes flush for the high, and Yuri makes the wheel for the
I
low.
think if I were Talal here, I would maybe just consider a check.
I don't mind that. Just preserving your stack and just worrying a little bit about some of the time running into a slightly bigger flush.
Yeah, if the river had been like a high card, obviously I think his hand is good enough to value bet. But
bet
when the
against each other.
4-card wheel on the board comes in, and the under-the-gun raiser is going to have a wheel here so often that
That's
it's
right.
very unlikely you can scoop the
Also
pot.
possible that he could induce a bluff from something like aces with the ace of diamonds that has no low, and Talal could actually get the whole pot.
Good point. Yeah, I think it's a very comfortable check call. And we'll see these players chop it up. And Talal probably had to feel like he was on a bit of a roller coaster in this hand in terms of how he was feeling about his hand strength, but overall ends up getting some chips back.
Like you say, Chris, Talal's maybe played a couple hands you might not have played pre-flop,
Yeah, me
but
too.
I think he's
Buddy,
doing a
gotta
really
get
good job
scoops.
navigating the post-flop,
Fours and
Makes
fives.
sense. Yeah,
Yeah, me
absolutely
too.
agreed.
which is,
I also
to be honest, kind of the
thought
way
you
he's
said
played
you're good.
poker for a lot of his life. He gets in there with a lot of hands, but he has a really good feel for where he's at
Right.
on the
You're
later
good, and then I
streets.
saw fours and fives. I was like, damn.
Well, for sure you were chopping.
Yeah.
I thought for sure it was a chop.
You know, he's like you. I mean, I'd be very surprised if you didn't have.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Talal needling Yuri a little bit.
As we see here, another actor comparison for
For our
Ray
man Ray
D.
D, yeah. Who do we have here, Alex? This guy's a little bit before my time.
This is Ben Gazzara, the actor in The Roadhouse, and he was also in The Big Lebowski.
Okay. Yesterday we had Antonio Banderas.
Antonio Banderas,
So
and today
Ray
we
D
have
has a lot
Ben
of
Gazzara.
celebrity doppelgangers.
Our production team is very good
Scott
at
must be
finding
on the uptick.
actors that Ray D looks like. He does kind of
Almost
have
so
that
quiet.
actor vibe,
Fair
doesn't
enough.
he?
So we know who to get to play him in the Lifetime movie, maybe.
Yeah.
Exactly. Matt Ashton picking up a very nice looking hand here with the suited ace deuce and some additional wheel cards.
Yeah, pretty much any time you have an ace deuce. I mean, there's very few combos of ace deuce that you can't feel comfortable opening. It may be a little different if you're facing a lot of action.
Right. One thing our viewers might be interested in knowing is that small pairs in the hand typically don't help the hand, just because when you flop a set, you're also going to run into some lows. But in this case, he has such a good version of that type
Yeah.
of hand.
Wake up at
Interesting
5.
that Yuri has come with a
No,
3-bet
let's
out of the
sleep
big
at
blind here
2,
with a hand that
wake up at
some players would consider a little bit light, and gets
9.
kind of rewarded for it with a very strong flop by flopping the nut low draw.
Yeah, he actually flops the nut low draw. Ashton flops second nut low draw. Ashton's pair of fours still best here for the high, but
Yeah, we could see both
usually
players
go
have a
1
sizable
side
amount of
2, but
equity here in
walking
both
out
in the
here.
various directions, and these hands are a little bit running close to each other.
Right.
I don't think a lot of players in the field would have 3-bet this combo out of the big blind, but I think it can be a good play.
really interesting card on the turn as Ashton picks up a set of fours, but he can't be loving it because a hand like the one Yuri has is going to be free rolling him.
Yeah, and now Yuri picks up the nut flush draw, so a very great card for his range and his
In
hand.
the tournament.
And as Ashton facing a bet from Yuri here, Are you planning just to call here,
Catch 22.
thinking that you could be getting?
I think so. There's a lot of bad
Re-roll.
river cards, and we've also seen Ashton maybe be a little bit on the conservative side in these spots previously, and I think it just makes sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense. 2 flush draws on board and no low potential for him.
There's no river where you're really getting away from your hand,
Sorry,
but
I
you just try to minimize the pot.
Right, and I shouldn't say no low potential because he could make a low with that live ace, as we call it, if a low card hit the river.
And Yuri has to decide now, is my hand worth value betting, or am I a little bit worried about getting quartered? And he decides to just go for thin value, and this is going to
And
be a
now
tough.
that Ashton fills up, does he consider raising here for value even though he doesn't have a low?
That's a good question. I'll be interested to see how he approaches the situation. He has to. The only way he can scoop is against a high only hand that has maybe 3 jacks, and he does find a
does
raise
go
here. He
for
goes
it,
for a
yeah.
thin value raise, and anyway, it prolongs the inevitable, but it is a nice find from him there.
You've seen the video of the black guy in his car when he's talking about white people phrases? He's like, what happened? You guys used to come up with the best phrases. Like, I don't give a rat's ass. It's
I
like,
haven't seen it.
you haven't- he's funny. You're skating on thin ice, buddy. All these old white people phrases.
Is he a comedian?
He's
or
like a
just
comedian, yeah. And he's in a car going, what happened to y'all? I need some more of these. Who gives a rat's ass? I don't give a rat's ass.
Yesterday we had Nick Schulman with the heavens to Betsy multiple times, which I found pretty funny.
Which I've actually heard him also use on a previous stream in this series at I think at the 15K Dealer's Choice table.
I guess that's a little bit what a good example of what Negreanu is referring to there.
We will be rotating through these tables as the tournament goes on today, so we will hopefully get a look at pretty much everybody in the field. Still haven't had a chance to see Texas Mike on the stream.
Yeah.
And with him being the chip leader with over 1.5 million, I'd love to see how he's using that big stack and if he's been able to accumulate any more chips.
Absolutely, yeah. So always fun to get to see the different dynamics at these tables between the players that are familiar with each other from tournaments, cash games, etc., as well as just the mix of tournament players and cash game players that play all these high stakes fields.
Absolutely. As we see Ashton come in for a raise here.
Another ace
In
in
the
his hand. This is a
hijack?
relatively weak holding, but again, that key ace in his hand is good. And Chahal makes a nice nuanced fold with ace queen 10 and a hand that players can overplay. Yuri has really been hit over the head with the deck this orbit.
Yeah, this is a really premium hand in 08 with the ace deuce feature and the nut suit.
And an underrated aspect of the hand sometimes comes into play with tight ranges is that 6 in his hand. Sometimes that 3-4-5 comes on the board. Your opponent can
getting
also
better
have
at
ace
the
deuce for a wheel, and you end up having the higher straight for 3/4, which is actually a fairly profitable situation.
It's a good point, Chris.
Does anyone have spades? So Ashton has the naked ace here,
the
which is
pretend
interesting to
spade.
see how he handles this. He also has bottom 2 pair.
Yeah, kind of an interesting flop for both these players. Yuri does have the nut low draw, but nothing at all going for high. He's really just hoping to be able to take it down on an early street here or to make his low and potentially generate a fold from a 1-pair holding down the road.
Sometimes on these monotone boards, you'll see a player make an out-of-tempo check after 3-betting pre, but I guess with having the ace deuce and having another low card in his hand, he feels like it's worth putting a stab in just to see if he can take it down.
Now, that
immediately.
jack of hearts, really not a nice looking development for Yuri, I don't think, with the ace deuce and no high potential. Do you
Yeah.
expect to see him to slow down here?
I would, and it'll be interesting to see how Ashton approaches the situation. Does he want to protect his bottom 2 pair, or does he feel also like maybe his hand is not worth it?
Yeah.
Actually, Yuri's going to go for a bluff here. Kind of a neat line.
Okay, so it's just continuing to put pressure on some of those 1-pair hands, thinking that Ashton would have potentially raised some of his strong hands on the flop, and knowing that no matter what, he's got outs for half the pot or absolute worst, a quarter of the pot.
I was wondering if Ashton was going to consider bluffing with that ace of spades, but I guess he feels that his 2 pair is enough, that it's not necessary. And if Yuri thought his hand was worth a bluff on the turn, I wonder if he's going to go ahead and fire the 3rd shell here on this river card. It cannot be a card that Ashton could be happy to see, as one of Yuri's likely hands is aces.
Right, and Yuri probably thinking to himself, he doesn't have much showdown value at all. He does have some showdown value against something like ace deuce or ace 3 that has a worse kicker. Like his
Yeah.
ace king high can actually be good, but it's very hard to get it to showdown.
Once Yuri bets the turn, I think he's saying I have a high hand. Oh, nevertheless, he goes for a check on a board-changing card.
And
And,
I think-
Ashton cannot be happy about this development. It really looks like Yuri has a big pair. He's going to be very happy to see that Yuri has only ace-king high, and he wins this pot with an 8, as his 2-pair got counterfeited.
And this isn't a spot like PLO where you can just take that ace of spades blocker and go ham with it.
Right.
Given the fact that the most you can raise at any juncture is just a min raise, it's really hard to generate that fold equity, so you have to be a lot more careful bluffing with that blocker than you would in PLO.
He's not going to show any emotion, but certainly an internal sigh of relief for Ashton there to see Yuri's actual hand.
not
When
that
it's
good a
funny
hand.
when they
Ace,
check the
queen,
river, you like
five.
your hand even less in some ways because you're
So
sort of
you're
like, well, he
some
probably
fucking
just has a
pro guy.
big pair that
His
doesn't want
hand
to go
didn't
for
impress
value.
Me, ace queen 8-5. You think that's like a pro hand? Does it look like a pro hand to you? That's like that's a rookie play. You know, those hands aren't great.
How do you get invited to any game? You're so nitty.
Good point. Me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the tournaments, they let me play
Why
stuff.
doesn't he invite me and stuff?
But it's not a great hand. It's just okay.
I agree.
Okay, fair enough. Same
You
page.
think he thought that it was a great
I
hand?
think he looked at it and went, oh my God, I have the nuts.
Oh my God, can I get all in?
Yeah, can I call it? Please, somebody 4-bet me.
It's so brutal, it's limit.
yeah.
I think it's good, I don't know. It's probably the 8 of diamonds. Yeah, you would switch it out if it was a good one. Well, there is only one good one in this game.
Ashton getting a little bit of flack for that play from Negreanu, but
Yeah,
I think it's
Negreanu-
mostly said in jest.
Negreanu, after making a fairly tight fold with the ace jack 5-4 earlier,
Same,
He was
laying
gonna
into
play, but
Ashton
then
for
I
his
did that.
loose
He didn't
open.
want to be embarrassed.
Raise.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm doing. My big blind. Right before my big blind, I did that.
Good to see
Well, doesn't
Daniel
care.
Negreanu bringing some of these more, online heavy pros out of their shell a little bit, though, at our feature table.
And I think Daniel always does a good job
This
with that.
morning and last night.
I'm sorry.
I mean, no, I'm happy.
Talal up to Talal things here with another
didn't
fairly
win enough
marginal
last
open, and Rady certainly has
I
enough
want
hand
a bunch.
to consider a 3-bet here.
Again, both.
Three
bet
wheel
he
cards,
does.
suited ace, and a Broadway
Played this
card.
morning?
On the floor?
Yeah, a little bit. No, it was me, Thuritz, and Albert last night.
How come Thirds doesn't play?
Talal getting very short
'cause
here,
of
and he's
taxes.
flopped enough
It's
of a
like
piece
auto
that he
third.
could be forced to
Yeah.
put all the rest of his chips in here. He's got
And then this
Oh,
morning
yeah.
I
middle
played
pair,
pro.
open-ender, flush draw, and a low draw.
Yeah, I think that we're going to
fuck
see an
you all
all
the
in
time?
here as Talal is
No,
very
he
short
just
stacked,
comes
and
in
Raid
when
certainly has enough
we
to
have a
continue
game.
here with a pair and a nut low.
And
or
Talal
second nut
does
low
just
draw.
go with the fast play here, thinking he's got enough equity against all
Did you
of Ray's hands, which makes a lot of sense. Ray could call here,
Yesterday, like,
or he could just start
175.
putting all the money in with Talal being this short.
Yeah, he's kind of getting
55 back.
getting the lay of the land of exactly how many chips Talal has behind, and thinking, are there any turn cards where I can get away from my hand? I mean, the answer is kind of no, right? Because kind of the worst card for Ray D's hand here would be like a 3, which counterfeits his low draw, but that still gives him 2 pair. So there's really nothing there's really no turn card where he's going to get away from
I
this
pray
hand, I
on
think.
boredom.
I kind of agree with that. Yeah, I mean, perhaps he could call that and it could run out 9-9.
I pray on
Even then,
boredom.
ace
Yeah.
jack high could be good against some of the low
But
draws.
at that point, Talal's going to have like a 6K river bet,
Right.
so it almost doesn't matter.
He does just elect to
A
call.
very good
the
turn
full
card for
houses.
Ray, as now he picks up a straight
Three
draw to
raise.
go along with now the nut low.
They're going to chop this
like,
pot a good chunk of the
two of
time.
them
Talal
are
picking up a
stupid.
set of 5s here with a flush draw.
Yeah, and we see Ray recognizing that,
Nice
you know,
one to have.
his hand is
It's not that
worth
easy
another
to
bet
skip
here and just
into
sticks it
solid
in.
road, but-
And as
Yeah,
you said,
big, big
the
words,
flush
all
does
bases,
come
and
home
then
for
I had
Talal,
like
and we have a
kings
chop.
as well. That's insane.
That's it.
You got both?
No. Ace 3 and
And
a pair.
Talal's flush will be good for the high.
Talal with a set and a flush on the turn.
Ray's got the
Or
ace
flush
3
draw.
low. Yeah.
Chop top.
Talal's 5 was good. Just 1-5 was good for the high. Against Ray's exact 10.
2 chops or just 1 chop? Said chop chop.
Where does that come from, chop chop? Is that British?
I don't know.
What's that?
Is that a British thing? Chop chop?
Chop chop?
Chop? No?
I don't know. I feel like I've heard it in general.
As in like make haste, hurry up, whatever?
Yeah.
Needs to go fast, too.
Yeah, yeah.
Chop chop.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah.
Mick was busting out the heavens to Betsy.
Yeah.
There we go.
He's been
Heavens to
using that
Betsy.
a lot.
Heavens to Betsy.
As we discussed, the heavens
his
to
thing
Betsy.
right
The
now.
7-card stud is the next game. 2 whole cards down, followed by 4 up cards and 1 more down. You start with
Shiver
2
me
down and
timbers.
1 up.
Is that yours?
It's
Yeah,
played
he
in
says that.
high-only
As our
format,
friends
so the
get
player with
older,
the
they
best
come up with those
hand, the
things.
best
I have
5-card
a
hand
friend
out of their
that
7
keeps
cards
saying,
wins the entire pot.
Who's to know?
And the lowest card
He just says
has
it
a
whatever
forced
all the
bring-in
time.
bet.
No matter what.
Never
everybody
was. Yeah,
wants to
he's
know.
coolest guy ever. Now he just says that all the time.
One of the games in the mix that can be a very big game as the limits can increase, as it's a single winner game, and with that extra big betting round, it certainly will play big when you get a matchup of two strong holdings, which often can happen.
Right, this is a game we saw a lot of interesting play in, and I feel like a
not
game
hot
that
right now.
perhaps
I hate to
different
keep
players
asking
have very
what's the
different
next
approaches
game.
to. Very much
sure.
a field player's game.
I played a lot with
Yeah,
Yuri in the
relax.
preliminary events, and he's much more apt to limp hands in this game compared to some of the old school players stylistically. We'll see if he employs that strategy in this round.
Very important in stud, as somebody playing in the game, to really look around at the table and gather all the information of what cards are out so that you understand, for instance, if you're looking for a flush,
Yeah.
how many of your flush outs are dead, how many of your pair outs are dead.
It has a
and
key impact on a lot of your pairs that you could whether to play a weak pair.
Right.
If your other pair card is dead, the lack of ability to make trips is very devastating for you. Ashton certainly has a defendable hand here, maybe even a hand that could consider a 2-bet against what might be just a 100% steal from Mercier last act.
When it folds around to Jason with the 9-up against the deuce, like you said, he might be raising 100% of hands.
Yeah.
Ashton does just take the more conservative option and call. It's going to be interesting to see how sticky Ashton gets in this hand if he doesn't improve. And Jason's turned a fairly nice card, picking up a gut shot. He's also got 2, we can call them backdoor flush draws, Chris, but it's a little bit different than in Hold'em or PLO, where in this case you need 3 perfect cards rather than 2.
Yeah. Now, in general in this situation, in stud, when your opponent catches a card that's somewhat connected to his door card, you have to be a little bit worried about their straight potential, and we can see that here in Jason's hand. But when he's stealing like 100% of the time, it's actually a little overrated to worry too much about how connected that card is, as they can just have so many other holdings as well.
I agree with this, and this is just a classic spot that comes up. You can see the equities are actually 50-50.
Yeah.
Mercier's board ordinarily might look scary, but like you just mentioned, the fact that he could be opening almost anything here makes that board a little bit less scary.
I think we see Ashton continue here. He may feel that his hand is a little underrated, under-repped as a pair, as some pairs would even consider re-raising pre. So, he only has a pair of 2s here, but he may feel he's just still up against any 5 cards.
And look at that. Jason binks the 6 right away.
Yeah, that's a
making the
very
straight.
deceptive straight here, given the dynamics of the situation. And Ashton improves to a straight draw himself, which is no good.
Yeah, when you pick up extra equity like this as Matt, you always have to continue. Often in stud high, we look at 5th Street and 7th Street as kind of those decision streets. Often it's the odd-numbered streets, 3rd, 5th, and 7th, where you're making a lot of your big decisions. So once you decide to continue on 5th, you're usually obligated to continue into 6th and see what develops.
And it'll be really interesting for me to see if Ashton considers hero calling with this pair of 2s on the river unimproved.
I was just thinking that, Chris, because if Jason is just betting off the strength of his board, Ashton might have to assess the blockers in his hand and sort of decide, what do I think Jason has? It's really difficult here. He doesn't have great blockers to any of the pairs besides the 1-6 blocking Jason's 6.
Correct. Catching a queen of spades on the river is sort of an irrelevant / bad card for him, as it doesn't interact with anything on Jason's board, as you said. This is also a situation where Jason might go for some thin value with a hand as weak as 1 big pair.
Right.
Nevertheless, Ashton, let's see how he approaches it.
Note also that Ashton's board looks a little bit scary with the 2, 3, 4 of diamonds all being connected like that. So that might make him think that Jason's going to shut down some of the time on 6th Street with some holdings. So he's giving a little bit more credit to Jason's range and makes a nice disciplined laydown there after correctly calling down up until that point.
Yeah, and Mercier noticed that, he just made a monster hand for all stud games here by coming in a situation where he's going to be stealing very, very light, but basically just catching perfect cards throughout.
As we see here, a shot of Eric Wasserson busting out. He and Dave Rogers just busted out in the same hand.
Well, with double elimination, and do we know who won it?
And Chris, look who's stacking the chips over there. It's none other than chip leader Michael Moncek. It sounds like it was a no-limit deuce to 7 single draw hand.
Wow.
It was a 3-way all-in pre-draw. Wasserson and Rogers both drew to a wheel. Michael Moncek was dealt a pat 10-8, so he was the favorite. He was able to fade both of those draws.
Wow.
And he has absolutely
Look
got
at
a
that
massive
stack.
stack here. He's got 700,000 just in greens, well over $1 million in blue, and a smattering of yellow as well. He's got to be nearing the 2 million mark with that stack.
That is a rich get richer situation.
And you see a big grin there from Phil Sternheimer, one of the other participants, perhaps enjoying watching that action develop.
You'll win the pot.
Sounds like Michael Moncek has about 2 million chips in play, which is about 24% of the chips in play.
That's
Chris.
amazing with so many players left in the field.
Hold on me.
It's also going to have to cause some players to get moved. Probably will lose a player at our feature table as they have to fill those seats.
That's right. Yeah, two eliminations. Might be going down to 6, 6, and 6. I don't know if we're down to 18 or 19, but there's definitely going to be some shuffling as this tournament goes on and people start to bust.
I haven't played a hand.
We'll see that throughout the day as we get more eliminations. We'll get
I
more
want-
and more
I want a
shuffling.
Big, squeezer
Exactly
big.
right.
I didn't play a single in my hand, and not a hand of stud yet. So when I raise,
So
I
Ashton
must
comes
take
in
that.
for a steal here with the ace 7-5 and runs smack
you
into the
not play
split
a hand
eights
in
of
the
Johannes
no
Becker, who I
No.
think will be very
Wow,
comfortable
he
with his
went
hand
the
here in a
small.
steal
I limped the
situation.
small. Sorry.
Right,
I
so
got it.
note the limits have gone up
I
now.
had
We're
the queen
playing
10
12
over.
and 24,000. Johannes
great.
does just decide to call here with the split eights. Chris, do you think that having a queen behind him helps inform that decision?
I think so. I think he's a little bit worried. And
Right,
Talal, I
right.
think, has enough to maybe
I thought I
consider
had
coming in
hard
here with the ace 10 of
folding.
spades in the hole and
Now,
some connectivity.
If you do come in here,
Nice.
do you like coming in for a raise
Except for that
and doing that with a lot of the strong
I don't
parts of
see
your
how
range,
it's
or do you like coming in for a
King
call?
10,
Note
King
also
Jack.
Talal's stack size.
Wow, that's a very kind conservative laydown from Talal there. A little bit surprised to see that, but yeah, as you said, maybe his chip stack is coming into his thought process there.
I think
Obviously,
so.
running into split aces would be a disaster for him.
I think in a cash game, Talal would have played that hand in some capacity, but knowing that he's sort of short on bets, he wants to have more solid holdings. going
Interesting
forward.
development here. I wonder if this will just end the hand, as Becker does make the 3-8s right away, and Ashton does make a pair. I guess in this situation, Ashton just has to get out of the way. Obviously, the fear of 3-8s is very concerning.
I think so.
Yeah.
Knowing that in the best case scenario, he's still a pretty big underdog to 7s to 8s, and
Right.
in the worst case scenario, he's in horrible shape.
Yeah, as we
there.
saw, Johannes had 95% equity with that card on 4th Street, so hard to have that big of an advantage to
With
stud.
Brian Rast
Back then, I mean, I played it. I don't remember much playing with it.
There's an old saying in stud, Chris, that
You'd remember if you played with
when you start with bad hands, it's easier to pair your door card
remember he
later because you're not
run
paired
over
to start
the
as much. In
table.
that case, Johannes did have the split 8s, but for players who do play a
That's
wide
when he
range of
first
hands,
began
it's actually
running.
easier to pair their door card and scare
Yeah.
people because they don't
Sure.
have that pair to begin with so
He was
often.
playing
Yeah,
ball.
and the threat that you do have that 3 of a kind is
It was-
very, very powerful in stud.
I played
It
a
was
lot
pretty
with
cool to watch.
Played a lot with Chris Brewer, and he does that hardcore in both PLO and all. He goes
Hard to do that now.
No, he got me to not play with him. I said, I'll wait.
As we see here, the small card bringing it in, the 3 of clubs.
It was interesting to hear Ray D and Daniel Negreanu there discussing
I
the
played a
new
rack.
style players style in the big bet games of just putting tons of pressure, I believe is what the discussion was.
And I believe Negreanu was citing Chris Brewer as a
Yeah.
player who does that.
I
So
can't
we do see the
five.
limping strategy here employed by Ashton with a 5 as his door card with a number of overcards behind him. This time Talal elects to go for it with the 3 big cards.
Right, and seeing so many bigger cards behind him, Ashton might elect to play all the hands he wants to play as limps, and he can even do this with strong hands
Yeah.
like rolled up 5s,
Like eight.
buried
Now we
aces.
see that Ray D doesn't have anything here, but if he did have a hand like split 3s and called here, I believe we could even see Ashton employing a limp re-raise. His hand does play well multi-way with the connected 3 flush, and he might feel like after limping in, he can put in some more action to trap the 3rd player involved with a small pair.
That's a nice point, Chris. And we have seen some aggression in the spots where these players are limping wide and they want to be able to get those limp raises in as well.
Yeah, I know. I saw.
He connects immediately with 4th Street by picking up a very premium flush draw
Just
now.
a straight flush draw, actually, yeah.
Will Talal take the bait here and continue firing, trying to represent something strong with the 10-5 offsuit on his board? I have to say, I think this is a bit of a misstep from Talal. When your opponent limps in and catches a suited card, and you block a 5, it does seem somewhat likely that you're going to be against a 4 flush in this situation. And Ashton punishes him for it with an immediate raise. And notice that this is actually a pretty tricky spot for Talal. Yes, we can see that he's way behind, but he does have 25% equity with his live cards and
And I think
decides to continue.
a nice continue here from Talal, getting a good price. Really just hoping to hit one of his overcards.
This is a tough situation for Talal now on 5th Street, as he only has 37K left in his stack and could be facing a 24K bet.
And
he
that's
does
a
pair his
great
king.
street for Talal. Ah, but Matt Ashton does pair his 5.
Wow.
Which, you know, like you said, he's probably not going to put him on split 5s as often when he
Yeah.
has a 5 himself, but that just adds equity to whatever hand Matt Ashton
I don't
already
think
has.
Talal's getting away from this one, and
No.
we see an
Good
all-in.
luck.
Ashton is the favorite here.
65% here from Matt Ashton with the straight flush draw to go with his pair of 5s against Talal, who does block a 5 with his pair of kings. Talal really hoping that Matt catches some big black cards over there.
Yeah, the ace of hearts in Talal's hand hopefully working as a blocker as well, but
This is
at
true,
this
yeah.
point, he just needs to fade a lot of cards in the deck.
He does
from
have 2 blockers to cards that Matt needs.
Might not even need it.
We have a British violence situation here as 2 of the only Brits in the field, along with Benny Glaser, I suppose.
And
would
what
be
a great street there for Talal. He actually improves to aces up and hits a brick for Matt Ashton. So Matt needs a 6, a 5, or a heart to
Absolutely.
eliminate Talal
We
Shakerchi.
see a big equity jump there for Talal from the small underdog to 73% favorite with 1 card to come.
All right.
Often in these spots, Chris, Matt will roll his hand first and then give Talal a chance. It looks like
As you said, that 6th Street card loomed large as Ashton ends up making jacks and 5s for 2 pair, but no good against Talal's aces up.
right. So sometimes in these spots, Matt can roll his card first, and then if he rolls, for instance, a flush, Talal still has the re-sweat to the full house.
Haha,
The players
yeah.
like to sort of
That hand.
do this for the all-in player.
Yeah.
Sometimes the player not at risk will even ask if his opponent minds if he squeezes his card because he enjoys sweating the card, but doesn't want to prolong the agony for the all-in player.
Chris, can you explain the squeeze to some of our viewers who might not be familiar with that team as we look at Talal Shakerchi, investor from London, England, graduated from the University of Manchester, and as we say, not a professional poker player, but has still found his way to number 4 on England's money list. certainly someone who really loves the game, perhaps more than anyone else I've met in the poker world. He comes to all these big tournaments, loves to play, grinds online, and also one of the nicest guys I've met in poker.
Absolutely. Well, you asked me about squeezing cards. This is something mixed game players seem to really enjoy doing. It's a little complicated to explain without having a deck of cards in front of me, but the primary idea is that you're covering up the actual rank of the card in the corner with your finger and looking for the pips along the side of the card to see if you can narrow down what the hand actually is. You'll see right away whether it's a face card, a no-sider, which is an ace, deuce, or 3, a 2-sider, which is a 4 or 5, a 3-sider, which is a 6, 7, or an 8, or a 4-sider, which is a 9 or a 10. Hopefully that gives you a little glimpse into the sickness that is us mixed game players in playing poker.
And players do this just to give themselves an extra sweat, as though the sweat of the cards is not enough. They need to
as if
kind
the
of like
200K, 100K or 200K that they're in for in this tournament is not enough.
Right.
So Ray has a defendable hand here.
Yeah, I was going to say, kind of a hand you'd rather have in Raz or stud high-low, perhaps, but still in stud, a little bit of deceptive value the times that he makes this straight here.
I think these small 3 connecting cards can be a little overrated in stud high, but when they're a 0-gapper like this, where your 3 cards are directly connected, you do have the potential to make more straights, and I think it's enough to continue.
Also a spot where the player with the 6 should be very cognizant of the folded cards here. If 7s, 8s, and 3s are dead, that really hurts this hand because you rely on those cards to make your straight.
I'm actually slightly surprised to see Ray continue here, as Jason did raise an early position with his queen. But he feels confident that Jason may have a weak holding, which he does, just a random 3 flush, and Ray improves to the best hand with a pair.
Also worth noting, it was just a small bet on that street, so perhaps Ray just taking one more off, seeing if he can find a good card on 5th Street, and now that he's made 5s, he's probably going to be stuck in the hand.
Notice Jason checking to him here, as Ray does catch a suited card to his door, whereas Jason's caught 2 bricks and just gets out of the way here. So a nice pickup for Ray D in that situation.
Yeah.
Right, so even though Jason perhaps had the stronger advantage on 4th Street, where Ray caught a brick, Ray connecting that card that might connect with some of the hands he's playing from the bring-in.
Yeah.
Forces Jay to check fold there.
A mistake that sometimes players can make in stud is just kind of starting with a 3 flush and then just betting every street regardless of what they catch. But experienced stud players know that your opponent has a lot of 3 flushes and that they don't necessarily have to have much there.
To hear how bad I was.
And you will see a lot of checking from the higher board when that player feels that their range perhaps is not as strong as their opponent's range.
Right, we saw
despite the fact that their board is higher.
She would always start it.
Annie?
Yeah, as soon as somebody would leave the table, she would say, "Oh my God, did you see that?" And then that person would come back, and this person would leave, and they go to them. There was no loyalty with the shit talk.
Daniel describing another hallmark of mixed game players, which is probably just sort of ascribing most of their opponents to making mistakes, but never to themselves. Something I could be guilty of at times.
Certainly. I think a lot of poker players tend to think that everyone else is bad.
That's why the tournaments exist. That's why the games exist.
Yeah. Nobody ever talks about, did you see that great play that guy made? It's always, did you see that?
So we have an interesting hand here as Ashton completes another steal in early position with big cards, but Jason has a very deceptive hand in the bring-in with pocket jacks, buried jacks.
These are really fun hands to have in the bring-in, especially, of course, when you make that 3rd jack.
We expect to see him play it carefully, giving some respect to Ashton's range and being concerned about running into split kings, but certainly going to be continuing.
Sure?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's possible,
realized
perhaps not against the ace-king board, but it's possible that he ends up finding a raise with those jacks later in the hand because of how deceptive they are.
Right, so this is an interesting street for Ashton. I mean, obviously he has a strong board advantage with the king and the ace, but Mercier does catch a suited card to his door, which he has to be a little bit wary of running into flush draws here as well.
Today's Friday?
And that's a scary card to see.
So now I would expect Matt's probably going to be doing a lot of checking here, don't you think?
That makes sense. When your opponent catches three flush right away, you have to be very careful. And I would assume that Jason feels comfortable enough to bet his hand.
Some people are leaving.
One thing that's nice for Jason here is that even though he might sometimes run into aces or kings, he's not going to get raised very often because he has those 3 spades. Right. So you can sort of bet here with impunity. You can charge the weaker hands or perhaps get folds right away. And you don't risk that much when you bet and get raised by those aces or kings.
Interesting to see Ashton continuing here with the Broadway gut shot here. He obviously does not believe that Jason has only flushes in this situation, as he's continuing with no pair and just hoping to make a high pair at this point in the hand, or some point in the hand here.
Understanding that Jason can be defending pretty wide from the bring-in, and this card might scare Matt Ashton.
However, I believe Matt makes a straight on this card, right?
This is going to scare Matt a lot less when he makes a straight.
And it is actually Mercier who is using his board advantage, saying I have flushes and I have trips here at a high clip here to try to just generate some fold equity against what he might perceive as one big pair that has a lot of live outs against him.
Right, he's got
So
jacks and trays, and blocking the
Ari is
straight with the
still
queen in his hand
probably
as
the
well.
best place to
He might
play
just think that
because
Ashton has
everyone
one big
is
pair, and could he
here.
potentially
How
get
long
that
are you
hand to fold now?
Yeah.
Like
Now, will
Boston
Matt
tournament.
decide to raise with
Oh,
his
you're
straight to
leading when you
charge
bust the
draws?
gun.
I've got a flight for tomorrow
I
morning.
think
Got
Matt
it.
has to
No.
still be a little bit worried about
Yeah.
the flush, right?
Okay. So a very interesting developing hand
We're
here.
close to rebooking.
Mercier, I think, is kind of done with it
One
now.
I
card
kind
away
of feel
from
like he's going to
rebooking.
check the river unimproved.
Yeah.
And actually, he
No, I
should
wouldn't have taken
probably
that
consider
one.
checking the
Yeah.
river, even if he does improve and going for a check raise.
Go
if he
do some
does fill
heavy
up there.
drinking.
That's a
until
good
the
point. I
fight.
mean, Ashton is
Right.
basically saying that I think he's kind of saying I have two big pair here a lot.
And now Ashton, I assume, will go for value with this Broadway straight because he can
So-
still get called by 3 of a kind.
One thing Matt Ashton has to think about in this situation is, like, what kind of a hand would he have to bluff with, right? Would he have such strong holdings in this situation that he really needs to turn a pair of kings into a bluff? Or could he have some naked flush draws that continued on 5th Street?
Could be some of both, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Ashton could turn one pair into a bluff here because, as you see, Jason's hand is a pure bluff catcher, and he's already considering folding this hand. If you're going to be able to value bet the straight, I think you also need to sometimes turn one pair into a bluff.
Yeah, and Jason decides that it is possible as a bluff and decides to call with his 2 pair, feeling maybe a little under-repped. I would think in Jason's situation, I would be thinking, well, I do have some flushes here and I do have trips a lot. I'm not sure I need to call with my 2 pair. Obviously, these players have played a ton with each other and probably in high-stakes cash games and probably have their own history and reads on each other that I'm not privy to.
Yeah, difficult spot there for Jason. The pot's always just very big by the time that bets have gone in across multiple streets, so the price you're getting on the river is good, but certainly a tricky spot there with the Jackson trays.
Yeah, and I mean, we could see that a single pot there in stud high with only 1 bet per street was over 220K.
As we see a look on our outer table at Michael Moncek, just over 2 million chips in play and still has 24% of the chips in play. So what a
dream start for him.
start to the tournament for Michael, who actually showed up towards the end of the day yesterday.
Yeah, he's
Chris.
making quick work of this thing.
And he is a dangerous man with a lot of chips. He is very comfortable with the big stack, very comfortable playing a lot of pots, and somewhat unpredictable. And I think that a lot of these players have history with each other, but I don't think a ton of them have a lot of history playing with this guy in these games.
That's
and they just don't quite know what types of hands to put him on. And that makes it very difficult, especially when you're down to a few bets towards the end of the tournament.
Absolutely.
Trying to get into the money.
As we get closer and closer to the final table, even if they feel like he's completely out of line, they're going to be a little bit
You
handcuffed
had
to
kings
do
and
anything
fives,
unless they
he
pick
had
up a
kings
very
and
strong
fours.
holding.
He doesn't even
Right.
go like 2 off. It's
He's
not
like the old
absolute-
generation version of Scott.
Yeah. He's like, but he doesn't go. You had 3 jacks. You had 3 kings. I had 3 jacks. It's queens. He goes full.
He's pipped every hand.
Exactly pip. The minimum pip.
I had the king high straight there.
It looked like you had
Minimum.
sneakily with the 3s.
Mercier picking up jacks again, this time with the up card being a jack, so a little bit of a different situation, but certainly going to come in. And I do notice a dead jack in Matt Ashton's hand. However, split jacks is a strong enough hand on when there's not too many other high cards on board, except
Yeah,
for this ace.
I
that
believe he has the
feels
second
comfortable.
highest door card with the
Yeah.
jack. Just only there's two players
Two
with an
aces
ace.
behind. Okay. Nevertheless,
It looks like
Keep the
this
streak
is just
alive.
going to win right here. And your price is quite nice on an immediate steal here. You've got 18K in antes plus the 3K bring-in, so you're risking 12 to win 21K.
yeah, and you know you do have jacks there, which
We
is a
even
strong
played
holding, but you're
faster
always happy to
today
take down the
than
antes. I think in
yesterday
stud.
at this table.
This
We're
Yeah,
still
my
not
general
getting
thinking in
anything.
tournaments is that anytime you just raise and steal the blinds, it's a really good
Yeah,
result. In
Right.
cash games, sometimes you get a little bit greedier with your big hands and you want to play big pots, but just being able to slowly accumulate in tournaments is worth quite a bit.
Absolutely, and also just not get into a situation where one of those aces comes in with the 2-bet behind you, and you can be in big trouble.
Right. Now maybe if you get dealt rolled up jacks or something, you get a little
Right, those are the
disappointed in not
greedy
getting
hands.
action,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I did lose a big chunk of my stack in the 25K tournament with rolled up deuces, so those hands are still somewhat vulnerable.
Bad beat alert.
Bad beat alert. So notice here the jack folding with it being the highest card. I think there are some players who would steal close to 100% of hands here, but I
Yeah.
think that's actually a mistake.
That can definitely be a mistake to just go for it too hard when plenty of players behind you are going to think that you're stealing. Jason has another sneaky hand in the big blind with the ace-2-3 of spades, and there are a
Talal.
number of strong holdings out in this pot.
Wow, big hands here. Buried 10s for Talal, again a deceptive hand. Very strong 3 to a straight flush here for Yuri, although Shakerchi does block his straight flush. And then Mercier with a hand that would be an absolute stone premium in stud high-low, but still very playable in stud.
I don't think Mercier is going to be folding the spot. It's interesting to see whether he's going to come aggressive or passive. So he comes passive. By the way, Talal Shakurshi is going to like his hand here, I think, because it'd be very reasonable for Yuri to re-raise him with split 9s. And having the 10s in the hole, he's feeling very confident against the 9s that Yuri is likely to be holding.
And just like you said, Chris, we do see Talal coming in for the 3-bet here to 36,000, trying to punish something like split 9s. We see in this case he only has 28% equity against these two exact hands, but that's a little bit unusual with his hand. He would normally be doing a little bit better here.
All 3 players are relatively short stacked, and this pot is going to be a very, very substantial result for,
and it's
if not one of them,
pretty
all
close
the players.
to a 3-way flip here if you look at those equities.
Yeah, all the players have kind of the type of hand you'd like to have in a big bloated pot, to be honest with you. Like a big, suited connected cards. It's Jason who catches best in a way with the deuces, although his opponents probably don't think he has 3 deuces, having cold called 2 bets, and with Yuri catching the deuce of diamonds.
That dead deuce, yeah. Really bad street for Yuri.
Nevertheless, Jason's coming with a lead, which I think is kind of cool to see how he approaches the spot. He's feeling like it just gives him more equity in the hand, even if his opponents don't believe that he has 3 deuces very
And he could also have some pocket pairs in the hand and just pull ahead with 2
Right,
pair.
he's saying I have 2 pair here a lot.
Plus, as we can see with the actual equities, he's still 40% with the deuces and the 3 to a steel wheel.
Yeah, he's doing totally fine here. It's Talal who has the most deceptive hand in some ways, but we will see how he proceeds in the spot when seeing Jason catch such a scary card. Yuri catches the flush draw.
Wow.
And Jason catches the flush
flush
draw.
This pot is really going to escalate.
I
Everybody
actually think
has a big
that
hand
Talal
here.
has to really hate this street. Both of his opponents caught cards that were relevant to their door, and he sees the 10 fall dead.
Yeah.
This is a disastrous result for him.
The 10 of spades on Jason's board is about as bad as it gets. Figuring Jason for some flush draw combos, some 2-pair combos, and killing his own disguised trips.
And I think Talal is giving serious consideration to folding this situation. He's getting an incredible price to continue, but it's a little unclear how he can get this hand to showdown without running into some premium hands here, given the boards that he's looking at.
Yeah, we can see the cards here, Chris, but if Talal can find this fold, wow.
Nice
And I think that's
fold,
really
Talal.
an incredible
A very,
fold.
very good fold.
And again, just a testament to Talal's excellent post-flop ability.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Yuri and Mercier have almost the same stack sizes. I don't think Yuri believes he has any fold equity in this situation with his flush draw, so I expect to see him play pretty passively.
I like that, and that's exactly what we would expect in a tournament where he can actually save some bets, too.
And he catches
If he does break
queen,
off.
which is a card that could get him into some trouble here. Although now I believe he has the best hand, right?
He does
yeah,
have the best hand.
Actually,
It's
very
also a
great
blocker
development for him.
to Mercier's possible spade draw, so I think this is a really nice catch for Yuri. And good recognition
Jason
from Jay.
recognizes it as
Also,
well.
just knowing that
Now, if I'm
because of the
Yuri
tournament
here,
situation.
very interesting situation if I'm Yuri here. In a normal cash game situation, I think his hand is good enough to bet here because he can put in a bet now and decide on the river if he wants to put in one more bet when he improves or just take a free showdown.
So it's
And he
that spot
seems to
we've talked
agree.
about where if you think you're not going to get led into that often on the next street, you can bet and then you can make the decision. Note that the betting lead is held by the player who has the better board.
Right.
So on 6th and 7th street, the boards don't change, meaning the face-up
Right.
cards. So
Jason will
Yuri
have to
knows
act
that
first, no
Jason will
matter
have
what.
to act first. So he has position. He's betting now with the ability to value bet the good rivers and check back the bad rivers. And I think this is a nice play from
So Yuri has bricked, although he catches a very nice blocker with the 5 of spades. And Jason is going to end up with just a pair of 2s or a much stronger holding here.
And I think Yuri really is going to want to check this back and just hope to beat some sort of missed flush draw from Jason.
Deuces.
And Jason has bricked.
Jason
so that was
did
a
break off, so
huge pot for Yuri
monumental pot
Zabolewski.
there for Yuri. And as you can see, 261,000 chip pot. Crazy how these pots, how big these pots can get in the limit games at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah.
Especially when on 3rd Street it went 3 ways and 3 bets each.
Absolutely. And Talal managed to save himself from getting down into that danger zone by making a very, very nice disciplined laydown with a hand that was really a very strong holding on 3rd Street, but he correctly recognized that it weakened and weakened as the streets went on. A very cool multi-way situation there to see how all the players navigated a tough spot.
369, 369. Da 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 da. One more time. Get low.
I think we are playing my favorite game in the mix now.
369.
No limit deuce to 7 single
Okay.
draw.
And
A game that we didn't get a ton of reps in yesterday, so I'm excited to see if we play more of it today.
I'm very excited to see that as well. As we take a look at our tournament update, 29 entries, 19 players remaining. We did lose 2 players today, Chris, both in that same pot to Michael Moncek. First place is $1.2 million, 5 spots paid, and Michael Moncek still at the top of the counts with probably about double second place stack.
And no limit deuce to 7 single draw, if in fact is what we were playing. Yes, this is absolutely a game where people can just get coolered out of the tournament. I mean, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but it's one of the games in the mix where you can just get dealt a good hand, and if your opponent is dealt a better hand, you just have 0% equity, right? So it can be a very bloody game. On the other hand, if you don't pick up many particular premium hands, you can kind of navigate your way through some small pots in this game. So it's kind of a feast or famine sort of situation.
And the rules of the game, trying to make low hands here just the same as you would in deuce to 7 triple draw. The ace is a high card. It does not play as low. The absolute best hand is 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Straights and flushes count against you. As we see Talal Shakerchi open here with kind of a weak pat hand.
Pat jack, yeah.
So among the pat hands, he has a weak hand, but just being dealt a pat hand makes it kind of a stronger hand.
Now, if I'm Negreanu here, I like a re-raise, and he does correctly recognize that both of his opponents are short stacked. He has a tremendous amount of fold equity in this situation, having a 4-card premium low and a pair, and you can see that he gets Talal to fold the current best hand.
Yeah, that hand was
So that's an easy hand for Daniel to play. However, some players may not recognize that the hand should be played as a semi-bluff.
Right, and just worth noting that Daniel's at all in, and he does have a massive stack, but the only 2 players left in the hand were both short stacks, so the effective all in was only for Shakerchi's stack.
And this is a bit of the downside of opening a hand like Talal had there. The Jack 10-9, it really cannot stand a re-raise, even if you have the current best hand. If your opponents are going to be tough and aggressive behind you, you're basically just going to have to fold to any further aggression. And even then, if you get up against a draw 1, you're basically flipping.
That's a good point, Chris. Noting that there's a couple small stacks here with Mercier and Talal, do you expect to see some open shoves at this point, also noting the big size of the ante there?
I think it's reasonable to open shove in this game when you get below around, let's say, 15 big blinds. It's certainly an option. Players may elect to go with more of like a min-raising strategy to try to preserve their stack. Let's see how Johnny Becker, who is very, very competent at this game, decides to handle his Pat Jack in the situation.
From such an early position, yeah.
And look at this. Look, this is a bit of a difference in style. I do not believe that Talal would be ever folding that hand. By the way, if you were going to play open jams, I think Talal has an okay hand to jam here. This is a hand that would prefer to realize its equity, I think. And if you're beat, you're beat. He has a 4-card 10. He cannot stand a 3-bet with this hand.
Right, but notice he does just keep his foot on the gas.
As Matt Ashton also picks up a hand which could consider just semi-bluff jamming in this situation. How will he approach it? We saw Daniel in one hand to go with a similar hand. Matt Ashton's holding is a little bit weaker, but only a little.
And Talal's opening one position earlier.
I still think he has kind of that look on his face like maybe going all in.
Back in the day,
Yep, and he does.
With like 3
And that
bets,
3
right?
blocker might help inform his decision there too. Chris.
Absolutely, in no limit single draw, having a pair blocker is a
What's
key
mine,
card
2K?
in your hand. It
1800.
reduces the chance that your opponent has a made hand.
And it also gives them one less, perhaps, good card to catch.
Talal a little bit disgusted to get jammed on here and decides to go with this
Okay.
4-card 10. So we're going to have a bit of a flip here, despite the fact that Matt has a 4-card 9 versus 4-card 10. These equities run pretty close.
Just one Andrew
And
Jack.
Talal's hand, he's always going to break this off. He's never going to pat that queen 10.
I think he's better off drawing to the 10-8. The fact that he doesn't have a straight draw, it is correct to draw here, but it is kind of close.
Yeah, perhaps if he had somehow raised and called the all-in with a queen jack, he would have then.
He would have to stand pat. And actually, he's thinking about it.
Looks like he is considering his options here. The problem with breaking, and I do think breaking is probably the correct play, but the problem with breaking perhaps in his mind is that he knows he's going to be up against a worse draw.
There's also a psychological factor at play here. A lot of players in poker feel more comfortable standing pat.
Okay.
You just feel like I have something. If I break the best hand and end up making a pair, I'll feel very silly. And that is what Talal ends up going with here. I believe he's just thinking about his equity, but I think that this might be a sliver of an error mathematically speaking.
Now, if he had the jack 10-8-5-4,
Then he would definitely be more comfortable patting, yeah.
You got it?
And Matt makes it, so
Matt
it
makes
was
the 9-7.
irrelevant which option Talal went with when Matt catches the 9-7. And we have lost Talal Shakerchi.
England on England violence there as Talal is eliminated 19th place. And we're now down to 3 tables of 6.
I hate to be results-oriented in these situations, but notice that if Talal had open jammed, he would have had a chance to generate fold equity against all the players. I still think Matt Ashton ends up calling with
Matt's
that hand.
exact hand would have called.
Right, but it might be better for him to put the money in himself as a jam rather than having to call off his money with the 10 draw.
You open it, you rip,
Yeah.
you call.
Big, yeah.
And notice Johannes Becker avoiding a troublesome situation by folding that Jack 10 in a situation where we might see other players come with an open raise. Those Pat Jacks can be very difficult hands to play in this game, especially in early position.
Yeah, position very important in this game.
Feel the
You can
button.
certainly with this big ante consider stealing pretty wide in the later position, but in early position, just too likely rather that you run into some strong
Small
hands.
bit.
You'll always see experienced players play hands like Jack 9s because they always have the option to draw to a better hand. But sometimes those Jack 10s don't really have anywhere to go if faced with if faced with a re-raise.
Makes a lot of sense.
So now I think we have 3 tables of 6 as the field is 18
I'd like to know the next
symmetrical
few
again.
games. Taylor, can you show me? I think it's Hold'em,
Hold'em
stud
and
8.
Badoogie.
Oh, Hold'em, Badoogie. stud 8.
Jason with a very
Fold
short
him,
stack,
the deuce,
inquiring what the
stud
next
8,
games are, kind of
kill.
planning out his strategy here.
Thank you.
You're making a nice disciplined laydown here with a 4 card 10 in early position.
Right, some players would have been tempted to open that hand. Perhaps if he had an extra pair blocker with that hand, you think he would have considered opening that,
I think
Chris?
that definitely would make a decent difference. I think you can usually take that as a rule of thumb, that the pair blocker does make you want to be a little bit more optimistic or aggressive with your hand.
Negreanu with what we call a convertible hand. So he's got the Pat Jack, but he can also turn it into a draw to a 9 if he so chooses.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how this hand progresses if Johnny defends the big blind
Please,
here.
I don't want
As Daniel would have 2 options with this hand. And
Ooh.
interestingly, Johnny picks up a very interesting combo here.
So what do you think Johnny should do in this spot, facing this, by the way, 3x open
He
from
has
Negreanu?
many options with this hand. He could consider a 3-bet and stand pat. He could consider a call and draw 1 or 2, breaking his hand all the way down and going for the 8 draw. And he comes with the former option. And I don't think Daniel's going to be folding this hand.
I don't think so either, just given that he could play it both ways, although he will probably break the Jack off and draw to the 9, given that there's some chips behind.
So Johnny finds a large raise size here, over 4x raise, which I think is fine out of position. This is definitely making Daniel have to consider all of his options. He could even elect for a very aggressive strategy of jam. It looks like he might just be letting it go.
Perhaps wanting to draw to something a little bit smoother, calling there in position. Chris, do you ever play a hand like Becker's as a call and pat, or do you think that's just too weak of a line?
I think against the late position raise, Daniel did open in the cutoff. I think that is too weak. The problem in no limit single draw is if you turn your hand face up as a relatively weak pat, a good player is just going to put you to horrible decisions after the draw.
And you just don't have enough
My other
hands to
favorite
balance
is
that with, and
these
those
people
strong
say
hands
stuff like,
prefer to
Correct.
3-bet.
You know, who's
Notice
better, whatever
that
you
Becker
say.
chose a
All
very
I know
good
is
option against
you're gonna
Daniel's
have to draw
actual
out,
hand.
believe me.
Generating a fold against
Because,
both the
you know,
current
when we
best
get it
hand
in, I'm
and a
gonna have the
4-card
best
9
hand.
was a fantastic
All I
result.
know is he's going to have to draw out.
Yeah, it was.
Phil Hummus still
thank
says
you.
that.
He does. He does. He's from that era.
Daniel has opened very conservatively in our session today.
All I know
6-9,
is
right?
I would agree with that, but nice recognition from Johnny that
Yeah, Johnny doesn't think he's getting a better hand like that to
not
fold.
even
He's
playing
mostly
that
hoping just to get a
era.
fold from a 4-card hand.
No, he was just,
He really wants to put pressure on a marginal 4-card hand because the Pat Jack is the favorite, but it really can't stand any more action. As we notice Ray D picking up a very strong holding.
although perhaps Negreanu's hand was a 4-card hand there if he had called the 3-bet, because Johnny would have likely patted, not having any good break options and hoping to get his opponent to break, or perhaps at that point he would have drawn. Hard to know what he would have done.
Yeah, I agree.
And a very strong pat hand, as you mentioned from Ray D, the Pat 9-8-7-4-3, the type of hand that can take a lot of heat.
Very interesting, by the way. Ray D has elected to open limp to call with this hand in early position.
Now this is cool.
This is neat.
We've seen Ray limp in some of the games, and I have not seen anybody so far in this tournament open limp in this game, but I think it's a really nice option. And you just need to make sure that you're balancing your range and that you're including all types of different hands.
So
in
Yuri
your
has a
range.
4-card 9 in the big blind. How will he perceive Ray's limp here?
So if he thinks that Ray is just limping on the weaker side, perhaps he's going to consider just value raising this pretty strong draw.
Yuri has stepped into it a little bit here as Ray's play is working out extremely nicely as he is in excellent shape against Yuri's hand. Now, I think that Ray has a mandatory re-raise in this situation. You obviously want to protect your hand from draws, and you just have the best hand a lot, and they're not deep enough that if his hand is beat, he's going to get away from it.
Right, we would expect on the Pat side, Yuri to probably raise all of his Pat 10s, and then raise, we can see that he's actually raising a draw that has very little equity against Ray's exact
The
hand.
question for me is, will Ray D just go with a 3-bet jam here, or will he find a smaller size at this depth?
Now, given that we've seen him employ some small ball before, it seems like he's at least perhaps considering the option of calling and continuing to set the trap, or do you think that's
I would find that really fascinating because I just wouldn't know what he's really trying to represent by calling and then patting behind whatever Yuri does. I think his hand still needs a little bit of protection from the draws that are out there. I think he's just honestly feigning a little bit of weakness here. But I'm wrong, as Ray has only called. This is a fascinating hand.
This is very interesting. Because once Yuri draws and Ray pats, I don't think that Yuri is going to put Ray on this exact type of hand. I think he's going to put him either on a very strong pat that's actually trapping, or on something weaker like a Pat 10.
Notice that against Yuri's actual hand, this play is not what you'd love for Ray, because Ray has a very strong hand, but Yuri is drawing fine against him. The question is, if Yuri catches a good card, will he feel like his hand is a value bet? And he has caught inside.
And if I'm Yuri, just going into this draw, when I see my opponent take this line of limp call Pat,
it's weird, right?
It's my head is spinning.
It's very
and
hard
I
to
think that's
imagine what sort of a
something
hand
cool
he
that
has.
Ray is doing is taking his opponents out of their comfort zone by employing this line to begin with.
Now, this hand is not over yet for a number of reasons. Yuri may be worried about what he's up against and check, and then Ray would probably think he would want to bet his hand. On the other hand, Yuri could go with a small block bet or even a large bet if he feels Ray is on the weak side. And he does come with a full pot-sized bet.
So I think what's happening here is that Yuri is putting Ray on something more like a Pat 10.
Yeah.
Which is the type of hand that would not want to necessarily limp re-raise and get all the money in.
I can't imagine how Ray can get away from this hand after looking so weak with a hand that's actually relatively strong.
I agree with that. A really, really cool play would be, what if Ray just moves all in and represents the really
That
strong...
would be wild. I think
he's
given
considering
his
that based on
reaction
his
to
body
this
language.
bet, although, you know, it's never really clear with Ray, I think. I mean, he doesn't give much away in these
How many do I owe
situations.
so far? 2?
Also, I don't think that play
55?
really makes a lot of sense with his exact hand, because he can probably still beat some value bets.
Yes, that's
and
true.
Yuri with this size really is repping a pretty strong range.
I
Yuri
don't
can
know.
just have a very
I don't
strong
know
hand
if Ray
himself.
can beat. I don't know if Ray can beat value bets anymore. Not after he bets pot.
9-8.
Perhaps not, although we can see that Yuri was betting just a slightly better hand.
Wow, Ray's going to be really disappointed to see that exact combo, which relatively
Yeah,
just pips him.
I guess.
He's now feeling a little bit disappointed about the way he chose to play the hand. Although
On the
it
other
was
hand,
a
he
neat way to play.
may have lost more chips if he had gone with that limp re-raise, assuming Yuri continued. Yuri may have raised
It's
folded
hard
that
for
hand.
Yuri to continue with
I
a
agree with
9-8
that.
draw on that spot against what looks very strong.
Yeah, that was an interesting hand all
That
around.
was a fascinating hand. That's certainly not a play I have in my arsenal, and him employing that in that situation really shows me that there's a lot of different ways to think about this game.
Yeah.
And Yuri really getting full value there. And
Albert, you gave me 55 back.
Yuri, who was short earlier in this tournament, now starting to mount a bit of a comeback.
Absolutely.
As we take a look at the chip counts here on our feature table, Matt Ashton leading the way with 760,000. Right behind him is Daniel Negreanu. Then Johannes Becker, Yuri, Ray D, and Jason Mercier bringing up the rear with 55,000.
Yuri and Johannes Becker have both chipped up nicely to start our day. Ray D having fallen way down, and Mercier also very, very short at this point. Mercier is kind of in the open shove territory. This is the game that's fun to see because you see a lot of creative play, despite the fact that the game only has 2 betting streets and a relatively simple game on its face. Daniel picks up a premium draw here.
Big draw here, absolutely.
Notice when you have a 7 draw, you're not really thinking too much about your block or your 5th card, whether or not you're going to be, raising or not. Negreanu with a very different strategy in this game from what we've seen, coming in for a full 3x open raise from early position.
Yeah, I think there's some merit to it with that big ante in there.
Will Ray feel compelled to defend a relatively weak 3-card 6 against this large sizing? Daniel has been very snug to start our day, and Ray's probably aware of that. Nevertheless, hands do hold a lot of equity in no-limit single draw.
Yeah,
and
they
even
do.
if you think you're up against a strong 1-card draw, these hands do have a deceptive amount of value. And Ray agrees with that and just feels like he has too much hand to fold
2.
here.
I kind of agree with that. Your opponents can be drawing 1 a lot of the time. Obviously, Ray would rather have something like deuce 5-7 where he doesn't have the straight
Right.
possibilities, but he does have that additional 5, which is nice because, as we can see, it's one of the cards that Daniel could use to fill his hand. So he's blocking.
These D2s against D1s, you're in the mid-30s equity-wise. You're not dead.
Right. And you're often able to get some check raises in when you do make very strong hands.
Good point. And he has made an unfortunate hand here. I thought he made it, but instead he has made a 7-high straight.
He's made a straight. So we'll see if Ray D decides to bluff with this hand being at the bottom of his range. As the player who drew 2 against the player who drew 1, you often play quite passively and
Yeah.
do a lot of checking. Doesn't mean you can't have some bets, though. And then if you do check, you still give yourself the option to check raise. Does Daniel go for value here with this Jack 7? Against somebody who drew 2, it seems like it's at least a consideration.
It's at least a consideration. I think that he is going to feel like he doesn't need to go for value here, as he's mostly going to get a fold.
12.
But he goes for a very small value bet, only betting 12. Will this tempt Ray D to go for a bluff? He has seen that pair blocker, as you mentioned earlier. He certainly has a hand that cannot win in any other way. Is he willing to risk it with a straight in his hand? This hand does not have particularly good blocker properties to bluff with, but he might feel compelled anyway.
Now, if you look at Daniel's bet as face value, as being some type of thin value bet going for a small sizing, then you would definitely at least want to consider bluffing with this hand where you've also seen the additional 5. However, you obviously know that Daniel's a good enough player to be doing something like this to induce,
Yeah.
and that Daniel might just decide, my bet looks weak, I'm going to call the raise anyway. So really interesting spot for Ray.
Absolutely considering it.
I would have a hard time not bluffing this hand facing this small bet, and maybe that's what makes this bet so nice from Daniel.
I wonder if Ray's considering whether he should shove as a bluff or whether he should bet raise a small size.
Right. And part of my consideration for whether or not I make this bluff is how thin do I think my opponent can go for value for, as well as how many bluffs do they have.
By the way, Daniel has a pretty tough decision now.
Yeah, so Daniel now
This is
doesn't
certainly
beat
not what he wanted to see.
any value raises. Ray did choose a relatively small raise size,
Yeah.
given how...
Which also looks strong in some ways.
Right. Now, it's possible that using a size like this, Ray's really just trying to get Daniel mostly to fold his bluffs, thinking he's not going to have a ton of fold equity against his value bets. But
True.
Daniel towards the bottom of his value betting range with just the jack low.
Yeah, Daniel did bet a hand that was very thin, and it's certainly a good candidate to fold, I think.
Oh, and he lays it down. Nice
Wow,
find
what a
there
great
from
play
Ray
for me.
D.
So Ray has had to put a couple adventures so far in this round. This one working out better for him. I think Daniel's small misstep there was going for that thin value size in a situation where when you're up against a very capable, tough opponent who's going to go ahead and re-bluff in those situations, you cannot go for such thin value and represent such weakness.
Especially in position. I think
Yeah.
that's a concept that carries over from No Limit, where you do make more thin value bets out of position.
Yes.
Play Poker Go is here, and it's where you can play free online poker anytime, anywhere. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into ring games and tournaments, compete against players worldwide, and sharpen your game. Play now for free at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android.
Good news, I found a small bankroll after yesterday. I no longer need to play exclusively play chips. However,
Excellent.
Play Poker Go may still be a good training
Where'd
ground
you
for me.
find that bankroll, Chris?
Oh, I just looked through all the dirty clothes,
Okay.
shook some pockets a little bit.
Yeah.
Came up with a couple
Found a little spare
Bellagio
bills
chips.
under the bed.
Yeah, I don't have to retire entirely. Retire completely. Matt Ashton with a nice fold under the gun, and Johannes Becker picking up a very strong 4-card hand here.
Yeah, very nice hand for Johannes. Again, when you have a draw this strong, your fifth card doesn't matter. So you're always going to be ditching that ace. It's those weaker, more marginal draws where you're really looking to have some type of pair
Did I
blocker
only put
rather
two?
than
Is that
perhaps
what
having an ace or a
happened?
king.
Is that
Good
my-
point.
Yeah.
So Ray picks up a Jack 10, just as we've seen some other players pick up in this situation. He's facing a relatively, I guess he's facing a cutoff open raise here. Let's see how he elects to handle the situation. He has surprised me at every turn so far this round, and I have no idea what he wants to do in this spot.
Right. What's your rule of thumb? What's your default here with this type of holding, Chris?
That's a good question. This is a tough combo. I think a 3-bet is reasonable. You are facing a cutoff range, which can even include some D2s, which will definitely snap fold. And it looks like Ray agrees with that. He's coming with a 3-bet. Planning to pat his hand. Daniel looks interested, and Daniel has picked up an interesting combo. So Daniel has a tricky situation here because Johannes has a big stack behind him. If he was facing just Ray, he might consider 4-bet jamming.
I actually like this laydown for Negreanu.
Yeah.
Facing a raise and a re-raise.
Yeah, that
120,
pair blocker in his hand was a little bit
I have
tempting, and the
150
4-card 9 was
150
strong.
back. Thank you.
Now, Johannes is definitely not folding, right?
Right.
He has a premium draw. His decision is between 4-bet jamming as a semi-bluff or just calling. I think having that ace in his hand, which is not helping, and being in position with a premium draw, he feels comfortable just calling.
I tend to agree with you, Chris. I think if that ace was a jack, he would have considered going all in because then you give yourself the option to pat if your opponent breaks and
Yes.
break if your opponent pats. Also, if he'd had a pair blocker, perhaps he would have considered a more aggressive option, but just deciding to play post-draw in position.
Yeah.
And Ray, we see he decides to stand pat because his draw is just not very good.
Right.
The only problem with this is he's going to be a little bit face up perhaps when he checks the river.
Ray is now going to be in the very, very prototypical situation in no limit single draw, which is you have a relatively weak range and a relatively weak hand facing a strong draw out of position. I believe he will certainly start with a check, and then he has to play the guessing game. Johnny has caught an interesting blocker here. He has missed, but he has caught a very tempting card to bluff with, and I believe that if he bluffs here, he will feel compelled to go with the big size, risking putting Ray all in for 1.5 times the pot.
And I think that Johnny is a very studied theoretical player and somebody who values those blockers.
Yeah.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but he may be okay.
Ooh.
He doesn't go for it this time.
Interesting. I wonder if Johnny would have felt differently about the hand had he had a pair on the pre-flop street as well.
Yeah, that's possible, and perhaps he just has a read on Ray that he doesn't think that Ray's going to fold there.
Yeah, or maybe
His
being
bluff.
aware of his own image, right? As someone
Right.
who's perceived as maybe a loose aggressive player, he's going to get called more often. Ray has also been conservative for the most part. We saw him play that 9 very passively earlier. Maybe Johnny doesn't believe he has that many Pat Jacks in his range that take that line.
As we see the bio board on Ray, Poker Pro Ray D, Poker Pro from Tehran, Iran, attended the University of Kansas, studied chemistry, won WCP bracelet in 2016. That was the year he denied Jason winning 3 bracelets in that year, where Jason Mercier had a lot of side bets and live tournament winnings of 2.1 million. As we said yesterday, kind of underselling Ray's resume as a poker player, as a lot of his success has come in the cash game worlds.
Absolutely.
Playing at the very highest stakes in Bobby's room and here at the Aria as well.
Man, that was that could have been a very fascinating hand if Negreanu had decided to take an aggressive action with his 4-card 9 in the big blind.
That's
Imagine
true.
he could even come in for a small 4-bet.
As we see here, the action fold around Johannes Becker with a tempting 2-card
Yeah,
draw.
I wonder if he's going to feel compelled to open this with the pair blocker, but no, he just goes, he's in too early a position, and he just knows that these 2-card draws are not as strong as you might
Yeah,
first
sometimes
think.
you wait until the cutoff or button to start opening those
Ooh.
2-card draws.
Ray has a tempting combo to do some bluffing with, I believe, having 5 blockers to reasonable holdings, but no, he just decides to let it go.
Yeah, and we haven't seen too much of that snowing that we've been talking about yet,
Yeah.
but action now folds around to Daniel.
Negreanu's just going to jam here, right? Mercier has a short stack in the big blind, and Mercier certainly
Oh.
has an easy call here. So we have an all-in moment for Jason Mercier here.
Absolutely.
And
Good luck, Jason.
I don't think Daniel would stand pat.
You have
Oh,
no card?
he surprises me. He does stand pat.
Yeah, I would have
with this
expected
queen.
him also to draw.
So
to
he
that
makes a very
10-6.
similar
to.
decision to
You just have
Talal.
to beat a queen.
Maybe he feels that Mercier would call some
After
draw
a king.
2s in this
Correct.
situation.
Yeah, you did. Good later. Good
That's
break.
true.
Good break, buddy.
Don't want it.
But I think in general these pat
I'll take
queens
a
are
4
making a
spot.
small error not going for the 4-card 10s.
Right,
The equity is going to be a
I'm okay
little
with
better
paint
drawing
as
to the
well.
10.
You're right
yeah.
that this situation is
Three
slightly
spot.
different than Talal's, where he doesn't know how many cards Jason's going to
Right.
Nothing is
However,
not
in this
your
situation, he
fault.
also doesn't know that
No,
Jason
don't
could just
do
stand
that.
pat behind him, right? And he would
That's
be
true.
much more likely to be drawing live
Right.
with the 10 draw.
Yeah,
than
I would have
queen.
been tempted to
They'll
draw
know if
1
I'm
to the 10 as
eliminated
well.
or
Uh-oh, we've lost your
Oh my
pick.
God. Come on, Ray. You're such. What was it? Nothing. in
Squeeze the
front?
no
Sorry,
sider.
bro.
A bad squeeze, yeah.
Thank
So
you
no
for
sider, an ace, deuce, or 3, and none of those cards being good for Jason's actual hand.
Good luck, guys. Good
See you,
game.
Jason.
You see, Jason Mercier eliminated in
See you, bro.
18th place.
See you later, bud.
A very, very
not gonna
strong
see you,
player
right?
at our feature table has been
I mean,
eliminated.
I'll probably see you over there.
Oh, at the, yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to have to pick a new
Maybe.
hero.
Yeah. I'm on Texas Mike train now.
Okay, well, that's a reasonable spot to be. Oh, you're just going to go
I'll
with the
just be the-
overwhelming
I'll
chip
be the
leader.
bandwagon
Oh,
guy, yeah.
what a gambler.
I'm on the Golden State Warriors when they started winning every game.
You're single big time.
2016
Real
or whatever it
going
was.
out on a real ledge
He's
there.
going
I'm going to go with Matt Ashton.
Okay.
I think he's playing fantastic. He's a bit of a mystery to a lot
Can
of
I
the players in the
propose,
field.
Chris, a $20 bet? I get Texas Mike, you get Matt Ashton, win only.
Wow, you're just robbing me here.
As we move on to rules of the game, limit hold'em.
Limit hold'em, I think.
Probably one that most of our
Imagine you're
viewers will be
playing no
familiar
limit
with.
hold'em, but you can only bet really, really small.
That's a great way of putting it. And Chris, this is probably one of the games you have the most experience in over the years. Is that accurate?
I almost
Oh,
checked
yeah,
my
that's
hand
true. One of the
yesterday.
first games I ever played. Mostly the game I only played predominantly.
felt
And
like
certainly
a
a game
little
that
girl.
most players that play
Well,
mixed
that's
games
a bad
probably
thing.
have played a lot of at some point in their career, especially the older players.
Chris, a former coach on the now defunct site deucescrack.com. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is a sad reality. Yuri picking up a premium ace king here in the cutoff, and well, Ray picking up not much. Oh, sorry, the hijack.
Still in a bit of a daze.
Though you're still in the
Still in
coaching
the
streets
days.
these days, I
Yeah,
believe.
put the back
Yeah,
number.
I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
okay.
true.
Limit hold'em?
As we see Yuri open the hijack with the ace-king offsuit.
Yeah, and getting 2 weaker aces behind him to fold.
I think Daniel, if he'd been suited there, would have been tempted to play
We
that
have
hand
a
with the ace-8
single-
offsuit.
single big blind with,
I assumed it
for
was
Ashton with
obvious
king
that
10.
I had misclicked.
Oh, with the 9 hand?
Oh,
Well, I
very
mean, I
fascinating.
threw in 3,000.
Oh.
I was thinking I was throwing in.
Ray,
This
3,000.
makes a lot more
okay,
sense.
so Ray
Yeah,
really
I mean, it
leaned
was like-
into the
Yeah,
misclick that he made by just
incredibly
deciding to
obvious.
flat
Yeah.
the raise after
Yeah.
making an error with his
Yeah.
open size pre.
Okay, he
Messed
threw the
with
wrong color in.
Well, no. I
Yeah.
mean,
It wasn't obvious to me. By the way, so going back to the hand here, Matt Ashton has flopped a
Versus
very
a hand
strong
that I'm
holding
like
for limit
limping
hold'em.
in.
Top pair with a good kicker
Yeah,
and the
this-
king of spades.
Yeah.
I think we'll see an immediate raise.
I agree. This feels like a very natural check raise,
this is
and
a hand that's, you
pretty
know,
much on
rather
most
with
runouts, you're just going to
misclick.
continue betting this hand.
Yeah,
right,
and it
Chris?
may be a bit of a surprise to the viewers, but ace king high is really a mandatory continue on almost every run out here for Yuri.
Yeah, no spade in his hand, so if it starts to get ugly, something like
Right, there's
a
some
middling
runouts where you
spade.
can get away, but in general, your no pair nut no pair is a hand that you go pretty sticky with.
And
in
this is
limit
actually a
hold'em.
really nice looking card for Yuri because it doesn't complete any of the draws. Matt can still have a number of available semi-bluffs.
It is a card that connects
see
better
anyone
with
with the
Ashton's big
tournament?
blind defending range. Obviously, he could have a hand like 5-3 suited that Yuri can never hold
Yeah,
here.
right, it
He
does
can even
blind
have some
5-3.
2 pairs that hit the deuce.
Yeah.
But I think, as you said, I think Yuri's going to feel compelled to continue this one.
Certainly, I think the 5, 7, 8, 9, and spades are kind of the cards you're looking to avoid, especially when it's 5, 7, 8, 9 of spades, one of those cards.
So that does resolve the mystery of that no limit single draw hand for us a little bit. Ray acknowledging that he actually misclicked with his open size there, and then was in a weird spot after facing a raise.
Yeah,
with the
maybe
big
a little
blind.
flummoxed after
Yeah.
misclicking and not knowing how to proceed. The 5 is kind of an interesting card. I think
Yeah.
Yuri can at least consider getting away on this card because it does complete
Yeah.
some of the semi-bluffs.
An easy card for Ashton to go for value on. He is not worried about really any straights on this board, at least not until he were to face a raise. I still think Yuri probably needs to call this one having no spade in his hand.
Yeah, no spade is really nice.
But he's definitely not loving that card. He would have preferred to see either obviously improving his hand or seeing like a board pair.
Right. So in terms of the sort of obvious draws he can still beat the 7-9 and 9-8 gut shots as well as any spade combinations.
Yeah.
He's giving this some serious consideration.
Yeah, he doesn't like it, but he feels like he's got too much hand.
Right.
When you're up against a very studied player like Matt Ashton, you don't want to deviate too much from the theoretical way that the hand should be best be played. I would be surprised if many players here think they're getting any reads, like live reads on Matt Ashton.
Yeah.
I agree with that. And Ashton just continues to play
getting
very
dealt
solid
with.
poker.
Jesus.
But I noticed that you didn't accept that $20 bet, Chris.
Well, I'd like to get a little bit of a look at the chip counts, but I do feel like I'm getting robbed by my co-host here just a touch. I'll take 30 to 20.
Okay, you got a deal.
All right, now I've got something to root for. And I can double my bankroll.
Yeah. As we see Matt Ashton stack his chips. Now the chip leader on this table with Negreanu just behind him.
By the way, it's not clear I can pay you if I lose this bet.
Oh, I'm aware of that. I do take IOUs.
Perfect, like most in the poker community.
Yeah, I've already got a few.
So Yuri picks up an okay hand here to open. This is obviously a relatively weak holding in limit hold'em. However, these suited kings are a little undervalued by some of the old school players in the field, and
Yeah.
Yuri is probably pretty studied in this game
Seems
as well.
quite reasonable in the hijack, and Ray D picks up a
Very
nice
strong hand. And you always want to play 3-bet, I think, in limit hold'em.
Yeah, and you
Pushing
see
out
him-
the blinds is very valuable, and your hand is certainly good here a lot of the time. Nobody really with much tempting hands behind. Obviously, the 10-9 offsuit would have liked to call for one more bet in the big blind, but facing
Right.
a raise and a re-raise, he has to get out of the
Or
way.
perhaps facing this action, if Becker was suited, he would have been tempted to get
Yeah,
in.
that would be a tougher combo to play facing a raise and a re-raise, but probably would want to get in there. Yuri is the one who flops best on this spot. Now, this is a little bit of a different situation than the last hand. Ray D can consider mixing in some checks. This is not a mandatory bet spot, as he is up against a much stronger range than the big blind defense of the previous hand,
I
right?
agree.
Yuri has raised in early position and can certainly have a king, certainly can have pocket pairs. And Ray's hand makes for kind of a nice check in some situations.
Yeah, and I think out of position, Yuri wants to mostly be raising a hand like
Yeah.
this. Sometimes in position, when you flop as good as top pair, you go for the call on the small bet street, hoping to raise the next street.
Yes.
But out of position, there's a big risk that the turn just checks through.
For sure. And
So-
Yuri also has some other features to his hand that are better than just having a king, right? The 8 interacts with the board in a way where he can run off straights. He also has the
Flushes,
backdoor
yeah.
hearts, which are worth something. And notice that Ray definitely has a continue with the nut no pair, very similar to the last hand. He will not like this turn card, though. It does connect with some of the semi-bluffs that Yuri could hold, notably like this hand like 9-8 suited.
I think this is already a lot uglier of a spot for Ray than the ace-king was for Yuri, except that the pot is perhaps a little bit bigger.
Good
so
point.
It's interesting. On the one hand, I think that that Ray's doing worse against Yuri's range than Yuri was doing against Ashton's range. But because he's 3-bet pre-flop, he's
The pot
bloated the
odds are
pot,
just so compelling
and maybe
here.
he needs to just call and try and hit an ace or potentially a queen. But this is a very ugly hand because even if your opponent was bluffing with some type of straight draw, they've at least made a pair. And really, you feel like at most you have 6 outs, unless Yuri's
So-
really just airballing it with something like 10-9 of spades.
So one of the things Ray is thinking about here is how often is the queen an out for him, right? He feels like the ace is usually a good card for him. The question is, how is he doing against the other parts of Yuri's range?
And I think
obviously,
this is just a good disciplined
yeah,
fold here.
we can see that against the king, he's in very, very bad shape, right? He's also probably thinking, if I call here, I'm going to feel compelled to call on some brick river
get
cards,
another
right? So
9
he's
tomorrow?
effectively risking 2 bets in this situation a lot of the time.
Another thing that
but I
Ray
guess-
should be thinking about is all the possible hands he gets there with.
Yeah.
And ace-queen, despite maybe being ahead of something like ace-8, actually is doing worse because the ace-8 has more equity against Yuri's range.
Yeah.
So when it comes to his equity against Yuri's range, ace-queen is towards the bottom, and you need to start folding some hands on every street. I think this is a nice disciplined fold on the turn.
Yeah, so Yuri lost one there, but then basically wins the chips right back. Limit Hold'em certainly a very technical game. A game that's all the players have played a lot of, and certainly not a lot of information available about your opponent's hand range. So just trying to make good decisions about how your cards interact with the board. Ray has a bit of a tempting hand here in the hijack with the Jack-10 off, and does look like he's going to come in for a raise. This is kind of on the border.
Feels a little close, yeah.
And he's immediately going to have some regret here, as he's going to feel kind of dominated by Daniel Negreanu's 3-betting range. We can see that he's actually sort of okay against 8s.
And
Ashton gets away from the ace-6 suited facing 3 cold.
Right.
And Yuri picks up another hand in the big blind here. I think he may come in for a 4-bet.
That
And
ace-
this puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the Jack-10 off of Ray D. He
That-
could consider folding pre-flop here.
I think so, and that's something that you'll see in this game more than you will in something like 08.
Yeah.
In 08, typically if you raise and face 2 more
Right.
bets, you have to play.
This hand is so dominated by the types of hands that are willing to 3-bet and 4-bet that he doesn't feel like really any of his cards are particularly nice to see on the flop, right?
It's this type of hand and maybe like an ace-8 offsuit that I would consider folding
Exactly.
this spot. Chris,
Exactly.
the ace-6 of hearts that Matt Ashton had on the button there, would you ever consider playing that in a cash game, facing a raise and a re-raise?
I would not. It's, again, kind of dominated. It plays nicely sometimes as a 3-bet semi-bluff, but facing a raise and a 3-bet, I think it's
too much action.
too much action. You never really even want to hit the ace. So notice that by 4-betting pre, Yuri has achieved a good result. He created dead money from Ray D and got 2 live cards to fold. However, this is a very bad flop for him against Negreanu's actual hand and probably against his range.
Now, despite being a bad board, perhaps Yuri thinks that because he 4-bet pre, his range is so strong and contains so many overpairs that he can just bet pretty much willy-nilly.
And Negreanu's pretty happy to raise right away, right? I mean, he may have the best hand, he may not have the best hand. He has a lot of equity no matter what, and he's kind of going to get some information about how Yuri responds in the situation, in addition to just having a lot of equity against anything.
Absolutely.
Yuri has to continue here as he's made the pot very large, but this is immediately a very uncomfortable situation as this board, you know, he can be in very, very bad shape against like a set, or obviously even the hand that Daniel has. He does get top pair, top kicker on the turn, and he will certainly probably start with a check. The question is, would he find a thin raise? I think Daniel will perceive this card as relatively good. Interestingly, Daniel checks back.
So Daniel does check back, perhaps raising that flop to get a free showdown on the river and then be able to bet on the good turns.
Now the spade has come home. Oh, hang on a second here. As we are going to an outer table, as we look like we have lost another player.
Brian Rast has been eliminated.
Yep. Another fearsome player in the tournament.
It looks like perhaps Albert Daher stacking some additional chips.
Yeah, so Albert rebuying today on a second bullet and chipping up nicely. Now, I was going to say, as we get back to the limit hold'em hand here, Yuri does fear the spade a little bit, but in limit poker, you're only risking one more bet if you get raised, and he has a very strong holding.
But I saved the bet on the turn because I'm supposed to bet the turn, and I didn't bet the turn. So now maybe I'll give him the money that I didn't give him on the turn. I'll give it to him now, right?
Right. Daniel is making a compelling point here. On the other hand, he also has to be thinking, well, what hand does Yuri really have to bluff with in this situation?
Perhaps something like ace-10, Chris? Ace-10 of hearts?
Perhaps, yeah.
Ace-queen. I made a great check then.
Oh, boy.
Take it down.
Yeah, that was an interesting hand from both players.
Notice if Ray D had played his Jack-10 offsuit, he would have gotten himself in a very difficult situation in that hand. He would have had to continue on the flop with the gut shot, turned an open ender, and bricked it on the end.
Right.
So he managed to save himself a massive amount of chips, as both of his opponents had strong holdings on that board.
So a slightly loose open there from Ray D, but then facing all that additional heat, he makes a nice fold.
Yeah, that would have been a very, very big pot, I think. 3 ways. Not that big, but just a little bit bigger.
And Yuri really just piling up chips here. He was on the short side earlier in the day, now up to 507,000. As we take a look at the tournament update, we're down to 16 players. Today we're going to play down to 5, which is also down to the money bubble, Chris. So we're going to be into the money today. Chip leader remains Texas Mike until further notice.
For sure.
And I've already spent a portion of that $20. Been on Amazon over here.
Oh, no. Well, my guy so far has avoided any trouble in these limit hold'em hands, but we will keep an eye on things. Yuri has picked up a number of holdings in really all the games today. He's been kind of hit over the head with the deck pre-flop.
Interesting to see if Ray D decides to defend this queen-deuce offsuit. Not a very
I
compelling
would.
hand.
So in a blind versus blind situation, you do need to play very loose in the big blind, even though you know your hand is kind of dominated by some holdings. By being in position and up against such a wide range, I do think you end up playing very loose in that situation.
Perhaps,
however,
Chris, the tournament considerations playing into Ray D's mind there, where he might have called in a cash game, but down to about 6 big bets, just trying to pick better spots in tournaments. And also, one thing to think about in this format is what's the next game? When's the button going to hit me? Perhaps they're switching to one of the stud variants after this.
Yeah, I think
perhaps
it's going to be
feels
the
he's a little more limited.
But
okay,
I still think your point is a good one.
I think Yuri just feeling quite confident now. Things have really gone his way over the last hour or so.
Certainly.
Great.
He's even warmed up. He lost his jacket.
Yeah, the jacket is
feeling
gone.
very comfortable in the studio now.
And look
Ray
at this.
gets rewarded for his discipline by waiting, and Matt Ashton has opened a relatively light hand from the hijack, and Ray picks up a premium.
Ray, of course, electing to 3-bet. Should push Daniel off of a lot of his
You don't do much slow playing in limit poker because you don't really get rewarded for it on later streets. You can only win 1 bet at a time. So typically we just play the strength of our hand a little bit more straightforwardly than you might consider in a big bet game.
Makes a lot of sense.
Not that Queens ever wants to slow play in no limit either necessarily, but a little bit more straightforward with your
Though
good
we
hands.
did see Nick Schulman slow playing those queens and getting some nice value on that jack high board against Daher.
A very interesting hand from yesterday. And Ray has flopped a big hand here, and Ashton has enough to certainly continue and maybe even consider a raise.
So I think it's possible that Ashton just plays this as a call in this street and then can raise what he considers to be the good turns, although he's actually going to be in very bad shape on those good turns.
So we've seen Ashton play a little bit cautiously in these spots in other hands, and I think that when you're in position here, a nice play might just be to play passively unless you get checked to, and then put it in a bet.
Now this turn, interesting to see if the turn had been something like an offsuit deuce or an offsuit 4, I think Ashton would have considered raising. The 8 brings a little bit more interaction to the board. It's possible that he does not decide to raise.
So this is not a really scary card, I don't think, for Ray D. Having the queens, having the gut shot here, and having nice blockers. One hand you would be worried about in general are all the queen-jack offsuit combinations that your opponent might have. But I think in this situation, the queens is a great hand to have in this spot. You can also still get called by a single spade hand that you have in very bad shape. And obviously a hand like ace-king is probably going to be continuing as well.
Right.
Ashton probably will just elect to call again here, having no really cards that improve his hand on the river.
Right. I think he would have
obviously the king
potentially been looking for just a slightly safer turn to consider raising.
Now, Ray has the 3rd nuts. In general, in limit hold'em, your hand is good enough to go for value here against the one pair hands of your opponent. However, given the tournament considerations, I wonder if we will see him be a little bit more cautious here, maybe try to induce a bluff and save a bet against the ace or the king of spades that could be lurking.
Right. One merit to checking is that you can get some type of one pair hand to turn itself into a bluff. If Ashton got here this way with something like red 6s or red 7s, he might certainly consider that he doesn't have enough showdown value.
It sort of looks like Ashton could have a single spade the way the hand was played. But nevertheless, Ray goes for value, which is obviously the standard play here and certainly reasonable. Now, Ashton has a very difficult decision here, as he can beat bluffs.
He can beat bluffs, but he's got to ask himself, what are those bluffs? A lot of Ray's unpaired hands that bet flop, that 3-bet pre, bet flop, and turn probably would contain a single spade.
Yeah, I mean, a hand like red ace jack is a very obvious candidate to bluff with on this run out, and Matt does feel compelled to pay it off. So a very nice pot for Ray D to get healthy, and a very bad result for my dwindling bankroll as my man has taken a hit.
Yeah, I think Matt's really hoping to see something like ace-jack, king-jack.
Yeah.
Some of those red ace-kings might have just check-folded on a previous street.
Right. There are some natural bluffs there that make sense if your opponent's willing to go for it on the 3rd barrel. Maybe even some hands that don't make sense, but just might feel a little bit desperate. Sometimes players go for too many bluffs on 4-card monotone boards, just hoping to get the fold from anything, turning pairs into bluffs. Just in general, there's a bit, I think, of a concept there that, like, maybe a good thing happens if I bet.
Right. As we see Johannes Becker pick up the type of hand that no limit hold'em players might
sometimes
enjoy,
overplay in limit poker.
Could get a little bit overplayed in limit poker. Typically because you don't have as much implied odds, those suited connectors actually go down in value, and you want to be a little bit more big card heavy with your hand selection.
Absolutely.
Speaking of big cards, Ray D picking up the ace-king off on the button. Certainly going to play that one.
Yeah, a great hand to have on the button because obviously you're perceived to have a wide stealing range and you can get extra action from worse hands. Ashton certainly has a hand that can continue. And these guys will have a rematch. Ashton hoping for a similar board texture with 2 spades in his hand.
Right.
Ray hoping for a very different board texture with ace-king.
Ooh, interesting flop.
Very interesting. So I think Ray will feel that a paired board is decent for an ace-king to continue betting, and I think Ashton will have a hand that seems very natural to semi-bluff raise.
Absolutely.
Not only does he have 7 high and spades, but he's also somewhat interacting with the 5 with both of his cards, which is an underrated concept in limit poker, in limit hold'em.
Sometimes in no limit, you'll see flush draws do a lot more calling, not wanting to raise and have to put all the money in and just wanting to realize their equity. It's very different in limit, where the punishment of being re-raised at some point is just not nearly as severe.
Correct.
And we do see Ashton here with just 7 high, but also with the 7 high flush draw going for the
These small
raise.
paired boards in limit hold'em also favor the big blind, as he will be defending a very wide range and can have a number of trips.
And I expect Ray to c-bet this board at almost 100% frequency, so he's going to get some immediate fold equity now, perhaps, and then a decent amount of fold equity on the turn against perhaps not Ray's exact hand, but some other hands that don't improve.
Now, a key thing to look out for on the turn is how Matt Ashton approaches it when the turn is a brick. Many players just barrel off with their flush draws here, but a very studious player will understand that he needs to balance his range and also sometimes check. However, when the turn comes a 3, which gives him some additional equity and is perceived to be a better card for his range, it looks like he's going to go ahead and continue to fire.
Yeah,
I don't expect to see Ray D folding this ace-king at any
I think
point.
a very natural bet here for Matt, picking up the gut shot. And And like you say, a very natural continue from Ray D.
Yeah, these ace highs need to be very, very sticky in limit hold'em. He can even bet. He can even beat thin value here in this situation. Notice if Matt Ashton had a hand like ace deuce of spades, he would maybe consider playing it the same way to this point, not really even be bluffing. Now, this card is not particularly scary to Ray D. Obviously, you don't like to see another random no paired hand. I wonder if Matt Ashton will consider giving up. He has a bad hand to bluff with. When you have spades in your hand, you want your opponent to have something that missed. But he kind of blocks the bluffs. And yes, we see Matt Ashton immediately shutting down on a very bad card for his range.
Yeah, really good point there, Chris, that those spades are nice
Could Ray
cards to
consider
have.
going for
on the
value
previous
with ace-king
streets.
high? This is very interesting. Ray might perceive that Matt would value bet with any pair here, and he might even go for a very thin value bet with ace-king high, targeting those ace-high flush draws that Matt could cold.
Yeah,
Pretty interesting spot here. And he just goes for a careful check instead.
I think a very reasonable check back. Matt could also have some 3x that plays this way. Check raising the flop with some sort of a bluff,
So-
turning a little bit of showdown
Yeah,
value.
so Ray getting very healthy in those 2 limit hold'em pots, and I think that takes us to a break.
Yeah, we're going to be heading for a break here very shortly, and you can see we're going to have new players when we come back. Here's a look at the feature table from this batch. We've got Matt Ashton at the top of the council with 683,000, followed directly by Daniel Negreanu, Yuri Jivalevsky, Johannes Becker, and Ray D at 336. Everybody over starting stack. And we
Yeah.
will see you in a few minutes.
After a
with
very
full-
fascinating couple hours of poker.
Yeah, and we're going to have a completely new cast of characters when we return.
Sounds good.
Welcome back to the Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Game Edition. $100,000 buy-in here at the PokerGO Studio at the Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. I'm Alex Livingston, joined alongside Chris Vitch. And Chris, we've got a new cast of characters here at the feature table. What do you think of these guys?
I'm very excited because we finally get a look at who has been our chip leader for all day today and some of last night, Texas Mike Moncek. There he is with all that stack of green chips.
As you see, 29 entries, 16 players remain. First prize is a whopping $1.2 million, and we're going to be playing down to 5 spots tonight. We're going to conclude the rest of the tournament tomorrow. Look at all the chips on this table, Chris. Not only does Michael Moncek have $1.2 million, but combined, this table has 55% of the chips in play among the 3 tables. Benny Glaser and Chad Evsledge also doing very well, and nobody's super short on this table, so we could see some fireworks here, especially in the big bet games.
Amazing that they've been able to accumulate so many of the chips in the entire tournament. And as you said, in the big bet games, we could see some serious confrontations. As we know, Texas Mike Moncek does not shy away from playing big pots.
We also know that Texas Mike was at 2 million chips at one point, so it seems that some of those chips have been distributed to the other players.
One thing that immediately jumps to my mind is that the seat positions at this table, look at how the chips are distributed. Mike Moncek is to the left of the other 2 large stacks at the table, which should benefit him very well. John Racner here, having 715K, may have the best seat at the table by seeing all these big stacks on his side.
And in deuce to 7 triple draw, despite being in first position with what would on the surface be a draw 3, these extra 2 blockers really working in Phil Sternheimer's
favor. Do we see some larceny in progress here? Is Phil Sternheimer looking to bluff? Well, he just gets it through right away, so we'll never know.
Huge, and yet it still feels great.
But yeah, we get to see some limit deuce to 7 triple draw now at our new feature table, which is a little different than the no limit single draw we had previously at the before the break.
Electronics on the table, please. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
As we take a look at Phil Sternheimer, organizer of the event.
Yep, on his second bullet.
Who's more of a goof?
We have our 2 philosophy students here, Scott Seiver and Chad Evsledge, side by side, as we did at a point yesterday.
Who's more of a goofball, me or Chad?
Not even close.
Chad by like a decent bit?
By a long.
Okay.
Wow. Wow, that's great.
You can't, if you want to, the thing is like,
can't come for the
Scott can turn off the goofball. You cannot.
I elect to be a goofball. That is true.
You're just a natural.
I think that's a compliment. I'm going to take it as a compliment.
It's neutral. It's neither good or bad, I feel.
I really think that there's only one Chad.
Yeah. That makes sense to me.
Nice nuanced fold here from Scott Seiver under the gun with the 2-5-6. This is a hand that players can overplay in triple draw.
Lots of people are named after countries. A lot of Jordans as well.
Folds around to John Racner. Everyone else out of the ray. He wants to play the King 9, 10, 9, 6 deuce, which he'll probably play as a draw 3 to the deuce 6.
That sounds fair to me. I would also note that the level has jumped up to 15,000, 30,000 limit betting, so these levels are getting very substantial quickly.
Yeah.
It looks like, I think, John is actually drawing 2 and keeping the 9 here.
Okay, perhaps just because he's up against a wide range from Phil Sternheimer, thinking that if he can make a 9, it's going to win enough of the time.
Yeah.
And also that he can generate some extra fold equity by drawing fewer cards on the next few streets.
I agree, that's what he's thinking. He also might be looking at his 2-6 of clubs and being a little bit worried about picking up a straight or a flush draw, which can both work against you in limit triple draw.
Well, look at this. Phil just makes an 8-7-4-3 deuce right off the get.
Yeah, and he also did have at least 1 pair blocker pre. Obviously, he's going to feel fairly comfortable with his hand. Racer at least has an easy decision in the sense that his hand doesn't seem like it can get into too much trouble being such a weak draw.
No, although facing a raise from Sternheimer, does Racner elect to call and take 1 or call and take 2 to the 8-6
It's a good point. He started out with the plan to draw at the 9, but now he actually has a more reasonable draw to the 2-6-8. Let's see how he elects to handle this situation. He could even maybe just make a tight fold.
I was going to say, for this past season of high stakes poker, we had it.
But he is going to continue going for the 9.
And what he's hoping here is that Phil is still drawing and was raising with some type of semi-bluff.
Right. Once he sees the pad here, he's got to be feeling pretty disappointed.
It's just fun. I can't describe it. It was great.
I missed the old.
Interesting blocker he's caught here. I don't know if he's going to do anything with it. Probably just done with the hand.
I think so. Just drawing dead too often.
Still never played with plats either.
I played with blacks
I
a
want to
couple
do
times.
that.
Yeah.
Seems
Surprised.
enjoyable.
In Europe, I feel like those are more common.
Yeah, I think I've only played with them once.
I played with them in Oklahoma randomly.
Giving it some strong consideration, but electing to just get out of the way. Phil shows him his hand, so he lets him know that he made a good laydown, and as Phil
Blacks are like
gives the information for free.
Yeah, not for me. I'm not classy enough for that. Blacks are like some James Bond stuff, some Monte Carlo stuff.
We get the bio for Phil Sternheimer here, an investor from London, England, who graduated from the Wharton School, private equity specialist, married with 2 children, and more of a full-time poker player these days than anything else.
Absolutely. Definitely takes poker very seriously, always working on his game, and kind of more living the semi-retired life, I think.
Yeah, traveling around playing some of the highest stakes tournaments and cash games.
I'll try to let them just talk unless there's like some really huge pot. One of the big
Eve Sledge picks up a bit of a tempting hand in early position. Let's see whether he decides to just let it go. Yes, he does. He's a little bit wary of having that 8 in his hand. Racer picks up a weak hand on the button, but by having virtue of having a pair blocker and some small cards in position here, he's going to go for a steal.
Mine's high, but like these are back, like really back.
Super withered.
Yeah.
Sternheimer not letting him get away with it though.
Yeah, I think Racner's kind of hand you would definitely fold in all the earlier positions, but once it folds around to the button, tempting to go for the steal. And
Yeah.
Definitely not a hand that you want to have in 3-way action. However, drawing to the 8-7, a very dicey situation immediately for John Racner here against two players to blinds that have probably stronger draws.
I'm like, let me make sure. Like, we must have gotten this wrong. Look what he's throwing away. Like, fuck. Better double check when they say that.
Phil had a hand he could have considered 3-betting with
What was
the
the
deuce
draw?
4-8.
2-2-2. Scanner, appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. He went with passive route out of position. Improved significantly here, making a possible hand that could go in a number of directions. He could play it as a 2-4-6-8 draw, or he could go with a pat 9-8 here.
I think multi-way probably looking to draw to that smooth 8-6-4 deuce.
That would be my preference as well.
Although now with Seiver getting out of the way, it's become a heads-up pot.
Yeah, sometimes in this situation, though, you really want to go for the gold, knowing that if you make an 8-6 in the situation, you can win some turn and river bets.
I think so, too, especially with 2 draws to come.
Racer with a very consistent strategy, what we've seen from the 2 hands he's played so far. He's keeping the 9-8-7 here and going for a bit more of a rough draw. This time it looks like he's going to get rewarded for it.
You're cautious.
Of course.
When Sternheimer's draw is this strong, I believe he's going to go with a check when he's catching this jack, with the plan to potentially break the hand.
No one can predict what I'm thinking. I don't know.
But I am incorrect, as he's coming with a lead, probably with the plan to stand pat if he gets called. Now, Racer has an interesting decision here. He could actually choose to play this hand a number of ways himself.
I think a lot of the time you want to just call here and pat behind and leave some of those 10s or those weaker pat holdings in that Phil might be patting.
Yeah. It's also interesting, though, for John Racner here. He has to be a little bit wary that his 9-8-7 is no good. However, he correctly stands pat behind, and Sternheimer cannot like seeing that with the hand that he's holding.
No, Sternheimer knows that unless John has some sort of extremely fancy snow,
right,
Sternheimer's hand is beat. The only question is, does he ever turn it into a bluff? As we see a shot of Max Coleman eliminated on day 2 at one of the outer tables.
Yeah, they're starting to drop as these levels are increasing all the time.
And it looks like the chips are going over to Nick Schulman, by the way.
Okay, the 3rd table out there that we have not yet seen today.
Jack. Nick is currently 2nd in chips at that table with 2.
We do see the action go check there.
I don't know if you heard what Scott Seiver just said, but he was describing how the stacks are distributed in a very funny way in this tournament. That at the outer table, Nick Schulman was in 2nd place at that table in chip stack with 230K.
Wow. Yeah. So really, a lot of chips on this table. It'll be very interesting, the big bet rounds.
That you've put like more than 20K into.
Yeah.
Oh,
I lost. Check folded a.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, brutal.
All right, gentlemen, this one's moving for balancing purposes.
Oh, please be me.
All
Wow.
right, good luck.
We have lost Texas.
See that Texas Mike is.
Wow, we've been a little bit unlucky at the feature table to not have more Texas Mike action.
That's a bit unfortunate because we didn't get to see him at all yesterday.
Yeah.
He's the chip leader of the tournament, and now we've only got to see 2 hands today, neither of which he played, or 2 or 3 hands.
Well, we can assume at some point in the day he'll be back, but right now we are losing our chip leader and balancing out the chip distribution in the tournament a little bit more equitably, we could say.
That's true.
Non-nonsense.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
All
worried
has
about.
it.
I know. That's what's scary.
The biggest compliment anyone has ever given me at a poker table is I had moved all in against Burris, and he's like tanking on the end. And I start chatting with him. He's like, Scott, can you like do me a favor and nod? You're gonna get in my head. Like, dude, it's free information. He goes, it's not free information. You're gonna make me do the opposite of what I should. I'm like, it cannot hurt you. Just like listen.
Hey, what did he say?
Can you do me a favor?
Just do me a favor and just like
Oh, stop.
not like try and like trick me. I'm like, I'm just giving you free info, man, or I'm just chatting with you. I'm all in already.
We see Texas Mike moving to the outer table next to Albert Daher, who had that huge confrontation last night. And it looks like there may be some more in their future.
Looks happy to see his buddy return potentially for a little rematch.
Yeah, it looks like everyone else at that table is short stacked.
Yeah, we see Hennigan looks short, Nick Guaganetti as well, Guagenti.
But Texas Mike Moncek infusing some chips to that table. So now, as you said, the stacks are a little bit more equitable. We still have a number of big stacks here at our table, with only Phil Sternheimer being a below a starting stack.
What'd they say?
Albert said goodnight because Mike got moved to his left and it's PLO.
Oh.
Inshallah, you fold every hand.
The players predicting blood over at that outer table, knowing the game was switching to PLO and being reminiscent of that hand from yesterday.
Absolutely.
As we get back to limit triple draw at our feature table.
A couple of weak hands folded here.
Maybe don't
Over
open,
to Chad Evesledge in this, Scott Seiver in the small blind. Pretty weak hand here, Chris.
Yes.
And yeah, he does just give
and
Chad a
we
walk.
can see Scott getting out of the way.
Chad also perhaps,
A very strong
this
one.
might be one of his better games. We know he's very good at Paducey, probably a very good deuce to 7 triple draw player as well.
Certainly experienced playing a lot of these games online
see
for many hours and for high stakes. So yes, I agree.
Deuce 8.
Benny Glaser also considers this to be one of his
you're
best
talking
games.
about some.
I didn't say it was a good hand. I just said you'll see it in an hour.
Oh, boy.
No electronics
boy.
on the rail, please, sir. I don't like
Counts
that.
as the row.
Yeah, well, I mean, the camera's angled straight towards the cars. That's the entire purpose of having that rule, you know.
Wow, Scott is really trying to police.
Okay.
He's in his groove.
I mean, dude, this is fine. Just literally, it was like, that's all. Easy stuff. I am locked in.
I know.
Second player that Scott has scolded for electronics at the table, Phil Sternheimer
Honestly,
earlier.
it's genuinely cool.
It's a
Seaver
cool
is
ad.
locked in.
It's legit very
It's so
cool.
lame. It's
Best
cool.
ad ever.
No, it's cool. It's just cool. Yo, hook me up with that sponsorship.
Solid starting hand for John Racer, and he's going to get 3-bet by Phil Sternheimer here.
And
A very
Seaver,
interesting hand for Scott Seiver on the button, facing all this action.
in single draw, this would be an absolute monster in this spot. In triple draw, this is a bit of a dicey hand. And a little difficult
Absolutely,
one
and
to
I
play.
think Scott's going to go for just play it as a pat, kind of just play it a little bit more single draw-esque. And obviously, both these other opponents have reasonable hands. We don't have Sternheimer's hand yet, but Racner certainly has know where he's going.
Scott also probably hoping that Racner's just towards the bottom of his opening range and
Yeah.
get away for 2 more bets, and then he gets to play the hot pot heads up against Phil. It's a little dicey
Yeah.
when it goes 3 ways.
Scott will be very happy to see both players in front of him draw 2 here. Unfortunately for him, now he's going to find out that Sternheimer is only drawing 1 to this very strong 7 low draw.
Right, but with this hand, usually you would break off the 9, but where you have this gut shot straight draw, you really have to stand pat.
Sometimes in tournament format, these pat hands can be a little bit easier to play because with the short stacks and the shallow stacks being out there, your opponents are a little less inclined to go for super aggressive lines. Let's see how Sternheimer approaches the situation, making an 8-7-6 right away in this big pot, which is a pretty dicey hand for the situation.
I agree. I think, Chris, versus the range of hands that Scott would be playing as a pat, it's not clear that Sternheimer is ahead of that with the 8-7-6 4 deuce. Typically, we don't like breaking 8s, but and Sternheimer does go for the raise.
Yeah, he has played a ton of hours with Scott Seiver in high stakes cash, and I guess maybe he has a perception of what kind of hands Scott would pat in this spot. And Scott immediately has a horrible decision here, as his hand has kind of nowhere to go. He could consider breaking the 9 and drawing for the gut shot and hoping to catch the miracle deuce.
Probably figures at least one, if not both of his opponents have a deuce, but good point that these guys have played a lot of hours against each other, and a lot of perhaps past history influencing the way that they think about each other's ranges. Racner here still drawing smooth enough.
Sternheimer has a very uncomfortable hand, but has made a good decision so far against Scott's actual hand, right? Sometimes in these 4-bet pots, you kind of need to hold on for dear life against aggressive opponents. And what does Scott want to do? I'm very curious to see how he approaches this. He has to believe he does not have the best hand. I wonder if he's considering almost like bluffing with his hand here. You know what I mean? Standing pat behind and then doing something.
I was thinking that, although his body language has indicated that perhaps he doesn't like the spot. He does end up just drawing, hoping to catch one of the 2 remaining deuces in the deck.
Meanwhile, we have John Raster kind of stuck in the middle with this gut shot draw that's hoping to catch a 7 or an 8.
Now, facing a bet here, if Scott doesn't improve, even though the pot's quite bloated, I think it's at least worth considering folding.
Yeah.
Just given we know that likely 2 of the deuces are dead.
And he's not closing the action. John Racer would definitely check 100% of the time here to the pat hand.
He's
and he
also
could wake
drawing
up with a
dead
raise.
some non-0% of the time.
Yeah. John has made a 9-6, which is going to be a tough catch for him as well.
Yeah, very interesting.
I wonder if Scott's considering bluffing.
I think it's going through his mind. He did just pair the 5, which is an additional blocker to the very strongest hands.
Look how big this pot is already. We have 323,000 in there. Scott is really unsure what he wants to do here. He's considering all options, I believe. A very fascinating hand of triple draw here, as even John Racer is going to have a very difficult decision in a moment. So Scott has decided to call, which makes me think he's probably going to continue drawing, believing that he's just getting compelling pot odds.
And certainly he could win sometimes if he catches the 8.
Yeah.
Even though he's going to make the worst possible 8, so he would only really improve to Phil's pat 9s. Phil could also be snowing some non-0% of the time. There's a lot going on in this hand. John doesn't love this either.
Yeah, what does John want to do given the situation? The pot is very, very large.
I think I would call and draw John's hand.
You want to
Easy
break
to
it.
say when I can see that, that Phil has this 87, but...
By the way, even if he just calls and stands pat here, Phil Sternheimer has to at least consider the fact that Racer could have him beat.
So this would be really interesting. If John pats, does Phil break?
I think John has played, he looks so tentative in the situation that maybe Phil just feels a little bit more confident than he would if he had been a little bit more quick with his actions.
Yeah, the body language is really interesting here. And John does pat it.
And I think Phil has a tough decision.
This is a tough decision.
The pot is so big, it's a disaster to break the winner. He perceives John Racer as a little bit of a conservative player, I believe.
He still does beat a couple of 8s, the 8-7-6-5 deuce.
Yeah. And he also has Scott behind him, who took a time bank to even continue what to do here. I mean, this is an awkward situation for all players involved.
If Scott can see these hands, he really is happy if Sternheimer somehow breaks this, because then if he catches the 8, he would improve to beat Racner's pat hand.
Interesting. Very good point. It's also interesting that the players are being very honest about kind of the strength of their hands by taking so much time in these situations. It's clear that they have real decisions, and those decisions typically only come from a hand that has both an 8 and a 7 in them.
Right, and really every pip matters in these games, Chris. I think if Phil had something like 8-7-5
Wow, I think he's gonna
deuce,
break
he
it.
would just keep the 8-7-5.
He's going to
And he
break
does
it. Wow,
the
this is
6
going to
off.
work out amazing for
Sorry,
John
the 8
Racer.
off.
And Phil is going to be beside himself if he loses this pot after breaking the best hand. And now Scott doesn't know what to do. Well, I think he does know what to do. I wonder if he was considering making a bluff by standing pat and then trying to represent something stronger on the river. But now he feels like he has to draw and just hope for the miracle deuce, I think.
This is actually a great spot for Scott if he does draw, like I mentioned, because now he could catch the 8.
This has been a fascinating hand of triple draw. If Phil Sternheimer does not improve here, he is going to be very, very disappointed how this hand
And look
ran
how
out.
big this pot has grown. Over a starting stack in the middle right now. John, of course, checking. Did Phil?
We don't have his card yet. I think we can see that Seiver has caught the 10, though.
Right. We know that Phil had an 8. Is this a different 8 that he caught, or is this the card that he drew? I can't remember the suit.
I don't think the hand is updated. I think it was the card that he threw away, as his hand is still in gray.
Correct, yeah.
Even if he caught the 8 back here, I certainly don't think he would bet. I think he would bet a 7.
Chuck.
9-6.
Oh, no.
Great.
Oh, and Phil
Great
is
hand,
going to really hate hearing
I
that.
broke better. Nice hand.
Thank you.
Yeah, Phil's disappointed for sure.
Fuck.
That was a very tough spot for really all 3 players in
Absolutely,
that
a
hand.
very awkward
I
hand.
knew it was unlikely, but I swear I made 10-7 on the end and thought there was a chance I could win. Thought there was some slim chance I could fucking win there. Very slim, but
Scott's comment after the hand could be definitely perceived as a needle towards Phil Sternheimer. He's basically saying that he thought John was weak, whereas Phil broke at 8 thinking John was strong.
As we see here, the bio board on John Racner from Tampa, Florida, married with 2 children, and got second in the main event back in 2010.
I mean, also with Scott behind me, hanking. Like, no, like I never had that. That's like 1 in 10. That was a fucking space. That's a good break.
I mean, I'm drawing.
Were you thinking about raising?
Oh, Jesus fucking.
It was like 1 in 10.
I mean, if Scott's not behind me,
I was on second draw when you went deep tank and then raised you.
Scott could be
squeezing as well, you know?
It's like he might fold like a fucking 87 draw, or he might. I don't know what was going on.
All options were in my head. Every single option in the world was in my head there on second draw.
In the world.
All three. There are three of them. They were all literally all three in play.
As we see the chip denominations here, the yellow 1,000 chip, blue 5,000, and those green 25,000 chips now in play here at the Super High Roll Bowl 100K Mixed Game Edition.
Fascinating triple draw hand there. Now sees John Racner over 1 million chips at our featured table.
An interesting point you were making there, Chris, that Scott might have been trying to needle Phil a little bit with his comment about the fact that the 10-7 could potentially be good. Some of what Scott says at the table could potentially be perceived as a needle.
Steam.
Yes, and he's continuing to do it by mentioning that Phil Stormhammer could be steaming this hand.
Right.
Chad Evesledge picks up a tempting hand on the button.
And we do know that those players, Scott and Phil, have played a number of hours against each other in Bobby's room. And
it's also just fascinating that Seiver and Sternheimer could read that situation so differently from each other, right? Even if he's not needling, they may just really have different perceptions of how John Racner was playing the hand.
And you also don't want to be too results-oriented, even though you see that you broke the best hand there.
A very difficult decision for many of the players at that. Well, it was an awkward hand, a very tough hand for both players.
Speaking of awkward hands here, Evesledge, a 3-betting this 8-7-6-3, which I think is reasonable, but some players might even like to fold a hand like this, or do you think that that's an automatic 3-bet, Chris?
It is a close one, for sure. I think that, you know, being in position definitely makes the hand easier to play. We do notice that he catches the 9 right away, which he's definitely going to play as a pat. When you have a weak draw like this and you catch the 9, you're very happy to keep your hand. Of course, it can lead to difficult situations later in the hand, like we saw earlier. But at least with this hand, he doesn't really have anywhere to go. If he gets raised at any point, he might elect to just fold.
Yep, I like that point. Usually when you're breaking, you want to be breaking to something that has a chance of improving significantly. And the 8-7-6-3 is just not a significant enough improvement. And look that Phil does make an 8-5 right away.
Yeah, a very welcome sight for him here, as he does seem to have a little bit of a perception of maybe steaming in this hand. He actually has a very strong draw, has hit it. And how will Chad Evesledge react to a check raise here? Because I believe that's what's going to be incoming. And Chad has kind of a nowhere to go hand unless you just don't believe your opponent.
Right. And Chad has to think to himself, is Phil actually steaming after incorrectly breaking in the last hand? And does his 8-7 draw have enough equity against Phil's hands, and or can he continue to pat with this 9? But this feels like the type of hand that can consider just bet folding when facing this almost inevitable raise from Phil, who checked his whole range here in this pat 1 scenario.
This is in general a situation where it's very hard to find bluffs in limit triple draw when you are the out of position player that's open in, you know, with a non-steal range. And when you do see Chad Evesledge give credit to it and just immediately fold.
By the way, nice quick fold there from
Your
Chad.
body language, either snow or 7.
What the hell?
I think I V-pipped every freaking hand in this orbit.
Oh my god. I gotta work on my poker face.
Oh boy.
Chad Evesledge played one of my more favorite triple draw hands yesterday, bet calling an ace low on the river, believing that Matt Ashton could be bluffing and talking himself into a hero call, which did not work out.
Yeah, we definitely had some interesting discussion on that one.
Yeah. Chino does it as well.
Now we're talking about something else.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, EWAS, for setting my image high. Getting somebody to break a better hand.
So funny.
The player's still debriefing about that big triple draw pot a minute ago.
Chad picks up a nice hand here in the cutoff. Deuce 3-5, certainly to come in for an open. We haven't seen much from Benny yet. Has not been hit with the better part of the deck.
Yep, just staying out of the fray for now.
Racner Nokia's the 2 deuces, not enough of a hand to want to turn into a snow with no other good cards going.
Particularly when you're facing a raise from a non-steal. I mean, they usually just have a deuce as well, so the blockers are not that helpful to you.
Although perhaps Chad, a more creative draw player, would have more non-deuce hands in his range.
Don't use them on first draw limit. You can.
You can call a clock?
Because they don't use them on the first draw limit games.
Scott, our local procedural expert on this table.
Finally.
As we take a look at Chad Evesledge, Pro from Louisville, Kentucky. 4 PokerGO Tour titles and live tournament winnings over $8.2 million. Attended
London.
Indiana University and now lives in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, alongside another number of other
Sandwich
poker
between
pros.
All right, as we
Benny,
transition to
come on,
Raz.
don't include yourself in. Because all that matters is table talking. If you're not gonna,
High card pays
hit
to
'em
bring
with
in
the,
here
you
in
know,
Raz. The
the
entire
chats,
pot
it
goes to
doesn't
the
matter.
lowest hand.
Good poker players
Aces
need
are
this.
low
Anyone
and
can
straight
do
and
that.
flushes
I'll let
do
my
not
play
count
do the
against you.
talking.
I'll let my talk do the playing.
Scott certainly in his element here at the feature table. Very
boy.
chatty this morning, this early afternoon.
Big hand alert.
Oh boy,
As
indeed.
we have a
gonna bring it
very
in for the
exciting
minimum
Raz
prize.
round with a 5 of hearts being the bring in, the highest card on board of 5.
Complete.
Yeah, I think Scott certainly feels comfortable at a chatty table. That's his comfort zone. Perhaps he can bring some other players
the
outside
door,
of
boy.
theirs.
Lock the doors.
Notice a nice fold from Reisner here with the 8-7 deuce facing a raise and a re-raise. Let's see if Sternheimer also feels like folding his 3-card 8.
Yeah,
And he
good fold
does.
from Reisner there. Typically, 3 cards, 8 and under, you're looking to play them in Raz, but all situations are very dependent on the boards. And facing this action with all these many low cards, he does take the sort of one of the weaker hands he can have with an 8 and just elects to make a nice fold.
Good awareness there. I also think Benny Glaser has a little bit of a conservative image at the table.
Sorry.
And he catches a perfect card right away, the deuce. It has a 4-card 6 right away. However,
Note that-
the hand is developing interestingly as Chad now has improved to the best current hand. However, he is a dog against Glaser's premium draw here.
So Benny has an interesting decision. He knows from an equity standpoint against anything Chad has, he's going to be a favorite with this better draw, even though Chad has the better made hand right now.
Right.
Having said that, he might prefer to keep his range a little bit wider and get the value on later streets when he makes a really strong hand and just call here. Or does he just take this equity edge and raise right away?
He also might think that Chad Eveslage has 2 wheel cards in the hole, in which case he'd only be a very small favorite.
True. I suppose
However,
if he
he
had
does
something
take your
like
advice
ace-deuce
and
in the
goes for
hole,
the
it'd be
he goes for the
pretty
raise
close.
right away. I kind of like this in the sense that Glaser, if he had paired his deuce, he would have to fold here. So he's sort of going to have to give some info away that he has a strong draw no matter what he does. He may as well just push his edge a little bit.
That's a good point.
And now, another interesting decision as Chad can retake the betting lead here, believing that although he may have been a dog to the premium draw on the previous street, he's now a small favorite, and he correctly recognizes that.
Yeah, on 5th and 6th Street, these equities really change. On 5th Street, the draw is often a favorite, and then on 6th Street, the made hand often becomes a favorite.
And now Chad's in the similar situation to what we saw in No Limit's single draw earlier, actually, which is that, like, he's saying he has the best hand, but he knows he's up against the premium draw. He really has no incentive to bet.
I agree. Considering that Benny raised the turn, Chad's often up against a hand that beats him even if he catches his best card.
Yes.
A draw that beats him, rather. So he should just check with his entire range, and then Benny has to decide how he wants to proceed.
So in this situation, Benny Glaser has to decide which cards he wants to bluff with. In this spot, I would want to bluff if I made 3 2s for sure, and which cards he wants to value bet. Chad cannot fold an 8. It looks like Benny made a very strong hand here.
Chris, there might be players against whom you just decide never to bluff here in Glaser's shoes if you believe them to just always pay off with a 10.
Right. In theory, though, you always want to have some bluffs in all of your ranges in any form of poker, but you're right that could be a read-based decision.
Because some player types will just look at that deuce, deuce, 5, queen and say, well, if he bricked, he's going to bluff, and then they'll just call you 100%
Can I
of the
ask a
time.
very annoying favor for the broadcast there? Have them not do that again, what they just did, because now we know what his river card is. It's not good.
Valid point.
Another technical
Absolutely
issue.
should not do that.
So notice that Chad Eveslage, I did mention that he has kind of a mandatory call on the river. The reason for that is because he clearly has a 10 low going into the river, and he also improved his hand. So in theory, he could beat a very thin value bet from Benny if he had made something like a 9.
Yeah, that's very true.
Scott was mentioning that the dealer may have announced the down cards from the player because they weren't read properly in the machine, and as a result inadvertently mentioned which card would have been Benny's on the river, which gives away a little bit of information about the way that he played the hand. It didn't really affect that hand in any way, but in the future, you know, he's just trying to be aware of keeping everything kosher in the stud games at the table for not giving away what hands people have in what spot.
Makes sense.
All right, we have a clash here between 2 strong holdings.
Yeah, so we see a re-raise from Sternheimer with the 3-5-7. Certainly can be well ahead of Racner's opening range with the ace. And note that Racner just calls with the ace-6-3, a hand that maybe in a cash game some players would consider re-raising with, but also keeping his range a little bit wider.
Yeah, you could notice now that he also takes the betting lead despite pairing by virtue of the slightly better up card that he caught on this street.
Makes some sense to me. If he thinks that he's going to want to bet most of his range here, he doesn't want to reveal that he's paired his 6.
Right. He could go the other way, though, and kind of lean into the weakness by checking and sort of saying, well, you two bet me pre, so I know you have good hands.
Also true. I think Phil's card with the 8 there is sort of on the margin. Maybe against a 9, he would always want to bet.
Yeah.
Against an 8, you'd have to play a little more
I wonder if
nuance.
Phil's going to continue here with an 8-7 draw against a very scary board.
This is a really tough spot. We can see that Phil has 33% against John's exact hand, but Phil's also drawing dead some non-0% of the time or drawing thinner than he is here.
One thing that I would be thinking about in Phil's spot is having a 7 and a 5 in the hole makes me a little bit more inclined to continue. Not seeing the cards that are on my opponent's board does make it more likely that Racner has paired one of his 6 or his 2.
That's a good point.
However, with Phil's stack size, maybe he's considering the tournament considerations that you were mentioning earlier and just realizing that he could basically almost get his stack crippled by getting to showdown in his hand.
And just such poor visibility there.
Yeah, that's a good point, too.
Just electing to fold on the big bet street.
And when we say visibility, what we mean is that even if Racner has two pair, for example, he's never going to know if Racner catches another low card, you know, whether he's making a good folder or not. And also, he has one of the weaker draws in his range, like an 8-7 draw. So if John Racner has something like a made 8 there, he could be drawing close to dead.
Right. He's never going to be able to realize all his equity. When John catches real good on 6th, he has to fold.
Maybe 2 pair. But definitely pair.
And you've got a guy calling you with kings in that 08 pot that he did to you. You give him nothing.
You would have raised, yeah. Yeah, I'm listening to Scott. Taking Scott's advice.
Oh, guess I'm going to win a hand. Sweet.
Scott announcing that he has a pure steal spot, I guess.
It's crazy.
Does not have to say anything.
When he said, I guess I'm going to win a hand, I thought he might have had the only low card, but there were actually three other low cards out there.
In fact, it's Benny Glaser who it's folded to with the ace up who gets to steal and win the pot with ace queen 7. So yeah.
The thing is, you're gonna see in a little bit. Like if you weren't gonna see, I would tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
I'm not asking.
You know,
I'm not asking for
you
the
know I
answer.
like
You already
you.
gave me the answer. I love you, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you weren't gonna see, I would tell you. Because I like you. You know.
Well, that's why it's really fun to just bald-faced lie. And then in like 47 minutes, it'd be like, oh, no.
Racner is not that guy. Racner is one of the good.
No, you should only do it when it's
A glimpse into the mind of Scott Seiver.
48 minutes.
Lying about your hand on a stream table.
Always entertaining listening to Scott.
As a bit of a love fest is brewing between John Racner and Phil Sternheimer, who I suppose played a lot together.
Phil with the 9 up card, but with only 1 lower card out there, you can come in with an open raise here because with your strongest hands, you're actually a favorite against the random 7.
And he does, and Scott actually has it in this situation. By having a 3-card 8, he's doing well against the 9 up card of Phil Sternheimer.
And I do expect Scott would sometimes even raise with something like a 10 in the hole here, even knowing that Phil has a better hand, because he's also going to balance that with these sorts of very strong hands.
So when Scott continues on this street, I believe he's going to be a little bit more honest with those type of hands. Now, it's very clear that he has a 3-card that's reasonable at this point, I think. However, it's going to be tempting to see if he wants to continue in this spot. Obviously, we can see that he has 35% equity against a 9-8 draw that Phil has here.
Yeah, and this is just another classic example you see in Raz where the draw is a favorite over the made hand, which isn't
Surprised
always the
by
case,
this
but
check back from Phil Sternheimer here.
Yeah, a little bit tricky, I would say. And I wonder how Scott's going to interpret that. Is he going to believe that to be an honest play that Phil maybe paired his... I don't know. That's actually a very confusing check back to me.
I would think you just have to bet your range in that spot because even if you've paired your 8, you want to set up a bluff on the next street.
And you're just going to have some immediate fold equity on 5th Street.
Yeah, that was surprising to me.
Perhaps some type of tournament consideration. Maybe just wanting to take a more passive route and perhaps thinking that he can use this to get some deceptive value later in the hand. But certainly a surprising check there.
Yeah, and now Seiver has paired his 4. I guess if Phil Sternheimer is playing this hand passively, now that he's made another pair on the river and has a 9-8 low, he's just gonna check it down. It'd be interesting to see if he goes for value here, kind of looking weaker than he is, to try to get called by a jack, which is pretty kind of a high level advanced play here. And that
And
does
he
appear to be
does
the case.
do that, and Scott might just be confused here, thinking to himself, why did Phil check back on 5th?
Yeah.
What was wrong with his hand? Was he trying some sort of trap? The trap's a little bizarre when you're only drawing without a made hand there.
This could work out well for him. Scott, oh no, Scott
does
sees
make a
right
good
through it,
fold.
gets away. I was thinking with the pair of 4s that it's a little bit tempting.
Right. So Phil picks up a nice pot there, gets back over starting stack.
Interesting line there. Unexpected, I would say.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
How long you stick around it for? How long you stick around there for?
I'm gonna leave as soon as I bust this. You? You can play the
Maybe
one thing?
the same.
Yeah. No, I'm ready to go already.
Not sure.
Yeah.
You're so ready.
So ready to go.
Sternheimer looking a little stressed there.
Pounds out here, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
Just like.
As we hear Eve Sledge and Benny discussing
Poker,
being ready
poker,
to get out of
poker.
Vegas.
No, I don't like.
I think we learned yesterday that Benny is effectively homeless as he just travels around playing poker and, you know, traveling to different tournament stops.
Take it.
Yeah, he lives out of a suitcase. Plays a lot of live tournaments across the world. I've played with him in Brazil. You know, he was also recently in Cambodia, so he plays in all the continents.
Seiver still trying to win like his first hand of the day, I believe, at our future
Now,
table.
Chad has an interesting hand here. He ends up just calling with the 9-ace-3. Chris, do you think you consider 2-betting this, considering how wide Scott might be opening, or do you like just calling where
I like just
his
calling.
bad ones kind of face up?
Yeah, I think that you want to not just give up the playing edge and play a really bloated pot with the 9 showing.
Now, when he improves to the 9-deuce, he probably has the range advantage here.
Scott is really trying to feign weakness here. I mean, he has a weak hand. He has a 9-7-6, but I actually think that he was almost trying to look weaker than he was because he can have so many steals in this situation.
That's a really good point.
They both improve. This is actually going to be a
don't know
pretty
the rules.
interesting
It's
situation.
you first. It's 9 of hearts.
It's not the other way because it's
No,
Raz.
it's no.
You're certain. You're like
Yeah.
certain.
Yeah.
He's right there if you want to ask him.
You're what?
Yeah. Let me just ask. Just confirm.
It's always the top card.
Same boards in Raz. Who acts first?
Highest ranking, highest card by suit.
So I would go first for 9 of hearts.
would go first.
Cool. Great. Check.
An interesting situation with both players having exactly the same up cards, and in the PokerGO Studio, they go by suits.
This is a good way of doing it. I think the old school rule, it was actually done by position, and position shouldn't really be a thing in a Raz game, because you imagine if you just sit in that one seat in a cash game, you can always sort of have that first side position.
I want to tell you something. Both players really like their hand here, and are both like trying to look a little bit weaker than they are.
I completely agree. Chad has the best possible hand he can have with this board, and Scott also has a monster considering he opened with a 6 into a 9.
Absolutely. I would not be surprised to see Scott raise this street.
I think that's a really good point, Chris. We can see that he only has 26% equity against Chad's exact hand, but Chad can have an 8 in the hole. Chad could have paired somewhere.
As I continue to be wrong about everything. Scott seems to have a really good sense of where he's at in his hand. And will Eve Sledge decide to go for thin value here with a 9-6, looking at a board where he clearly had the best hand going in, right?
I think given that he could have paired somewhere, and now he catches another ace blocker, okay, he does elect to
not.
check.
Yeah, that's a little bit surprising to me as well. Will Scott feel compelled to bet a 9-7? I think the answer is yes, right? I mean, he's kind of underplayed his hand to this point. And Scott's going to be very disappointed to not win this one. I think he feels pretty comfortable with his hand right now.
And I think Chad...
9-7 going in. Haven't looked yet. My last.
Scott has not run well at this table.
Chad said he didn't, or rather Scott said he didn't even look, so he was confident enough in his hand being best that he actually bet it.
Yeah, he wasn't sure if Chad Eve Sledge had paired one of his cards at some point along the way, but
Or
once
perhaps
Chad
had
checked
an
the
8.
river, he
Yeah.
thought that probably he does, or has an 8 in the hole, as you suggested. So he can get thin value there against a 9-8 or a 10.
And Chad looking like he didn't love the
feeling
spot,
handed
but pairing the ace really quite a nice card for him in a sense if he's not going to improve because it blocks some
Absolutely.
of Scott's stronger hands.
He definitely bet on it.
Yeah.
And notice that Benny Glaser is now our chip leader of the entire tournament here at the feature table. Very close behind him, I guess, would be John Racner here at this table. So it sounds like Texas Mike maybe not doing quite as well at the outer table as he was earlier, as the leaders at this table basically have right around $1 million.
Yeah, it sounds like Texas Mike lost a big pot to Nick Wagenti on the outers. And
Okay.
so now Benny Glaser, new chip leader, and Racner also at this table is in second. So we have the two biggest stacks currently at this feature table. Let's see if they end up playing any sort of big pot in the big bet games.
Yeah, and it's no longer a runaway, as we were talking about earlier. And For the second time in a row, the horse that you've picked to win the tournament is already off to a bit of a bad start.
Things are not looking good, and somehow I got you to lay me, or you convinced me to lay you 1.5 to 1.
And you might even pay me.
It's possible.
Scott employing a limping strategy here with many low cards out behind him.
And I've seen, and this is
Wow.
an interesting limp from Scott.
What a choice of a hand.
I've seen Scott employ some creative limps in Raz tournaments in the WSOP. Note
Oh,
here,
yeah,
he
baby.
limps with quite a weak hand.
Pre-op.
Perhaps
Yeah.
looking to just limp fold.
All my decisions to limp or raise are if I think there's a king on the top of the deck. Fuck. You know what? Actually, or this option.
And Scott
I
might
think
just
this
win
is the
right
other
here.
way.
So now I
Yeah,
should have raised.
this
Fuck.
has worked
Yeah,
out
yeah,
well
exactly.
for him.
And that's the only way you should think about a hand of poker.
Scott employing some Jedi mind tricks about deck
He
reads.
did it.
Yeah.
He was one of my first rounds. hands.
A very weak hand that he chose to limp in with there and didn't get punished by Benny
I
Glaser.
can't believe that broke hand. I can't get over that triple draw hand. I'm not going to get over that hand.
Perhaps noting that
Racer is literally the best player of all time. It's just like, I've always suspected it. I've always made fun of him.
Now we know for sure.
Now we know for sure.
You would have called him one with this hand?
Yeah.
Would you have broken my hand?
Yeah, like 875.
8764 deuce.
8764 deuce.
Yeah, I would have broken.
I would have
also
broken.
would have broken your hand.
Yeah.
That dude, he's just thought about every single,
Yeah.
every single whatever.
It would
it's
be
called,
so much
everything.
easier if he
He's
was
just
less
he's just
likable,
the
you know?
best.
That would make it.
Get Scott to break the previous street, and then
Dude, it's unbelievable.
No, I had the worst hand the whole time.
players still talking about that big multi-way pot.
Yeah.
Just thinking back to Scott's limp,
I cannot
just trying to
believe
think
I
if
didn't raise that
perhaps
last hand. I should have fucking known.
the
That's
anti-structure
why he
is
plays so tight. It's because his edge is so massive.
any
He doesn't want to
consideration
take
where
any
there's
risks.
less of a price to raise and
It's
steal with
insane.
small ante relative to the completion.
I guess so, yeah. Just maybe he feels that he's not going to get raised behind him too light, and he can kind of get more limps off, or then he can steal it on 4th Street.
And we have seen a fair bit of over limping once one player does start to limp in a lot of
See,
these
look how he
Raz
locked
hands.
Benny out by talking about a crazy superstitious thing I have, and now
never
he's
seen
Some
thinking
very
about
weak
it.
holdings here.
Yeah.
Racer's actually going to... Okay, I thought he might be
See if I can
reaching
even
for
get
chips.
to Benny on one hand of a random superstition thing. Like, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I'll be okay.
I know you'll be okay, but for the next
Take
8
it from the
seconds,
game,
you
man.
won't.
He's a little fragile.
This is what I'm saying.
Some good things could happen for us.
Oh, like this one hand you should take off. You'll be great if you just fold this hand dark.
Okay, same thing.
Oh, new game.
Same thing.
But like, if you end up
things
like
yesterday, okay?
building
Thank
a
you.
pot in this no limit hold'em hand,
See, this is the way he's trying to get into my head now. Now he's just
no,
gonna try
just
and make me
one
fold
hand off
this
and you'll be
hand.
back.
I'm not gonna lie, Benny. He's got you. He's got you.
like I'm buried, but I can still talk, and it's just the truth. You should have raised that Raz hand. No, wait till you see what I had.
Scott being somewhat
I had
honest.
to read a Broadway. What could I do? The best part is he's gonna think I'm lying. and
Scott
they
being
don't.
completely honest.
Yeah.
Benny looks
I thought I
confused.
knew
Confused is right.
what's going on.
Scott genuinely trying to tilt Benny a little bit, I believe.
4, 8.
And we are playing some increasing stakes of no limit hold'em with an 8K
Okay.
big blind now.
So looking around the
You're
table,
back now.
Chad, Benny, and Racing are all around 100 big blinds or more.
Yeah.
Seiver down to 40 bigs and Phil a little bit shorter than that.
Chad opening it up first act. 5-handed poker.
Let's see if Seiver defends this. Facing the min raise, I think so. Suited hand in the big blind.
Yep, that big blind ante always affecting people's defense ranges in the big blind.
This is a game Chad's going to feel very comfortable in. He's played a lot of no limit hold'em over the years.
Yeah, you were
Switched
going
to
through
mix
his,
more recently.
his bio earlier, and he also has a number of good results on like World Poker Tour type tournaments, things like that.
Yeah, he's a very good big field no limit tournament player.
Scott catches a little piece with bottom pair. We don't have Chad's hand.
Kind of an uncomfortable hand for Scott with not a ton of natural improvements, no backdoor flush draw, but facing this price.
Particularly against a strong player who may not let you realize all your equity, right? I mean,
Right.
you know, you don't get the free card on the turn or the cheap showdown as often as you might against some players. A turn card that could be perceived to be better for Scott Seiver's defending range here.
Chad does go with a big bet.
Yes, close to pot.
facing this, it's extremely hard to continue as Scott with just bottom pair, no draw.
Right, this seems like a little bit of posturing for future situations here. As things have turned serious in the no-limit hold'em round.
10 seconds.
He does let it go, and perhaps now we'll get to see Chad's hand. I'm not sure.
I'll take bluff.
King 6 of spades.
Me?
Semi-bluff,
Semi-bluff,
semi-bluff.
yeah.
Buttons here now.
A very natural big bet size chosen on the turn, I think. Probably with the plan to
Absolutely.
shut down on the river unimproved.
Strong draw.
You look like a painful.
You get a lot of hands just like the one Scott had to fold. Even apply pressure to some much stronger made one pair hands.
You would never,
Never pulled in
Yeah.
there for 20 years. Right?
Yeah.
Starting that. We'll figure it out. on
You
the
still,
river.
you still have one of the best no-limit hands of all time. Televised with that German dude.
Tobias, yeah.
I don't think that guy ever, he like disappeared after that.
He actually came to dinner at the end of the World Series.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He went back to school. He became a therapist. He just finished his degree.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow, good for him.
Player's referencing a hand where Scott Seiver got Tobias Rankenmeyer to fold aces at a spot.
In the one drop, right?
Yeah, in
The
a very
first-
big
the first
tournament.
or one of the $1
And
million
it was
buy-in.
quite the hero fold, and I'm pretty sure Scott was bluffing in that hand.
He didn't. Oh, yeah. He was definitely bluffing it.
Benny now choosing a slightly bigger opening sizing, coming in
18,
for
right?
18K. Chad defending with the 10-5 of diamonds.
As you suggested, we do have a confrontation here between some deeper stacks, so we could definitely have. Oh,
Wow,
this is a
and
bloody
this is
kind of a flop.
flop that could give us some action. I think the old school methodology, we used to see a lot of check raising with hands like Chad. In the newer school of poker, we're seeing a lot more check calling. What do
Yeah,
you think,
perhaps
Chris?
having the pair with the flush draw, he may feel that he has even a little bit of showdown value, and he can also just kind of disguise the strength of his
Could
draw a
I
little
get
bit.
two room temp Fijis and
Right.
a Diet Coke, please?
And whatever else the two of them are having.
Also, obviously, just a big range advantage here for Glaser on this Ace-Jack-5 board.
Yeah. One thing to know for the viewers at home is because they are playing five-handed at this table, which is relatively short-handed. Yeah, he raised under the gun, but that's effectively the hijack position, which is not as tight as some people might think.
True.
And Chad makes it right away. Sometimes players play leads in these spots.
Chad does elect to check in flow. No diamond in the hand for Benny. Perhaps wanting to just play some pot control here.
That would seem certainly within one of the two reasonable options. Another thing could be a small bet size again to sort of, protect his hand and get a little more value against the singleton diamonds out there.
Yeah, you can definitely consider value betting here, also getting some protection.
10 seconds. Check.
Bad card for Chad, obviously.
Yeah, and a good card for Benny's going to save him some money. Still possible that Benny can call versus a Chad bet, but if Chad gets greedy and goes big here, then I think Benny's able to get away. And
Yeah.
Chad might not feel he has enough hand to get greedy.
Yeah, I was
now.
going to say, if the river had just been a different kind of a brick, maybe he could go with a big sizing. But on this card, I think he can really only go small with this hand. In fact, he doesn't even feel comfortable betting it.
Flush.
And Benny will see that it was a very good river card for him.
Yeah, Benny happy with that run out.
Panna. Yeah, and a ginger ale with a cup of ice.
10-5 of diamonds? No. I'm not
You
that
got the ginger
confident. I
ale
know
with
I'm
the ice
game
too,
when
right?
it's open
Thank
in
you.
the 10-5.
Chris, do you think we're going to see more
Phil,
tentative
yeah.
pre-flop
What do you
play
want,
from
Chad?
these three
Two
big
room temp
stacks in the
Fijis and a
no-limit
Diet Coke,
round?
please. Thank you.
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, there's no real reason to get too carried away, although we're still so far away from the money that just accumulation of chips at this stage of the tournament still makes some sense.
We are just thinking perhaps some of these players may feel more comfortable playing some of the other games.
Yeah. Certainly, if Seiver were to accumulate some chips, he would be maybe the most comfortable playing the big pots in the big bet round at this table.
Right. Action falls to Phil Sternheimer in the cutoff with Jack-10 offsuit.
It's always interesting in a small field tournament that the players may also perceive like, well, things will change around, and I may just end up moving to a different table where I feel more comfortable or I have a bigger advantage. So no real reason to put myself into a bad situation, you know, if you perceive that you have a tough table.
Certainly true. Chad has a hand that he wants to play in the small blind. Does elect to just call. Makes some sense to me. Doesn't want to use it as a 3-bet bluff. I think you could go either way with that hand, though, because you can fold out some better offsuit combos that even dominate you.
Yeah, perhaps with Sternheimer being relatively shallow, he thinks that the 3-bet could get jammed on a little bit more, and he definitely wants to see a flop. I'm a little bit surprised to see Benny coming in as well. I guess he's getting a very good price, but these sort of hands feel like they play very poorly in multi-way pots.
Yeah, I think Benny would more likely to call there with the 7-4 off than he would be with, say, the 10-7 off.
Sure, that makes
Slightly
sense.
less dominated.
He knows which boards are a little better for him.
7-4 does feel right on the edge. Certainly you would call that version suited, or maybe the more connected 5-4 off. 7-4,
so
to the weaker end.
I'm wondering if Phil Sternheimer wants to take a little stab here multi-way.
Yeah, I don't think you need to automatically bet this board with your entire range 3 ways, but he does elect to bet this hand, and it
actually,
may just work.
Not even that small of a size.
Benny does have a straight draw. Chad's really in a bad spot here. Yes, he's got back doors, but he's got another player behind him.
Yeah, we can see that Chad actually has 46% equity here and has the best current hand, but
almost impossible to know that.
Agree, it's hard for him to continue.
He has the type of hand that could consider a bluff raise with the backdoor equity and then jam some turns, but he's also got Benny behind him.
He definitely gave it some thought, and Benny quickly folding the bottom end of a gut shot facing a medium-sized bet.
And I think even though that hand played out relatively quickly, there were a lot of close decisions from all the players at various junctures there.
A very nice pickup for Phil Sternheimer, who certainly needs to be in accumulation mode at this point to get away from the shallow stack. Someone who also probably feels more comfortable with his no-limit game, as he has been playing a lot more of the big buy and no-limit tournaments in the last years.
I don't think it has. I think it's been 1 hour.
Deep in thought here.
I think they're doing color up, maybe?
Yeah, Phil really loves the highest stakes,
5-minute
almost regardless of the game.
Chad getting a hand open on the button.
18.
Razor's got a nice suited ace in the big blind here. This is the type of hand that sometimes can be used as a 3-bet. I expect probably he's just going to play a call here. They're very deep. He's out of position against somebody with a lot of no-limit hold'em.
Yeah, it kind of goes along with what you were saying a moment ago, that maybe, you know, he might be a little bit more comfortable waiting for the limit games.
Right.
Flopping the nut flush draw, however.
Yeah, big flop for John, and not exactly what Chad's hoping to see, but probably a flop that he can bet quite a few hands on. Does elect to check this one back.
Probably a happy decision against the hand he's facing.
John's got options here on the turn. Some of his weaker spade draws perhaps would have considered
right.
betting right now, but he's got some showdown value.
I was just going to say, they both have enough to maybe just check this one down.
Yeah, if you bet here as Chad, it's really mostly just a protection bet. He is going to
go for it. Maybe he feels that he's more likely to have a jack here after checking back the flop.
You can also get some thin value against king high. I don't think you're ever getting better hands to fold, but you can get some worse hands to call, and you do just deny a little bit of equity, especially if you think you're not getting check raised super often. And again, if with a weaker flush draw combo, perhaps John would have considered raising, but with this one, it makes a lot of sense just to call. The 7 of clubs competes the board, and I think decent chance, Chris, this one just checks down. What do you think?
It does seem likely, yeah. Both players feeling like they have a little showdown value and avoiding too much trouble.
He's high.
How good? Yep.
Chad happy to see the 7 on the river, or rather John happy to see the 7 on the river. He would have lost the whole pot on a 4 or 5.
And both happy to see each other's hand in some way when an ace high is announced.
Right.
No harm, no foul, no blood.
Benny continuing to use his phone on the rail. We'll see if he gets another scolding from Scott at some point.
Certainly deep in study, maybe getting updates on previously played hands.
I know I think it's at the final tables you're not allowed phones at all. But on these featured tables, you can have your phone with you. You just can't have it up on the rail.
Instead, it's Phil Sternheimer who's getting the scolding about the headphones at the table from Scott. A light scolding, one would say.
I'm getting real-time advice here in terms of how to play my hand.
You are Chris Vitch.
Exactly.
You fucking are, man.
Thank you, Scott. Here I am.
Out, like,
Although this is not
literally
really my game. I'm on a small delay, but hopefully it's still helpful. Notice they didn't count you in there, Alex.
I know. Yeah. What am I? Chopped liver here? folds around to.
It's good to see how the pecking order stands in the
Yeah,
booth.
exactly. Folds around to John Racer in the small blind.
Coming in with a raise, continuing to take
he was
advantage of his buddy Phil Sternheimer.
A lot deeper, he might have employed a more of a limp-only strategy, perhaps. But this, with Phil only having 40 bigs, he
You deserve so
applies
much
some
more.
pressure to Phil's stack. Phil, I think, clear continue in position.
Certainly.
And they were just, you know, two very sad ass. No one did anything wrong. Just annoying hands to lose.
6-7 queen.
It's going to be a battle of who wants this one more, maybe. Phil Sternheimer really connecting with it a little bit better by virtue of the gut shot draw.
Even though John's hand is better, Phil's feels like it has more playability. He also has position.
Seems likely he would continue in this spot, and then Raciner has to be pretty pessimistic about his chances. But we'll see how they proceed.
Yeah, calling feels natural, but raising's actually an interesting option too, as Phil. Can definitely generate some immediate fold equity from some ace and king highs.
Yeah, I mean, I know some people 3-bet my hand. I don't like to. Or 2-bet pre, I mean.
Does just go for the call.
And then the people that judge are people that are doing it to protect their wider shots.
You know what? Yeah.
Right, so this is kind of the situation Phil Sternheimer is hoping to set up, which is that maybe he can get checked to on the turn here and just take this pot down with a small bet.
Yeah, and Raciner, considering his options, is kind of a tough card for him to continue firing on.
Yeah,
Didn't pick up any
that's
extra
why I
equity.
call this, 'cause
This is what I'm saying.
Phil's going to have more of the 5-4 type stuff.
You don't think I have the ace-3 now?
Absolutely.
He had the lone small card and mine.
I was the only small card. I was 3-card 7 to start.
And Phil probably thinking it's a very tempting spot
Never
to
paired anytime.
semi-bluff here.
And then bet the end with check too.
And he goes for half pot.
Seems very
I like
recent.
this from Phil. I think it's going to put a ton of immediate pressure on all the ace and king highs.
Definitely.
And you have a fair bit of equity. If you do get check called by something like a 6 or a 7, you still have a decent amount of equity.
Also could have been prudent.
And you're also not thinking like you're bet folding too much equity when you do get check raised.
Yeah, all good
So-
points.
Well, I said reasonable
Nice
to check
takedown there
all
from
the
Phil.
way.
As the other players not involved in this hand are still maybe dissecting that Raz hand that Scott Seiver and Chad Eveslage played a little bit ago with the 9 versus 9.
Yeah, very interesting one where Scott was very under-rep the whole way.
Right, and then Chad
can
played his hand pretty
understand why
passively
he-
each two on third straight and on the river. As Phil Sternheimer gets an infusion of chips and of waters.
I'll keep it, yeah. That's okay, I'll keep it. You can put that there. Thank you. Thank you.
So everything going Phil Sternheimer's way the last 30
I
seconds.
appreciate it. You can take this if you want. Thank you.
Phil Sternheimer, organizer of this event, has to be fairly pleased with the turnout size of 29, I would say, all things considered.
Yeah, I think we all are. I mean, we got a number of rebuys, and we got a decent starting field. And, yeah, 29 for the first time ever. Definitely a good start.
It's been a very smoothly run tournament. I think the players have all been enjoying it.
Some more than others right now, but I
Yeah.
totally agree.
Certainly, perhaps the remaining players. Sternheimer with a very interesting hand here. Ace-9 of spades in the small blind, facing what could be a wide opening range from Raciner on the button. Note that Raciner, it looks like he actually raised to 18. I think the graphic has it showing as 23, but I'm seeing only 3 blue chips in front of him.
Wow, what a conservative fold there from
That
the
is
small
extremely
blind.
conservative for Phil. Yeah, I was thinking he'd be deciding between call and 3-bet.
Totally agreed. Giving John Raciner's range a lot of credit in that situation.
And perhaps the graphic was correct that it was a larger raise, but it looked to me like it was a raise to 18,000.
Either way, though, right?
Either way, it's a very, very tight fold with the ace-9 suited, yeah.
It's actually Raciner flopping quite well with the open-ended straight draw here.
Yeah, again, position and perhaps a hand that has a little bit better playability in some senses than Scott's, although you can see Scott is a 2-to-1 favorite here.
Yeah, I guess it'll be interesting to see how John Raciner approaches this situation, whether he really wants to go aggressively after a very fearsome no-limit hold'em player in Scott Seiver, or whether he wants to just try to realize, you know, his drawing equity.
Yeah, if Raciner can find a bet here, it would certainly apply a lot of pressure to third pair, especially with Scott not having any backup. But Racner does just like to check it back.
And Scott probably feels okay about his hand if it goes check-check.
Right. I think Scott's hand too weak to value bet even for a small sizing. If he does bet, it would be something very tiny, and he does go for that.
He goes for the
bet.
tiny block, right?
Yeah. Now Racner probably deciding, is my hand worth a bluff?
It's kind of funny though, because like, I mean, he just doesn't have a 4 that often, I suppose.
No, but facing this small bet, John could actually have some hands that he checked back on the turn, something like King 9 with no diamond, that now perhaps are good enough to value raise.
Never
That's
fully
a good
bet
point.
out again.
You couldn't win the hand, I promise. Like, you couldn't win the hand, I promise. You called, I was jamming prey. So unless you were...
That's one of the reasons why I folded.
Not sure that that's
Yeah.
entirely true there from
Scott
Scott.
threatening an all-in with the
Claiming
7
he would
high.
have been jamming the 7-6 of clubs, but Scott is very balanced when it comes to sort of giving this information that they're going to see later. Sometimes he's completely telling the truth. He said, I opened 3 to Broadway.
Yeah, in the Raz
Raz. I
hand.
limped 3 to Broadway. And he was right.
That
But
may give us some insight into why Phil Sternheimer made a tight laydown, though, perceiving that the relatively shallow stack behind him could indeed squeeze relatively commonly there.
certainly Ace-9 suited, just a
Just
lot
a
of
pretty-
hand.
it's
I
a
would
lot
have
of
had
hand.
I would have had a hard time laying that one down. Scott Seiver, poker pro from Cold Spring Harbor, New York. He went to Brown University at Ivy League school. 7 WSOP bracelets, 3 of which were last year in what could perhaps be described as a frenzied fury to secure his spot in the Poker Hall of Fame. I think he has publicly stated that that is one of his goals in poker, and certainly a deserving candidate. The issue with the current system is that we're only allowing in 1 at a time,
Right.
and Nick Schulman is also a deserving candidate. I think it's going to be very close between the 2 of those guys this year.
Seiver turning in one of the most dominant World Series performances we've seen in some years. Calling his shot in a way, too, kind of announcing before the tournament series started that he would be playing pretty much a full schedule and that he was going to win multiple bracelets.
Yeah, he did. It was extremely impressive, and I played with him in a few of those tournaments this year, and he certainly had a lot of focus that you wouldn't necessarily expect someone who plays as big as him to have in something like a $1,500 Raz event, which was one of the bracelets he won, but he was locked in.
Correct. As we get back to this end, Glaser has raised an early position and got called by Sternheimer's 5s in position.
Glaser has mystery cards, decides to check the flop. Interesting to see what Sternheimer will do here. Do you think he wants to go for any sort of protection/value bet, or do you think the 5s are just a little bit too weak in this cutoff button confrontation? Sorry, hijack button confrontation.
I think when you have a small pair, it's always tempting to get a little protection for your hand, but theoretically it makes more sense to check a combo like this. And of course he's going to be disappointed to see that card as he has been counterfeit immediately. Now, instead of having a hand that's worth a little bit of protection, he may have a hand that feels desperate to bluff.
Right. One of the weakest possible hands he can have on this board now, after flatting and being counterfeit.
And Glaser showing some serious weakness by checking twice. You know, it certainly might induce some action here from Phil. It's just interesting to think about what sort of hand he's representing here. Maybe he could check back some weak ace-x suited on the flop.
He could have some 9-8 suited, 7-8 suited as well, but it's true. And Glaser's hand looking a lot like perhaps a king high.
Perhaps Phil thinking that maybe he would bluff the river if check to and just try to represent a wider value range. Like even some king highs could maybe go for value in such a small check down pot. Maybe having a good read on Benny Glaser and just giving up.
Yeah, also possible. Just realizing that he's not maybe repping enough value combos. A lot of his ace-x would have bet the flop. Some of it would have 3-bet pre.
Always tricky boards to find your bluff and value combos on these double paired kind of boards where the hands aren't very clear. This time Benny wakes up and goes with not a particularly small bet, maybe at least half pot here. And obviously Phil has nothing.
All right, I'll buy him.
So we're coming back.
Looks like the levels are about to
I think
go
it's
up.
just I think it's like a tiny.
Yeah, I
break.
think we're finally going to
Sell
maybe
me
get rid of
your,
these yellow
levels
chips and we're
over
really going
40,
to color up.
30?
30.
Yeah, we're having a small break, it looks like, perhaps to color up the chips. As we take a look at the chip counts at our feature table, Benny Glaser at the top of the counts here with 1.1 million, followed by John Racner, Chad Evesledge, Phil Sternheimer, and Scott Seiver, all 5 above starting stack as we work our way down to the final 5.
And through the magic of television, we have made our way right through the color up.
Absolutely. The yellow chips are gone. The stacks are looking a little bit smaller.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
That's the only thing I'm talking
I
about.
feel like there was people who didn't know because it wasn't.
He
It
announced
wasn't
on the mic twice. He said,
yeah.
hey, this is not a break. It's
Yeah.
a 2-minute break.
Yeah.
And we have transitioned to Omaha 8 or
That I
better.
can agree with it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
One of Benny
Like,
Glaser's
yeah,
better
I agree
games.
with
He's the owner of,
is
I
what
believe,
Mike
2
and
bracelets
TV,
in
yeah,
this
Like,
format.
I don't know how about this.
Yes.
Yeah.
However, it's John Reisner picking up an ultra
You
premium
always feel
starting
like
hand here.
Right.
As the limits are certainly getting substantial now with 20K, 40K limit betting.
Yeah, that's a big jump from
This is that stage of the tournament that we were chatting about yesterday, that the limit poker games often end up playing larger than the big bet games at this stage.
Particularly the single winner ones, perhaps not as much Omaha 8 or better, but
True. Although in Omaha 8 or better, it's that dreaded scoop
Yeah.
that can really get you in trouble if you ever get scooped in a big multi or a big pot. Some of the players at this table deep enough to withstand some swings.
Glaser, mystery hand for the second time in a row.
Yeah, it appears that his position at the table maybe is not, or the reader is not working properly. We see Reisner flopping a very strong holding here. Obviously, he had a great hand pre and continues to improve by picking up the nut flush draw along with backward nut low.
Or annoyed.
And Reisner now has a different type of low draw. He had the backdoor
Yeah,
ace
just
deuce low draw. Now he's got the
give him on
ace
top of
5
each
low
other.
draw to go with his
Yeah.
aces and nut flush draw.
It's Benny who really improves on that turn card, as he was in a world of hurt and now has top pair and the nut low draw. I think Reisner definitely has a hand that can value bet every street here.
Absolutely. Still plenty of hand here. He's likely to have the best high. He's somewhat likely to have the best low draw as well.
So hard.
And he's got additional equity on the high side if he is beat currently.
If Benny chooses a passive route here on the turn, he certainly is saving money against the hand that he's against and has picked up a decent amount of low equity.
Yeah,
However, he
Benny's
is not
hand is
going
a
to be
little
able
bit under-repped at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he's been able to get away on this river card, as having top pair here is certainly a good enough hand to try to pick a bluff off
Right,
in a pot where the low misses.
This should just go check, bet, call. I would think it's possible that Benny can even chop with a value bet with the same hand, perhaps.
Good point, absolutely.
Sucks up.
Benny doesn't feel very good about it. Maybe he perceives Reisner as very tight in these spots.
He also has the jack of hearts. He really wants, well, he doesn't have any other hearts. He really wants Reisner to have some type of misdraw, but
Yeah, I think he just perceives that when Reisner 3-bets pre, he has aces a lot.
aces a lot, yeah.
And obviously on this board, aces is pretty comfortable value betting.
Hold ace jack.
Yeah.
But he could have something like perhaps ace jack deuce for a chop.
Yeah, it would definitely be possible.
I know.
John Reisner, sponsored by Trucks.com.
Trucks.com, and I think that's no sedans allowed. I like that slogan. I believe that's a business that John has part ownership in.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know all the details, but head to Trucks.com. No sedans allowed.
I'm not allowed. I have a sedan.
They're our unofficial sponsor. of this
You're our
tournament.
truck guy in the booth, so, you know, I suppose you can be a part of that.
On him versus me and bracelets this summer.
So it's now Reisner who's taken over the table chip lead and possibly the tournament chip lead,
Oh yeah.
as these guys are just
Wow.
flip-flopping around a million chips.
Wow, I was thinking the same.
Yeah.
But we expect those numbers to fluctuate throughout the tournament,
say
as
about
the
no bet
levels
this
are
time?
certainly serious now.
Reisner versus no. You're hungry. I can feel it. I mean, he might bet you.
Action folds around to Scott Seiver on the button.
We
Not
did.
much to work with.
That's why I wanted him to place the bet.
Okay.
I wouldn't bet it if you wanted it. I mean, I still would, but I wasn't going to ask you. You know what I mean? I still
I won't
would.
be here as much.
Chad's got a nice hand in the small blind here.
I have to skip
Absolutely.
like 4 days also for a friend's wedding.
Yeah.
But I still want to bet it's just
Skip a
like
lot
4
more.
days, whatever. It's tough when you're doing things though, because 4 days can end up being like 8 tournaments. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Ones
like-
that you can play, then.
And it's like my best friend's wedding, so I'm just not going to
Gotta
miss it
go.
no matter what.
Yeah.
Hardly a monster for Benny, but you
Yeah,
have to
it's
defend very wide.
A
heads
good
up.
example of the hand you want to defend wide, and he actually flops great by making a low and a flush, or a low draw and a flush.
Yeah, big flop for Benny, and not a great flop for Chad against, but certainly not
The
against
only
Benny's
one
hand,
that's,
and
like,
just
really
kind of in
bad, I
general.
might have to miss
Yeah, he
the
does start with a bet,
28 game.
feeling maybe that
so it's
his
towards the
aces
end, yeah.
advantage is worth something.
July, yeah.
It's like July 1 or something.
Yeah.
So I got to be on like June 26th to July 1 or something like that.
That's the 100K PLO.
Yeah. That one too, but not.
I think this card will actually get Yves Legend some
That's bad for the
trouble,
bracelet, but
as he's
not
now going to
bad
feel
for
that he has a low draw in addition to a
I'm
top
bad at
pair.
PLO. But yeah,
Yeah, maybe it's a good
but
thing. Maybe
I'm
it's a
still
good
gonna
thing.
I'm still gonna make bets and just be like, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm spotting people, and it's okay.
Nice.
It's not that big a deal at the end of the day. If I was missing like any more, I don't think I'd be like. I think if you're missing a week, you can really make those bets.
Yeah.
But like 4 days feels like whatever. Make it
You
work.
can, you can even come up with a way to adjust for it, right?
Probably, but. Yeah, I mean, probably. You could just say, if I really want to, I could just be like, hey, can we just say events those 4 days don't count or something?
Yeah, yeah,
But
exactly.
like, then that feels unfair to people that like that could be their best event order. You know what I mean?
10 seconds.
Something I'll have to think about what to do.
Good
You know,
fold
most people
from
that
Chad.
got Player of the Year sort of got nowhere close to the following year.
Absolutely.
And so if you were to pull off kind of like, you know, maybe not Player of the Year, but like another fucking amazing summer, that'll be.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's like pretty exciting to just ride off into the sunset and not play. Like, if you don't play a single event, no one can know that you would like worked out.
Yeah.
I just think no one
discussing his
realizes
schedule.
how much fucking variance this is. Like, people that I like really respect on this stuff are like hyping me up for what they thought my odds of like winning a bracelet this year would be. I'm like, you guys are way off. It's way the fuck under.
Yeah.
People don't get it, I feel.
What do you think?
What did they say and what do you think?
Yeah.
I mean, I had multiple people tell me they thought I was close to even money to win a bracelet each year. And I'm like, that's fucking insane. It's not even close to close.
Yeah.
Like, I've looked at this shit. It's so much harder than you would think.
Definitely agree with Scott on this.
People are just wild.
What do you think your odds are?
25%? 27?
Well, yeah,
Probably 25?
I would say for a really good player at 25. I think if you're really top, maybe higher, right, Cole?
I would bet on Scott
you're
at
higher than that if you're gonna
25%. I would
play
want Scott's side.
I don't play.
1500s.
I play the 1500s, but I don't play like the 600s, and I won't play like the 250.
Yeah.
I'm not even
The
sure if
250 's
that's
a lot,
actually
yeah.
conducive to.
Yeah, yeah.
If your only goal is to win a bracelet, I actually don't think that playing some decent.
Oh, and I
events
refuse to
against-
multi-table just because I feel like weird OCD about like just throwing
Yeah.
the money away. So
Yeah.
I've never.
And I don't think it
multi-tabled.
helps.
Even last year, I didn't multi-table a single thing once.
Yeah.
I don't think it helps. Though.
I've never dropped a stack. I just like mentally can't do it.
I just think those like
Very good
Those
situation for
1500
Benny Glaser in this hand.
are so good. Like
Now free rolling
there's a lot
against
of
two
people
pair
in
that is
some
very
of them, if you're gonna
vulnerable.
play-
Sure, but they're all like 800 people. And
It's not all
and
of them, but
if
like
you go deep though, you're missing two other
yeah,
tournaments.
yeah.
Like, if you get in a flow where you're doing well, you just end up going 10K to 10K to 10K to 10K.
Yeah.
Because like, you just reg from one to the other to the other.
John with a tight fold here.
Tight fold there.
pieces off
Often
the
a spot
stack,
where you
like-
kind of feel like you need to hang on, but
Yeah.
you know,
When you're
he
doing
was getting
well,
free
I mean,
rolled.
Reisner knows
Right.
this
And
really
if
well.
he's
From
up against
last
a
year,
better
I was
value
just
hand,
when you're like
he's also
really
in
doing
very
well
bad
and
shape
going
to aces
decent
up type of
everything,
hands.
your volume is much lower
So-
than people think. Even if you're trying to play everything.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Is it 40? 20?
So interesting hearing Scott's opinions on his schedule. As we go to the outer table here, Michael Moncek still looks like doing reasonably well. It says goal for the day, make final table, get knocked out before Eagles concert with 20 family members tonight. Live in the fast lane, let there be blood.
Let there be
So
blood
he's
is
got
certainly his way
concert
of playing.
tickets tonight, and he wants to
Either have this
basically
thing locked up or in good shape, or
right. So he's basically trying to either have a monster stack or get knocked out. And, you know, he's down to about 1.1 million perhaps, third in chips. So I think he really should be thinking towards goal A, not goal B yet. But perhaps if he gets short, we'll see him play a very gambly style.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe he only has one gear.
Yeah. Maybe he's thinking he can eliminate so many people so quickly today that they can
There
get
was
down and he
the
can still
Asian
play,
guy that
still
won
make his
25K
concert.
for us, whose name I don't remember. And then there was, oh my God, my
can't remember either. I'm drawing a blank too.
This is brutal.
So it's very close for the chip lead right now, Chris.
Yeah, a lot of million chip stacks out there.
John Reisner at the top with 1.1, followed by Glaser, and then Michael Moncek just under that, just right around 1 million.
Benny with that slightly tempting too small pair hand, and it's John Reisner picking up an ace-3, 8-jack and a small blind worth a continue. I think Sternheimer's hand is a little annoying in the big blind, but I would probably want to continue as well.
No, I was chip leader.
Yeah, it's one of those hands that can be quite dominated multi-way, but getting a good price, and he does have 2 wheel cards.
Yeah.
Very understandable continue.
Chad has a pretty looking hand. The ace-7 for low is only so-so, but obviously the double suited hand is still worth a decent bit of
Yeah,
value.
nicer looking hand in PLO perhaps, but still plenty playable in this game.
And it's Reisner flopping. Well, actually, excuse me, it's Chad Evesledge flopping the nut flush against the jack-high flush from Reisner,
Chad's
who has
got
the ace-3 low draw.
A lot of high potential here with nut flush draw, open ender. Sternheimer's hand is really not fun at all in this spot where he has he might feel like he just has just a little too much of a hand here. He's got top pair, gut shot, and a low draw. Having said that, he could be dominated both ways. Do you think he can find a nifty fold here?
This is a tricky situation for sure. I don't fault him for continuing, but
Nor
it is
do I.
absolutely difficult.
Given the price, and he can pull ahead and he can actually scoop the pot on some rounds. He must figure if he hits a queen or a 9, he's going to be pulling into the lead for a possible scoop a lot of the time.
Yeah, how will everyone approach this board pairing card? It's actually a card that makes Chad Evesledge trips.
Yeah, monster card for Chad, kind of a disguised improvement.
Everyone on these 3 connected straight boards has to be a little bit wary that someone has like a small straight that's playing passively. Like the 5-6 here is not really going to want to put a lot of action in,
Right, but with all this additional equity, I think Chad might perceive his hand as just being worth a value bet here.
Yeah,
even
having
if
that
he is behind a straight, he's got that flush draw, redraw, and
even that little 10 in his hand is worth something. I think it gives him some straight potential and also blocks some cards that he'd be worried about. And Racner, I think, has enough to continue, of course.
Racner has enough of a hand, and then Phil's going to still be in a very annoyed spot. I think Phil might get away on this street.
I agree.
It's just too likely he's dominated both directions.
This is a surprising fold from me.
I'm surprised to see that fold, too, because his low draw is going to be good even when he is beat for the high some percentage of the time, and he also had some high equity. Having said that, in a multi-way pot, you can't be feeling great about having second nut low draw. And now, the fact that Racner gets out of the way makes Phil want to...
Yes, because now Phil's two-way hand is worth a little bit more, right? And in fact, he does make the low.
Right.
Whereas John Racner would have made the nut low had he continued. So...
Right, so that fold by John actually allowed Phil to stay in the hand, where I think he would have folded if John had continued.
Will Chad find a thin value bet here with 3 7s now that the lows come in? I wonder.
Yeah, this feels close with the low getting there, right? He's still going to lose some of that 6-5 stuff. Perhaps in a cash game he would go for it and check in this spot. I'm not sure.
I think he's taken so long now that he's going to perceive himself to look weak. Yeah.
I think a reasonable check, and Phil's going to be extremely happy to get half the pot.
Well, one thing about Racner's fold there that I think I'm not a fan of is the fact that it wasn't like Chad opened from a very early position. I mean, he is opening in the cutoff and can have a number of hands. And you would perceive that Phil Sternheimer would even maybe re-raise with some ace-deuce combos in the big blind pre.
I think you were just like, because you know I wasn't in the hand.
Yeah, I think he likely just had a little too much equity, even though he didn't have
he
the best possible
a little of everything, right? He has a bad flush draw, a pair, and a second nut low draw.
And a gut shot also.
Ah, yes.
Really?
What'd you say?
You were in the tank too.
I would have ripped deuces from.
Oh my God, that would have
so dirty,
that would
so
have been
base,
pristine.
like actual out of it yours.
Did you have like ace deuce?
Thank you, Benny.
Like Jack Badoogie or some bullshit?
Don't be steaming. Hold.
As we see our tournament update here, and it looks like Michael Moncek has retaken the chip lead. He was only a little bit behind John Racner and Benny Glaser, so we don't know if he won a monster call or not.
We have about half of the field remaining.
Hold on, it's on me.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Wow,
Everyone's locked the fuck out except me and Racner. But only he's the one winning pots. It's crazy. We should be splitting all these. It's all going to him.
It's all going to Matt.
Chad with a nice hand and an easy open here.
That's not true.
But note that he would
be
rather not
excited.
have that additional 3. With small pairs, not great. No way. Still way too good of a hand with suited ace and a king.
Bit of a tricky combination for Phil Sternheimer here in the small blind. Your 10s sort of have some value, but you always are a little bit worried about being dominated.
It's the type of hand that can feel like it might be dominated both ways, but with that nut suit and already getting a price from the small blind, I think very natural continue. And then Scott has a kind of an ugly rainbow hand in the big blind, but closing the action, he's gonna jump in there as well.
I was trying to just think about whether I would prefer to 3-bet Sternheimer's hand or call, because you can sometimes push out some stronger low draws from the big blind, or certainly plenty of hands that would have a lot of equity against your 10s
That's definitely a good point, Chris. Just getting something like a 4-3 low from Scott to fold can be quite beneficial when you are beat on the high side.
Yeah, and it's Chad who flops quite a strong draw again. Continuing to have the nut flush draw in hearts 2 hands in a row.
True. And feeling better about it in this particular scenario as well, because he can make his flush and have the low nut come in.
A hard spot for Sternheimer here, having a 5 and just a gut shot. I would not fault him for folding.
I think, given that he's got the nut gut shot and the 5, he might peel 1 off here. Also potentially use those 10 blockers to bluff.
A good point. For example, if a 9 were to come off, he could put some pressure on a hand like aces.
And Scott, with just a mediocre backdoor low draw and a pair of 6s, gets out of the way.
So both players are going to have some things that they... Well, I guess the card is certainly better for Evesledge, as Phil Sternheimer, forgive me, does not have the low draw on this card.
Right, I think
a pair of 5s in his hand.
This likely just goes check, bet, fold, unless Chad decides to just check this back, but he has quite a big two-way draw. He can get some better made hands like Phil's to fold, and he also has quite a bit of equity against everything. If he does check here, it might be more of a tournament consideration, Chris.
Perhaps. I mean, his chip stack doesn't really warrant any fear of tournament things, but he may just perceive Sternheimer as having a strong range here.
That's true.
Chad can be very deliberate in these spots.
And he does end up checking. Also a little bit of perhaps deception value if he does make his hand. Maybe Phil would think he'd continue barreling with a lot of those nut flush draws.
And he catches an interesting river card. He makes the set of threes, which is enough to win. Sternheimer does not have very much here.
Worth noting, in these spots in a high-low game, it's very difficult to bluff as the player in Sternheimer's shoes. Now, I'm not saying he'd want to bluff this hand to begin with, but bluffing in general is very difficult here because when the low comes in, your opponent's often going to call you if they think they have a chance at winning either side of the pot.
True. Your opponent may have a hand that's kind of crying calling with just a low and something like a jack, and then obviously, you know, could end up scooping the pot.
And I like this value bet for Chad, even though the low does get in. He's scooped so rarely. It's funny because Scott's hand actually was 6-6-4-4, which would have run out a scooper.
For what it's worth, this is a difficult spot for Phil Sternheimer. I mean, Eve Sledge could be betting just a low here very easily.
Yeah, he can be betting all of his ace deuces, thinking that he's going to get half the pot no matter what, and having some fold equity against pairs. This is not extremely clear.
Yeah. Using a time bank to decide. Yeah, this is a complicated spot. When the low comes in, you know you're basically only playing for half the pot. But Eve Sledge has taken a very weak line where you could feel like your 10s have a decent chance to win the high side.
Yeah, by not betting the turn here, it's a little bit less likely that Eva Sledge has something like ace-queen.
That is not what Sternheimer wanted to hear.
He did not
You're
want
right,
to
that
hear
was pretty
high only.
gross. So fucking gross. I was like, how the hell does he know? It's the tiniest pot ever. Nothing interesting has happened. But you were right. It is very gross. Not that gross. Fucking ace, king, 3-3 with hearts. Fuck. Actually, I take it back. It's just not gross.
And I don't fault Phil for the call there because, like we think, you know, Chad can just be betting so many ace-deuce combinations on the river, a number of which Phil's going to beat for the high.
Absolutely.
But it's never fun calling knowing you're only going to get half the pot at best.
Absolutely.
As we go. Play Poker Go is here, and it's where you can play free online poker anytime, anywhere. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. And if you've ever wanted to play on No Gamble, No Future, PokerGo is also partnered with Splash Sports for the NGNF 50K Vegas March Madness contest. Not only can you win $50,000, but you can also win a $5,000 package to come to Las Vegas and enjoy the show.
Very cool, thank you.
It's just like the people that are just like using it as an excuse to say fuck you, which is like 90% of people.
Yeah.
And I really like people just means he's like, oh, nice hand.
Which one are you?
Oh. I just don't say it.
Nobody with a playable hand this round.
Fucking wished anyone a nice hand.
Chad with the only reasonable holding.
You have a super blade.
I know, that's crazy.
We are back out to the outer table here. What do we have going on, Alex?
It looks like we have Nick Schulman at risk against Nick Guagenti.
Oh, okay, so Schulman looks
Schulman
very
has
short
ace-queen and
to start the hand.
Guagenti has king-queen. And it looks to me like there is an ace on the flop, and Nick Schulman,
So
who is quite short, is going to double up and stay in the tournament.
Yeah, we can't see Nick Guagenti's stack, but I believe he's also on the short side.
Yeah,
So-
it looks like a relatively small pot, but Nick Schulman
Desperately needed that one.
Nick Schulman does double up, and it sounds like Guagenti is now down to about 40,000, so he is the short stack in the tournament.
Okay, so short stack on short stack violence there with Nick Schulman coming out on top.
Month or whatever.
Battle of the Knicks there, both trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
It will be interesting. Perhaps we will get to see that table in the next segment because I don't think we've seen that one yet. And Texas Mike Moncek, who we only saw for a couple of other hands on the other table.
Right. He's been floating around the room in
We'll now
various
be able
tables.
to see him play. Chad comes in for a limp here.
Yep, and Benny picks up a very strong hand with the
Chris,
ace-6-5.
What are your thoughts on limping in Omaha 8 or better? Is this something you'd like to do out of the small blind?
Yeah, it's certainly a reasonable play. The hands are running close in equity, and obviously being out of position, you don't necessarily mind playing slightly smaller pots. As the big blind, you always want to punish the limper with a wide range of hands. Of course, this hand is a super premium, but you can also raise with many weaker holdings.
Now, Glaser's bet here is very different from the the purpose of this bet in PLO, where you might be setting up a multi-street bluff. Here, it's really just a value bet, right? With the aces and the
he's
ace
pretty
five
happy.
low draw.
Pretty happy with his hand here against the limp call range. Chad with an immediately difficult decision. He has a little bit of everything with a pair of eights and a bad low draw. With no heart in his hand, however, just not knowing where to go in the future, he just says, just take it. You know, he's not really sure how he can continue.
Good.
Yeah, really hard to know what turns and rivers are good for you there outside of perhaps pairing an 8 on 4th Street.
Yeah, notice when you have a weak low draw that sometimes you make your low and just end up losing more.
Stud high?
Yeah.
It sounds like the game is switching to stud high.
Then NL2. wait, no. When's Badugi there?
And I've really been enjoying watching these guys play stud high in general, Chris.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of stud reps under our belt so far.
Oh, there are 2 draws in a row? Oh, no. NL2, hold on Badugi. That makes sense. Okay. I was like, there's no
We have
way
not got a lot of
NL2
Badugi action.
No, we have not got a lot of Badugi action. I know that's the game you really enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely.
As you can see here, the rules of the game, 2 whole cards down, followed by 4 up cards, and of course you start with 2 down and 1 up. Betting streets after each up card, and then 1 more down.
You don't get to see the hand I had.
And it's a high-only game, player with the best 5-card poker hand.
I know it's stupid. I think I'm the only person in the world that just doesn't care at all about what people had in hands.
Yeah.
It's one hand of poker. We play a gazillion of them.
Yeah, if
I know that sounds crazy, but it's just.
That sounds crazy.
It just doesn't matter to me.
And
It's somebody I
Sludge
don't
picks up
know.
the aces.
But yeah,
And a very,
I'm the
It's like
same
a
way.
big
very
week of mine or
playable
whatever,
3
but,
flush
like,
here from Benny.
I don't watch broadcasts. I don't go back. I'm just like.
Particularly having the overcard with in the hole to the 10.
I rather trust what I feel.
And his racer has aces. What a crazy hand.
than what I don't know.
This is a wild hand. Racner probably is going to elect to play most of his continues here as re-raises because he has the biggest door card.
Now, how will Chad approach the spot? Because he has the 10 up, so he's decided to just show strength right away, right? He could have almost elected to slow play his hand, but maybe he wants to force Benny Glaser out of the pot.
I think with the third player in the pot, I like this. And Benny, a little annoyed having to fold a 3 flush there, but facing this much action.
This is kind of a dream situation for Racner because he knows that Chad thinks that Chad has a very good hand, but he has the hidden aces, right? He's probably putting Chad Eve Sledge on some sort of overpair, some sort of big pocket pair. Jacks through queens. They're jacks through kings, of course.
If I told you what went through my head right then, it's so stupid because none of it matters. That's what went through my head. I was like, literally the last 2 times Benny has raised me over the past like 2 weeks here in Raz, I lived 3-bet. Maybe like he remembers that and like will not raise or like slightly good.
Chad, actually, funny enough, both boards are getting very scary.
Yeah, Chad's board is actually going to look quite scary to John because a lot of Chad's semi-bluffs that he 3-bet on 3rd Street are actually going to be flushes now.
Maybe once.
Keep in mind that Racner does have the ace of hearts in his hand, blocking some chunk of those flushes.
It's funny, I see it a little bit the opposite. I would think that Eve Sludge would be 3-betting more with big pairs, and Racner holds the ace of hearts. It's his board that's so connected that could be including a bunch of 2-betting hands like King Queen.
Yeah, I do think both players have reason to fear each other's boards. And look at this as the Chad pairs his 6, and Racner now has 4 to a straight.
But I think Chad will respect the board of Racner here. When you have 2 aces yourself, it seems much more likely that your opponent's going to have something like a queen or king. But no, he correctly understands that he likely does have the best hand and doesn't want to give a free card to one pair.
And also probably knows that he's never going to get raised here because he can have some flushes.
Good point. Racner was really liking his hand earlier on, but at this point it's getting pretty dicey for him, and we can see that he has fallen behind to the 2 pair. He does have the straight draw, though. He may not even end up using his aces.
And on this brick, it's going to be really hard for Racner to call.
Certainly. At this point, he really can't beat anything reasonable.
And Chad kind of understanding that Chad understanding that with Racner having this draw available and probably having more than just this open ender, probably having something like a big pair.
Aces up.
And look at that look of confusion on Racner's face.
Yeah, he acknowledges.
Not the hand he was expecting.
He shows that he also had aces.
I was thinking the exact same thing at the time you said that.
But a very normal check there from Chad into the 4 straight of John Racner on the end.
Yep. A good one for Chad Eve Sledge, who's now pulled over 1.1 million. Taking over the chip lead at this table. In a field of very confident, experienced poker pros such as this, I do find Chad Eve Sledge's table presence to be kind of a breath of fresh air in the sense that he often seems a little bit lacking in confidence in some of his plays. He often is very deferential to the other players at the table, but obviously a very skilled player in his own right. And you know, a little bit more of an insight into his mindset more so than his actual play.
It's interesting you perceive him that way because I find Chad to be like extremely confident.
Ah,
but I mostly play with him online.
Yeah,
And
he's more
perhaps he
maybe
has
a little bit
different
more
persona
awkward in
online.
the live environment.
Perhaps.
But he's certainly playing well. And he picks up another hand here against the queen.
And another one where, with the bigger up card, you see Evesledge choosing to re-raise here, which is what he would do with split kings and kind of what he might choose to do with most of his continues, facing the open from the queen.
Notice probably a disciplined fold from Racner with a 3-card flush. He does have a king of clubs in his hand, but facing a raise and a re-raise from 2 Broadway cards, he's very worried about domination.
Phil is getting short enough on chips that he certainly wants to take the more passive option if 2 spots are close.
And he has to be worried that he's up against kings, right?
Of
With the up
course,
card being the
yeah.
king of hearts.
He probably would have called this anyway, but and these are spots that often come up in stud games where it can often just be a race to 2 pair.
Absolutely.
One big pair against another big pair.
Yeah, Chad will probably keep the betting lead in this hand, having the perceived advantage. However, he does have to be wary that Sternheimer could just have queens here as his most likely combo. And it's Phil Sternheimer immediately makes the 2 pair, and I assume we'll see him lead here, showing the strong board advantage.
Yeah, Chad did catch a card that looks fairly nice for his board, but when Sternheimer makes the pair here, definitely going to be betting.
And now Chad has a tough decision because having just the jacks here, he's actually in very bad shape.
Yeah, worth noting that Chad, he might feel like he's folding a lot of equity here if he does choose to fold, but he's protected by having quite a few better hands possible to choose from, flush draws and king X, but he does elect to continue, thinking that Phil could still have some weaker hands that were priced into...
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily give Sternheimer credit for just queens in the spot. And now he will make the 2 pair that looks very strong. So it looks like he makes kings up here a lot, I believe. And I believe he'll probably even take the betting lead back.
Yeah, this is an interesting street. Again, thinking about what their ranges want to do rather than just their exact hands. On this board, Chad wants to be doing a lot of betting, and he correctly realizes that and bets this hand. Phil's in a somewhat awkward spot, but he's going to have to call this street and try to fill up, and then...
I guess so. I mean, you know, you can definitely understand him being very concerned that he now only has 4 outs against kings up.
True.
Which is kind of just the most obvious hand that Chad Evesledge is representing. He happens to be up against jacks, which is all the difference in the world, right? The difference between jacks and kings here, when you hold exactly Phil's hand, is a massive, massive difference.
I think the pot is getting large enough. Phil decides he wants to just call and then make a river decision.
Yeah. I wonder if Chad will go for thin value with his 2 pair here. If he isn't giving Phil credit for the queens, then he may feel that the money goes in better for him if he just bets his hand. It looks like we've lost Nick Guagenti.
Lost, unfortunately, Nick Guagenti, eliminated here in the middle of day 2. And I think that means, Chris, that we might be down to 14 players, which could mean we're combining to 2 tables of 7.
Okay.
1 and 3 short.
Oh yeah, it's not full redraw. I forgot that.
Looks to me like Chad has decided to check. He's really unsure what Phil has here. I don't know if Phil will go for value with queens and 5s against this obvious hand. And Phil's very happy to hear that.
Extremely happy to hear that. And I think that 7th Street looks pretty normal to me from both players.
Totally agree. That was a very key pot for Phil Sternheimer, who has been fairly short all day.
Yeah. Back up to 445,000. Chad Evesledge still very healthy.
It's
just under
actually
$1 million.
Scott Seiver who's slipping in our chip counts here.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I believe with 14 players left, we are actually going to have a full redraw.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. So they may do that, or they may randomly break a table.
And you can see here the chip counts from our feature table. Benny Glaser at the top of the chip counts with just over $1 million. Everyone fairly healthy except Scott Seiver, who's at 240,000, but still plenty to work with.
And when we get back from the break, we will see who joins us at our new feature table.
2 tables left when we return in just a few minutes. And we've returned to play here.
could be
We've
wrong.
just done a
It's all-
full
I
redraw.
think it's close anyway.
So we broke a table, one of the outer tables, and we welcome into our table here Daniel Negreanu, Matt Ashton,
I can't whistle
and
properly. You do it
who have
great.
we added here that we were throwing in one more
Henny's
player?
everyone. Benny, we're starting.
Benny's
Oh,
still
that's
here.
it,
I
right?
guess
Just
it
the
was
two.
not a full redraw. It was just a
Yeah,
table.
we just
break.
added these two players to fill the empty seats.
Right.
Is that a 50 stack, Phil?
So Matt Ashton, my horse, has suffered a
Yeah,
little
it was
bit
like
at the outer
440.
table.
Yeah, my horse is looking all right right now.
Yeah.
Seems like you
Right
got
around
good
$1
at
million.
knocking
He's
them
been
over
swinging
anymore.
today.
And Negreanu was just down a little bit from where he started the day.
Wow, Matt coming in hot.
Were you, well, because that's insane.
Insta needle.
There was one time we were playing up top and you were in the 1 seat and they just like went into a pot that was happening and I was like, yo, we can't be doing this
Opie
anymore.
grabbed like 14,000 of it.
To be fair, I mean,
Oh, it's on me. Sorry.
to be fair, like, it's kind of a grab what you want in that case. Like, come on. That's everything
Public
must,
property,
yeah,
like-
everything must go in
Totally,
that
yeah.
moment.
Totally, yeah.
Still picking up where we left off with 7-card stud. Chad Evesledge completes the buried jacks.
Here's
wired
jacks
ace.
again.
Yeah, and we've also seen the buried aces with the wired, or the
So in this
jack
situation,
door.
Ashton, I think, will feel fairly decent about his hand having that ace kicker.
Yeah, the ace blocker with the split nines is a really big hand here. And you do see him just go ahead and re-raise in a
Yeah.
spot where Chad's going to be stealing fairly wide.
Now, if I were Chad, I would not mind a 3-bet here. I would think that I have the best hand fairly often against split nines.
I think you can play it a couple different ways, Chris. I think that by calling, you're going to also call with some of your weaker hands, and then you leave in this strong hand that you can perhaps raise on some fifth streets. Now, when Chad catches this well board versus board, blocking Matt's 9 and 2 clubs, perhaps he'll lead into Matt.
I think that makes sense. Matt probably would take a free card if offered here, given the fact that that 9 fell dead in front of him that he would really like.
Right, so I like this
Oh, I
lead
always
from
had it like
Chad.
this. I
And
just never
note that
updated it
people
when I
in
got
these
the
games
guys.
don't always just defer to who
never
was
updated it.
the aggressor on the previous street. They really try to take in the way the boards have
I had
changed.
the monovision.
Absolutely.
Yeah, basic monovision.
Like a while ago now, right?
Yeah, it's good. He just says my,
This
my,
is
my font is good.
Very
unusual,
interesting.
I would say, for Matt Ashton.
Sort of saying that, like, I really don't believe you have anything given the cards that I'm holding.
And perhaps also,
I
could he
wanted
be
to
looking
wait
for
until
a
I
free
was
fifth street, hoping that his
I wanted to
opponent
wait
checks
like
to him and then
many
he can
years.
decide if he wants
I
to
wanted
bet or
to hear
not?
any horror stories.
We'll see how he
I'm like, all
proceeds.
right, it feels safe.
That's what I told a non-poker friend of mine too about this. Like, just give it a little bit and let's see.
Perhaps catching a connected card to his own board, he may
I remember
elect to
going
change
in when I was
plans
about
and go with
40 and
another
waiting.
bet and then maybe reevaluate on the next street.
And he very well might just feel he has the best hand at this
Why don't I
point.
just wait
As he
5
should.
years?
Correct.
Instead of doing it twice. 'cause she's
couldn't
like,
agree more.
After you hit 40, your eyes degenerate
The
from 40
degrading
to
level.
45.
Yep.
So she's like, well, you're going to lose it. I'm like, well, what are you
Yeah.
talking about? Why would I do it?
Like,
You
why
just-
wouldn't the first
you-
sentence be, I recommend you wait till you're 45 then?
I went for the consult. I'm like, you're literally talking me out of it. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah.
do think, like,
It's a fascinating situation because Ashton just keeps catching cards that look like they would be good for Evesledge's hand. But Chad actually has something solid here. He's also feeling not so good about his jacks at this moment, facing all this aggression, but he certainly has enough.
Certainly nowhere to
Example,
go.
I went to go get new golf clubs. Okay. Got a whole new fit. The guy's selling me clubs.
Yeah.
I do the testing with my putter that I already have, and he just goes on, and I've made every putt.
Yeah.
And he looked at the stats. He's like, honestly, I wouldn't fuck with it. You know what I
I
mean?
love
Like,
that.
and his boss was like, yeah, let him see these putters. I'm like, it's good for him.
And let me tell you, it's harder nowadays, but that's the exact kind of thing I try to reward so much.
Me
Like,
too.
those are places I want to be a regular for life at. Like, that's my #1 thing I care about.
And Matt
give you the
may have
honest
thought he was
truth.
value betting the whole way, but if he
I
doesn't
will,
improve
like,
here,
show
he may just try to take that
unbelievable
showdown value.
Yeah.
Makes
Store
sense.
something that, like, doesn't upsell me on something.
Chad has not checked yet, and I'm wondering what he's thinking
Easily
about
could
here.
have. Even though I made, like, you do this drill. I made all 10 putts. I made them. And he looked at the
But then he'd
stats.
be like, oh, like you got lucky because you're 6 degrees off.
Yes, they'll be like, well, you're coming inside to out. We can give you something that straightens it out a little
Exactly.
bit. I'm like, you mean from perfect? It was,
Yeah.
I'm a good putter.
Yeah.
Obviously. Jex. Does that look like a man beaten by Jex, Taki?
To be fair, he does not ever look like a man beaten by jacks, even when he is.
And that's a rounder's reference there from Daniel Negreanu. Does he look like a man beaten by
What's
jacks?
that? What's truck star?
That was certainly a big
I would
pot that
say
was
it's pretty
consequential to
self-evident.
Matt Ashton's
I
stack.
know, and I'm assuming trucks, but is it your
You've heard of
company or something?
cards.com, right?
Huh?
You've heard of cards.com?
I think when Scott catching bad on 5th and 6th Street,
URL.
Matt just thought he was
So it's
ahead
your,
with a pair
your
of nines.
company,
Definitely.
trucks.com?
Yeah.
What do you sell, trucks?
Yeah, trucks online, yeah.
Like fake
So
trucks or real trucks?
real
yeah,
trucks.
we own the URL, trucks.com.
And you sell trucks?
Yeah.
You're a truck seller? I thought you played trucks.
SUVs, yeah.
I didn't know you were a truck seller.
SUVs or trucks is a big difference.
I want John to make me a sponsored pro for the World Series.
Cars.com sold for 800 million.
Yeah, it was a
Wow. Actually, my
massive,
company
massive
bought that.
sale. They were huge.
Yeah. So we own it.
Minimum. Yeah. Get in contact with my people, which is me.
Sounds like Scott Seiver is angling for a sponsorship from trucks.com for the World Series.
Well, I mean, during the height of .com, Pets.com sold for however many billion it was.
What did?
Pets.com.
John making a good point. The domain name alone, trucks.com, could be worth quite something.
Yeah. As he's trying to sneak one through here with King 10-4, and Seiver has sniffed it out very well with an Ace 9-4 Rainbow himself, not allowing John Racner to just steal this pot with the highest card on board.
Non-believer.
Interesting to see how Scott proceeds in his hand.
This is a nice card for Scott to catch in the sense that it's very obviously making it less likely that John has what he's trying to say he has, and because of that, Scott likes to just bet right out.
Yeah. In a way, Scott's kind of bluffing in this hand. He may feel he has the best hand, but obviously getting anything to fold is a great result.
Exactly.
He's like suspect.
No.
I think he just feels that
Honestly, I didn't really think
as
that's
the
what the
defender, when he catches John's card, he now actually has the range
But if he thought he
advantage
had
and can just bet
Absolutely.
a lot of hands.
Yeah, and
I don't ever trust my thoughts.
but I think the
I think a
defend
lot
on
of
third sheet shows us a
insane
lot about how
things.
dialed in Scott is to the
If I
steal
trusted all the
situations
things
instead.
I thought, I'd be
Absolutely.
Suppose in the worst case scenario, he does have that ace in the hole. If he runs into the split kings, he feels like he has an emergency out.
Right.
Only Chad knows I'm telling the God's honest truth.
Takes one to know one.
That's what I'm saying.
I have been disturbed by how many people said we're alike.
I'm just better at playing a role.
Better what?
At playing a part. It's fun.
Scott and Chad brothers separated at birth.
That's not just not playing a part. It's like you said before, it's range.
Yeah.
They've certainly enjoyed a lot of good banter the last couple of days.
Absolutely, they're enjoying their time together. Notice this limp from Ashton with the buried sevens with the 10 behind him. And only the 10 and whatever Filsterheimer's of card is, which we cannot see very well here.
It's an ace.
Okay, so this makes
a little more
right?
sense.
Yes.
A couple of
It's
overcards.
time for you to just give in.
This induces a limp from Racner with the ace 10-8.
Yeah.
I hate just like
Yeah.
my number one.
terrible.
is
Chris,
like
would you have overlimped
sweaty
John's hand, or
back in
perhaps even
bed,
been
just,
tempted to raise it?
Yeah.
Just trying to tell a story and maybe get some fold equity off the ace behind you?
I would not have been particularly tempted to raise it, considering there's also an ace behind me.
Very
I
fair.
would have maybe
stupid things.
thought of just
I-
folding, but
I
maybe I
should-
undervalue
I
these
should
hands
go.
in stud high.
Look at me.
That's what I'm saying.
Also, I guess it depends a little bit on how wide we think Matt is limping.
Right, right.
The overlimp makes some sense to me.
Certainly
he can just
a-
limp fold if the ace raises. And
Certainly a good street for Matt Ashton here. It's Daniel Negreanu taking the betting lead from the bring and representing that he caught the best card on board with a 2 flush and
So
having the king queen jack in the hole.
the thing I find interesting about this is that typically Negreanu's board does look like the best board.
Yeah.
So it makes sense he'd want to be aggressive.
Right.
However, he was just a bring-in. He didn't actually call a bet at
I
any
totally
point.
agree.
So he actually has 2 random cards in the hole. So it's less clear to me that he should want to lead the queen 3 clubs with 2 random cards against 2 players who have voluntarily entered the pot.
I definitely agree with you. That's a good point. However, this may work out well. I was going to say it was going to work out well for him, but now Ashton has made open 6s, and maybe he will take the betting lead. Let's see how he proceeds.
Knowing that Negreanu bet and he maybe thinks Negreanu's betting with something,
Yeah.
that 3 queen 3 with 2 clubs might actually look a little bit scary.
Yeah, so now does Daniel want to do some bluffing here? Because he's clearly behind against the 6s he can see, if not something even stronger than that.
This is really interesting. The nice thing with Daniel's hand is you can see he actually has 42%
Wow.
equity against even the hand that Matt has. And look at that laydown.
That's a great, great play from Daniel Negreanu.
Cool find from Daniel where the lead was perhaps a bit unconventional on 4th, but then using the strength of that
Think about
lead
it. When it's August, right?
turns that into a
it's
nice
the
little
last
double
week of
barrel on
August.
5th.
Absolutely.
Like August 27 to September 4, basically, like that every year or abouts.
Yeah, I guess good chance.
No
I do
fear
on
of running
that.
into the
think
3 6s
I
there.
very strongly think it's a thing like you specifically should do once. It seems very.
Perhaps also knowing if he does get raised at some point, easy
Personality
fold.
and
He's
like
not
temperament.
folding himself off too much equity.
Guess
Yeah.
I'll do it sober at this point. I wouldn't have done before.
I would say like with the group I go with, I'm like probably like 25% are like fully sober or something. Like fully like. I don't think in any way it's a prerequisite at all to nothing.
I think maybe some Burning Man discussion was breaking out there. I'm not quite sure which festival Scott was referring to.
I know that Scott has been to Burning Man a few times. And note that Chad does just fold the ace-9 jack
Yeah.
with a bunch of low cards behind.
A hand that many players at the table probably would come for a steal with. And look at Ashton stepping out with 10-7 deuce and going to run smack dab into a premium starting hand from
So
Racing.
you can kind of see a stylistic difference there.
Absolutely.
Where Chad
Making
folded
sure
a hand,
you
I think a lot of players would have opened. And
Yeah.
Matt opened a hand, I think a lot of players would have folded.
Certainly.
That's allowed you, you're not.
But of course, Matt's situation where he's just
I wouldn't
looking at
consider
wheel
it.
cards, you can understand why he'd want to get quite aggressive there. And just understanding that he can raise fold the bottom of his
My
range there
experience has
against
been
John's
that
2-bet with the 5.
It has not been a
sort of
good few
fall
minutes at this
into
table for Matt Ashton, who
two
is now quite
categories.
short.
Either you love it and you go back every year, or you said, you know, it was a good experience, but might not want to do it again, but glad I went one time, or you just like absolutely hate it. And I found the third category is actually super rare.
Or categories unbelievably rare.
Yeah. It's if you, because it's physically challenging, like it's hot, it's dusty.
Yeah.
And I think it's just the people who get so caught up in that discomfort that they can't sort of don't appreciate all the other great stuff that's happening, that are just having a bad time. But I think it's
You
very
went 3
rare.
times, is that right?
Not gonna lie, that's
3 or 4.
exactly
I think
like
4 or 5. Five, yeah.
Dude, if I'm dusty and I can't shower, I might be.
Some
In the, I might be.
people
in
are
that
wired.
rare
Some people
category.
are wired that way, you know.
Yeah.
I've started reading a book called The Comfort Crisis, Chris, that talks a lot about this, getting outside your comfort zone. Unfortunately, I'm very bad at
both better
finishing
and
books that I
worse.
start.
The human
But,
spirit is
Maybe getting outside your comfort zone means getting to the
Getting
end
to the end
cover.
of the book,
Yeah.
but kind of touching on some of the stuff these guys are talking about in regards to Burning Man.
So we have a pure steal situation for Chad here, and he actually picks up a very strong hand. I do think Benny Glaser has enough to defend. If not, consider maybe even stepping out with a 2-bet.
And
Comes
he
with
does-
the
he
call.
agrees with you.
Yeah.
Certainly would rather be playing Raz or Stud 8 with that hand, but versus basically an any 3 steal.
Right. So he has to feel that Chad can have basically anything here, and Chad has to feel fairly good about the hand he holds, although Benny catches quite well.
Yeah.
So this is a very different spot to
Playing off
Negreanu's
flop.
spot.
This is like
Here,
one of
Benny
my
has to call with
number one,
something.
like,
So the
I
King
think
of Hearts
exactly
actually is going to be a really nice range card for him, I
Same thing,
believe.
same
Although
thing
Chad
with
did
the-
also
yeah,
catch a
they
suited
don't
card.
do
Benny
Yeah.
ultimately decides to bet.
You need these customers for life.
Both players should have very wide ranges here, so I think both have some reason to believe that
There
their
was a
opponent can have something
very,
quite
very,
light.
very large loss.
But I do agree that this card street was certainly better
Like,
for Benny.
disappeared, and people don't really know why. About them like putting things into like.
Now it gets
guys
very
batteries.
interesting.
Yeah,
because
nobody really has anything.
Nobody has anything.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit unclear who is supposed to have a stronger hand at this point.
One of my
Probably still
favorite
Benny,
writers,
but not by
writers
much,
that I
right?
Absolutely,
always
I
proselytize
agree.
Cory Doctorow.
I would be
Because-
a little surprised to see Chad fold here.
Because it's worth noting that while Benny had the stronger range on 4th, once Chad calls, Chad actually folds some of his worst hands on 4th. So
Great
now
point.
the equities keep kind of flip-flopping.
Yeah, and both players can really believe that their opponent can have very little, as little as ace high. But it looks like Chad's just going to get out of the way. Yeah,
does
so
just lay it down.
Benny kind of earned this pot by taking the aggressive
10 years
lead.
ago. Well, maybe like 15 years ago.
I mean, he also had the best hand by a whisker with ace king high, but I think that was not the
Computer
primary
chips were
motivation there.
getting Good enough that like, if you were like either
game, right?
a high video game player or like making movies and stuff, you would
Scott,
need
you get
a
your
new
wish.
computer you would need a new computer like every 18 months. Now, like,
No?
I have a computer from
5,
like
10,
7
15?
years ago
So
that
do
can
I.
still do
I have a laptop
everything.
from
Yeah.
7
and
years
a
ago.
laptop. It was
We're back
very
to no
high at the
limit
time,
deuce
but
to
I have
7
a
single
laptop
draw.
from 7 years ago.
A game that we had a very fun, exciting round earlier with a different feature table.
And like,
We
doesn't-
certainly
it doesn't
enjoy
look like I
watching
can't
this.
use,
As we look at the tournament update,
some
29
inside
entries,
Chrome. It
14
won't
players
download
remain
it.
across
It's
2
like it's
tables.
complicated.
Chip leader still, Michael
can do
Moncek,
anything.
who I'm being told is now up to 1.6 million, Chris.
Okay.
Right around where he started the day.
Texas Mike doing work at the outer table.
And they started to change the battery ports and the cables and
all of this
forced you to
is
get new stuff.
yeah, there's a lot of really good writing about this online. It's like one of my like really big like pet
Passion.
things.
Yeah.
So we are up to a 10K big blind in the big bet games, and no limit single draw being one of them. So the stacks will be a little bit shallower here. In particular, Matt Ashton and Scott Seiver have to be wary of their stack size throughout the hands. Sternheimer as well.
In some respects, this game can be a nice one for the short stack with that big ante in there.
Right.
If you're having bad
It's a
pops,
little bit
like,
easier in this game to be the
What is it,
the
single
guy
bet?
jamming or raising all in versus calling,
I
right?
tend to agree with that. A lot of the hands that want to open face very tough decisions facing, say, a 20 to 25 big blind rejam.
Absolutely.
Wait, zone 5?
And we saw Negreanu opening to 3x earlier. Now he's downsized to 2.5x, which makes some sense as the overall stacks have gotten a little bit shallower.
Scott is tempted with his weak draw perhaps feeling that Negreanu would be opening very light in the cutoff. But
65.
But he has a very awkward stack size, so he's going with a small 3-bet bluff here.
He does, and this kind of reminds me of a spot a no-limit player would play, where back in the day, people didn't really, they would play jam or flat or fold in this spot, but now they're finding a lot more small 3-bets off of these sort of 27 big blind stacks.
Yeah.
Wasn't always as much of a thing, and Scott's kind of employing that principle, and this is basically one of his quote-unquote 3-bet bluffs. I would look at this as something like an ace-6 suited in Hold'em, where he's not going to call the all-in,
And
but he
it's
still has
immediately-
some equity when called.
Immediately punished by Negreanu 4-bet jamming and taking Scott off of his equity for his 10 low.
Right,
draw.
and I think actually a very reasonable play from Scott there, even though he ran into the 7-6 draw of Negreanu.
And notice that Daniel found a nice 4-bet jam there with a 7 draw there, just kind of using his chip stack to sort of put pressure on Scott Seiver's bad pat hands, or a draw that does have a decent amount of equity against his 7 draw there.
And I think, yeah, also giving some credit to his opponent for being someone who will have some quote-unquote 3-bet bluffs.
Right. I was to add to that, like, when you're out of position with even with a premium draw like that, I do think you're more inclined to jam. Whereas when you're in position with a premium draw like that, you'd be more inclined to call, because then you don't mind taking the draw and maybe playing some post
I
on
agree with
poker.
that, Chris. For one thing, it's nice to see what your
know
opponent
my-
does.
The whole thing, I
Right.
think, is
Post draw.
8 days.
Yeah.
I think most go for, I guess it's most go for a very long period.
Yeah. But still reasonable to go for like a few days, half of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The first time, I mean, if you're coming from Europe, you know, and there's a lot of sort of time, money, logistics investment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Sternheimer picking up a very similar combo to what Daniel had last hand. And I have to say, at his stack depth, you kind of probably would never get away from this hand pre-flop, no matter
you
the
know,
action.
you should just go for certain
Unless it goes
time.
really bananas with
Yeah.
multiple players
The
behind
first
you,
year we
perhaps.
went,
But
we
even
went
then,
for 4
it's
days because we didn't want to.
It's a premium draw.
10 seconds.
And we may find out, because Matt Ashton, with a very shallow stack here, has a Jack-9 in the big blind and has a bit of a decision here. He could consider jamming and padding. He could consider jamming and drawing. He could consider calling and drawing.
I agree, Chris. And I think the all-in is probably the more... Oh, no.
Okay, so he's going to go with the call and draw strategy, I
Okay.
believe.
Perhaps that was, again, because he was out of position. In position, perhaps he would have moved in with a hand like this if you could somehow flip the... make it a late position situation.
Yes, certainly.
Where he has the option to
Yeah, then he
play the
has perfect
convertible.
information. He has improved, but not enough, as Phil Sternheimer has made number 2 an absolute monster hand in triple draw, an incredible hand in no limit single draw.
And this is a really, really ugly spot for Matt Ashton because he's made quite a bit of hand.
Yeah, the stack to pot ratio is only 2.
He's got a hand that can beat some of Phil's value bets.
If he comes out leading, he's good. I was thinking he would get broke. Now that he's checked, he may be able to stay in the
Yeah,
tournament
like
by only
170.
calling a large bet.
Agree with that. I think this just depends on how greedy Phil gets.
Yeah.
Phil could bet anywhere
Phil
from...
could ask for it all here.
Right. He could bet anywhere from probably 2/3 pot on the small side to all in.
I totally agree. I mean, when you have a hand this strong, all options are on the table. And against maybe a studious player like Matt Ashton, larger sizes may be preferred, whereas against other players, you might just want to be a little bit more greedy to make
70?
sure you get called.
And
he
he
goes
does
with a
go
standard
for full
pot.
One thing I'm going to note here is that if Ashton were quite a bit deeper,
Number 2.
I said call.
Number 2.
Matt not happy to hear number 2.
Not here to happier any number.
Right. I think with Phil's hand, it makes quite a bit of sense to go quite large when Matt Ashton has that SPR2 there. Whereas let's say Matt Ashton was a lot deeper, then Phil could bet something like 2/3 pot or 3/4 pot and hope to get raised.
Yes.
The value of getting raised
Wow, you have all of them.
diminishes
What?
as Matt's stack is actually shorter.
Very good
So
point.
Doing
Yeah.
something like just going all in or betting pot seems very reasonable.
No, you're that tight.
There's a situation where Ashton could consider making a hero
Like
fold
race
if he
that
were facing a
Well,
jam there. But
that's
facing
hard
the
to
pot size bet, he believes he could probably beat some
That's like
value.
next level.
Right.
No oxygen at all.
So your horse, Matt Ashton, down to
Not
just 75,000.
not looking good for my $20 that was all my bankroll after shaking out my pockets this morning.
Right.
You
and
may have busted me again.
my guy up to 1.6 million. Things are looking up in the world for me.
Play PokerGO. You're my last hope.
Yeah, we're gonna see Chris on the Play PokerGO tables. Negreanu with a 2-card draw, too early of a position probably to want to play this hand, Chris.
I tend to agree. These hands can be a little bit overrated by
think you'd really
newer
enjoy
no-limit
playing.
single draw players. Daniel may just be perceiving that his tight image is going to allow him to get away with this.
Kind of a cool play, though. Negreanu comes for a limp. And
Interesting.
I think that if you're going to build a limping range, including some premium draw 2s in that range might make a lot of sense.
Very interesting. Chad picks up a strong one-card draw in position here. Not going to let him get away with the limp. Unlike the situation we saw earlier, this does not appear to be a misclick from Daniel Negreanu. He's actually employing a small ball strategy here.
It's a bit of a smile on Benny Glaser's face. I wonder if he's amused by the limp, perhaps, or if he has just a real decision.
I think he seems to be interested, and it looks like he has some sort of strong draw, considering his call. You would expect the pat hands to be a little bit more aggressive here.
We seem to be having some trouble picking up his cards once again.
So now how does Daniel want to handle a multi-way spot? I would not maybe mind seeing a fold out of position against 2 players. This kind of hand looks tempting, but it's very hard to make a strong enough hand to beat 2 opponents.
I agree with you, Chris. I think if the raise size had been a little smaller, he would have felt compelled to just get in there with a price. But for a 5x, I like the fold.
I think he also would prefer to be up just against one opponent.
Okay.
Right.
But
although he was drawing smooth.
A cool line from Daniel to expand his range there, and we do see Benny has a very strong holding here, a strong 4-card 8 with a pair. He is actually behind against the draw of Chad Evesledge, but not by much.
Right, these equities run very close.
It's Chad making the small pair and Benny making the king, so we maybe don't perceive a lot of action on these cards.
Right. Both players have some modest amount of showdown value, not enough to value bet, and probably feel that they don't need to bluff these combos.
It's definitely key to note that Chad does not need to bluff 3s. People tend to over bluff their pairs sometimes in this game, and you're just going to have many worse hands than this.
3s.
Benny, very happy to hear 3s.
Yeah.
What'd you catch out? Oh, you caught a king.
3.
Yeah.
No, I was drawing at the king. Daniel.
Yeah, no. I just wasn't remembering if you draw 1 or 2.
Negreanu trying to figure out what he would have made. He would have made king perfect, which actually potentially could have won if we don't know what the other two
Then the other guys would have had a different pull that we didn't get to yet. Yes, you're right.
Right. But the first card he caught would have been the 3. He would have been drawing to the... If he
wheel.
sweats them one at a time, he would have been drawing to the wheel.
Yeah, so interesting to see some of the players employing a limping strategy. In the old days of no limit single draw, you actually weren't allowed to open limp. You had to come in for at least a minimum raise.
And I think it's a great change they made, Chris. I don't know about you, but why not give all players all options in all games?
Yeah, it definitely gives players more options. And the other thing I will say is it also just makes your stack artificially a little bit deeper. Because you can employ that limp. You don't necessarily have to come in for a 2x.
It certainly makes blind battles a lot more interesting.
Certainly.
10 seconds.
As we see Scott Seiver come in for a min raise off of his 20 big blind stack. Ooh, a tempting combo for Ashton being so shallow.
Yeah, do you think that Ashton's short enough here that he just sticks in his 7 big blinds, or does he want to be the one shoving? Maybe he doesn't want to be going up against an early position open.
He certainly cannot think that he has any fold equity with only 70K in his stack, and he does decide to wait for a better spot.
I like that fold. John's got a hand he's going to want to play here in the small blind.
I think because Scott's raise came from early position, that Racner will want to play this hand as a call.
I tend to agree,
It doesn't make sense to me to want to bloat the pot with a 4-card 9 out of position. And Sternheimer getting an incredible price in the big blind with a 3-card 8 and a pair. I think this is a good enough hand to come along. We did say that these hands play a little bit worse multi-way, but,
Slightly awkward hand, but I think the price just too good here for Phil. And he is drawing to some pretty good hands. He's going to make them infrequently, but when he does make his hand, he can make a very big hand.
Yeah, and Seiver's going to have a bit of a decision. It looks like he just quickly stands pat against the draw 1 and the draw 2 with his Jack 10 low.
Yeah, Seiver's got one of those hands that we've noticed players play differently, right? We saw
For
Johnny
sure.
fold a very similar hand to that earlier.
Yes, the Jack 10 can go a lot of ways.
And neither player improving. Oh,
hang on a second. Okay, so in this situation, I do believe that Sternheimer should consider playing some leads. You don't always want to check to the pack guy because the pack guy has a lot of weak hands like Scott Seiver's actual holding here. Often it's just going to check around. I would definitely like to keep open the idea to lead into him here, I think.
When you're the one drawing out of position and your opponent is pat, especially here where Scott's going to maybe pat some hands he wouldn't have patted if it went 1-1, but once it goes 1-2, he's going to have some slightly weaker hands that he's deciding to pat with. I think that Phil should and could play some big bets here, and I think he should use a big sizing.
Yeah, when he has the weakest perceived range by drawing 2, and he is competing against 2 players, so if he bets, it makes sense to bet quite large. Instead, he goes for a very small block bet.
This is an interesting bet too, though, because when you bet small like this, you can actually get some value hands to raise you that you're beating. Like if Scott's got some pat nines, he's probably going to consider value raising against those hands, and perhaps Phil thinks he can also induce a bluff with the sizing. So not the sizing I would have thought of in game, but perhaps there are some reasons to go for this.
Yes, and it definitely puts Scott Seiver's actual hand in a very difficult situation, as he's getting a good price to beat a bluff.
Although it's funny, it's one of those ones where, as Scott, do you almost feel like you'd rather see 75K with your exact hand than 20K?
It does feel that way. It just seems like he's going to have something thin for value.
Now, Scott, if he has a 10 here, I think he just has to call because he's going to feel he can maybe beat some very thin value bets. But with the Jack 10, he's never going to beat a value bet. And does he think that Phil's going to use this size as a bluff?
Okay, so he does pay it off. And here's 8. I was wondering if Scott was also maybe making a small consideration for turning his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, and I think that could be another reason for Phil using that small size, to both induce value raises from some 9X and to induce some bluff raises from some of Scott's weakest pats or, of course, his snows.
Yeah.
Like a snow, if it faces a big bet here, might just say, you know what, I'm done with the hand. I know I had a plan, but I just really believe my man had it. Maybe not. Maybe it still goes for the raise, but versus that 20K, much more tempting to go for it.
Absolutely.
John Hennigan here on the outer table is all in.
Okay, and it looks like he's up against Johannes Becker, perhaps, who's very intently involved in the hand.
Yeah, that definitely could be right. I see some chips in front of Ray D as well.
Oh, it's against Ray D. Johnny's just watching the hand. It's Ray D.
And it looks like Johnny has doubled up. Johnny World, that is.
And we got multiple Johnnies out there.
And he's going to be back over 200,000 as we get back to the feature table here.
I saved my whole stack there.
Yeah.
But, you know what they say about the guy that saves the bet all the time. He still goes broke.
Seiver picking up another slightly tempting combo in early position, and again, he's going to go for it. He has definitely not been afraid to step out with his shallow stack compared to some of the other players at the table.
Yeah, both opens strike me as on the loose side.
Yeah.
Reasonable if you think your opponents are perhaps folding too many hands.
Right.
Another type of hand that would obviously you'd rather have some type of pair blocker. Also, note that Matt Ashton's very short, so maybe that's a consideration for Scott, is that he's less worried about facing heat from Matt Ashton because he can just call the 9 big blind shove. And
he does manage to get Negreanu to fold an 8-7-5 in the big blind for a min raise, which is a very tight fold. I know the hand makes a lot of straight draws, but when you're getting such a good price against only one opponent, you do typically have to defend some weak draw twos.
Yeah, and we saw Phil call with that 8-6-3 in the big blind multi-way as well.
As the poker starts open, that would potentially fly to.
So some much needed chips for Scott Seiver to steal for a cheap price there, as he's taking the big blind now and putting up the big blind and the full ante.
I don't know anything about him.
Yeah, I didn't expect you to. It starts on the 10th. There's the poker stars open. It's a new thing.
Nice.
But I hadn't decided after this if I was going to go to it yet.
Benny planning out his future travels.
At least.
Chad with a very similar hand to the one we just saw Scott open under the gun.
And note
we
that
do
Chad
see the
folds it,
contrast in styles for sure. Chad playing a little tighter than I believe that the players in the field would give him credit for. He's not known as a tight player.
Chad is one of those people who has this image of being kind of insane, and perhaps he's using that to his advantage here, playing a little bit more solid and.
Or perhaps he just plays insane into Ducey.
Right. And I like this open from Sternheimer. You do need to open some draw twos on the button, and he's got this additional 3.
Ooh, so Scott is very shallow facing a button raise, and I think this Jack 10 is a very clear jam and pat.
I agree with you, Chris, and I think that with a 2-card draw, Phil is likely going to have to just fold this one.
Agreed. So that's a nice pickup for Scott Seiver there.
Yeah, scoop it straight.
You certainly don't want to get called in that spot because in the best case scenario, you're basically flipping against a draw 1.
Yeah, you don't want to get called because you're probably going to have to pat and hope that your opponent breaks something or is drawing.
Right,
but
and then once in a while, you're just dead.
Yeah, you don't have the type of hand where you can break the jack off yourself and want to draw.
Correct. So a good way to think about your Pat Jacks in the big blind against the late position player is that you have more options when your draw is stronger. So the Jack 10s tend to pat, and the Jacks with a straight draw tend to pat. Whereas the Jacks with some sort of a reasonable draw underneath, like a 9 draw or certainly a premium draw, tend to want to play more passively and draw.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah. And one nice thing that can occasionally happen for you when you do pat a jack is you can actually get something like a better jack to break.
That's true.
And then you're going from being 0% to actually being a small favorite against that draw.
Very good point. It's much easier to pat the jack first.
Right. Yeah, the pat back with the jack is a difficult play.
As we get Glaser opening in early position. I know this is a game that he also plays a ton of online and enjoys.
Let's go to one.
So I'm sure he feels comfortable in the no-limit single draw rounds. Reisner looks quite interested.
10 seconds.
Couple mystery hands for the two of them. Phil
Okay,
Sternheimer.
so Sternheimer picks up a Pat Jack 10 here, but notice that this is an easy fold, and he does quickly fold because you're not just facing one opponent that you could potentially get through, but facing two opponents, this hand just has very little value.
Yeah, you're just dead some of the time with your Pat Jack, and your draw's not good multi-way. Now Scott's got
another
kind of
slightly
tricky,
tempting hand. I personally would like folding this hand.
As would I.
But
yeah.
Scott has shown himself to be very willing to stick it in there with some light hands. This time he
Makes the
waits.
discipline fold there.
And he is very happy
goodness.
he did. So this is an interesting situation for the other players when Chad puts in a raise here, because this is a spot that can be a little bit difficult for the big blind to find bad hands, right? I mean, he's not going to just go crazy here with a jack. So on the other hand, I mean, if his opponent, if Glaser has something like a Pat 9, he can get himself into a 6, a big problem here.
Right. Even some of the really bad 10s feel kind of ugly squeezing here. Maybe they go for it anyway, but they really don't want to face further heat or have to make post-draw decisions. His hand is just now.
This is a strong play against an under-the-gun raiser and a caller.
I find I derive a lot of joy from like.
Reisner could easily have a premium draw here, though, and he's in position now, getting a good price to maybe draw against what he believes could be a range that includes some Pat 9s, maybe even some 10s, as you mentioned.
Yeah, facing that early position open, I do expect Reisner to have a decent amount of very strong draws.
Yeah, but he gets away from it, and Chad will be disappointed to not get more action with such a premium holding.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know why, but I feel very strongly emotionally about that.
I had an inkling that hand.
And I mean, you used to play like
Bullet hand I can get creative
a
with.
decent amount of like online tournaments and stuff like way back in the day. I don't know if you ever had it, but like the time where you get like a big spin up from like literal one big blind or whatever is like maybe the sweetest feeling in poker.
Heads up against Nick in the dealer's choice. I had
moved on.
9.4 million. He had 300K. It was an ante.
Yeah.
Fast forward 10 minutes, he has 5 million.
But you still won, so
I
like,
know.
the
Right, it would have been a better
story's
story
boring.
if that
Yeah,
Want to limit hold him here?
Just, but yeah,
Correct.
the anxiety I was feeling was like
Correct.
I was shaking
Yeah,
outside and in.
You start laughing.
Yeah, the first one's cute.
two, you're like,
Oh my God,
nice
4
hand.
cards, you made it. Oh wow,
Correct.
he beat the
And then
jack.
the third one, you start going, it's like
Yeah,
that fake laugh
wait.
that tapers as you
And
do
then
it.
you're like,
and then the fourth one, you're like, you
no longer
motherfucker,
funny.
It's time to lose.
This is no longer funny.
Yeah,
Did you stop whistling at that point?
Oh, there was no
I
whistle.
did
There was
not.
shaking. I was just. I mean, like,
I
no.
told you, I actually think that is psychologically really difficult.
I felt alive. I'll tell you that. I felt alive.
This
But
is a very tight fold again
Just
from
wanted
Chad.
it to
You've
be
such
over.
a
It
small
was so
blind and
close to
10-6
just being
offsuit
like
limit hold 'em.
perfect.
I know it's not
Everybody
much of a
had, like, one
hand,
big
but you do
blind
need to
and
play
just
pretty
winning
loose
that.
aggressive from
And
a
I
small
also like,
blind.
I just feel psychologically.
Matt Ashton is looking at the order of the games to decide how careful he wants to
and
go
then
with the shallow
suddenly it
stack
stops
here.
at 5 all like
Makes sense.
all
All
like
stack.
all my luck is like used up. Like now it's gonna.
I'd like a
Like the
pretty
one,
decent
the first one was like the
I
cute one,
made
but it's like it's a single draw hand on
very
a jack.
slightly too
Yeah. 4. Like I'm like 90%.
If you had asked someone to bet,
I would've just lost
even in chips, you must have been
Oh, big
something like 30%.
Right, because emotionally
This
erect.
is so hard.
Daniel Negreanu recounting his dealer's choice final table, where Nick Schulman came back from like a 30-1 chip deficit to almost even the stacks before Negreanu ended up finishing him off.
Yeah, that was a wild final table. Negreanu just jumped out to a massive lead
Take
and
this
then
off then.
Yes.
heads up. Schulman
This will be
almost
our
got
last
even.
hand before the break here. And Matt Ashton unfortunately picks up a very dusty hand in the big blind and has to make a tough decision about whether to defend this Queen 3 offsuit with such a shallow stack, knowing that he's basically putting it in on many flop textures.
What are your thoughts here, Chris?
Well, it's a slight plus EV hand to defend in the big blind versus a button open. Maybe he feels that there's even fewer reverse implied odds with a bad kicker for his queen, and he's going to be very happy to see that board as he is way ahead now.
And I think Chad's going to likely come out betting on this board.
I think so. Makes sense. And this is going to work out quite well for Matt Ashton, as it's very unclear that Chad can even call a check raise if one in comes. I wonder if Matt would even be considering waiting, but because he perceiving his hand is strong enough to just call.
He does just raise right away, thinking that Chad's going to have so few bet folds, but this probably is one of them.
Yeah, and we can see that Chad is immediately very unhappy with the situation because he realizes that Ashton has so few chips left that he might be folding live cards.
Right. Ashton could just have something like a flush draw or
A 5.
a 5 where he's got 2 overs, right.
Even something like King 9 offsuit, it would be a bit of a mistake to fold a 10-7 against.
Absolutely, but the 10-7 I think just probably a little bit too weak against the overall range that Ashton gets here with. Not a very fun spot.
And of course at this point, Ashton is probably pretty happy to get the action with top pair.
I think so. I don't know.
Wow.
So
Chad-
Matt made a close defend pre and got rewarded for it. Now has a little bit of breathing room
Inside
after
of
the break.
space.
Chad does make a good fold
I feel
there.
like it's not much, but that might be the fucking one I can just fold.
As we go over to the outer table, where Ray D is all in deuce to 7 triple draw.
And mucked, I believe.
And it looks like
Oh no, he was betting all in and got a fold. It
he
looks
got
like
the fold, so he does double up.
Yep.
And we take a look at the chip counts on the feature table as we head towards our second official break of the day. Benny Glaser at the top of the counts with 1.15 million, followed closely by Chad Evesledge, Daniel Negreanu, John Racer, Philip Sternheimer, Scott Seiver, and Matt Ashton on the short stack, although he did just receive a nice pickup there, Chris.
My horse.
Flopping top pair of queens in perhaps a very close pre-flop decision.
Keeping my hopes alive.
Keeping your hopes alive. And we are going on to a break very shortly, and we'll be joining you soon. Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio here at the Aria Resort and Casino for the $100,000 Mixed Game Super High Roller Bowl. I'm Alex Livingston, joined alongside me is Chris Death Donkey Vitch, and we're here to bring you the action as we play down to 5 players tonight.
We've got a new table, a couple faces that we saw earlier in the day, but many new faces here, including the return of Texas Mike Moncek, the chip leader in this tournament.
And I'm excited to see Texas Mike play for a couple reasons. One, he's the chip leader. Two, his style of play. As you can see, first place $1.2 million with 5 spots paying. We're down to 14. We've been stalled around the 14, 15 player mark for a little while here, Chris, but perhaps now we'll see some blood as the limits go up.
And by the way, it looks like Michael Moncek has basically everyone at this table covered. Maybe combined, right? Very close.
Yeah, absolutely dominant chip lead for Michael Moncek, both at the table and in the tournament overall. Yuri Jalevsky second in chips at this table. Nobody super short, but definitely some reshove stacks in the big bet games for some of these players.
Yeah, and it should be noted the level has also gone up again, so even in the limit games, those 250K stacks are starting to feel a little bit short.
Absolutely.
Just remember bad beats.
Like an elephant.
Yeah, like an elephant.
As we switch to deuce to 7 triple draw.
I win. Long forgotten.
Pretty solid starting hand here for Ray D. Extra deuce blocker in addition to a very premium draw. He is drawing 2, and you have to be careful with the hands you open drawing 2 from early position 7-handed, but this one is certainly powerful enough.
Certainly. With 2 tables remaining in the tournament, obviously the players are starting to think a little bit about the final table, but we still have a long way to go here. Johannes Becker picking up a 3-bet, and Michael Moncek immediately 4-betting with a Pat 8-7. A big hand in this situation. I don't think Ray D can get away from this one.
No, his hand is just too smooth, even though he knows he's drawing 2 and his opponents might be drawing 1 or 0. Mike's got a much better version of the spot that Scott Seiver was in, where he called 4-bet with the 9-7-6-4-3. This hand is a lot stronger.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we have Johannes Becker now 5-bet capping this pot, and very shallow stacks here between both Johannes Becker and Ray Decker-Gani.
And Chris, I think this is actually the first 5-bet preflop we've seen all tournament in any limit game.
Yeah. Is Johnny claiming Pat, or is he drawing 1? Let's see.
He could certainly do this with some of his absolute most premium draws. And he does.
Sometimes Texas Mike's loose aggressive image gets people to overplay hands against him. We don't have Johnny's actual hand here, but we can assume he has a premium draw, and we do see he has the 2-3-6-7. Not a fun spot for Ray D here. Obviously, he has the 3-card wheel and obviously needs to continue, but not closing the action, facing a Pat and a D1 behind him.
Right. One of the worst things that can happen here as Ray is you call, and then Johnny re-raises, or sorry, raises, then potentially Moncek re-raises. That would allow you to get away, but you're sometimes putting in 2 bets here, not just 1. Johnny does just still have the draw and continues with the call.
Yeah, and he is very close to all in this hand if he plays to the river.
And one thing you're worried about with Ray D is with 2 other players having such strong hands, some of the cards you need to make your hand might be accounted for in their hands as well. As you can see, there is 2 3s dead between the 2 of them, as well as the 5 in Moncek's hand. So
far, Moncek's hand is staying well ahead. Johannes Becker has avoided a complete disaster, which would be catching an 8 in this situation, as he would obviously be drawing dead. We'd be dead against Moncek's 8-7-5-4-3.
And now that Ray D is just not improved, going into the final draw, he may just elect to fold.
Typically in these spots, you can really only consider continuing against either drawing hands from both of your opponents, or if you've caught just the most amazing blockers of all time. Neither situation really seems to fit the bill here, and perhaps, again, Michael Moncek's loose aggressive image is weighing on his mind, thinking that he could have some weak Pat hands that other players might not consider playing in this spot, where Ray D could have more equity.
And note with these bigger limits, this pot has already ballooned up to 540,000.
Yeah, as you said, that 5-bet pre-multi-way was very, bloating the pot situation. Johnny cannot be happy to see that 4, which is a card that he desperately needs.
That's a good point. It's not going to affect his drawing decision, but he's certainly not happy to see it.
Right. And a very, very key card for the tournament life of Johannes Becker. I would not mind if he does make his hand here. It's a decent spot to lead.
I agree with that.
However, he pairs 3s, and it would not be a very good spot to bluff, as we can see how the cards lie. He also hasn't seen any really relevant blockers throughout the hand, and the pot is so big that you don't want to have too many bluffs in spots like this.
Yeah, very dangerous bluffing here into a man who stood pat multi-way and has just been betting down the whole way.
Particularly when you have 60K left in your tournament life stack.
And do you think, Chris, that Moncek at this point is just going to be content to check it down, or do you think he's going to go for some value?
I think his hand is certainly good enough to value bet. As the pot size grows, you can always go for more thin value on the river.
I agree with that. He can also have some snows in his hand still. It's not completely out of the realm of possibility. And do you think that Johnny is considering making a hero call to pick off a snow, or do you think he's just going to give it up?
He certainly has not instantly released his hand, and obviously just the massive pot size is weighing on his mind.
Perhaps a spot also where Moncek's image could work in his favor?
For sure.
And what a nice pickup there for
yeah.
Michael Moncek, also known as Texas Mike, up to 2.1 million.
I was just going to say our tournament chip leader grows much stronger, and we have a extreme short stack at our table now in Johannes Becker.
Be interesting to see the play of Albert Daher. He was somebody who, very strong player, made a few plays that were perhaps not ones we would have thought of, Chris, but then that we actually had a lot of respect for after thinking more about them, as we see the bio board of Michael Moncek, entrepreneur from Chicago, Illinois, a packing industry executive. So he is a recreational player.
Right, one of the few non-pros in the field.
But certainly has a lot of experience over the last few years playing at the highest stakes, both in no-limit hold'em cash games and in tournaments across the board at the WSOP.
Yes, certainly true. Comfortable with all these games, although maybe not having put in the reps that some of the players at the tables have in many of the disciplines in the 10-game mix, but absolutely in his element here with the chip lead. And not afraid of the stakes in any way.
Certainly not. That's one thing where sometimes I think even in the no-limit tournaments as well, some of the recreational players can have a bit of a psychological advantage against some of the pros who are perhaps shot-taking, selling action, that sort of thing, where the recreational players are not feeling that same financial pressure.
So Johannes Becker is opening a hand that normally would not be a good hand to open. However, when you have such a shallow chip stack, you have to be very cognizant of not folding until the blinds, right? Because at some point you're just going to be all in, and you may not pick up a better hand than this in this situation.
Yeah, you're going to be forced all in at some point, right?
Right, exactly. And we see Texas Moncek pick up another premium hand and have Johnny all in. Now, the only question for Johnny with his hand is, would he decide to keep the 9 given the roughness of his underlying draw? And it looks like the answer is yes.
And I think he knows that he's going to be up against some draw 2s. And against those draw 2s, keeping the 9 makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Correct. And also, if you make a 9 and you end up drawing dead in this situation, obviously your tournament is over, but typically it's different than a cash game situation where you would have reverse applied odds for the future bets.
Great
there are
point.
no more bets. Unfortunately for Johnny, he is dead here. And this is pretty confidently have to say this will be the end of Johannes Becker.
Yeah, he's got to pat this hand and just hope his opponent made some type of 9. I don't really think you can draw to this 3, 4, 6, 7. It's so rough.
Yeah, he can't like the situation, but...
And you can see that when...
the disappointment, yeah.
When Texas quickly checked back that... Or, sorry, patted back.
Yeah.
Johnny knew he was almost certainly dead.
Good game to a good friend of mine, Johannes Becker.
Johannes Becker eliminated on day 2, and I think we're down to 13 players now.
Yeah, short-lived time there at the stream table.
And the rich get richer here.
Texas Mike is putting on a show.
Texas Mike's putting on a show, and notice he doesn't show a ton of emotion at the table.
Yeah, an easygoing guy, very friendly guy, but pretty quiet as well.
Very affable, certainly on the quieter side. But don't mistake that for him not being competitive. He's definitely a fierce competitor.
Certainly. Plays very quickly, confidently. Always wearing his Texas hat.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is a little confusing because he's from Chicago.
He's from Chicago, yeah. I think he must have some type of roots in Texas, right? Family there.
This would make sense. So we get a look at the ring that goes along to the victor for the Super High Roller Bowl ring.
Not to mention the paltry sum of cash.
1.2 million for first place.
1.2 million.
Not pictured in its entirety there. So at this table we also have Johnny World Hennigan, Yuri, who we saw earlier, Ray D, who we saw earlier, and Albert Daher, who we saw more yesterday.
We saw yesterday, right. We haven't seen anything from Albert today.
Basically all short stacks outside of maybe Nick Schulman and Yuri Zivalevsky feeling a little more comfortable.
Already noticing quite a bit less banter at this table than the last one we had, where Scott Seiver, I think, was really driving a lot of the conversation.
And Daniel Negreanu was always up for a conversation at the table. It looks like Hennigan is ready to make a stand on the button here if needed.
Ray's stack is getting quite short, but note that just because the small blinds, he's in the small blind right now, he can probably pivot to another game. He's going to have an entire round of hands where he can fold, and perhaps it's a stud game coming up.
sometimes you'd be more inclined to go with a hand from the big blind, but from the small blind, you see a lot of incentives to wait and take your late position hands.
Exactly. And Schulman with a defend in the big blind, not a super fun hand, but still, if you catch that deuce, now all of a sudden you have a premium draw.
And these rougher draws are the sort of hands that you feel more comfortable playing against a late position raiser than you do against an early position player.
And we see that Hennigan does have a premium draw here.
An absolute premium. Powerhouse on the button here.
Left him there for like a minute.
Notice that Nick just checks in the dark, and Hennigan has a spot where he can just bet in the dark in these
Whoa.
2-1 situations. Wow.
Nick Schulman, not only did he catch the deuce that you were describing, he caught the 4 as well, and this is going to probably be the end of John Hennigan because it's going to be impossible for him to get away from this draw before the river, and I'm not sure he has enough bets to even make it to the river here.
Incredible pull from Nick Schulman. I think that John will be able to save some chips here if he breaks
you're
on
right.
the end.
Well, unless he happens to make a hand, which
Exactly.
he really does not
So
want to do.
John
now.
doesn't know it, but he doesn't want to make his hand.
He
right
absolutely
now.
does not want to catch this 7.
The worst thing he could catch would be a 3 or a 5.
Correct. He would have a tough decision where he'd catch an 8 on the river.
Now, this is a spot where Hennigan expects a fair chunk of the time Nick to check, because Nick's going to have a lot of weak hands and John's going to have a lot of strong draws. When Nick bets, he's really saying that he's...
Number 4.
Oh, wow.
He caught his 7 low, and he is out.
So
He announced
Hennigan
number 4,
raised
so he
all in
caught a
there and
5.
said number 4, and he could tell
Yeah.
by the way that Nick called so quickly, he wasn't sure that that number 4 was going to be good.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, Nick trying to courteously really put the action in quickly as possible as John is out the door. And we have very quickly lost 2 players from our feature table.
Yeah, that was fast, almost as fast as the way John exited the tournament hall.
He plays fast, he walks fast, and right now feeling very disappointed to be out of
He
this
definitely
tournament,
does
I'm
everything
sure.
fast. We're going to need a new player at this table, Chris. We're down to 12.
Yeah, so we'll be bringing someone up from the other table who should still have 7.
Right.
There will be a random draw down there to...
Are you rooting for anyone in particular, just for the dynamic that it might create?
Well, I suppose having Scott Seiver or Daniel Negreanu could get these guys talking a little bit more.
I was thinking that. Yeah, it might bring a little more banter to the table if one of those guys came up.
On the other hand, I could see the demise of my prop bet if Matt Ashton were to make his way back to the feature table.
Chad Evesledge, also somebody I just enjoy watching.
Certainly, certainly.
From a play standpoint.
Yeah, no bad picks at this stage of the tournament.
So as you can see, our graphics showing 13 players remaining, but with the elimination of John Hennigan, we know that we're actually down to 12 right now. Tournament director Paul Campbell.
Waiting to see who's going to be our next victim at the feature table. It looks like Negreanu just scooped a big pot on our side table here.
And now you see Alan doing the chip shuffling, getting ready for a high card here.
Guys, we got a chance.
It looks like it's John Racner.
And it's John Racner selected.
Scott very happy not to lose his best buddy, Chad Evesledge.
Yeah, but I heard Scott saying something about we got a chance, making me think that maybe he did want to get moved back to that table. I'm not sure. But he and Chad have just been really seated next to each other for seemingly the entire tournament.
And possibly the rest of their life.
Well, not all of us. Just me, right?
A blossoming friendship, perhaps.
I can see it.
Bromance, like you said you saw with Racner and Phil Sternheimer earlier.
For sure. Well, in these small fields, everyone does know each other, but this is a little bit above and beyond the typical pleasantries.
Right.
Yeah,
So we welcome back John Racner.
In my opinion, the perfect TV poker programming.
As we can hear Scott Seiver even without a microphone.
His voice certainly carries. And that's dealer Mark there, who also plays a fair amount of events himself. I saw him playing one of the 5K horse tournaments earlier in the series.
Yeah, a big mix game aficionado himself, and also an excellent dealer here in the PokerGO Studio.
Yeah, certainly the dealers at the Aria top, and they use only their best dealers to run these prestigious tournaments.
Mucks my hand. Like, I'm right here. She's like, and even that, she was even wrong based on the rule. You have to be within, a length of your chair.
That's also one of my biggest peeves because I universally give it to everyone.
We listen in on Daniel Negreanu finding a bad beat story about having his hand knocked.
Move 1 inch forward and stuff like this.
All right, we are back up here to the feature table, welcoming John, and sponsored by Trucks.com.
Sponsored by Trucks.com, unofficial sponsor of this broadcast. Poker pro from Tampa, Florida, married with 2 children, did get second to Jonathan Duhamel in the 2010 WSB main event.
I have to say, he's just going about his business in this event, playing his style. A bit more on the conservative side in some spots, but we have seen him make some good plays, and also was involved in that very fascinating deuce to 7 triple draw hand earlier where he made the 9 and Phil Sturheimer broke the best hand. So he must be feeling like he's in a comfortable position here with a middling chip stack.
Yeah, and I've heard John kind of vocalize that he's aware that he has this tight image, and certainly he's willing to use that to his advantage. Get away with some stuff that perhaps other players might
folding
not.
a hand.
Yeah, and you know, to be fair, Texas Mike has just been dealt some really premium starting hands in deuce to 7 triple draw.
Yuri not wary of having the 8 in his hand here, opening from the hijack position with the 2-3-8.
Yeah, I think very reasonable open from the hijack. Probably a hand we
Absolutely.
would fold sort of under the gun 7-handed.
We've seen some players in the field let these hands go, though. And he's happy to take it down right there. As Daher, with his stack, cannot really get out of line too much. Obviously, he could be down in the danger zone very easily.
Right.
And of course, Ray D, very, very shallow now, looking to pick up the hand. But it is mostly a one-man show at the feature table for the moment, with a number of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place position stacks in the tournament over here on the side table.
And still, you know, not huge ICM implications at the moment with 12 players left and 5 getting paid. But as the field starts to get trimmed down,
it's starting to weigh on people's
something people are going to think about a little bit more.
Mind. Yeah, there's definitely a mindset in mixed game tournaments that, you know, you can't necessarily wait and wait and wait like you could in No Limit Hold'em, but you can hopefully wait until you catch like a nice rush of good spots or good cards where your decisions are easier, let's say.
And like we've talked about, some games kind of just conducive to forcing you to play pots than others. You know, like Raz, you get 3 really good cards in Raz, very hard to fold on 3rd Street, and then you often get stuck in the hand till the end.
So we look in on the side table here where they're playing a limit Hold'em pot on a Queen 7, Queen 4-4 run out, 2 pair on board. Benny Glaser looks like he's involved from the big blind. I believe he's playing against Daniel Negreanu in this hand.
It looks like check, check.
And maybe Matt Ashton is all in? No, that's just a... Yes, Matt Ashton is all in.
Matt Ashton was all in.
Has the 9s.
With the 2 9s, so he's going to triple up.
A very, very important moment for him there. If we are getting the action correct here.
Yeah, it looks like Matt Ashton is tripling up with the pocket 9s.
There we go. The main pot is being pushed to Matt Ashton.
That's your horse, Chris.
Okay, staying alive. Hanging in there.
As we go back to the feature table here.
And it looks like it's Ray D who has found a hand to go with, the 2-3-5-7-7, and up against Yuri's slightly inferior draw. Ray catching an unfortunate pair here with a pair of 5s. Both players having a decent, close to a flip in the situation, with the wheel draw being a small favorite. It looks like Ray's made a number of pairs so far.
Can we?
And it looks like both players are
on
going
the
to
last
reveal their draws.
Here. Yeah, a 1-1.
So Yuri perhaps will go first, and he does, and he shows. Oh, and
it looks like Ray D has shut him out here by catching an 8.
98.
100%.
No, I'm hearing that Ray D's card didn't come in on the graphic, perhaps.
You got an 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, he announced. Oh. So they both improved on the river, but Ray was the one who made the best hand with the 8-7-5, and he will win a very key pot to double up as well. So we've had 2 short stacks now in the remaining field of 12 double up since we last lost a couple players.
Hope is live.
It's a big double up there for Ray D, back to 200,000, noting that that's just only 4 big bets.
Right, so not quite out of the danger zone yet, but maybe a little breathing space.
Yes.
These pots very consequential to everyone at this table, except potentially for Texas Mike, who can afford maybe to splash around a little bit more, or
Game is after
you know, lose a bet here and there.
And we've talked about it. Deuce to 7 triple draw can be a really bloody game. It's one of those games where you're often stuck in till the end with your draw.
And as we saw with John Hennigan's bust out, sometimes you can just make a very strong hand and end up second best. So it is a bit of a game of coolers.
And by the way, John did nothing wrong there, raising on the end with such a premium hand. He just ran into the absolute stone
he was
top
very
of
unlucky
Nick
to run
Schulman's
into the wheel there.
Mikey?
Perhaps only under the most extreme ICM implications could he consider.
We're going to find out.
Another play.
Right.
Ray may be right back to work here.
Yeah. One card draw to the 8-7-4 deuce. Certainly going to feel like enough hand for Ray D in the hijack off of just 4 big bets.
Ooh, Nick Schulman picks up an interesting combination.
Nick has the exact hand that Scott had multi-way on the button with that 9-7-6-4-3, where he ended up having to break off that 9.
So I'd be interested to see how Ray D approaches the spot with the 8 in his hand. We have talked about this kind of combination a number of times in the tournament, where sometimes facing an aggressive action, you decide to throw away the 8 and draw to the really strong hand of the deuce 4-7.
Right. I think typically most players in the heads-up scenario, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, would draw 1 to the 8-7-4 deuce, and then in a multi-way environment might throw away the 8.
Yeah, so Ray is actually going with a 4-bet to draw 1 here, which I'm a little bit surprised by, just because of his shallow stack. He might have been able to preserve a couple chips if he didn't put all of them in the spot.
I tend to agree. In a cash game, it makes sense where Nick might have a fair amount of draw 2s. I think in a tournament where his stack is so short, I would probably just call the 3-bet.
Yeah, I mean, he also, by the way, Schulman immediately 5-bets, announcing that he's basically has a very strong holding here. And I wonder if Ray, I mean, of course Ray's going to continue, but I think that he's still kind of debating between drawing 1 card versus drawing 2 cards in the spot.
Yeah.
Now that he's gotten this new information about getting 5-bet, maybe he feels even a little bit worse about his 8.
Yeah.
Like $20.
Yeah, reasonable.
Yeah.
Although
I
Nick,
think,
as we've seen Nick's doing this with the Pat 9, he can definitely do this with some worse Pat hands that Ray's
he
drawing
absolutely
plenty live
can.
against, as well as some stuff like wheel draws.
Absolutely can, but it would be a disaster to draw dead here. Ray comes to the correct decision against Nick's actual holding here, and is going to be actually okay against the Pat 9 with this 8-7 draw with 3 draws to go. They're almost flipping equity-wise in this situation.
And now Ray will be forced all in on the next bet.
Right, so this is where that 4-bet pre has really maybe hurt him a little bit here, because he could have preserved a few chips. I guess there's a tiny chance he could decide to fold the turn unimproved, but I think that's quite unlikely.
Yeah, the only reason I guess he would do that is if he thinks that the combination of his tournament life and the fact that he's sometimes drawing dead or enough external factors. On the surface alone, though, he just has to put the chips in.
Agreed. And he is worried he's drawing dead, but certainly at this point is in too deep.
And he's pretty happy to see that Nick's got a 9.
Yes,
it gives him some more outs than he might have thought he had.
And we'll wait to see what card Ray has caught on the end here. He has a number of outs, but it does not appear to have been one of them.
Good game, Ray.
So Nick will take that down, and we see that Ray actually did catch the queen of hearts on the end there. And Ray Garney is eliminated here on day 2.
So all of a sudden, we've had a flurry of eliminations.
Yeah, after kind of a stale period of not many bust outs, we've had 3 very early on in this level.
Kind of inevitable when one player has so many of the chips in the tournament, as Texas Mike Moncek does.
True, creating a lot of shorter stacks when one player has such a large percentage of chips in play.
A very healthy pot for Nick Schulman as well, who really got himself kind of into a healthier chip position by virtue of that hand.
And a great start to this feature table for Schulman.
Yeah, making that wheel and now having his 9-7 hold up.
As we can see, the bio board on Nick Schulman, poker pro and commentator from New York, New York. Also a pool and boxing aficionado, married with 1 daughter, 6 PokerGO Tour titles, a number of bracelets, and certainly a contender along with Scott Seiver for that coveted Hall of Fame spot this year, Chris.
Absolutely. And used to go by the online moniker The Takeover. As he was taking over the poker world at a young age.
And we actually did have a viewer requesting to know some of the screen names of the remaining players, if there's any others that
so I can think of a few of the players. Certainly their Poker Stars, I guess, was one of the more popular platforms where players played online, especially in the old days.
Right.
The other one that comes to mind here at the feature table is Yuri Zivalevsky, who is the nerd guy online and was more prevalent in the tournament poker scene online. Of course, Nick Schulman, like myself, as an American player, hasn't played on the sites like PokerStars in a number of years, but I certainly always remember the name The Takeover. Yeah. We have switched to Raz here. Many players have made some high hands here. It would have been an interesting stud pot. Michael Moncek is stepping in, or going for it here with it split 10s.
Well, there must be a graphics error because
you're
I'm seeing 2 10 of spades.
He certainly cannot have 2 10s of spades, can he?
Right.
Yuri has 2-bet him with the 10-8 deuce, so it's a battle of the 10s as their up cards. It actually looks like his up card is a 9. Okay. So he probably has the 10-9 deuce here.
That makes more sense. And catching the jack where Yuri catches a small card, he just decides to let it go.
So a nice pickup for Yuri there, recognizing that that Texas Mike could be quite light in that situation.
Right.
Yuri has a nice seat position in the table here. A perceived loose aggressive player on his right and a perceived tight player on his left.
Yeah,
he may be able to accumulate chips in good spots with a situation like this. On the topic of screen names on the outer table, we also have Benny Glaser, who's a prolific online player and goes by the name Runs Godlike.
That's right.
Stars.
Do you think that's true of Glaser?
It does appear to be the case because he has had extremely good results across all tournament venues.
Yeah. He and Talal Shakerchi actually probably two of the most prolific players in the PokerStars online series, the Scoops and the W Coops. Both of them have played quite a few events.
Talal, who's no longer in this tournament, but is
no longer with us.
Screen him great a lot, well known as well. And I'm sure I'll think of a couple more as the day goes on here.
Albert went by Young Money on one of the sites at least.
Yeah, I'm not familiar, so I'll trust you on that one.
And we seem to be having another graphics error here as we're seeing another duplicated hole card here for Michael Moncek.
Yeah, Moncek seems to always have a foul deck in his hand. Yeah, we can see that on the screen he has the 6 of hearts up on screen. It looks like we have action between Nick Schulman and Albert Daher here, with Albert showing a 4. We'll try to do our best to find the up cards here. Nick looks like he completed an early position with maybe an 8 showing. So Nick has caught by far the best on 4th Street, and if Albert slow played a good hand on 3rd, we should see him continue here with his pair of 4s against the 8-7 board, and that's what happens.
And he does, so we know that he's ruled out the times that he has like a lemon in the hole.
Yeah, and now it's getting to be a little bit interesting as both players have open pairs showing. Nick Schulman showing the stronger board with the 8 draw versus the potential 9 draw for Albert. If Albert were to have paired his 9, of course he would fold, but I think if he doesn't pair his 9, he should be continuing in the spot.
It's looking a lot like 8 draw versus 9 draw here.
And 2 more bricks on 6th Street. This is getting to be a very interesting Raz spot. Despite the fact that Albert probably has the current best holding with a king low, he's actually usually going to be the underdog against the better draw.
He's going to be the equity underdog. This is a funny spot because we were talking about how often the made hand can be a dog to the draw on 5th and then becomes a favorite again on 6th. This is not one of those spots where that king is such a high card that the draw actually probably retains the equity edge.
I'm curious to see, will Nick Schulman on the left of your screen go for value here with his draw? Yes, he is pushing the equity edge that he believes that he has in the situation. And Albert is going to have a very uncomfortable river decision.
Perhaps a spot where if Schulman were very short on chips, then he would check back.
Right, because he's only pushing a small edge, right?
Exactly. It's basically draw versus draw here.
I think in this situation, Albert can basically check in the dark. Nick really can only bet improvement or obviously a bluff if he were to make something like a full house on the river.
And another reason that Nick can just be happy betting 6, he can decide what he wants to do on 7th.
It appears that Nick made a jack as he has his face-up card, and it looks like Albert caught a 10.
Right.
Just looking at the up cards there, and that is indeed
10,
what happened.
5 there for Albert.
So Albert gets the best of that river situation, which is quite akin to a triple draw situation where both players draw 1 on the river.
On 6.
The hands are running pretty close to each other in equity.
And I'm hearing word that we're going to get a new deck as we've been having some issues with the RFID features on this deck.
Okay.
Noting that we had Michael Moncek there with the duplications.
Good point, yeah.
As we take a look at our feature table chip counts, Michael Moncek, also known as Texas Mike, well at the top, followed by Nick Schulman, Yuri Zidovlevsky, John Reisner, and Albert Daher.
Yeah, although Albert did just win a nice pot there to get himself a little bit healthier, which is a good example for a good situation for him now, as he is certainly in need of some chips. A very difficult seat position at the table with Texas Mike on his left with a big covering stack. We can see that Albert is chipped up a little bit there to maybe something like 400, 450K.
PokerGO is the home of the best cash games, streaming exclusively all in one place. Streaming right now are the seasons of high-stakes poker and No Gamble, No Future. And we've got the debut of our brand new series, Cash Flow, coming this month. The biggest pots and boldest plays only on PokerGO. Join or upgrade today at PokerGO.com with promo code MIXED25. That's promo code MIXED25 to save $20 on your first year of a new annual plan. And Chris, I think both of us would agree that that price is very reasonable for all the content you get here on PokerGO, both educational and entertainment value, often in the same tournament.
For sure, and exciting to see more cash game shows in the future.
Yeah, it's a really nice mix of products they put on, and really happy to be here commentating this first ever $100,000 Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Game Edition. I know a lot of people have been looking for a big marquee mixed game event like this for quite some time, and I'm hoping this brings some new eyeballs to the games, and maybe we see a little uptick in the WSOP field sizes this year with a little bit more mixed game action being televised.
I hope so. That's a great point. This has certainly brought some players to the studio that we typically don't get to see, that are usually only involved in those super high-stakes cash games. So it's always a treat for me to see someone like Albert Daher's hole cards, a player that I'm familiar with from cash games. But, you know, I'm really not going to play against too often, as he's certainly playing at higher stakes than what I would play.
Right, and just worth noting that in the preliminary events leading up to this tournament, we did see pretty significant field size increases. Possibly some of that generated by the buzz of this big tournament, bringing in some of those higher stakes players, and perhaps just a sign that mixed games are growing in general, which of course you and I are happy about.
Fantastic. As we get back to this action, it looks like we have one reasonable card out, so we would expect to see a pure steal from the 5 here.
This is called the automatic. Sometimes the queens might even be tempted to play these hands, knowing that there's only one small card behind them.
And just as you say that, Albert Daher is kind of deciding what to do with his queen showing with his 5-4 in the hole. He really only has to compete against one guy, but he's decided that it's not worth it.
Could be a spot where maybe he'd even play in a cash game, but in this tournament situation, he just doesn't want to take that thin spot.
So it looks like Reisner has a defendable hand here, which to me would be maybe like any 2 cards under an 8 or lower.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
He doesn't need a big hand in this situation, but he needs something.
It's also the level where the bring-in is 10,000, so it's actually, he's getting kind of a better price than he would be if it was 5-5, 25.50.
So Yuri still doesn't really need to look at his cards. He has a 5 and a 6 showing. Reisner can only continue here if he doesn't pair his 3.
I think it does.
Which appears to be the case since he has continued.
Right, now this is a street where range versus range, the equities can really flip on 5th Street. If
So
Reisner
we'll see
continues
here.
to catch good, and you see Yuri does pair.
Okay, so a very interesting situation is developing now as Reisner has paired his 7. I would like to see him bluff this situation.
I completely agree.
As
with
he
you,
knows
Chris.
he's up against basically a range of all possible hands.
And I think Raz is actually one of John Reisner's better games. He's an excellent Raz player. He recognizes the situation.
Yeah, that was a great hand. He also got Yuri to fold 38% equity, which is a sizable amount given the situation. So a nice pickup for John Reisner, maybe using his image a little bit to his advantage. Obviously, Yuri felt like he could not continue with his weak stealing hand in that situation.
You can see John Reisner sporting that trucks.com hat. Scott Seiver looking for a sponsorship opportunity for the WSOP perhaps under the Reisner umbrella.
Nick Schulman has shed his coat here at the feature table, maybe a little warmer up there with the lights.
And Nick had some pretty witty one-liners yesterday. We'll see if
yeah, he
we
seems
get
to
any
be a
of those
little bit more
today.
serious-minded at the moment.
He's just in the zone, it looks like, and just not a very chatty table.
It can be. We have some potential here. But let's see. So Albert has a solid starting hand here. He only has Texas Mike with the ace behind to worry about.
And Texas
it looks
does have
like
a hand he's going
Mike
to be
has a
interested
hand he
in.
wants to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think on the decision there for Mike to just call versus the possibility of re-raising, given that there's only 2 low cards out there?
Right. Both options are on the table. I would say because of the tournament dynamics, it actually does make more sense for him to sometimes play aggressively, as he can put a tremendous amount of pressure on someone who doesn't want to end up with a short stack in neutral EV situations. So this is actually an interesting street because Moncek is now way ahead with his 10 draw against the jack draw of Albert. Notice that the better draw here is actually a fairly significant equity favorite. It's not like Albert Daher can just fold the situation, although it's going to get pretty dicey. It does appear that Albert's maybe considering folding, but no. Okay, so he finds a continue here. We will see maybe a big flip-flop of equities here on 6th Street as well, given the weakness of both of the players' hands. And both players have improved, I believe. We'll check for pairs here.
I believe that Albert paired.
Albert has paired, as you said. And it looks like he probably is going to have to let this one go, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's very difficult to turn Albert's hand into a bluff here, given that he's showing a king and a jack.
Right.
So, you know,
He's
Texas
just
Mike can
drawing dead
potentially
against
just
the 10.
call down with his 10 no matter what.
And he's just dead against that hand.
He had a jack, too. He's jack 5.
So far at our feature table, the image of Texas Mike is maybe one of loose aggression, but he has had very strong starting hands in all the hands that he's played so far, so he's really just getting hit over the head with the deck at this point. We'll see if he steps out of line or starts to use his big stack to push the action, particularly maybe in the big bet games as we get closer and closer to the final table.
Note that we don't have a electronics police on the table today in this feature table lineup, so Texas Mike does have his phone on the rail.
I guess it's a habit for many players, yeah.
Absolutely. Chris, I've always thought it would be kind of interesting if electronics were just completely banned at all final tables, regardless of if they're streamed. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it makes some sense in this day and age. I suppose that maybe one of the counter arguments is just that there are many you know, players that maybe would not be able to participate in the tournaments if they weren't able to have their phone nearby them.
Very reasonable counter argument.
Want to note that Daher completed a fairly weak holding here, and Yuri picks up a nice handed 2-bet against an 8 and an ace that could be perceived as having a wide range, which indeed he does. Notice that Albert only has 15% with this 9-8 draw multi-way, which is very far behind on Third Street and Raz.
Yeah, and definitely a spot where Yuri wants to be 2-betting here, seeing that 8 up, knowing he's pushing significant equity edge. And now this is a spot where is Yuri going to face the squeeze here?
Right. Both players have a lot of incentive to try to drive Yuri out of the pot. But Mike does not go for it. He would very happily have raised had he been able to see Albert Daher's hand.
I think, Chris, a lot of players there would have raised in Michael's shoes, just trying to get Yuri to fold off of his equity.
That may show a small amount of inexperience in Raz, because I do think that would be a very reasonable play. Albert has made a good up card, but has actually paired his 9. Yuri has a tough decision here looking at the 8-7-5 board, and we can see that Michael Moncek has them in very, very bad shape.
Yeah, we can say that with Texas Mike's actual hand, he has 88% equity, but these players are both probably going to be a little suspicious that Mike either potentially started with a 9, or, even though they both have a 9,
or paired one of these cards.
One of those cards. Now, of course, Albert's looking at 3 possible 9s, so he's not going to put Mike on the 9, but certainly if Texas Mike has paired one of these cards, they're going to be thinking they're going to be folding a lot of equity.
And Yuri did make the pot big by 2-betting on Third Street, so he's definitely incentivized to continue a little light. Look at this good fold from Yuri.
This is a nice fold, and let's not forget the tournament considerations could be playing into this as well. The spot feels very thin from a chip EV margin, and just realizing the value of their stack and wanting to...
Albert's seemingly having a very different view of the hand from the way Yuri viewed the hand, because Albert's hand is significantly worse than Yuri's.
Yeah,
He's considering continuing.
One of the problems with Albert's hand is, let's say that Mike does have a pair in the hole. Let's say he's got something like ace-5 in the hole.
Yeah.
Even if Albert improves to make that 9 that he's drawing at, or even his backdoor 8-7 he's drawing at, Mike is still drawing to a better hand.
I think that Albert is perceiving that Texas Mike could be as weak as even having something like a 10 with a pair in his hand, where he could be in good shape, right?
Right.
I mean, he also, Albert just really hates folding.
Right, but that's, I guess, kind of the most optimistic combination you can put Texas Mike on. And if he has just one of those things, like the pair or the 10, then he's actually, Mike's still got a very big equity
And we
advantage.
see that Mike Moncek just had a totally reasonable hand there. In fact, maybe you could argue that he even underplayed the hand in some ways. So he's just had solid hands so far at our streaming
Look
table,
at this
and
stack,
has really chipped up nicely.
2.46 million. 8 starting stacks, Chris.
Looks like we have an all-in here. I'm not quite sure who it is. I see a lot of face-up cards.
It looks like Scott Seiver is actually at risk here.
Okay, against Phil Sternheimer.
Against Phil Sternheimer, and they're playing stud 8 or better. We see the aces and jacks there, and then we see it looks like it's going to be a chop a lot of the time here, because
it looks like Scott has a wheel draw.
Yeah, Scott's got outs to scoop this pot,
but doesn't come home. So it looks like we have a split pot.
Split pot.
Common and stud 8 or better. And Scott lives to fight on. Matt Ashton still nursing a very short stack at the side table. Looks like Negreanu has a big, healthy stack there. Looks like he's been chipping up nicely on the side table.
One thing that's going to be interesting, Chris, as we get down to fewer and fewer players, is we're going to see a little bit of shorter-handed play. At one point, I think we're going to be playing 2 tables of 4 each.
Good point,
before we combine to 7, and that might be kind of an
difficult.
Interesting dynamic, because we haven't seen 4-handed play yet.
Certainly.
In this tournament.
As we zoom back into another multi-way Raz pot with 3 players having reasonable holdings.
Yeah, very strong hands.
Yuri limped in this hand with his 3 showing and has now limp re-raised against the 4-8 deuce of Schulman completing.
And this is something we've seen from some of these excellent players, is that they are limping some weaker hands, and then they're also balancing them with some very strong hands. And Schulman doesn't love this spot.
Yeah, Schulman is considering letting his hand go.
Sometimes when you have an 8 in Raz and you believe your opponents to have very strong ranges and holdings, you actually get away. I don't know that this is one of those spots, given he already had 25,000 invested. It would have been different if he had to sort of cold enter the pot. He also doesn't have the 8 up, which helps him.
Absolutely. And once again, Yuri got it in very good on Third Street, but has caught the weakest 4th Street of the 3 players.
Now, once again, we have potential for the squeeze here.
I was going to say, these players may be a little bit more experienced in Raz, and I believe that there's more of a chance that they will try to drive Yuri out of this pot.
And this is a very unfun spot for Yuri here.
Notice the difference in strategy between this hand and the previous hand from 2 super experienced Raz players.
One of the problems for Yuri is that he's not just facing 50,000. He could potentially face 5 bets here. And Yuri very wisely gets out of the way.
He's a little disappointed, but certainly feels that there's no other option.
And that's a spot where Nick is actually happy with getting Yuri out of the pot, even though he's behind Daher, because he just gets Yuri off of a fair chunk of equity.
They somewhat split the equity that Yuri would have had in the hand.
Right. It's kind of a form of legal collusion, I guess we call it.
And now Albert has paired. Will he try to push what he may perceive as a thin edge? He may be a little bit worried that Nick Schulman has a stronger hand than a 4-card 8, given the way the hand has gone so far. He also may feel with his dwindling chip stack that there's not much value in pushing a small edge on this street.
I think with 130,000, there's some consideration to checking, partly to save chips and also partly for a little bit of deception value.
Definitely.
And I like this check from Albert. I think that's a very sophisticated play. Now Nick has a very clear bet now that Albert has double paired his board.
Certainly. Nick, it's very unlikely Nick could have a 9 in the hole given the action on 3rd Street.
And if Albert calls here, which of course he will, drawing to a 7, which can beat any made hand Nick has, now maybe Nick should consider doing a lot of checking on the last street.
I think so. So earlier I talked about Raz being a game where when you have a lot of bluffs, you want to bet the river for thin value. But in this situation, it's quite hard for Nick to have a bluff here, as he would not have necessarily played any hands this way on an earlier street that could pair the 6
Yeah,
or the
he's
9.
going to get here with a lot of bluff catchers.
And
Whether
it
he
looks
even
like
paired some stuff and has a jack, or whether he has a 9 and Albert just gives up.
Albert pure brick, so it's not a good bluff spot when you catch a pure brick on the end. You'd like to catch a blocker.
And again, it's one of those spots that against certain players, I might just bluff 0% of the time, Chris, because I'm staring over at that Jack 9-6-4 and my board's 5-5-6-6, and they might just put me on the king or the queen if I bet.
Sure, yeah.
Against other players, perhaps you can over bluff that spot because they don't think you're going to bluff that spot.
Right.
So there's a real leveling war in this spot when you have that clear, strong draw, but clear no made hand on 6th going into 7th. As we look again at Nick Schulman, poker pro and commentator, one of the best in the biz at both, from New York, New York, pool and boxing aficionado. Married with 1 daughter, 6 PokerGO Tour titles. He won the $25,000 World Series Poker bracelet this year. He's got a number of bracelets across multiple games.
Absolutely.
No Limit Deuce to Single Draw, I believe, is one of his best games. He's won that 10K tournament twice, I believe.
Yes.
And also an excellent stud player.
Absolutely. Well-rounded in all versions of poker. And also, we should note in this field, probably one of the more prolific No Limit Hold'em players, as he plays a lot of the big No Limit Hold'em tournaments
Certainly.
as well.
And he
which
was
is
one
the
of,
game we're shifting to right now.
He was one of my top picks going into the tournament.
And he has quietly chipped up to over $1 million. So looking very healthy here at the feature table, as Albert is desperate to pick up a hand here before he takes the big blind ante of 15K plus 10K.
Somebody I expect to feel very comfortable as well in No Limit Hold'em is Texas Mike, who plays a lot of No Limit
played
Cash.
nosebleed stakes of No Limit Hold'em and is certainly not afraid. And notice that
And
now
look at this.
he is really starting to step out of line.
This is an open, I think, that Texas Mike might be one of the only players in the field to make this open, even given the stack size considerations. And I think it's also a very reasonable open, just given the tournament considerations.
Certainly.
Maybe it's taking it a little too far to the extreme.
Reisner has to be certainly is aware of this, and obviously, despite the fact that he is maybe perceived as a tighter player, is certainly not afraid of playing pots in No Limit Hold'em as well. We see him here defending a Jack 6 diamond, so we will definitely see some defense here, and let's see how this hand proceeds, as John has picked up a hand that certainly wants to continue. How hard is Texas Mike going to go with his bluffing here, as he basically has the no pair, no draw?
He's been known to empty the clip at times.
These are the hands I'm very interested to see the hole cards for, because we have not really gotten to see how Texas Mike accumulated some of those chips.
Racer's exact hand is the type of one that's going to not love life at all on a brick.
Certainly not. He has to have an immediate fear that he's going to face multiple barrels here with a second pair. Despite the fact that he's 98% against the actual holding. And now let's make it 100%.
Now, Mike, no pair, no draw here. That 9, perhaps a concerning card for him, as it does complete a number of straight draws. Also gives John a pair with some of his straight draws, but
here
that's
he comes.
not stopping Texas Mike.
I was going to say, I'm sure Texas Mike is well aware of his image, but at the same time, he knows that this is a game that he can put a tremendous amount of pressure on players in a tournament and in mixed game tournaments especially.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Chris. In PLO, typically you're going to need some type of either equity or strong blockers to go for multi-street bluffs.
Right.
In No Limit Hold'em, that's not always the case. Sometimes you can just take some of your bottom of range hands and use them as these bluffs. Your opponent's going to have a lot of 1 pair plus draw hands. And look at this. He does get John Reisner to release second pair of jacks.
The bet size
despite his image.
The bet size that Texas Mike chose on the turn, I believe, was very clearly saying, I can shove the river here. And I don't think that John Reisner was prepared to call down.
Right, and John didn't have any extra equity to go with the second pair. I think if John had had a gut shot or something like that to go with the second pair, he would have been compelled to call a second time. But again, one of those hands that has very bad visibility. Sometimes you're way ahead, but when you're behind, you're way behind, and not wanting to fear that third bet for his tournament life.
I'll be interested to see how perceptive Texas Mike is at this table in terms of who he targets for hands. Because, for example, now in this hand, he's in the cutoff position, but Nick Schulman is in the big blind with over 1 million chips in his own stack. I would think that Texas Mike will maybe shy away from this spot a little bit more and maybe look for some other situations to take advantage of.
It's possible, but he's just not a very shy guy, and I think that as his chip lead continues to grow, he's going to start to feel a little bit more and more invincible, Chris.
Yes.
But
notice that Albert is really considering it here with this hand because of the fact that he has to take the big blind and big blind ante next hand, but decides that he has plenty of chips left to wait for a better spot. And obviously, we can see that I am wrong already, as Texas Mike Moncek is going for it immediately with another weak holding.
Well, I also think that Mike feels this might be one of the weaker games just for the field in general compared to the other games, or also conversely that he's a little bit weaker in some of the stud games, and this is the game that he feels the most comfortable in. So he is just
Sure, he could press his advantage immediately in this game.
trying to play as many pots as possible in no limit.
And that will only continue as we lose players and we get closer and closer to that money bubble at the final table.
Exactly, and the way that Moncek typically plays actually is the intuitively correct way that you should be playing a big stack, continuing to apply a lot of pressure. He doesn't. I know a lot of players who are very good cash game players. They don't do great in tournament. They cash tournaments a lot of the time, but they don't make a lot of final tables.
Right.
Because they're not willing to be as aggressive as you need to be with the big chip stack, or perhaps as conservative as you need to be in some of the spots when you have the shorter stack.
Right, being able to adjust your play depending on the dynamics of the chip stacks is certainly an important skill in no-limit hold'em tournaments.
And by the way, Texas Mike was planning on either having a huge chip lead or going to an Eagles concert tonight with some of his family members. I think that decision's been made for him, not that I want to.
Yes. It looks like Albert has found, Albert has to go with his hand here against Ace King. Blind versus blind, certainly no faulting this call, and still has a sizable amount of equity here, even though he's against the Ace King.
Good luck, Albert. Thank you.
Albert seemingly resigned to it here after a couple tough Raz hands. Jack in the window, however, is a welcome sight.
Albert pulling ahead for the time being. Nick does have that backdoor spade draw, backdoor wheel draw, backdoor Broadway draw, as well as the 2 overcards.
Ooh.
And there is one of those overcards as Nick takes the lead with the king. And unlike Johannes Becker, who just sat there patiently, Albert does appear to be doing the stand-up move. And it was a picture card, but not the one that Albert was looking for, as Albert Daher is eliminated.
So our players continue to drop quickly. And as you suggested, we are going to end up with some pretty short-handed play relatively soon here in this tournament. And Nick is continuing to grow his chip stack into a very healthy position in this tournament.
Yeah, well over $1 million there for Nick.
He had a good preliminary series as well, I believe.
And as we take a look at the 2025 winnings on the PokerGO Tour, Joey Weissman had just a phenomenal series here earlier. He actually got heads up against Michael Moncek. Note Eric Blair second, and 2 of our players from this tournament, Nick and Michael Moncek, in the top 5, along with Kristen Foxen.
Right, so showing their prowess in the no-limit hold'em tournaments that have already been taking place earlier in 2025.
So there was, I don't know if you saw this, Chris, but there was a series earlier here in the studio. The same 2 players got heads up 2 tournaments in a row. It was Joey Weissman and Michael Moncek.
And they each won one, right?
They each won one, but I've never seen that before, where in consecutive tournaments, the same 2 guys get heads up.
That's incredibly impressive.
That's very impressive. And
so Yuri has a relatively shallow stack here and a marginal hand of ace-9 off.
And by the way, Chris, I'm getting word that while Albert was busting out on the feature table, we had another elimination on the secondary table.
Who'd we lose?
Scott Seiver is now out. We're now down to 9 players, and we're going to get some of that short-handed play we were talking about. We're going to get a 4-handed table and a 5-handed table here, as we are suddenly getting quite close to that looming money bubble of 5.
Yes, so we will combine to 1 table at 7 players.
Correct.
And there will be a substantial bubble, as all players will be able to be competing at the same table, and we will be bringing you that later this evening.
And you can see this table, Schulman feeling quite healthy, the 1.1 million, and those other 2 stacks, Yuri and John Racner, quite short at this point.
One interesting thing for Nick Schulman that I would be thinking about in his position here is that now that Albert Daher has been eliminated on his left, he has Texas Mike on his immediate left, so he has to be pretty cautious when he opens pots in this situation, as Texas Mike can put a tremendous amount of pressure on Nick, given the tournament considerations.
Particularly in this game, I would agree.
However, here with Nick having the button, so this is a good example of what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah, Nick does have the button here. Okay. I was just saying, I
Yeah.
thought maybe it was a small blind, big blind situation.
Perhaps in a cutoff button spot, Nick might have just folded.
He'll be
the
more
ace-four
careful.
offsuit.
And certainly when it's folded to him in the small blind, he has to be very cautious.
Right. We do see Yuri here defending with the king-7 offsuit.
Certainly in the fixed limit games, that will be a lesser pronounced effect.
Exactly, and also Nick is going to probably feel like he has a bit of a bigger edge against Mike in a lot of the mixed game formats that he's been playing for decades.
Good point. Meanwhile, Yuri defends with the standard king-7 and flops well.
See what Nick likes to go with here. I don't think it's a board that he needs to bet at 100% frequency, and he does check back this ace-high. Yuri probably feeling like his hand is worth a value bet, either on turn or river, but betting the turn feels kind of nice where Nick's going to have a lot of ace-high holdings, perhaps some small pocket pairs.
Yeah, I think Yuri can go either way in this situation. Obviously, it's not the most connected board for the big blinds range, but, you know, certainly has an edge and obviously a decent hand here.
Yeah, he's going to have a number of straight draws he's going to want to bet.
Probably Nick cannot necessarily find the exit door yet.
Yeah, very tempting to call with ace-high here, even though you don't like your kicker. You're thinking when you are facing a value hand, you probably only have 3 outs against those 8x and 7x holdings, but you also beat so many straight draws.
A number of times in this tournament, Nick Schulman has surprised me with his conservative play in certain situations, and he has been right almost every single time.
No, that's very true. And one problem with Nick's hand is that it doesn't have very many ways to obviously
and look
improve.
At this. Again, he folds a hand that I would not have been able to get away from, and I can see why this guy has such incredible results in
Nick's
these tournaments.
just got excellent feel.
Yes. Combined with solid technical abilities, that is a great combination.
Right. And he may also feel that Yuri is less likely to take a more marginal bet there, just given the chip stacks.
Right. Whatever he's feeling, he's definitely dialed into what's going on.
As we can see here, the tournament update, 29 entries, 9 players remaining. We've gone from 15 to 9 fairly quickly, Chris, after somewhat of a stall around the 16-15 mark.
Right.
First place is $1.2 million, 5 spots will pay, and as has been the case for much of the day, Mike Moncek at the top of the counts.
So we're going to have kind of competing things coming up here in the near future. Obviously, play should be kind of tighter as you approach the money bubble, but on the other hand, we're going to have short-handed play, as you suggested. So, you know, a little bit of incentive for both.
Right. One thing we've talked about is that in the stud games, having fewer players at the table can actually promote tighter play in a sense because there's less out there to steal.
Right. I want to interrupt that thought real quick to mention here that Nick Schulman has opened in the cutoff with a reasonable holding, and Texas Mike has picked up the goods.
Yeah, ace-queen offsuit, a hand that I think is going to get mixed at some frequency in a cutoff button spot at this depth, but with Mike having such a commanding chip lead and just Mike playing the way he plays.
Yeah, his image alone probably makes these hands more profitable for him than for other
Right.
players. Nick may be regretting his open, realizing that he's going to have to deal with a lot of 3-bets.
I think even though he thinks he's going to get 3-bet a decent chunk of the time, it would just be a little tight to fold Jack-10 offsuit in the cutoff.
Yeah, we'll see if Texas Mike really presses it. Obviously, he has a strong hand in this moment, so it's kind of irrelevant.
Right. And things have gone very well for Texas Mike since he arrived at this feature table. He's been dealt a number of strong hands. He's played them aggressively, and that double barrel against John Raciner really earned some chips that
Right, almost nobody else in the field
probably
would
would
have
have
ever
found.
accumulated.
So.
Certainly true. Things have been going well for him ever since he registered last night for the most part.
This is true.
Getting off to a strong start
He
in
had
TLO.
a bit of a downturn today. At one point, he was up to 2 million, and he
Right.
went back down to about 1 million. But then, ever since then, he's just been on cruise control. It seems like.
Those chips always seem to be in action, and he will certainly have some swings. But yeah, he's in a good position right now.
And we see Yuri pick up a very nice-looking hand here on the button, 7-6 of spades.
Yeah, him and Raciner are playing about 30 big blinds each, and Nick covering everyone remaining.
And Raciner has picked up the goods here with ace-queen of spades. Definitely a hand that is strong enough to play for stacks. Interested to see if Raciner decides to 3-bet call this hand or just shove, similar to what we saw with Johannes Becker against Matt Ashton.
Yes, so typically ace-queen suited is good enough to play for a small 3-bet.
I agree with that. Yeah, ace-queen offsuit is more likely to just go for the shove, and ace-queen suited,
Right.
maybe the small 3-bet call. But perhaps, given the ICM factors, as we near the money, perhaps John doesn't really want to induce a shove from a hand like pocket sixes,
Certainly.
and just decides to go for the all-in right away.
He
which
may
is-
be happy with that choice also because Yuri had a hand that could have probably peeled against the 3-bet in
Right.
position, denying a lot of equity to the suited connector.
think John still would have used some of his ultra premium hands in that small 3-bet size, but perhaps he just takes this ace-queen suited and shifts it over into the shove category.
Certainly.
Very quiet table. I think if of the 5 that were on this table a few minutes ago, Albert would have perhaps been the most likely to drive the conversation.
I think what's happening now, though, is really the pressure of the tournament is starting to matter, right? I mean, these players know that they are getting quite close to the money bubble, and it is a significant disadvantage to be at the 4-handed table in this situation compared to the 5-handed table. So these players are really, really locked down now, trying to, you know, survive and make good decisions as they know that they are in a high variance situation with a lot of money up top.
And just to give all these players some credit, nobody at this table is doing any stalling. Like you said, they are at a bit of a disadvantage, 4-handed versus 5. The staff here is phenomenal, and if they do detect any stalling, they're gonna do some type of soft hand for hand. But I like that these guys are just playing at face value and just accepting the fact that perhaps they're at a slight disadvantage being 4-handed versus the 5-handed table. By the way, we've switched over to Omaha 8 or better here. We have a limped pot, I believe. Nick Schulman limped the small blind. Michael Moncek checked the queen 10-7-6.
So I don't know how Schulman would play this spot in general, but I like the idea from his perspective of playing a lot of limps in the small blind, given the tournament consideration right now, and given the perception of Texas Mike as a loose player in the big blind, right?
I completely agree
I
with
don't
that.
think he has much fold equity, and in these situations now, just trying to minimize the pot size out of position can be very valuable. Mike has a weird double gutter here, but the pot is very small. Nick Schulman has effectively bet pot here on the turn.
I like this fold from Mike.
Yeah, good disciplined lay down there, I'd say.
And a nice bet from Nick there. When the flop goes check, check, it certainly, and the fact that Moncek just checked his option pre-flop, it certainly reduces the number of ace-X combos. Nick's bet on the turn is effectively just a value bet. He's got second pair, and he's also got a very strong low draw and a wheel draw. Nick can be getting called by a lot of worse low draws in that spot, and also just protecting his equity.
The ace is so powerful in Omaha 8 or better that sometimes you can almost eliminate the opponent in the big blind having an ace in their hand after they decide to check pre-flop. Obviously, there are some combinations that would like to check at some frequency, but for the most part, you know that they have very few ace-X hands.
And plenty of backup there for Nick with the wheel draw and the nice low draw.
Certainly. Now, conversely, if it folds to Texas Mike, not that he needs my incentives to push the action, but I believe he should be playing much more of a raising strategy, being able to put a tremendous amount of pressure on Yuri's middling stack.
Yeah, and somehow I don't think that's going to be a problem for him, Chris.
Correct. Schulman enjoying the one position at the table where he will have position throughout the hand, and this hand is definitely openable on the button.
Yeah,
typically, these deuce-3 combos can be a little overplayed in Omaha 8 or better, but deuce-3-4 with a suited king is a fairly good version.
And just note that this setup is kind of nice for Nick. He'd much rather have Texas Mike in the small blind and Yuri in the big blind like he has, versus a flip scenario.
Good point. We are seeing some ICM implications here. I believe Yuri would certainly defend that hand earlier on in the tournament. He knows it's a weak hand, but button versus big blind, it's certainly a plus chip EV decision. We are definitely seeing some adjustments.
And I think of all the players in the field, Yuri's going to be one of the best at making those sorts of adjustments. He just has so many tournaments under his belt between live and online. He's really good at navigating these different stack size considerations and making those appropriate adjustments. It can be very difficult for somebody who perhaps has a lot of experience in one facet or the other, whether it's no-limit tournaments where they know the ISIM adjustments, or mixed game cash games where they know how to play mixed games. But there's not a ton of people who have perhaps that elite world-class experience in both.
Yes, that's right. The idea of how to adjust in mixed games to these ICM implications that you're referring to is certainly kind of an open topic, and probably many players would have their own opinions on it.
Right.
But absolutely, Yuri's experience is going to benefit him tremendously in these situations. Notice that Nick will probably not open this relatively bad version of kings.
Is Texas Mike just
he's
not
away from
here?
the table?
He's
Are
away
they
from
waiting?
the table.
I don't know if they're waiting for him or...
I think his hand might just be dead, but maybe they are waiting for him. It looks like his hand's just dead. I think with Texas Mike's hand being dead, I would have been perhaps inclined to open Nick's hand into the two shorter stacks.
Perhaps, but that king, queen, deuce is not a hand that plays particularly well in Limit Omaha 8 or better. With having the deuce is basically a dead
No,
card
I
to you.
certainly agree with that. I just think we might see some tighter folds as we saw in the last hand.
He's
both these
very
players.
happy to have not done so, as both players picked up quite strong starting hands here.
Right.
Notice that Racner is just flatting, however, in the big blind with a hand that could easily 3-bet for value pre-flop.
Again, just ICM stack preservation concepts at play here.
Kings are certainly looking strong on this flop texture against these holdings, but, you know, nevertheless, c'est la vie.
Do you think John is going to feel compelled to call a bet here with his backdoor low draw, backdoor nut flush draw?
I do. Let's see how much they're willing to adjust. I think that his hand is absolutely an easy continue in a cash game situation, and I think even here he has underplayed his hand to the point where it would be a little bit of a tight fold. But I'm interested to see, and you kind of called it that might be something that's going on here. So we are very much seeing a tightening up of play and a respect for each individual bet.
Right.
These guys do have to be aware, however, that they may not have the chip stacks that can just easily get to the money, right? It's not like they have a stack where they can just wait around and wait around. I mean, these bets will come quickly, especially in the stud games. The antes can start to eat you up.
Certainly. I think also possible there that because Yuri is also short, Racner's giving him credit for a tighter than normal opening range.
Right.
So there's going to be now more ace-deuce combinations, and even though he had that backdoor ace-3 low, that can be sort of dominated on the low side. So
absolutely true.
As we see Texas Mike return to the table and get dealt an ultra non-premium. Is he going to step out of line with a hand this week? No, he does not.
I think in Omaha 8 or better, it's a little hard to really step out of line because some hands just are so unplayable.
I do agree with that. And I was thinking for a second he was on the button, but he was in the cutoff.
So now Schulman is in an enviable position once Texas Mike folds, where he can put a tremendous amount of pressure on John Racner in the small blind, who is employing a limping strategy here. In fact, it appears that Racner is even considering a limp fold.
And Schulman might raise a little wider here than he would in a cash
I
game.
think he can, right? His million chip stack is looking strong right now.
And John does find a limp fold,
Yeah.
so this is a nice find from Schulman.
So we have seen substantial adjustments because of that flurry of bust-outs that you mentioned earlier. I mean, when we had 15, 16 players left in the field, nobody was really thinking about the money bubble that significantly. But all of a sudden, we're down to 9, and these things are rearing their head very quickly.
It really seems like things have changed, yeah.
The level of seriousness in the room has gone up drastically as well.
And take a look at our feature table chip counts. Michael Moncek at the top with 2.6 million. Nick Schulman very healthy at 1.1. And then we've got our short stacks at this table. Yuri and John right around 400,000.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to see how Nick Schulman navigates this situation, because he is in a good situation now where he can potentially chip up as long as he avoids the disasters.
And we take a quick look here at the outer table. On this table, Benny Glaser continues to be the big stack. Chad Eveslage right behind. Daniel Negreanu and Phil Sternheimer still healthy, not as short as Yuri and John Racner on the other table, and it looks like Matt Ashton is the short stack on this table.
Yeah, it looks like Philip Sternheimer has made a little bit of headway here down at the side table and certainly has a decent number of those blue chips. Those are the smaller denomination chips left in play, but he's hanging in there.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to be around 850,000 if I'm ballparking that correctly.
Okay, so we have again seen Nick Schulman limp in, and this time he does get punished by a very weak holding in the big blind. Notice that while Moncek does have a strong 4-card high hand, he does have a Badugi. He has 4 rainbow cards in his hand, and this is certainly not the flop that you would expect him to continuation bet on. However,
he does have that overpair and that nut gutter.
I expect Nick Schulman to play very cautiously here, however.
Right, Nick not actually having the low, he can be the one getting free rolled.
Right.
Moncek has to worry that he's getting free rolled, of course, by a low, but in this case, neither player has a low.
Yeah, however, the Kings are still ahead and could scoop this whole pot. Instead, Nick hits the best card in the deck on the river.
And I think that beating a decent chunk of lows, Moncek might feel compelled to pay off here. It's never fun when you know that best you're winning half the pot. Perhaps the pot is small enough with the turn checking through that Moncek can find a fold here, but a lot of ace-deuce and ace-5s in Nick's position are certainly going to
I will say this tight tank by Moncek on the river is showing me a lot about his good feel for the situation. He understands that Nick Schulman is going to be very cautious in this situation. And despite having kings here, which many players would easily just flick in a call with hoping to get half, he is very strongly considering making this laydown.
One thing I'd be thinking about as Moncek is, what is the bottom of Schulman's value range on the high side? Is Schulman just going to automatically bet any flush if he doesn't have a low? The more value bets that Schulman can have on the high side, the more you need to start thinking about Moncek letting this one go.
Sure. I think it's much easier for Schulman to bet a low hand, and when you hold all 4 high cards in your hand, it does make sense that Schulman would just have a number of lows with like a pair.
Yeah, I think it's very easy for Schulman to bet a lot of those low hands.
Yeah. He's not able to get away, from it, but this shows me a lot about the detailed thoughts that Michael Moncek is putting into these situations. He is certainly not just out there mindlessly, building up these chip stacks. He is very cognizant of the tournament dynamics and the tightness of Nick Schulman's range in that spot.
And I do think that was a difficult river decision as played.
Certainly. I probably would have checked pre-flop, but maybe given the tournament considerations, his play is even it is good to put more pressure on Nick Schulman pre-flop with a hand like that.
I think I would have leaned check just because Schulman is not in that much of direct pressure to bust the same way the other two stacks are. But I can understand the.
I can wait.
Also, Texas Mike is sending a message to Nick Schulman every time he raises one of his limps. He might be psychologically getting Nick to play slightly tighter, knowing that he's going to be facing this aggression, or perhaps if the stacks change, that he's going to face that aggression down the road.
Correct. On the other hand, he does have to be cognizant of continuing to build up Nick Schulman's chip stack to the point where, you know, they could be closer to neck and neck with not too much change, I mean, based on these limits that we're playing.
Very true. There's always constantly evolving dynamics in tournament poker as the stack sizes continue to fluctuate.
So now this hand will be folded to Nick, and he'll get kind of the good situation here if he picks up anything reasonable. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't really have much of a hand here.
Not quite reasonable, no. And let's see if Moncek continues to play aggressively here into Yuri's big blind, and he does, raising with a fairly weak hand.
Yeah, but I'm fine with this.
As am
I think this one makes more sense.
And Yuri is just going to go for the 3-bet.
Yeah,
here.
Yuri saying, I have such a premium hand here that I am not afraid to put my chips at risk.
And it really is a powerhouse two-way hand.
And a powerhouse flop.
And a flop that Michael could get into some trouble with if Yuri is able to make the high.
Good point. Yuri has a stone lock for the low.
He's got a lock on the low. And so Moncek is drawing to half the pot, although he has a good chance of winning half the pot. That was a very good card for Yuri.
Oh, wow.
Tens and
He pulls
deuces.
ahead of the 9s now with the 10s. And Moncek's definitely going to have to get to the river.
Moncek can go nowhere. And probably going to have to call the river, too, in my opinion.
It's
on
definitely,
most rivers.
well, he will face a similar situation to last hand, right? Where he knows his opponent is playing a very tight range, but he's getting a good price with the high.
Depending on the card.
So he gets there, so it's
just
irrelevant, but yeah.
Natural chop.
In fact, we even see him go for the lead here.
And Yuri just calls thinking that some small chunk of the time he's going to be getting quartered.
Yes, yeah, not worth raising there.
And he knows he's basically never getting Texas Mike to fold anything there. So good just call from Yuri, I think, and kind of a nicely played hand from both.
Agreed. All of a sudden, every one of these individual bets seems like pretty consequential, certainly when a player like Yuri or John Raster are involved in the pot.
With lichia, you know, like it's the fruit inside, I don't remember. Shrimp curry with shrimp curry lichia. I don't know. It's it's a fruit, and also no spicy, please.
As we get a listen to Yuri's lemongrass order here of Thai food.
Perfect, thank you.
Have you had lemongrass, Chris?
Very many days. I love lemongrass.
Yeah, I like it. I think
Love
it's very
Thai
good
food.
too. The restaurants here at the area are quite excellent. No, we were a little disappointed last night that Javier's was closed as we attempted to have a little late night meal. Settled on a different Mexican restaurant, El Dorado.
Hey, you're giving away all the secrets of Vegas.
I think a lot of people know about El Dorado.
Fair enough. Looks like Nick's picked up a hand here in the cutoff. I note that the betting limits just went up as well. We are now playing 30-60,000 limit poker. Racer with a frustrating hand to have in the big blind, a bit of a tempting hand that is a little bit dangerous in Omaha 8 or better.
Yeah, you really hitting that set of deuces is interesting because while you're often going to win the high, there's also going to be a board that presents a low quite often.
Yeah.
And you don't have any low potential yourself. Interesting blockers for Racer. I
but
doubt that he's
going
to use them.
Right?
Yeah, he doesn't have enough other stuff going on
I
here.
agree. I don't see how Racer can continue.
Let's say that Racer had something like King Deuce Deuce 4 with King High Diamonds. He could use that hand potentially as a semi-bluff.
Absolutely, yeah.
But here with just the two deuces and no extra equity, Nick's just going to have too many bet calls. It's not like Nick's just automatically putting Racer on a wheel when he gets raised.
And Racer really has no actual outs to win the hand other than maybe the Miracle Jack.
Exactly.
So, you know, it's just putting in a lot of money with a very shallow chip stack. I think I must have jumped the gun a little bit on the limits increasing as now the graphic has them back down. So we're going to have to keep an eye on things here. I'm a little bit unsure whether we have first started the new level or we're just finishing up the previous level.
Okay, I believe we are switching to stud, though, Chris.
Okay, we've played a lot of stud in the last 2 days in this tournament, but a game that Nick Schulman will feel very comfortable with.
Yeah, this is one of Nick's best games.
So this goes back to what you were saying earlier, however, that we are only four-handed, and as a result, there are only 4 antes in the pot. So actually, we should see, despite the even without the tournament considerations, we should expect to see a little bit tighter play now.
Right.
There's less incentive to steal when there's only 4 antes in the middle.
Although first position, now you have to get through less players. So if you look at first position as sort of being under the gun in both scenarios, you're more inclined to play pots here. But if you look at it as kind of like the hijack, then you're less incentivized.
Sure.
I might be getting a little too technical and using flop game terms instead. But
Yuri picks up a kind of an easy steal spot against John's 2-4-6 rainbow and is able to take one down. One thing that is nice about the stud, it's kind of a double-edged sword in stud high, is when you're on a semi-short stack, sometimes you can pick up some really easy spots where you just have a nice hand and you can just steal antes. Other times you get the bring in a couple times in a row and your stack starts to dwindle, or you pick up a small pair and you're up against something that's, you're facing aggression, and, it can be a very dangerous game.
Let's note also, Chris, that we've talked a little bit about the ante size and how it can affect play. The limits did just go up to 30-60 with a 10K ante. So this is known as the big ante level.
Yes.
So actually the antes, even though they're only four-handed, are maybe more closely resembling what they would have been with more players at the table at a smaller ante level.
Good point. This is a 10K out of 30K. Yeah, so what I would call a 1/3 ante structure. Yes.
And Texas Mike has a queen against 2 3s and a 10. This is just going to be an any 3 open. Even without the tournament considerations, I would just be stealing everything here.
Absolutely.
And willing to fold to resistance with the bottom of my range. Something like that queen 4 deuce held if I face resistance. But you're going to have 3 overcards to the bring in so often there. You just get to play every hand.
And as you said, because of the tournament considerations, Yuri certainly has to be very cautious about defending light.
Right.
The issue in stud high is that when you get involved in a hand, sometimes now you get sucked into a pot where you can start to lose several big bets on the big betting streets. So even though the hand starts off relatively innocuous, it can be a slippery slope down into a big pot.
Very true. You can kind of feel stuck to the hand.
Yeah, or you can actually be stuck, but you pick up, say a flush draw or something like that.
Right.
So
another spot I'd be opening very wide here. Texas Mike with his jack door facing the 3 bring in, and he has to be a little bit careful with Racner having a king. Wow.
So interestingly, Yuri has gone with a limp.
Sorry, it was Yuri who had the split jack. Yeah, and this is just a balancing play. This is kind of a cool play.
I think it's 2 things. I think it's a balancing play that he would maybe use anyway, and it's also a way to play smaller pots in a very dynamic tournament situation.
It makes some sense, and he can also keep in some weaker hands from Nick that might improve to something that they think is best. But you're right. There was also a small ball element of that to just not wanting to play a massive pot with John Racner and the king door.
Definitely interesting to see how Yuri wants to navigate this tournament situation, knowing that he has a small but playable chip stack in a high ICM implication spot coming up.
And a nice disciplined fold from Nick there in a small pot with the ace-queen high.
I wonder if we will see Yuri play primarily limps in the stud games, because you could make an argument that could be totally reasonable.
Certainly possible, and perhaps also things could change when we do combine to 7.
Yes.
But now where there's less out there to steal, and they're at the disadvantage of playing 4-handed while the other table's playing 5, perhaps Yuri's just employing that lower variance, smaller ball strategy.
Speaking from experience in these things, it can be a little bit difficult when you're at one table to really understand exactly what is happening in the tournament overall, because you can't see the chip stacks at the other table very clearly.
I'm a big walker, Chris.
Yeah.
I don't know about you. I always like to sort of know what's going on.
It can be very helpful to keep an eye on the stacks at the other table to know how close you are to combining into one table, for example.
And I can get a little restless just sitting in my chair the whole time, so I don't mind taking that 15, 20 seconds to go walk over to the other table. But perhaps some of these players might feel like they're losing focus if they do that, and they just want to stay glued in their own environment, their own little microsystem. As we see John Racner complete the split 9s.
Yeah, and it's going to be in a good spot here, as neither player really has anything to defend. So a nice pickup for Racner, who really any antes at this level are certainly significant, as you are dwindling each pot by putting in the antes and bring-ins.
Yeah, Racner down to 6 big bets here. Just picking up the blinds and picking up the antes and the bring in there.
Very substantial.
Very substantial.
I believe you mentioned it earlier, but we will have a 225K bubble for 5th place, which is a pretty big bubble for a limit mixed game tournament.
Oh, water, please.
I would say so.
Oh, that's good. Thanks.
In both dollars and in buy-ins.
And in buy-ins, right.
So we have a exciting stud board here where all players have high cards on the board and could potentially have some collisions.
Sometimes you'll see players with bad mental game get tilted by being the 10 and bringing it in here, Chris. A card that's not normally accustomed to being the bring-in.
Texas Mike does indeed pick up a reasonable hand here.
Yeah, clear open here for Mike with the buried 7s. A hand he'd play anyway for chips, but even better. Now, John Racner. Very interesting. Is he going to go for the 2-bet or just the call?
He actually comes with a call, so very cognizant of that.
I think one thing worth noting here is that Nick Schulman has his duplicated 10, which gives him a little bit less equity and also makes the hands that Nick continues with or the range a little bit weaker, so maybe he doesn't mind letting Nick in as much here.
Very good point.
and he just keeps the pot a little bit smaller. But there could definitely be an argument for just 2-betting this on 3rd Street as well, given how wide we expect Texas
Yeah,
Mike
you
to
would.
open here.
The perception is that Mike could be stealing quite wide here, but I think that you make a good point. That dead 10 is very important to Reisner to play carefully.
And now that Mike's board is caught good, I expect John to just go into call down mode here and
so
perhaps
I wonder,
even get worried about this hand.
I was
going
going
to
say, I wonder if Texas Mike catches another club, whether we'll see John make another type, maybe possibly good laydown, you know?
Yeah.
You know, the reverse implied odds get to be pretty nasty. And then
Okay.
actually, he just catches a king, so it's irrelevant. This
Yeah,
hand is
the
now
hand's over.
Yeah. So Texas Mike catches good in that spot. And playing fine hands, but also running well.
And with the actual hand Mike had, John saved a bet by just flat calling on 3rd Street as well.
Certainly.
Pocket pair, though.
Me too.
Oh.
Tens.
I needed the king.
Both players being honest about what they had there.
As we have seen throughout this tournament, the mixed game players being a lot more willing to divulge their strategy and or the contents of their hand. So in this time, Texas Mike is really stepping out of line here.
Yeah. and
Pushing his up card
I think
advantage.
totally reasonable. Look, he gets Yuri off the king-queen-7.
Yeah.
Schulman's got the deuce door. He does have a deuce blocker, which even though it gives him less equity against players who continue, it gives him a blocker to hands that Nick can defend with. So I think really nice pick up there for Texas Mike.
Certainly. I think Stud High is a game where you could just kind of use your up card when you have this kind of tournament dynamic and you can just really put pressure without really looking at your down cards.
Yeah, Stud High's a great game where you can just play very aggressively as the chip leader because it's hard to have a decent hand to fight back with.
For sure.
As we look at the chip denominations in play, we're actually down to just 2 denominations right now, the blue 5,000 chip and the green 25,000 chip. Note that when we get back from the next break, as the levels go up, we will probably see the introduction of the 100,000
I would say
chip.
those 100Ks are very pretty.
They are. Kind of a lavender color, if I recall.
Looking forward to that. Although it may kind of reduce the total number of chips on these big tables here. So Texas
Right.
Mike has to bring in this time with the 9, looking at king, king, queen out. And what is Nick going to do last act here? I don't think he's going to be stealing 100% in this situation.
Yeah, and this is,
hello.
wow, and Mike's got the buried jacks. Now, is this a spot, Chris, where you might consider employing some limps with range as Schulman here?
I mean, I think that he maybe would have considered that. However, given the strength of his hand, he's very happy to play a big one here.
Yeah, just
I do
in
not
general,
also fault,
I mean.
Yeah, I don't fault Texas Mike for his 2-bet here.
Nor
so,
do I.
So in general here, yes, when you have a small card underneath, notice Nick Schulman is going with the 3-bet here. So he is really just saying, I have the best hand right now, and I'm happy to build a pot.
Yeah, and there was a dead queen, but Schulman still here, 64% equity. And look at this. Right away, Schulman banks queens and 4s.
Now, if Moncek were to spike a jack, it would be a very hidden hand. It would look like he had 2 smaller pair oftentimes.
Very true, and Nick could lose a big pot.
Nick
Nick
fills
just
up immediately.
fills
Now,
up right
we actually
away.
kind of quite like
Oh,
it.
wow. Now, Michael Moncek has caught jacks and 9s, and look, Moncek is leading right out because some of his range is going to be 3 9s.
So I'm very curious to see how Nick Schulman handles this situation. Obviously, we can see he has a monster, but it's interesting to think about how he would want to play his range in the spot.
I agree with that. One thing that Nick wants to think about is he wants to make sure that some of Moncek's weaker hands stay in. Let's say Moncek just had like a 9-8-7 and picked up a gutter here, and I like this flat call from Nick. He's a little concerned that if he raises right now, some of the bottom of Moncek's hand that is range that is drawing almost dead is just going to fold immediately.
So my guess is that Schulman's going to raise on 6th Street. What do you think?
I could see it going either way. I've seen players continue to call with such a powerhouse in this spot. But now we see Mike slow down.
Yeah, interesting. He's not going to get the chance because Moncek's actual hand, it makes a lot of sense to check here. He's worried about being against queens up, right?
Certainly. And facing a bet here, Moncek might just feel that the pot is too big, that he needs to draw to his full house.
Yeah, this is a tough spot.
Did he just check raise?
Okay,
Wow.
so this is a little bit out
He's
of
now-
line to me. He's basically
he's turning his
bluffing,
hand
right?
into a bluff,
Yeah,
yeah.
this is a little bit surprising to me. Nick is actually a little bit concerned.
And Nick 3-bets. No, Nick
No,
3-bets
he's not
to
concerned.
180.
I apologize. I would have.
He's trying to get some immediate value from trip 9s, and now
Yeah,
Moncek
Texas
is
Mike
going to
has.
continue to draw to his full house.
Texas Mike may have misstepped a little bit in this hand. If Mike does not improve on the river, we are going to have a little bit of a shift in the chip stacks.
Yeah,
here
this
at
is
the
a
table.
large pot.
Mike needs a 9 or a jack.
We see Nick put in the final bet here.
Sure. Can I get a different one?
It
It sounds like he did not
to
fill
scan
up.
his card and asks for a different one, so we know he's not raising.
Don't look now, but Nick Schulman is going to have 1.6 million after this hand.
Yeah. And Moncek will be down to 2.2. So
He did cold deck Texas Mike in this hand a little bit, but I think Texas Mike lost 1 or 2 bets more than many players would.
yeah, he made an interesting raise on 6 that I think was a bluff raise designed to put some pressure on queens and 4s.
Yeah, and now he's just looking at the size of the pot, and he's just a little bit unsure about letting his hand go.
He's got to ask himself, what can Nick possibly be bluffing with? Nick put in a bet 3-bet on 6th Street. It is almost impossible for Jackson 9s to be good here.
Right, that 6th Street play really surprised me.
Even with
from
3
Moncek
9s,
here.
you're not liking life here, given how strong Nick's line was.
Schulman probably believes that Texas Mike has 3 9s here. I think.
And I think that's why Schulman just chose to fast play. It's because Schulman doesn't have that many combos on 6 that beat that beat 3 9s, but he does happen to have one of the ones that does.
Yeah, he was really looking to maximize with that full house after kind of almost slow playing, or certainly slow playing on 5th Street. Texas Mike just feeling like he's getting that incredible price, but he has no idea what he can beat, but you know, still considering paying off here. Yeah, he said I'm getting $1 million to 1.
But I'm never good.
And he says exactly what we've both thought in big limit pots before. I'm getting $1 million to 1, but I'm never good.
And then I usually call.
I know that feeling, but I think this one he really can be quite confident that he's never good. Once he check raises and calls a 3-bet, he's really just trying to fill
That's
up.
a weird hand.
He has a weaker hand than it's perceived that he has.
Right.
When people make full houses instead, it feels pretty weird.
Nice.
So Nick's acknowledging that he made a boat. And look at these chip stacks as Nick is creeping up on Texas Mike and probably is maybe into 2nd place in the overall tournament.
And not totally surprising to see Schulman win a big pot in this game against Texas Mike.
Yeah.
Probably one of Nick's best games, and I would guess probably one of the ones that Moncek feels weakest in.
Perhaps, yeah. And that was certainly a bit of a cold deck situation with it being the last act versus the bring in and both players having strong starting hands. Like I said, I think that the only surprising thing about that hand was the 6th Street play.
Right.
As we move on to no limit single draw, and despite the fact that Nick has just chipped up, and this is also a very good game of his, I do think he needs to be a little cautious in this round.
I'm very much looking forward to watching these 4 play this round because the 2 short stacks have stacks that they can use as reshoves.
Right.
And knowing the way Texas Mike plays, we could see some fireworks between himself and Schulman if some biggish hands collide.
It's certainly possible. I mean, this is a bloody game, especially when you have a player perceived to be very loose aggressive. And of course, maybe we'll just get a bunch of walks.
Right, yeah. The distribution can always be the biggest factor.
So
now,
I
does
think
John have enough hand to just open rip
I
here?
believe that he does. To me, this would be an okay hand to open shove. It plays much better as a shove than probably any other line.
Yeah, and he's got 18 big blinds with a big ante, and
he
does
makes a
go for
nice
the all-in.
play. I like this. See, he just shuts Nick out of his equity with this 3-card 10.
Yeah, I like this play as well.
Very similar to no limit hold'em, you can shove relatively deeper stack than you might think in a small blind big blind situation. It's not crazy to open rip for 20 or 25 big blinds in these sort of situations, out of position with a large ante in the middle to steal. You have many hands that simply don't want action but do have a decent amount of equity. A 4-card 10 is going to qualify. Some Pat Jacks might even find their way into an open ripping range. Potentially even a hand as weak as a D2 with excellent blockers, but those would maybe be unlikely from an ICM perspective.
That makes a lot of sense to me, Chris. Some expert analysis there.
You're going to want to play a smaller raise size or a limp with maybe a little bit more of a
Polarized
stronger range,
or
right?
just a stronger overall
just
range.
a stronger overall range.
Maybe one that includes a few snows or goofy hands, but mostly stronger hands. Perhaps some limps would be employed there too, as John?
I would think many, yes. So now he's in position and over 20 big blinds, so this is a little bit of a different situation. Has 2 players to get through. He could consider just folding this hand given who are in the blinds.
Yeah, I was going to say, he has 2 players to get through, and they're both very deep stacked players who are willing to play somewhat of a wide variety of hands.
And with Racner having 20 blinds, it's very tempting to just jam on him with a bunch of hands. For what it's worth, Texas Mike is not playing particularly loose in this game. 3-7 with a 7 blocker there, facing a min raise from the button could certainly be defended.
Interesting. So you're going to play some D3s in that spot, even versus perhaps a tighter opening range from John Racner. Feels a little bit on the loose side, but I understand that the
it
price
absolutely
is quite good.
is, but given the chip dynamics, I don't think Texas Mike needs to be worried about playing a little on the loose side, and in a chip EV perspective, that hand is okay.
Makes sense. perhaps he's just a little worried that if John's opening on the tighter side, given the chip dynamics, then the 3-7
then the
is a
hand
little
goes
bit
even
less
down
equity
in value.
than usual.
You know, it more just shows me, though, that maybe he's just not going to play quite as reckless in this game, whereas No Limit Hold'em is certainly the game that he felt the most comfortable stepping out pre-flop in.
That I agree with for sure.
Of course, we're always sort of speculating about the thought process of the players at the table. I mean, I've sort of ascribed Texas Mike as sort of the loose cannon at this table, I suppose, but that may be more reputation-based than anything else.
What do you think about this 8-7-6-5 here from Nick Schulman?
Yeah, I think it makes a good open. It's not a particularly strong draw, but you can just play for a single raise.
And also knowing that
any aggression.
perhaps Yuri has to play a little tighter than normal in the big blind with the ICM considerations.
Certainly. Let's see how Yuri approaches the spot. So notice that Yuri is doing what I just said, which is that he feels that a D3 can be defended for this price, even with the ICM considerations. And Nick is going to have an interesting decision here. Nick could consider standing pat with this ace low against a 3-card draw.
Now, if you stood pat here, you're just hoping your opponent pairs, or are you ever going to turn this into a bluff?
Both options are available. Instead, Nick decides to draw at the open ender, and certainly if he were to make a straight on the river, then we would expect to see a bluff.
I think I like the draw better because he can still bluff when he makes the straight, and then he still allows himself to make some very strong hands.
Yes, and he does make a pair of 7s, so let's see if Nick is willing to bluff this hand. I think that he probably will. 3 versus 1, he certainly perceives that he needs to bluff often in this situation.
Right.
And let's see how he chooses sizing-wise, and what Yuri elects to do with a hand that could be an okay bluff catcher.
Certainly the straight would be an automatic bluff. The funny thing with 7s is that normally you wouldn't beat very many hands, but when your opponent draws 3, they're actually going to make some big pairs and some 2-pair type hands, but still, not a ton of showdown value for Nick, and because he's able to value bet wide, he's also able to find a lot of bluffs.
Yeah, so he's just going with a half pot size, which makes a lot of sense for a wide value range. I think Yuri might be able to sniff this one out, though. He unblocks a lot of the pairs that his opponent could easily have. It is a wide range situation, and you don't defend a D3 to just auto fold when you make a good bluff catcher as an experienced player.
King 9 is actually probably above the average hand class.
Definitely is.
Or the median hand class, I would say.
But he does get away from it, and Nick is able to get one through there with a hand that really, when you have that 8-7-6-5 in your hand, you're going to be bluffing pretty often because you don't make too many good hands.
Right, and I think that I've seen Yuri make calls like that in a number of situations. You know, I've played a lot of online poker with him. That perhaps could have been influenced partly by the tournament consideration.
Right. But one would have thought that maybe
catcher.
he was going to make those tournament considerations pre-flop and fold a hand. Like, as you were describing in the previous hand, you could see an argument for folding even if I think the hand is plus chip EV.
I'm a little bit surprised he called and drew 3, to be honest, but
maybe he was hoping that he was going to be in a 3 versus 2 situation, which would be a little easier for him to navigate.
Right. And I do know that Yuri has put a lot of work into all the games and probably has thought a lot of this through.
Right. So definitely a contrast in style so far in the first couple hands.
Indeed. Now it's going to be interesting to see also how Nick approaches the cutoff in general with Texas Mike on the button.
This hand would typically not want to open. I know he has the pair blocker, but the 3-5-6 makes a lot of straight draws and is not particularly strong. You want to build most of your openings around 1-card draws. You don't need too many D2s, especially from earlier positions.
Agreed. And Yuri's picked up a strong hand.
So
here
Yuri
in the small blind.
might elect to shove this hand. I wonder how he will choose to play this spot. This hand would make a good jamming candidate.
Yeah, facing this open from Texas Mike, who we think might be opening perhaps a little bit too wide. I like jamming here, especially with the additional 9 in his hand, Chris.
Yes, yes, and he does go all in. And looks like he's able to get that through quickly. So a very good choice there, I think, from Yuri. As you said, aware that the 9 draw with the pair blocker is a very good combo to semi-bluff in general, and certainly knowing that Texas Mike is opening loose on the button and him having a nice rejamming stack, he took the spot.
Right.
Important.
And as he acknowledges, every pot, every pickup for him now is very important.
Yeah, that's a situation where you just don't want to get snapped. You're always behind and could be dead, right? If they end up crying calling, then you're usually in a flip situation.
Right.
I don't recall if Yuri has played bigger tournaments than this before. I believe he's probably played some other 100Ks in No Limit Hold'em. Certainly, however, with his vast tournament experience, he will not be intimidated by this situation. Not that anyone in the field really will be, but I'm definitely interested to see how people adjust to the monetary pressure that they're going to be put under at the final table.
Yeah, Yuri's certainly a strong enough player to go and play some of these Triton tournaments, but I don't think he's made a habit of it. He's definitely a family man, and he seems to like to stay closer to home.
Right. Okay, so Nick has a pretty standard 2-card defense here in the big blind against Texas Mike.
Yep.
Absolutely.
No,
Nice.
he knows that deuce blocker is worth a little bit to him, and Texas Mike has a bit of a decision against the D2 here.
This is an interesting decision. Against a D1, I think you would always just take one.
Right. I actually think this is a bit of a misstep, and he's probably a little bit better off standing pat with, because his draw underlying is so mediocre, the 10-9-8-5 is not particularly strong.
I think so, too. The problem with patting, of course, as we've talked about in these spots when there's money behind, is you're never able to put money in good. You just have to check back, hope to not face bets. But I think you're right that against the D2, he should just take his equity, and he's going to be...
Yeah. Instead, he's going to be able to successfully bluff this hand. There's certainly no way that Nick Schulman is going to call with a pair of 7s here. Now, that said, Nick Schulman could consider a bluff raise. He has seen a pair of 2s and now a pair of 7s. Let's see. Nick is one of the best in the world
Would
at this
he
game.
ever consider calling, Chris, unblocking 8, 9, and 10 being the biggest pairs?
I would be very
Moncek
surprised
could
to see a
have?
call, but you know, Nick has surprised me many, many times throughout this tournament, and he is
And
going
does
with a
go for the
bluff
raise.
raise.
This is nice.
Now, I don't think Mike Moncek has a particularly strong hand to rebluff. Blocking 10s does not seem very good here.
I agree with that.
And look at Nick Schulman navigate no limit single draw.
And even though Nick was bluffing with the best hand there, really took a nice combo. A lot of the time when you use your bluffs, you want to mimic your value hands.
Yes.
And having all the cards he would have in his value hand plus that additional 7.
I note that he also went for a large sizing, going from a 65K bet to 325. So he's kind of doing what you said there. He's kind of polarizing himself
about
around
doing
those
something
7s.
Yeah,
Nick
exactly.
Schulman breathes a sigh of relief that he's able to get that one through.
And Moncek said he thought about doing something, but I think came to the conclusion that you came to, which is that really those 10 blockers are not particularly useful in that spot. You'd rather have
Right,
lower
you
card
want to
blockers.
block the value part of your opponent's range in that situation. And obviously, Nick Schulman is representing a much stronger hand than a 10. Very nice find from Nick in that situation. And look at his almost evened the chip stacks with the tournament chip leader.
And really, 2 of Nick's best, I mean, they're all his best games. He's a great player, but I think 2 of his best games in stud and single draw back-to-back.
Yes, absolutely. Really, really fun watching him navigate through this tournament. So, here's another one of those situations we've talked about. He could consider a limp. In theory, this hand usually probably prefers raising with the pair.
But he does go for the limp, opting to play a little smaller ball, and I don't think he's going to use this as a limp re-raise. I think he's just going to limp call and then have a deceptively strong hand if he
Yes,
catches a tray or a
that's
deuce.
a good point. And just in general, in the small blind, big blind dynamics versus Texas Mike right now, he certainly is fine to continue playing more of a limping strategy, I would believe. He finds himself in a nice 1 versus 3 situation. Even if Nick were to make a straight in this hand, he will certainly often win the pot by bluffing the river here. He can also go for very thin value in this spot in a 1-3 out of position. He can use a block bet size and bet a hand as weak as maybe even a queen or even a king in some situations.
Agree with that, yeah. He's going to want to be betting at a high clip. He allows himself to value bet wide and then also sprinkle in a lot of bluffs. He basically just, because he has such a range advantage, he just gets to do a lot of betting.
And look at this. He caught the magic deuce that you were describing. And now he has another decision, which is like, you know, how can he get more value out of the hand? And unfortunately for him, Texas Mike doesn't make it.
He
Nick
just went for an
the
overbet, actually,
yeah.
which is interesting. Trying to polarize and convince Texas Mike that he's either made a big pair or a very strong hand.
Maybe even induce some future further action.
Right.
And Mike had a, I mean, you know, a marginal bluff catcher, obviously quite a bad hand, but facing the overbet, it becomes a no-brainer fold. You know, facing a small bet, maybe you cry and call the ace.
Sounds right to me.
So some very cool technical single draw play here, and very fascinating seeing the different stack depths that we're dealing with at the table and how these players are navigating these spots.
Yeah, I think this has been some of the most interesting content so far, where we have 2 short stacks who are really leaning into the ICM world of things. We have an all-around aficionado in Nick who is kind of putting on a clinic from a technical standpoint. And then we have somebody, Mike, who has a lot of feel and a lot of ability to apply pressure to his opponents.
I wonder about just folding this hand.
Let's see, Racer in the cutoff. Yeah, I think it's an open you would make in a cash game, but you're thinking maybe with the ICM and with playing these.
All in.
And he gets jammed on and has to fold his equity here.
You know, the extra 3 certainly did help him make that open.
Right.
You're probably going to want to have some raise folds. It's typical to me that in No Limit Hold'em you would still open some hands like Ace-9 offsuit and fold into the jam, and this feels like maybe that could be one of those raise folds.
Certainly reasonable. And now he's actually maybe considering this. I don't know how strongly he's really considering heroing it off with this hand, but I think he's going to let it go. We don't have Moncek's hand here, but good awareness from Michael Moncek of the short stacks behind him and finding a jam there. And now Racner has to take another big blind and is certainly getting down into a little bit down into the danger zone. I think no limit single draw ends up making for a very interesting tournament poker game.
Completely agree, Chris.
There are so many different ways that you can approach hands and how you navigate the spots depending on your chip stacks. It's our
Octopi Poker
friends.
is the ultimate poker lab for everyone and makes poker study easy for all skill levels. Join for free or subscribe for exclusive features like the Octopi Poker Vault, where you can drill real PGT final table spots. Start improving today at octopipoker.ai. And
Thanks,
like
Al.
I mentioned earlier, Chris, we were doing a little bit of drilling in the hallway there, and it's kind of cool to see the actual spots that were played in previous PGT tournaments.
Absolutely. And back at the table, we've shifted over to limit hold'em. And
Yuri picking up a ultra premium.
Absolutely
Wired
thrilled
kings.
to see this hand. Racer will be very unhappy to find a hand here.
This is a spot where, as Racner, he might have to make some folds that he would call in a cash game.
Right, and he does, so Yuri's going to be a little disappointed there to not get more action. Limit Hold'em is one of the few games in the mix where you're actually a little disappointed to not get action with certain hands, right? In most of the other games, I think you made the point earlier that you're usually happy to steal the blinds and antes. But in Hold'em, a few of your hands can be so powerful that you're actually hoping to induce a little action.
Right.
And kings would qualify.
And notice that in typical short stack situations when you're at a full table, you only have to pay one round of blinds, but
Right.
here with only 4 players, you're going to be hitting with the double blind very often, and that's really going to start dwindling down these short stacks if they don't find anything to work with.
Certainly, and Hold'em is a game where you can just kind of go a little bit card dead, and, you know, not much you can do in those situations.
Schulman getting a walk with easily the best hand.
Well, neither of us picked him as our #1 candidate, but you have to say right now that maybe Nick Schulman is the favorite in this tournament with his wealth of experience and almost the chip lead.
I think so, yeah.
He has been in fantastic form all this year, too.
Second in chips, just an excellent all-around player. Really seems to be in the zone the last few years.
Certainly.
As we see the action fold around to Nick Schulman.
I know you mentioned earlier that it was good that these players are playing quite on the tight side, on the fast side, but it's almost exceptionally fast here. I mean, there's no harm in taking a little bit of time just to think about exactly what your chip stack is and, you know, kind of balancing out your play a little bit in these situations where you're getting down to a very close decisions in a lot of spots. You want to take your time with certain hands. You don't want to give too much information away in a game like Hold'em.
I think that's true. I believe that because they're 5 and 4, and I could be wrong, I think they might be on some type of soft bubble where the tournament staff is monitoring both tables. If
Right.
one table gets too far ahead or behind, then they're going to actually have one table pause.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but they do that a lot in the studio, and if that's the case, then I kind of understand them playing quickly because then they'll just be told if they have to take a pause.
Fair
But
enough.
I see what you're saying. They might actually have decisions that they're not thinking hard enough about.
Okay, so Yuri picks up another hand here, and we can see that he is employing a 3-betting strategy against Texas Mike.
This surprises me slightly.
Well, I think he's just kind of going with the idea that, like, Texas Mike is so loose in these spots, as he should be, that he wants to build the pot a little bit in position, and maybe he will get checked to a little bit more often and can kind of dictate the size of the pot later.
Yeah, that
I
could
do
be
agree
true.
it's a little surprising, though.
That could be true. He may face more checks and then be able to just navigate postal power how he wants to, but you're not pushing a ton of equity in these sorts of situations.
So Texas Mike flops a pair here and actually could go either way. He could consider even a raise to try to protect his hand a little bit. He's obviously going to be continuing on almost every turn card in a 3-bet pot.
And by the way, the only reason I'm at all surprised by Yuri's play is because of the ICM and the fact that he's been employing
certainly.
a smaller strategy in some other games.
Certainly. In these blind versus blind situations, your ace-x suited hands can mix, however. It's not a mandatory 3-bet, even in cash.
Right. This is an interesting double barrel from Yuri.
Yeah, this one surprises me a little bit. This would, on its face, strike me as a very bad board for him.
Seems like he might be trying to apply some immediate pressure to some better ace highs.
I don't think he's going to bluff this hand on the river, but I could be surprised. I could be wrong. I think he's just hoping to take a free showdown now.
He may have also been, it could be one of those two-way bets on the turn where you can actually get some better ace highs to consider folding, like an ace 10 with no spade, and you can get called by some worse flush draw combinations.
And he's going to be disappointed to see that he's beat by a pair of 5s here. I think it was kind of a thin value bet kind of combo from Yuri, taking his range advantage on the turn there, trying to charge the singleton spades out there.
Yeah, a little
It did
mergy,
surprise me
perhaps.
a little bit, yeah. And that is unfortunately a very big blow to Yuri Zivalevsky's stack. as a single hold'em pot can certainly get quite big. As Texas Mike Moncek quietly stacks another one. Looks like Schulman is opening this pot up here.
Very strong hand.
Racner has been fairly card dead this round. That would be a hand that you would typically defend in a cash game situation, but we can see that he's being very conservative now.
Exactly, understanding those tournament dynamics.
On the other hand, he's going to need to find some playable cards pretty soon here as he's getting ground down.
This is his second time hitting the big blind, so he's going to only pay 2 sets of blinds, and then perhaps the game's going to shift to something. Although I believe it goes from limit hold'em to Badoogie. Is that right, Chris?
You know, you'd think I would know by now, but
Yeah.
not actually entirely sure. We will find out soon enough.
We sure will.
Yuri has a close one on the button in cash.
Right, and John has a hand that he might VPip in cash as
Right.
well with the suited 10-4, but here I think just a clear fold.
Right, so Nick Schulman benefiting from, after Texas Mike folds, from the other players wanting to be very cautious and getting 2 walks this orbit and limit hold'em.
And
it certainly feels like we're lacking in some Badoogie in our life.
Yeah, it does. And I don't know if the other table is still looking like it did earlier, but it really looked like only Matt Ashton was short over there.
Right. We have probably 2 of the shortest stacks in the field at this table.
Whereas we have the 2 biggest stacks on this table and then 2 of the 3 short stacks on the other table. So given that there's 5 spots pay and probably only 3 short stacks, one of these guys is really going to need to make a move at some point.
Right, yeah, they're not quite as close to that
They
money
can't just
as they think, right?
Yeah, the other table or something like that.
So for the first time we see Schulman come in for a raise. It makes more sense in limit hold'em where the equities do not run quite as close to go ahead and try to push your advantage with a fine starting hand here.
Yeah, he can certainly pick up some immediate fold equity. He just has a very powerful hand and a very nice board for him as well. He should just win the pot right here.
Yep. And as you surmised, it is indeed Badoogie. Now, this is a game that can be both pleasant and very dangerous for the short stacks, because if you pick up a playable hand, oftentimes you are going to have to continue all the way in it.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. It's one of those ones similar to Deuce to 7 triple draw where you're often forced to keep seeing more streets, especially if you get into a spot where you have something like a very strong draw 1 against a range of pat hands that might be quite weak.
Yes, and it's also a game where when you're very short stacked, if you get dealt any sort of a pat Badoogie, like even a king, maybe you just have to go with the hand because, I mean, you're just not likely to pick up a better hand anytime soon. So we will see how everyone navigates this complicated game. I don't know who at the table is the most comfortable with this game. Presumably this is more of a cash game. So someone like John Racner might actually be more comfortable in a game like Badoogie.
Yuri also probably would have got a lot of reps in the online mixes, and certainly Nick would be no slouch.
Right. Texas Mike, however, is the one that picks up a very strong hand here. And this could be a dangerous situation for Yuri if he elects to continue.
I think Yuri might just find a fold here, just thinking this is the type of hand he would continue in a cash game, and I'm wrong.
Well, I will say he has one thing working in his favor, which is that he actually is drawing live with a very weak 3 card against Texas Mike's actual holding here. The 9-8 ace is okay against the Pat 10, although not great.
And worth noting that when your opponent does pat in this spot, you're actually feeling like you're live fairly often because so many of those Badoogies are the King, Queen, Jack, and 10 Badoogies.
I think we'll see Yuri continue once here and then probably have to fold the turn unimproved. He has a hand that would be a little tempting to bluff in a cash game situation at some frequency.
Right.
But I don't think that we're going to see that here very likely.
Chris, do you think you would have defended this hand as Yuri just with the tournament considerations going on and having such a weak draw 1?
I do. I think when you're in position in Badoogie that it's hard to fold your big blind when you can just have the best hand currently. And, you know,
perhaps use your hand as a snowing opportunity if your opponent draws 2.
Perhaps, or just make it right away. I mean, you know, when you make the 9 Badoogie in that situation, you feel pretty comfortable with your hand.
True. Certainly getting a nice immediate price in position with a reasonable draw.
Unfortunately for Yuri, the last couple of hands in his blind battles with Moncek have not worked out, and Him and Racner are both quite critical now.
But you really see both these guys, such seasoned pros, not giving anything away really with their body language, just staying in the moment.
Right. Yeah, you really just have to continue to have the belief that you're going to make good decisions and pick up good opportunities and be able to build these stacks back up. We've all seen in limited mixed game tournaments short stacks surviving and then building up a huge stack by virtue of a couple scoops.
Right.
And all these guys have had that experience themselves.
10 seconds.
So now we have short stack on short stack violence. If Yuri wants to get involved with this 8 deuce, it looks like he's saying I have enough hand to go with, and I think Racner's going to have to continue here with his 2-card ace 3.
I think so too, and this is one of those sort of first in concepts. It's almost like Yuri has the first opportunity to bluff at this pot, and if he thinks that John has to play tighter than normal because of the ICM, he can kind of take that first in opportunity. He also does have a couple of blockers having those additional low cards. John's hand just too good, too smooth of a draw too.
And again, in position is very valuable here as you see your opponent's draw in front of you on every street.
So Yuri drawing to the fairly weak 8 deuce.
Yes. Badugi's a game where the hands run close as long as nobody has like a really premium hand. And we can see Yuri making significant improvement to the 2-4-8 here.
And John does not improve despite catching a couple of, well,
Let's
one
see
low
how Yuri
blocker.
navigates this situation. In general, this hand might want to consider both a bet or a check.
Both players somewhat incentivized to not want to play a big pot with each other at this point, now that they've already put some chips in the pot.
In a way, Yuri has not shied away from it, though. And will Racner maybe make a tight fold here? No, he's going to go ahead and peel here with his draw 2.
I think on the small bet street, just really
So this
such
is going to
a
be
good draw too.
What's going to matter the most here on the turn is really what John Racner catches, right?
Correct.
Because Yuri is probably going to bet his advantage here, drawing 1 versus a draw 2. It's Racner who's going to have to make the decision. He's going to be facing a 60K bet with 100K in his stack. And
I
if
don't
he
think
doesn't
he will
improve, he's
call
going to fold.
unimproved, right.
If he catches a good card, he's going to be in there. And Yuri has improved significantly.
Yeah.
John has bricked. He's caught 2 blockers, but no helpful cards.
John is kind of an annoying catch. He's caught low cards, but they were both cards of his suit. Yuri,
Yeah.
feeling even more confident than he already was, given it was a 1-2 spot, improving to the 5-4 deuce.
I have been in situations like this in big mixed game tournaments where you know how valuable every chip is and you know how close the equities are running in the game. I can tell you, despite his cool exterior, there is no way his heart is not pounding right now trying to figure out if he can make his way through this hand. This is a vital pot for his tournament life.
Yeah, completely agree. And John Racner really hates this spot. Having not improved, not knowing what type of 1-card draw Yuri has.
Yeah.
Yuri could also be pat at this point.
John knows in a cash game dynamic, his hand is possible to call and draw 2 on the river in position. But
agreed, because you're going to be facing some of the weaker 1-card draws, especially where Yuri opened from the small blind, so it's a wider range situation.
yeah, we saw that he only had a 3-card 8 going into this street. But on the other hand, John is also wondering to himself, if I fold this spot, do I really even have enough chips to make a stand? Or would I be better off kind of sticking with this hand and hoping
You
for
made
the
a full house
best?
very early.
Yeah,
He
and
is
there's
deep in
also
the tank here.
Shit.
not going to be much in the way of implied
I was
odds with
drawing
only
one,
just a
that's
small
scary.
amount of chips
Yeah.
behind
No,
when he does make a
Correct.
strong hand.
It's
on the
more
end.
of a math problem than an implied odds problem at this
Right,
point.
correct.
It's a very tough decision. He wants to be sure that he makes the right one. I'm not sure what he's actually supposed to do range versus range here. In theory, in a cash game situation, I would want to continue.
Right, so then the math of the ICM comes into play. Worth noting, though, that the chips are going to be going to one of the other short stacks, which
Yeah.
also hurts him even more if he does fold.
Absolutely. On the other hand, he's thinking, if I get there, I can cripple Yuri and bust him from the tournament.
Right. John does elect to fold after
Yeah,
some
so Yuri has to
consideration.
breathe a huge sigh of relief there. Of course, he felt like he probably had the best hand with a 3-card 5 after John went into the tank there.
Once
but
John
you
starts,
always want to take it down.
Once John starts tanking, Yuri knows he has the best of it for now, but he still doesn't want to feel the
Right.
pressure of.
It's unclear if he certainly doesn't want the action at that stage of the hand. As Yuri's lemongrass order has arrived.
Yep. Sorry. I was trying to get feedback on that hand.
Thank you.
I believe Michael Moncek was watching our stream here at the table. We picked up a little bit of the audio of past Alex Livingston speaking.
Break after 15 or one more level?
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah.
So apparently the players are welcome to watch the stream on delay.
I was hearing myself in the headset. and
Were you-
it was-
were you
I was
having a little bit of
actually-
déjà vu?
I was hearing Michael Moncek listening to me on the phone.
Moncek was looking up probably the hand that maybe, I don't know how long on the delay is, but maybe he was able to see that stud hand that Nick Schulman played against him.
And was he just told not to be watching the stream?
Ah, okay.
It looks
so
like He was told to mute his phone because then the feedback would be
interesting.
Heard by us.
So
it's very interesting.
Yuri is getting back onto it here in position with an ace-ace-3 is certainly a reasonable stealing hand, and Nick Schulman is defending with a deuce-3 is certainly a reasonable defending hand.
Yeah, I think
so. These hands will be running very close in equity to one another.
Normal from both so far.
Right. Yuri, having seen that ace blocker, it is a little bit relevant for future streets. Typically, the wheel cards in Badugi are somewhat relevant because they kind of block your opponent's premium 3 cards.
Right.
And look at what Yuri made. Yuri has made the second best possible hand in Badugi. If you guys want to see what a premium Badugi looks like, Yuri is holding it.
And by the way, Nick has improved to a pretty strong draw, the 6-3 deuce with an additional deuce.
I think we'll see Nick lead out here.
And he does. And he's going to face the raise. And when Yuri raises and pats behind Nick's D1, Nick is not pinning Yuri on nearly this strong of a hand.
Certainly not.
He's certainly expecting to be drawing very live.
What a dream situation from Yuri. 2 minutes ago, he was sweating out a turn decision against John Raster, and all of a sudden now he has a dream scenario to build some chips. And still looks just calm and cool. Of course, it's always easy to feel calm and cool when you have this hand. You never think your opponent's even drawing live, which we could see Nick is not. So it would be a small hit to Nick's stack here if he were. I mean, it's going to be a small hit to Nick's stack either way.
No matter what, he's going to have to call
if he makes a
one
good
more
hand
bet,
here,
yeah.
he could lose. He'll double Yuri up.
So the average pat that Yuri's going to have here,
it's like
when
a
he goes
jack.
from it's something like in the maybe 10 jack range. It's not the same as when you're dealt a Badugi and it would be a queen.
Right, he took 2 cards to a reasonable hand.
So, but he's going to have so many 9s, 10s, jacks.
Correct. And
Even
Schulman
queens
has
and
a
kings,
very
of course.
strong hand here in the big blind. A strong 3 card.
In my opinion, Schulman should feel obligated to call one more time, but we have seen Schulman make some big folds.
So Schulman announces raise, so he's certainly made a Badugi.
Okay.
And Yuri should, I think, be happy to go ahead and just stick the rest in here. There's no reason to slow play.
I agree with that.
Maybe after 15 seconds or so.
Maybe taking his time just to balance for the times when he does have a tough decision.
He's actually
he
just
does
calling.
just call. Okay, because he wants to keep perhaps some bluffs in as well. And he figures Nick's going to bet the last street no matter what. This actually makes some sense to me. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference.
It's not going to make a big
often.
difference in this spot. I see what you're saying, yeah. And Nick has made a queen, which is not really the hand that you wanted to make here, but maybe he's just going to feel compelled to stick the rest in, given
And I
Yuri
wonder
went
in
shoot a
this
pat.
case if Yuri would have been better off putting it in and then Nick could have drawn. And now can Nick ever make a check fold for just 25,000?
Right, because if Yuri decides to bet his last 25K here, that's showing a tremendous amount of strength, right?
So perhaps I'm now seeing the argument for what you were
yeah,
saying.
that's
Maybe
why
he
I
should have
think
just
I would
put
be
it in
greedy
there.
and want to make sure I got my money in on the turn. I want to make
Right.
sure he does not be able to get away from the hand.
That makes sense. Nick could find a really heroic check fold here in some worlds.
Yeah, Nick's really considering here whether Yuri would really call down here with a worse hand, right?
He's really thinking this through.
And he's just decided it's just too much hand.
Queen 6.
5.
Oh, you have a 5. Okay. All right. Queen 6.
Nick said Queen 6 and heard 5. Perhaps he was thinking Queen 5, but it was just 5.
he did not get pipped.
No.
And Yuri makes a full double up. First small setback for Nick Schulman at this stream table
I'm
here
not
on the.
certain, but I would assume that's his, but I don't know. Can they? Hold on. Isn't this also?
He only had 25.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Ah, okay.
Nick making sure the pot is right, actually thinking he owed more than he did.
Right. And all of a sudden, Yuri back up to 545,000. 9 big
Fold
bets,
would've been
probably
both
feeling
around.
like a small fortune at this point after he
Would be
was
insane.
on the
That
short
would be
stack
the
for
play
so
of
long.
the tournament. The check fold.
Schulman actually thinking, realizing that maybe maybe the check fold would have been the heroic play there, but
And
for 25K.
I think I heard him say I might not have even played the tournament, or I wasn't even going to play the tournament. Did you catch that?
No, it would have been
Maybe
the
it
play
was-
of the
oh, the
tournament.
play of the
check fold the
tournament.
queen on the river there
Okay,
for
right.
25K. It would have been the
Right.
play of the tournament. Being a little sarcastic and a little self-deprecating, but yeah. We said at the beginning of this Badugi orbit that it could be a feast or famine situation for the short stacks, and we're going to see right now if it's going to be feast or famine for Racer. Oh wow! Look at this situation. They both have a Badugi, a very similar one. And the interesting thing is going to be happening. Racer's all in, but the hand is not over.
Right.
Because they're both going to have decisions after one of them or the other stands pat.
This is not like a no-limit single draw where if they just both stand pat, the hand is over.
Right.
It's going to go pat for now, I believe.
Is it? I mean, Racer has 3 draws to go with a 9-6-4.
You don't think the first pat's going to go pat? Oh, I see what you're saying. Racner might actually break.
I know.
I was thinking that if it goes pat, then Nick will break.
It's an incredibly difficult decision for John Racner here, I have to tell you.
You make a very good point.
He has
Racner
a
might
full
break
3
first.
draws to go, and he does break the winning
Yes,
hand.
okay.
This does not really surprise me.
No.
He has 3 draws to go, and if he's up against a better hand, he certainly wants to draw live. He has about 50% equity. He does improve.
Wow.
So it actually doesn't matter, as it turns out. Now Nick on the river will have a decision.
Exactly, because now that John improved to a jack, I think he's not going to break it again, is he, Chris?
No,
Only
I don't see
2
how he
draws
can break
to go,
it. He
and now
beats more hands now.
More
He
Badoogies.
beats so many more pat hands now. And now
And now
Nick
does
actually
Nick
has
break?
the decision.
Yeah, this is cool. I think Nick kind of has to break this now because the
If-
problem is he doesn't have a good break. He's drawing to a 9-8.
Correct. And Nick is in the tank. He understands that he's very. It's actually very similar to the previous hand. He's very unlikely to win the pot. But what's the worst decision here, right?
This is a cool hand, and it's not like Racer can just be snowing here. It's
no,
not like
there's no chance
more
he has a
betting.
bluff, right?
Although this would be a ridiculously cool
Imagine
play.
if he had
Racer
ace
had
deuce
ace
three.
deuce 3.
Imagine that would
and
be incredible.
He didn't even have a Badoogie, and he padded to get Nick to break a Badoogie. I mean, that would be.
Badoogie is the only game in the mix where they can be all in and there's still a decision. Now Nick draws live.
Right. This is so they both made the right decision at every juncture.
Wow,
Actually,
if Racner gets busted here, this will feel really, really nasty. But, I mean, this has been a well-played hand by both. Okay, so Nick bricks.
Nice hand.
What an incredible hand.
that was cool.
Both players had very difficult decisions.
Technically, Racner broke incorrectly against Nick's exact hand, but
Yes.
I think against his range of hands, it might have been very reasonable.
When he sees it back, he will have such a roller coaster of emotions thinking about how the hand could have gone.
Yeah, that was.
If you bust in that situation, breaking the winning hand, you feel sick, even though he did nothing wrong, even though you can't know that. Of course, as the cards lie, you feel sick.
That's what's cool about these draw games, too, is even in an all-in moment, you can have such an interesting hand like that, whereas in no limit or PLO, the board just runs out.
Right, there's
You
no more
can't-
decisions for the players to make.
Yeah.
In Badoogie, you have complicated decisions even as the hand progresses, including, as you said, even maybe the potential to bluff.
Right.
Imagine if he did have an ace-3 there, how creative it would be to stand pat behind Nick to try to induce a bluff. Remember, if Nick breaks the best hand, then the ace-3 is automatically ahead.
Right. Yeah, that would have been really cool.
So we're just kind of conceptualizing a cool play.
Yeah, we're coming up with some hypotheticals here.
This is why we needed more Badoogie in our life.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying Badoogie, single draw, those rounds in particular. Stud has been a lot of fun.
Okay, so Yuri again showing that he's going to be very sticky in the big blind. Obviously, a super reasonable hand to defend here.
Yeah, note here that with the 2 6s, he wants to keep the 6 of spades, not the 6 of diamonds, because there is a duplicated spade. So
Very good point.
He could potentially still make a Badoogie with that queen of diamonds,
Right.
whereas the queen of spades is already
There's
dead.
a chance that he catches the queen of diamonds later in the hand and it becomes relevant.
And for newer players, they might not make that distinction. You always want to keep the card that you've seen more of that card, of that suit.
And obviously, he catches 2 spades, so you're just wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Well, not that he'd be drawing to the 3-6 jack if he kept the other one.
No improvement for either player so far.
And
the
Yuri
spades are very dead.
Very happy to see a check in front of him.
Yeah. So these 2-2 spots in a small pot are pretty complicated on the turn. The equity shifts are pretty dramatic.
Not a very complicated decision for Texas Mike, I think, when he improves to ace-deuce-5. Quite a clear value bet.
I believe so, and Yuri has certainly a continue with the deuce 3-6 here, so
Yeah, this
going
looks
to get
like-
into a little bit of a sticky situation here.
Yuri's hand definitely wants to continue. Probably doesn't want to raise, a little bit too thin.
One thing that I would be interested to see in this hand is how will Texas Mike proceed on the river if both players draw 1 and he bricks? This is a hand that is certainly capable of going for a value bet. I don't know how experienced is in Badoogie. I would like to see him value bet this hand, particularly having a pair of 2s here.
Right. And if you are going to value bet this 5-deuce-ace, which I think is a good value bet, you need to make sure you're also finding the appropriate bluffs.
Right.
So those would be your weakest draw ones. The interesting thing is you might not have bet some of those weakest draw ones when it went 2-2 in the previous street. So,
Right.
But
So-
you should be betting them trying to set up the bluff. And Mike just...
Yeah, he ends up with an easy decision.
Rolls
However,
right into
Yuri
the
does not have an easy decision. In
Right.
fact, Yuri snaps
Yuri calls quickly.
Yeah. I think Yuri believed he was a little underrepresented in the hand and that a 3-card 6 could certainly beat all the bluffs.
Reasonable, yeah.
He could maybe even beat a very thin value bet from a 3-card.
Right.
So Yuri gives back some of the chips that he just acquired with that 5. As Texas Mike has continued to catch good cards and also certainly played the hand in a standard way. But it took away from us being able to see how he would have handled the more complicated situation, having being unimproved there.
I think, you know, given his aggressive tendency, I think Mike might have found the value bet there
Yeah,
with the ace-deuce-5.
I think so too.
One thing about playing an aggressive
have
style where you
ace-4
have lots
deuce
of
or
bluffs is
seven.
you need to be able to make
Excuse me?
thin value bets
You
as well.
had ace-4 deuce or 7. Then on the-
Ace 5 deuce.
Ace-
Yeah.
no, I mean
I caught the
7.
7.
Ah,
yeah.
okay, so it was like
You're trying to get the info on whether he was ahead or behind going into the river.
Trying to see if he made a good call had Mike played
I guess
that
so,
unimproved.
yeah. Texas Mike does seem very willing to, to share information at the table.
Schulman here with a potentially a tempting open given the short stacks in the blinds, but with Texas Mike on the button, he opts just to fold.
And look at this. Mike picks up another good hand. Now, this is a dangerous situation for the blinds because if they pick up a Badugi, it'll often be worse than this, and they'll feel obligated to go with it. And it looks like Yuri has something he's interested in playing. So, okay, so a good start is he's only called.
Right.
It could have been worse.
Indicating to me that he's certainly not pat, possibly even drawing two.
It feels like a draw one given the tournament dynamic.
Right, or a very strong
I think he would want to be cautious with his D2s here. Of course, if it's a D2, we might expect to see a hand like an ace-deuce.
Right, and if it's a D1, we maybe don't expect to see.
So Yuri has not been particularly cautious in this Badugi round. He is playing a D2 in this spot.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
And again, runs into a very strong holding from Texas Mike.
Perhaps just being aware that the equities run quite close and that his D2 could actually be ahead of some of Mike's opening range.
Now, in this situation, you really cannot continue unimproved against a pat hand in cash or in a tournament situation. You should usually fold unimproved here, but if he improves to a 3 card, he might get stuck in this hand.
And I'm getting word that Yuri's hand has a dead card, so we don't know what he has. There's been a bit of an issue with some of the decks, so we are going to be getting a new deck in the next few minutes.
Okay, it looks like Yuri's maybe considering just folding. I think it looks to me like he's caught some relevant blockers. Like maybe he caught another ace and he's just trying to figure out whether he's supposed to continue. Or maybe he did catch some sort of a marginal 3 card, like a 3 card 9 or 10, and decided to let it go. A little unclear.
Perhaps one of the problems from an ICM perspective is if you do enter the pot with somewhat of a loose kind of cash game range, you may end up having to make a tight fold later in the hand, which can...
Right, which takes away from a lot of the EV of those marginal hands to begin with.
Exactly.
Excellent point. Texas Mike building back up nicely in this Badugi round, mostly on the backs of just getting dealt some strong holdings. So Yuri has been on a bit of a roller coaster this orbit. He has picked up a lot of playable hands, and some have worked out and some haven't. And it looks like he's right back to work.
And Moncek opening, yes, yet again. Yuri's hand is just going to be a fold on the button.
It would be a very weak stealing hand had he gone with. Now, Raciner might feel compelled to go with this one. Okay, no, he's playing conservatively.
I think he would have called it out of the big blind and
just
makes a slightly tighter fold out of the small blind there.
Perhaps he's feeling that the 3 card 7-6-3 doesn't improve very often and could lose to a better 3 card very easily.
Right. Also not closing the action. If he just calls, he lets Nick in. If he 3-bets, maybe he feels like he's putting in too many chips with that hand.
Right. So we're switching to a stud game now. Probably 8 or better.
Okay.
I don't think we've played much 8 or better at this table. And after those big scooping games that we just played, it does feel about time for a split pot poker game.
Absolutely. This is actually one of the better games for the short stacks, as they can chop a lot of pots and just sort of slowly accumulate chips by doing so.
All your hands have a decent amount of equity, and if you start with low cards, you definitely have a decent chance to either catch an emergency high or make a low and stay alive. You pick up the antes, and it's not as bad of a penalty to be the bring in.
And I'd also say, like, as Raciner gets even maybe a little shorter, some of those big pairs that suffer from some playability issues down the road, he can just get all in on the earlier streets with those hands and realize his equity a little bit easier.
Unfortunately for Raciner, he picks up the bring in the first hand, which is not, every chip is so valuable to him at this moment that he needs to watch out. Nick Schulman completes a jack up. It's pretty likely he would have split jacks in this situation, but
Racer's hand just really bottom of the barrel here.
Yeah. And there are the very likely jacks from Nick. There is an interesting thing I want to throw out there about stud 8 or better in particular, which when you get very, very short stacked in these situations, it is actually the only time that you really should look at your hand before taking the bring in and deciding whether you would prefer to bring it in for the full bet. The reason for that is that if one of your opponents is on a weak steal, you would really like to discourage them from coming in the pot. You don't want to play your hand if it's a reasonable hand, even against 3 random cards. They have a decent amount of equity, and you want to tell them, I'm committed to this hand. don't come try to steal my bring-in. I'm coming.
And Chris, you're only doing that when you get quite short on chips.
Very short. When you're very short, you do not want to run it against 3 random cards.
Now, maybe you have to also balance your range of hands that doesn't do that with some very strong stuff. Otherwise, you just look so weak when you just bring it in.
I think when you're so short stacked, that doesn't matter as much as just making sure you don't allow someone to come in the pot when you have a very good hand.
So we're talking about like maybe under 1 big bet type scenarios.
Maybe even around the stack that Racner has now, I would at least consider it. Okay. It also obviously depends a little bit on what the other up cards are. You don't want to be completing into aces very often, but you definitely want to discourage those weak stealing hands from coming in with you and being pot committed because they do have a lot of equity.
That makes a lot of sense.
And are we getting a break here?
I think we're just going to have a quick look at the chip counts first. Michael Moncek, 2.575 million. Nick Schulman, second in chips. You can see a real big distinction between first and second, and then a huge drop-off to our short stacks. Yuri and John Racner with 135,000. We are going to be going on a break here shortly, and when we return, the blinds will be up, and even more pressure on those
we're
short
going to be
stacks.
getting very close to that final table.
Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio at the Aria Resort and Casino for continuing coverage of the 2025 Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Game Edition. I'm Alex Livingston, joined alongside Chris Death Donkey Vitch as we continue into the later hours of the night here. And Chris, what do you expect to see as we're down to 9 players with 5 spots paying?
Well, I am excited to see this other table that's been on the outer side right now and see how the stacks are distributed as everyone is trying to claw, scratch, fight their way to the final table and eventually to those top 5 payouts that we see on the board.
Absolutely. You see that top payout of 1.2 million and that min cash of 225,000. We see 2 short stacks on this table, just as we saw on the other table. Phil Sternheimer and Matt Ashton, with Daniel Negreanu at the top of the counts, but pretty tight chips between those top 3.
Right, so here we have 2 short stacks. At the other table, we have 2 short stacks. So out of the 9 players in the field, we have the five haves and the 5 have-nots. One of those short stacks or multiple of those short stacks are trying to swap places with one of those big stacks to make it to the top 5 pay spots.
Right, and we may get a little more conversation on this table with Daniel Negreanu perhaps driving the way.
All right, we'll try to listen in.
He's wherever he wants to be.
I think I'm in 2, yeah.
He's fine. But does he really have to sit next to me like that?
Yeah,
Let him sit where
I
he
want
wants.
to, actually.
It's awkward.
I'm superstitious.
Then he's going to move his chips over here. Like,
superstitious.
This is why you're in my lap now.
You like that,
Like,
right?
sorry.
Lap, huh?
No, then I'm just.
Too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. We could. I mean, we can.
No,
move
you're
this
fine.
and
You're fine.
We can move.
You don't have
this
much
out
chips.
and it's like-
So
Just move over a little.
he doesn't. Look. It's like enough after the Omaha hand, you know?
Oh my God.
I think he knows. I think he knows.
Is that me?
Yeah. Okay. Good luck, players.
Good luck.
What are we
Playing
calling?
Omaha 8 or better,
I don't
and
see a
Matt
sign.
Ashton makes
Who saw this
a
coming?
bit of a tight fold here in the
All
cup
right,
with his
let's have
very short stack.
Yeah, double suited, Jack 3-3
Cheat code.
deuce with the
Nah.
wheel cards.
Makes sense to wait for maybe
baby.
a little bit of a more premium hand.
Something with some more high potential. Right, the Jack 3 deuce, for instance.
I've got
can't
a
take it.
limping hand.
Good luck, Dan, right?
Go ahead.
I mean, this is
raise
unreal.
the pot. I'm a call no matter what
remember that.
you
Whatever.
do.
Check.
What you got?
I'm a call no matter what you do. Boom, 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 boom. Little of this, little of that. Gonna bet the minimum 14,000. A little high and a little low. Good luck, bro.
Chad can't be liking hearing a little high and a little low, where he's got this very vulnerable bottom 2 pair.
Certainly true. Daniel is certainly in a mood.
I have two-way hand.
And against a 2-way hand, if we think Daniel's being honest, Chad is really not in a great spot.
No, well, nobody wants to see this shit. You don't even play this hand under the gun. Or like, I wouldn't open this hand. But now I have.
All right, I take it down.
Pick any 2.
Right as
I
we
just hope I
opened
don't
the
get
table, it
any
did look like Daniel Negreanu had a wine glass in his hand. I don't know if that's affecting his mood at all.
I did see that.
So there's the low, right?
You had the low locked up.
So there's that. I know what I'm doing.
know what you're doing?
I had an SC2 pair.
Sorry, could I get one more thing? Could I get a
SC2 pair.
very milky coffee?
Well, you might. Oh, then
Splendas?
you had me.
I had you
Make it
for
a-
7-8, 5,
make
6,
it
7,
a-
8.
Make it a decaf, please. Very milky.
49.
Oh my God.
Splendas. Thank you.
An assy 2 pair.
49, right?
Yeah.
He had an assy 2 pair.
Yeah, there's the wine.
There's the wine. So we could see an even more animated Daniel Negreanu.
Who do we have all in on the outer table here? Yuri. Yuri has found a hand to go with here in stud 8 or better.
Yeah, Yuri all in stud 8 or better.
It looks like Michael Moncek was the opponent and his hand is mucked, so it looks like Yuri's going to get a
And
full
Yuri
double
is-
up.
Yeah, and that's a huge pot for Yuri.
Absolutely.
Moncek, of course, can't afford to lose those chips.
Yeah. Yuri could not have afforded, so he's
Right.
very happy right now. As those guys continue to battle four-handed on the outer table. Yuri looks like it was a pretty healthy pot too, so he's got a couple 100K in a stack over there now.
A nice starting hand here for Phil Sternheimer in first position.
Certainly, and a normal defending hand for Benny. Glaser in the big blind.
Cool. Didn't lie. Two-way hand.
Yeah.
Benny
Cut off
True
rather for
story.
Sternheimer.
Benny
Nice
very
work.
cognizant
Yeah,
that
you were very
Phil will be playing tight in this spot.
Check.
And not a particularly strong flop for Benny.
Really bad
Actually, I
flop for
could
Benny.
get a 5 to 3/4 you.
Oh, well, you might be doing good just leaving fold anyway.
Bottom
Call,
pair,
call.
but no low
Yeah.
draw.
Math on that.
40.
This is the type of hand that Benny probably just has to fold right here.
I think so too, especially knowing he's up against a very strong range.
Ooh, wine time.
Yeah, baby.
Wine o'clock. Here he goes.
We may have a late night tonight.
Big hand.
D-Neg's hitting wine time a little early.
Especially a
do you
couple of these short stacks double up. I mean, we've got
Good
4
job,
guys
Philip. I
short.
just want
but-
to, you know, for those that are watching, Philip is the one that put this tournament together. For those of you viewing and enjoying the show, we've got great commentary from 2 guys who are really good, but not good enough to play this tournament clearly, right? Because otherwise they would have been in here. No, I'm kidding. They're very good. I actually listened to their commentary. It's worthwhile. Listen in, learn some stuff, and join us next year at the Super High Roller Bowl Mix Games.
Daniel doing our work for
I
us.
think it's only fair that the organizer wins the event.
You did good. Well, I played Maury's Mix. I'm four-handed with Maury.
yeah.
Like, what's going on here? You know?
We should call it the Sternheimer Invitational.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
You cool with
We'll rename it. Ooh, baby, play some. I'm gonna go down.
But I agree on Alex and Chris.
No, they're doing a great
great
job.
commentary.
Like, no joke. I told them, I said, you guys are giving away all the info, but that's okay with me. I'm gonna go ahead and pot it.
2 bets, 80.
Hot. Ooh, baby, do
little
you
recognition
know
here
that's
for
it?
us,
He can't fold
Chris,
big
but
blind.
I will take
Definitely
it.
wrong. I don't want
Good to
him
hear
fold
Daniel
big.
trying to
But he's
promote the
short on
event
chips,
too,
so
and-
it could be a thing where he folds because if it's really bad.
And really-
if you have like
Good
Queen
hand here.
9-8-4, well, I guess you call that, right? Queen 9-8-4? Yeah, you definitely call that.
10 seconds.
Really some credit to
Yeah,
Phil
exactly.
Sternheimer for making sure that's happened, and nice turnout for the first.
Good luck, bro.
Absolutely.
You too.
Matt
All the
Ashton
best.
here getting short on chips.
Yes, but with way the best of it on 3rd Street here.
Do you know
Pre-flop here. 3rd Street, I'm thinking stud. Not a flop that Matt Ashton wanted to see, however. With all low cards in his hand.
Only because you're so short on chips, I just got to bet the flop. If you had like a lot, I might check back. Can't now. Good luck.
A lot of speech play coming from D-Negs.
Got 2 pair. You know, I got 2 pair.
Deuces.
Huh?
Deuces.
No. But 2 pair.
Ashton pretty
How
close.
do you know? Because I said the deuces. I was like, no.
No, no.
And a back door.
I wish you'd have just folded first.
Huh?
I wish you'd folded.
Oh, you would have got his money? You had the flop?
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. You put it in already, Miss Blendes? Yeah, thank you. Full service operation. You can,
Very
yeah,
lovely
it's
guys, too.
racing,
Alex
actually.
Livingston, Chris Vitch. Round of applause for the commentators. Let's go. All right. Every time I play a hand, Alex goes, this is unorthodox. That's what I'm going for, Alex. I'm going for you saying this is unorthodox.
Do you know if
When I do that,
anyone?
I feel blessed. I feel like I succeeded.
Yeah, I think so. That's on yours, right?
All jokes aside, interesting to hear the players are paying attention to the stream while playing.
Yeah, and I've talked to a couple of them
Timex right on my
between
face.
days and stuff like that, and gotten some feedback, and
Got all that room over
they
there.
seem
You
to be
got
enjoying the
Timex right
stream.
on my face?
Honest answer
Great.
is
Happy to hear.
superstition.
Okay, fair enough. I'm a righty guy, too. Otherwise, I'd...
I also think Negreanu is being serious when he says he likes hearing and a play was unorthodox, because he prides himself on playing his own game.
Certainly, yeah. One thing he doesn't lack for is creativity and confidence, which is a key trait in having a long career in poker. Let's go of this hand. And Benny has a bit of a tempting steal on the button, but knows that it's a pretty weak holding.
Yeah, perhaps tempting there just because of the tournament considerations.
Right, with the 2 short stacks in the blinds.
Oh, yeah.
You hate being on the stream?
Eating on stream.
Oh, it's yeah, at least you're not gonna look like Helmuth, where he actually ate a burger from the middle.
How's that
He
even
ate a
possible?
roast beef sandwich from the middle. He opened it like this and he went. Who does that? Bill Helmuth.
Time extension.
It looks like Ashton's considering whether he has a hand that's good enough to go with, and it's clearly not a particularly strong holding.
He could have played. I could have seen him playing this, right?
He would play the smaller.
Yeah.
Unless he's doing a really good job balancing here with some ultra
Too much
premium.
stress. He doesn't like playing.
Does
Yeah.
look like he's coming, but he's coming in for the
And he has a
limp.
lot of money.
Yeah.
Doesn't like to risk.
And
I think it
Phil
affects
has
him.
a good hand.
Yeah.
So
Oh, does it?
Yeah, Phil probably thinking
No, but I mean,
there's not going to be many limp
Yeah.
folds, but
Yeah.
still, just enough hand to just want to push the equity. I
yeah,
think.
he's found the one player at the table that he
Yeah.
covers as well, and would certainly like to. Wow, surprising to see Phil check back this combo.
Sort of understand that knowing that Ashton's going to limp call everything anyway, and now just being able to navigate post flop, and also having a bit of a disguised hand.
Perhaps, but
Certainly you would
such a
expect him to
strong
just push
hand.
the equity. Yeah.
And still a strong hand as he flops top 2 on a Broadway board.
Now I wonder if Ashton's going to just consider this a better board for his range, given that Phil checked back, and given that it
Yuri did
contains an
double.
ace.
Certainly could see that.
Yeah. It looks like he's got about 6 now. Yuri.
I played against Benny.
The play at this table a little bit more
Made a
deliberate
mistake.
than the other table, for
Depends
sure.
Oh, by not blocking river?
Everything I did was wrong.
Bet 40.
Great news.
Huh?
Great news.
But I thought he sucked. I didn't know he was good.
No, he's good.
Should have told me. Nobody told me.
I don't
He said, oh, he only plays fucking triple draw. That's it.
I'm not an authority, so.
But he played it good. So. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Like, you know, weak players don't bet the river.
Phil's saying tricky, 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 perhaps to himself about the way he played that hand.
Yeah.
You could have been done.
That was a Daniel-approved play.
No.
No.
The check
I
back.
could have a set.
check
I guess
back.
I don't have a set. I would block that.
As we see the
I was
bio
worried
for
about that
Phil
king. I thought
Sternheimer
that
here
king
again.
fucked me. Kinda weird. When you called turn, I'm like, oh, this looks like a king 9-8 spades type shit.
Our private equity investor from London, England, who
Actually had 10-17.
now is playing primarily poker full time
I
and
was
super
pretty
high
dead.
stakes.
Although a 4 and a 3, you lose. Ha!
As Negreanu is talking overhand
Benny
that,
bet, like,
that we must have missed at the other
reduce
outer
river
table
as well.
earlier.
You
But
did
that's a
good.
big
You
place.
played it really, really well. Hats off.
Chad picking up a tempting hand here.
How'd I play my
8-7-5
full
deuce double suited.
Yeah, certainly would be an okay
Folding
candidate for a
river
light
is
steal.
Good, but it was too painful. For
Looks
you.
like he's happy
You know
he
I'm not
folded
bluffing.
as Benny finds something right behind him.
Would have made for good TV.
Ashton, who's desperate for a
Yeah, I
hand,
think
picks up
that's-
one of the worst hands you could ever
I
see.
think you played it exactly right on every street.
Yeah, perhaps Chad just wanted to be in a later position.
I mean,
to
what
play
else
that
could he
hand.
do? You had hearts too, right?
I had hearts too.
And I didn't raise you on the flop.
I know.
And it's Daniel who picks up the
Yeah, I think
premium
he
in the big
played
line
good.
as well, this double suited
Holy
three-wheel
shit.
Broadway card.
Big blind hand. Omaha 8. I watched Jeff Madsen play any 4 in this spot. This qualifies. We'll call.
Daniel certainly disguising the strength of his hand by making the speech about it being a barely call.
Even did
Right.
like an
A
extra
little bit of
time.
classic Negreanu speech play here.
Heads up.
Check.
Check first.
Not the ideal thought for Negreanu, but certainly a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Ooh, heaven is a place
Yeah, decent low draw,
on earth.
gut shot, backdoor clubs. Going to have to continue here, but not wanting to raise.
Check.
Somewhat of a bad turn card for Negreanu, and he's facing a solid range that raised in the cutoff here.
Yeah, and we've got a bit of a mystery hand here from Benny Glaser, so
Yeah.
we'll try to guess what he might have. Do you have any guesses, Chris?
Well, once he checks back the turn, that definitely narrows it down. I think he's much more likely to have something like a low draw with no pair on the
I
turn.
agree. A lot of the over
You don't
pairs and
have
Jack
ace
X would have
ace 'cause
continued
you
betting the
bet the
turn for
turn
value.
Yeah.
with
So
ace.
Negreanu has
You
no
don't have
diamonds in his
'cause you
hand.
bet.
No,
So I
Negreanu's
bet.
Negreanu's talking out for
yes.
us.
I
I
deduced
like
the
this value
situation.
bet here. He has a hand
I
that can
deduced it.
scoop and rarely gets scooped when the
Put 2
action
and 2
goes like
together?
this.
Said, give me the money. You lose. For sure. 100%.
100%.
100% you lose. Both. Everything. The whole pot. You lose. I'll show you.
So you show me.
Yeah, I'll show you. You lose.
10 seconds.
Both sides. Whatever you're going for. High, low, doesn't matter.
Sounds to me like Benny has hit this ace but has no low.
And I think Daniel's right, by the way, that
You lose.
very often he is going to
If you don't bet the turn, you lose. For sure.
I think Benny could definitely have a tough decision with a hand like ace king here, though.
Oh, he's got a tough one. You got a two-way hand or a one-way? Which way? Which way you going, buddy? I lied. I didn't have a Madsen hand either. I had a fucking Mike Mattisau hand.
That's a big.
This is a Mike Mattisau hand. I lied with the Jeff Madsen thing. Throw him off. I
Big
win?
fold.
Yes, I believe
Okay.
you.
Yeah, I have you.
Use 3-6.
2 and high. High and low.
You said you were going to show me.
Any two. Take any two.
All right, these two.
These two?
Yeah.
That beat you for high? Oh, shit. Then I bluffed you.
Sounds
But
like
I thought
Benny
I was
folded
good.
ace king.
I really did. I thought I had you. I thought I had
That'd be an
it.
insane speech play.
Or maybe
I'm just
ace
saying, I thought I had the best
ace queen
hand.
for
Ace
a
queen and a
chop on
low.
the high side?
Ace 8 even could be a potential hand.
Get ace king.
Oh my god.
All right, ace king.
Ah,
Sounds like we
six,
are
sorry.
about to see the
I really
wow.
wasn't
Benny
lying. I
folded
thought I
ace
had
king.
you, but
Yeah, with
think
no
it's one
diamonds
game.
in
I
his
wasn't
hand.
lying. I was pretty sure when. I mean, ace king. I should have thought about that. He could have that.
He could have had ace king.
That was the only
Understandable,
Sorry
I
about that.
think.
Daniel apologizing for getting Benny to fold half the pot with his speech play.
Somehow I don't
What I
think
said, I really believe. When I said it,
I thought you were bluffing that time.
I wasn't.
I thought you were bluffing on half.
I
You
had a
were-
low and ace
All right,
queen.
one.
As we take a look at the feature table chip counts, Daniel Negreanu on the basis of that last pot up to 1.7 million in chips, followed by Chad Eveslage, Benny Glaser, Philip Sternheimer, and Matt Ashton bringing up the rear.
Yeah, Glaser has slipped a little in the chip counts now, down under the comfortable million chip mark.
Matt Ashton, your horse.
Yes, my horse
Hanging
is in
on
a
by a
desperate
thread.
situation here. Your horse, on the other hand, at the outer table is probably having a fun
That's
time.
right. And Play Poker Go is here, Chris, and it's where you can play free online poker anytime, anywhere. I know you're going to be heading for those streets after you pay me this prop bet with Moncek. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into the ring games and tournaments. Compete against players worldwide and sharpen your game. Play now for free. That's free at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. No money required.
I wasn't. Oh yeah.
Free and no risk. You have me. Sounds good.
No, I would expect you to be
always
lying.
just like, oh, I have you.
Yeah.
You know? I can't do that. I gotta.
I think we've switched over
Minimum.
to stud.
What's the bet?
10 is to bring in.
Yep, back to stud high here. And it's Negreanu with the chip lead and picking up an okay hand here in the bring-in situation, although Glaser has a nice big pair.
40.
Ashton is going to be very desperate this round to find a hand, as the antes are going to eat away at his very short stack.
Probably thinking this Jack 9-7 not quite enough, even though he has 3 to a straight. It's not a great 3 to a straight. You kind of need to catch perfect.
I think
Back
he
in
would
the
have
old
opened
days,
it if folded to him,
If you
though.
read like
Perhaps,
stud
yes,
books,
just going
they
for
would
a
say
light
to
steal
fold by
against the
hand,
5 bring-in.
right?
That makes
But
sense.
Those books are outdated. What is it? 20?
40 total.
Okay, 40. The books are outdated. But they would. They would say, oh no, he raised with a queen. He has to have queens, you know? So you have to fold your hand. Nope. Don't believe it. Still hot, right?
Still high.
Benny playing some offense and some defense here, having the best hand and catching a 6 that would help Negreanu's hand for 2 pair.
Right. Benny probably just thinking to himself,
40K.
range versus range, how am I doing? And then does my hand also
40K.
want to bet? Probably decides that his range is still
Six
doing
doesn't
fine
look
against
like a good
Negreanu's
card.
range, and his hand definitely wants to bet.
Right? I mean,
10 seconds.
I'll bet. I mean, I'll pay. Okay. Good luck. Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. Ooh,
Benny catching a nice card for his range with the ace of spades. Probably feeling comfortable value betting still.
Yeah, that jack certainly looks like a brick on Negreanu's board.
I think at least one jack was dead also.
Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. 80,000, he caught the ace of spades to go with his queen of spades. So if he started with 3 spades, he's got 4 now. Started with a pair of queens, he's got queens. If he was bluffing with like ace, queen, something, he just made aces. If he's just raising because he's got the high card, he's got shit, and I have the best hand. But that's a lot to fade, so I'm gonna fold. I'll do the commentary for my hand.
Thank you, Daniel.
You just
I
take
folded
over.
the best hand. I folded the best hand.
Have Chris and Alex
Well, what do you
go
want,
home.
Chris and Alex? Would you have called on 5 there against that board?
Okay,
On
well, he's
4.
asking
When you
us,
know he
Chris,
didn't pair the 6.
what do you think? I think it's
Like, would you
actually
call
all 5
kind of a close spot. I would have been
think
tempted
it's
to see one more
close.
card.
I like a fold, but
The
also
jack
we're
is
not
such
good
a
enough to be
brick. If I
playing in
catch
this
an 8,
tournament, so it's a little
seven,
unclear what our
right,
opinion's
right,
worth
right.
much.
Any-
Anything
told
8 or
that.
lower, I would have called.
The pot's getting to a size where it's fairly
right,
tempting
Chris.
to see one more
Do a
card. But if
poll,
you do
Chris
call
and Alex.
5th, you're probably also going to have to call 6th and then make a decision on 7th.
Uh-oh.
And we see here
Hang on a
John
second.
Racner on the outer table has just been eliminated in 9th place.
Yes, a quick knockout there, and we are down to 4 and 4. John held on as long as he could, but looks like his short stack succumbed.
He hates that bet, but it's
So
it's
one
too
more
funny.
elimination and we'll be down to one final table, Chris. Although not yet in the money until we get to the final 5.
Oh, my apologies, because we are 5 and 3 here, so we're going to have to move a player, I think.
Somebody will have to move, yeah.
Wow, the PokerGo staff is really hoping Daniel doesn't get drawn off this table. This is rare, Daniel.
Right?
They're like,
Both the one on Daniel.
yeah,
Just deal me out of the draw.
we caught a hanger.
What, the one that gets moved?
Yeah.
Oh, you think you feeling
Yeah,
it?
I
Yeah.
don't know why.
Wow.
Nope.
Nope.
Quickly getting back to that Negreanu 5th Street spot, I
Good
think
luck,
there's
sir.
More leg room.
kind of 2 considerations.
luck over there.
One
Yes.
is
Come
how
back.
wide does he think Benny's stealing, and then the other is what
we
do his
8-handed
back
now?
doors look like. And
Well,
8 of the best. Or you mean
4 and 4.
Yeah, fair enough.
perhaps if
Eight
he
of the
puts
best.
Benny on a tighter range and felt that he didn't have enough in the way of back doors with his own hand, then he can just get away cheap on 5th.
He's over a million.
I do think, given the current chip counts at the tables, that Benny has a lot of incentive to play carefully right
Also
now.
another consideration, yeah.
Would not expect him to be stealing too wide.
Go about my food.
Yuri looks like he's built up nicely over there. He may have been the one to knock out John Racner. In the background, we can see his chip stack, and it features a decent number of those
Next to
green
the
chips,
chip
which
leader,
are
what can
quite
go wrong?
quite valuable at this
Yeah,
stage.
he's definitely
could go
back in
wrong?
business.
Mike, I jokingly said to him, he came in late. I was like, well, how are you going to be chip leader if you come in late?
And then
he just played every,
he had
just
to-
busted
he had like
5
2
guys
million in,
in
like,
7 seconds. That's $2 million, okay.
Good luck,
Well
guys.
done.
See you later.
Hopefully.
As we
8 left.
say a short temporary goodbye to Phil Sternheimer as he moves over to the secondary table, and we hope to see him again.
Mike, you still in, Mike? How much you got left? Oh, you're swinging down.
Negreanu somewhat
catching
jokingly
you.
asking if Mike is still in.
1.6.
Yeah, and Daniel is correctly almost caught up to Texas Mike. And also we know that Nick Schulman had a big stack over at that outer table. So the top stacks are consolidating a little bit.
What's that?
That's right. The fuck back in.
We got to lock the fuck
We
back
got a lot. We were making a joke about like being locked in and then you lose your focus, you're locked out. And it's just like you got a lot. Well, you locked us all out with your.
This is locked in.
I know. You're so locked in. It's crazy.
I'm
it's
locked
crazy.
in.
It's
You guys
crazy.
need a drink.
I was actually thinking I might have to do something.
To match the energy.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, that's not possible, but
Yeah.
To just compete with the energy.
Yeah.
I got lots. I'm good. Okay, stud high, four-handed.
I don't know. I think Matt might match the energy.
Matt's ready to get wild right now, as always.
It's a
Oh, this is a great spot for me, guys. You know what's happening. Okay. Okay, guys. I'm going to create a solver driller for stud pots when you don't have to look at your cards and raise. So he had a deuce, he has a 4. So I have a jack. This is an incredible card for stud high. I'm not going to look at my cards. Look at this. 100K buy-in. I'm not going to look. Raise. Raise.
40.
Do what you got to do. Go ahead. Play against the random jack. This is what happens. He has a deuce, How can he call? He can't even call. Like, what hands he's going to have? He's going to have a pocket pair or some stupid king-queen. And I could have a jack. Watch, I'm gonna have a jack.
Not gonna lie, I really wanted to play this hand.
Okay, I know. See, I won without looking. Now this is really important. Instead, sometimes you don't have to look. But let's look together. Okay, I didn't have it. Well, what's the point of faking? Okay, there's a lot of spots in stud. Ask Chris and Alex. Am I wrong?
He's absolutely right here. This is a
There's
spot where
spots.
you don't
I'm
need to
gonna
look
create
at
a
your
driller
cards.
where you look at
Absolutely.
forward
The
and you
jack
go, okay,
against a 4 and
it's
a
up
deuce
to
with a
you.
dead
Do you
deuce.
raise or not?
And that doesn't even take
Without
into
looking.
consideration the tournament
Not like obviously
situation.
some are
Right.
Where Daniel
And
can
the
be
fact that he has a big chip,
Yeah,
chip
I
lead.
think
Very,
you need
very
more
loose
I think you're
aggressive
gonna
in
need
this
a little
spot.
hold cards unless you.
But in stud there, you have 4 deuce, bro. I have to raise.
And as much as Daniel's
jack?
putting on a bit of an act
Me
here,
too.
I think he's actually making a good
don't
point,
think?
which is that sometimes players are a little
I-
too deliberate in
How bad
spots
could it
where you
be?
could just
this is
automatically
classified
open.
Probably
it.
should.
This is
Well, here's the
classified
thing. The only thing I
information.
should do is I probably shouldn't tell you that I'm doing it because that weakens my range.
Yeah.
Because now it's 100% of hands.
That does weaken your range.
It weakens my range, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you can have the Jack 8-4.
The jack 8-4. What do I have
Ashton
now?
maybe not
What's
loving the
that?
theatrics with his 65K
Raise.
stack.
Yeah, he also got
40?
the bring in here, which is quite
Yeah, I looked
detrimental.
this time because he has a queen.
What will Chad do with
That's
these 5s? He
Scary
knows
card.
that Daniel was basically raising every hand in the dark, and look, he
He
just
does?
makes a tight fold.
Well, Daniel mentioned he wasn't raising
go
this one in
away.
the dark
Go.
because he saw the queen behind him.
Damn.
And the queen has woken up with split queens, although Negreanu does have a blocker.
That was a little bit of a tight fold from Chad, but he did
What
have
would
Benny
Phil
behind
Ivey
him with a bigger card.
Okay, so what I would do is different than what Phil Ivey would do, but he's way better than me at this game. Way better.
10 seconds.
Way better. So I should do what Phil Ivey would do. That's crazy for Crazy. Only Phil Ivey would fold that.
What do you think about that fold there, Chris?
He might have three-bet.
The queen jack 8 blocking the queens of Benny.
I think it makes some sense. I mean, Benny's not going to be
I
out of line
think you
in
have
that
like
spot.
Queen 7-8 or something.
Queen
Right.
jack 8.
Queen Jack. Ooh.
I mean,
I also think Chad's fold makes sense after thinking about it further. Another thing that we were talking about is how there's only 4 antes in the pot,
Fold.
so you don't need to be too aggressive on 3rd Street when you know
He's
you
good
can be in a
now.
bad
Now I
spot.
know
This
he's
is true,
good,
and,
so
and
I'm-
Chad,
the
perhaps,
PLO hand told me.
given only
He's
5 spots
come
paying,
awake.
feeling like he has one of those more
He's good,
middling,
so-
more vulnerable stacks, wanting to watch
Good
some
for
of the
you.
shorter stacks.
He would like
If I
to
had eight?
Get eliminated.
he would probably like to get down to the full final table where you can be a little bit more conservative in a full ring environment. So he might try to wait this out a little bit.
Baby, it's a
It's Matt Ashton we need to keep an eye on, though, as he is really, really anteing out of this tournament right now. He has to pick up a hand, and it's Benny Glaser who keeps picking up premium starting hands.
Yeah, split aces here for Glaser in a spot where he's going to be opening quite a bit wider than that.
We'll see if Negreanu finds his way into this one. Looks like no. So Benny getting a hit over the head with the deck a little bit pre.
Shows the split aces.
See, that time I can tell
Did
you.
you do my trick?
I looked at the 10 of clubs. And
Okay, so you looked at a 10.
So that
You
was
looked at
good.
1.
Yeah.
Right.
You
But
guys have
just
the
for those
9
at home.
clubs.
Okay. So when you play these games like the mixed, the stud games, don't just go, oh, I have a bad hand and fold. Look at the board. Look at your position. Okay? Look at the up cards, and sometimes just raise anyway. Like in Rast, you have a 6, and this guy's a queen and a king. Doesn't matter what you have. You just raise, right?
I think it's a little bit more
Pretty good
intuitive than Raz
All the
compared to
Oh, the
stud
big
high.
one.
Yeah.
Big one.
But his point remains, and Chris,
Absolutely.
I've played spots where I have 3 or 4 table mixed games online,
that song get
and I'm sure I've made some folds in both stud high and Raz where I wasn't properly. I was just looking at a bad hand and
You
not
look at your
realizing,
cards, yeah, and not
the
look at
board
the-
because I was playing so many tables.
Definitely to be avoided. Okay, so Matt Ashton does get the ace as his door card.
And
Let's
he's
see if
going to
he
be
takes
tempted
this
to pay
spot.
a very wide range of
I think
hands in
so
this
too.
spot.
Any one big card would be enough for me.
Yeah, any over to everybody else's cards.
Possibly any 3. Yeah, and here he comes with the Jack 5, which
this
is super reasonable.
more than enough hand.
Everyone should be aware that he's desperate
And
here.
I agree.
I think
Probably just any 3 is good enough here, given the
I think
his
he's
stack size at 30.
not going to get through Chad.
Correct.
And this might lure Benny into the pot with his slightly disconnected 3-card.
If I were Chad, I might have been tempted to 2-bet this hand just to get Benny off of any amount of equity.
Good point.
10 seconds.
Benny probably realizing Chad's not coming in too loose, but he does feel like his hand is connected.
Here's the other thing for Benny is he figures that Chad is going to play a little more honestly with this one player all in already, and he's going to be able to realize his equity a little better without having to call bets.
Extremely good point. Nevertheless, Matt Ashton is definitely going to need to improve. He catches the 4 that Chad would love to see.
And I think Chad should just bet here, even though there's no side pot, just clearing up his equity with the pair of 4s, where Benny is most likely hand is going to be something like a pair of 3s or something weak.
So Matt Ashton is in bad shape here, but he does have 37% equity. He has live cards outside of the 4.
Matt Ashton looking to improve and fade elimination, and if he does not, we are going to be down to our final table of 7.
And I'm going to be out 20 bucks.
That's
oh no, your guy has to win.
My guy still has to win.
Well, he's gonna,
It's a long way to go there.
Yeah, I guess it's not a
Nice looking card for Ashton's board, but it doesn't actually do anything for him.
Right. He's got a backdoor flush draw now. And now he's got a backdoor wheel draw.
Think about wheel gutter, and Chad just has the 4s.
He's just got to beat
Any pair,
4.
I've got
So
4s only.
Not only.
So
any
Chad
pair,
should
you
peel
buy
first,
board-
because
oh,
if
the
he makes
4
2
ones
pair,
count.
then Ashton can
Right.
still win
Not
on
the
a duck.
3.
Yep.
You got a lot of outs. But if you catch 2 pair,
Queens up.
queens up. That really hurts.
And that really almost
So
locks him
Ashton
out.
needs the duck.
guys.
now.
GG, bro. We're down to 7. I'm gonna go pee.
See you online, I guess.
Yeah.
Good run, Matt Ashton. Close to the money.
And I thought Matt played really well. Just had a bad run of cards there towards the second half of the day.
I guess I should probably just raise you out pre.
So this means
It's
we're
like-
going to
it's
be
a weird-
down.
You got an extra
Down to our
25.
final table of 7.
I kind of thought you were.
And we're going to have a
Right.
quick
Check it
look
out.
here at
Right,
the chip
that's what-
counts
well,
as
that's
we
what I
head to
was
that
thinking,
final
and then I
table.
was like,
Okay.
So we can see of the remaining players at that feature table, Daniel Negreanu with 1.6 million in the lead, followed by Chad Sledge, followed by Benny Glaser. Those 3 players will be merging with the other 4 players to form one final table of 7 as we continue to play down to 5 tonight.
Yeah, let's see what the chip stacks look like when everyone gets back together here
We're going to take
after
a quick
this
break.
short break.
And, yeah, come back soon. Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio at the Aria Resort and Casino, covering the $100,000 Hyper High Roller Bowl Mixed Game Edition. I'm Alex Livingston alongside Chris Vitch as we return to this final table of 7, Chris. So we've reached the final table of 7, but not yet in the money.
Yeah, this is a very interesting dynamic happening here. Typically, when you reach a final table of any tournament, you're all guaranteed some money and you're all thinking about the first place prize. But right now, as you can see on the payout screen that we have here, everyone is right now looking at that 5th place to make sure they guarantee themselves some money.
That's right, and we can see that nice super high rollable ring that you will win if you win this tournament along with that cash. First place is $1.2 million, and that's our chip leader there, Texas Michael Moncek.
7 players left, 5 get paid, 2 are going to go home sad. And right now we have a couple short stacks.
Let's have a look at these counts. Texas Mike at the top, Phil Sternheimer bringing up the rear, Daniel Negreanu, Nick Schulman, Chad Eveslage, Benny Glaser, and Yuri in between.
So in a situation like this, I'm thinking about who are the players at the table that maybe aren't caring as much about the minimum payouts.
Yeah, that was.
And who is that in your books, Chris?
Well, it's got to be Daniel Negreanu, right? He's always playing for the win.
Yeah, I think that's, and I think Texas Mike would be the other one.
Texas Mike would be the other one, absolutely. Although right now, with them having the 2 top stacks at the table, it's less likely to be something they would be worried about.
From an ICM standpoint, nobody is super short, but with Sternheimer and Yuri, the 2 shortest, Benny Glaser and Chad might be feeling the most ICM pressure in the sense that they really want to avoid tangling with those big stacks while they have a couple stacks shorter than themselves.
A good point, and we are now playing a very bloody game of Badoogie.
I believe he did. He destroyed everybody.
And we see Negreanu,
I'll tell you what.
strong hand here with the draw to the ace-deuce-7.
Absolutely.
Oh, D-Negs is going to raise. How much?
80.
Notice that Texas Mike is in the big blind, and everyone will be a little cautious in the situation, but Daniel certainly has a strong hand. Schulman again has drawn what I would consider to be a poor seat at the table with Texas Mike on his immediate left.
Mike had a very premium PLO hand, but not such a good one in this game.
I would always fold
My hand.
to the money, yeah, for sure.
Oh, because I got to play tight because of ICM. See, he always knows the ICM stuff.
5 is the bottom range.
5? 1, 2, 5 minimum?
Yeah.
I gamble. I was going to draw 2.
I can't tell if Yuri's being
I know,
serious. He's so sincere.
I was drawing
He is
2.
so sincere.
He's setting up his image.
I was drawing 2.
Then
He's
it's
so
you think I'm going to keep
sincere.
it 7?
I really don't know if you're trolling or
Buddy,
not.
I draw smooth.
You're so sincere.
None of this draw to the 7 shit. No, smooth.
then
Like I did
showing,
against you with the deuce 4-8, you know? I want to draw to the smooth 8, not the fucking 9-4, whatever.
Yuri showing a good sense of humor in his second language here.
Sternheimer with a very weak 3 card that maybe some players would get tempted in certain spots, but I don't expect to see him
even
play
in a
this
cash game, might be folding this hand in an under-the-gun 7-handed environment.
Absolutely.
Daniel with a hand that I think some players might open given the tournament situation, but he is still just in the hijack. You have to be really careful with these D2s from such an early position.
Yeah,
you would play because
I
you're
agree.
good. I'm not.
If you're folding it, I think I'm going to fold.
No? I bet you How much you want to bet at you?
A lot.
A lot? Okay, after the hand, I'll bet you a drink.
2 bet. I'm not drinking anyway, so.
I know, but I'm saying like in lifetime. We go to the bar one day.
All right, you got it.
Wait till the hand's over.
There's perhaps a little bit of overlap between Badoogie and No Limit Single Draw in terms of when you start opening the D2s.
Clearly.
Right,
Kind of towards
yeah.
the cutoff and button rather than earlier than that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
it is.
Looks like Benny has a hand that he wants to defend here in the big one. In fact, I think he's taken it to 3 bets.
Probably.
So
I would guess he's either pad or drawing 1.
Right, and even those draw 1s, obviously,
you.
maybe would
Probably.
want to be kind of cautious in this situation.
Right.
But you are
Yeah, I
correct,
would-
and
I would
he has the ace-deuce-8, so actually
Yeah,
not
it's
a
just the one
premium
I
3 card here.
This is a really
that
nice
wasn't it? Okay.
3-bet hand, though, because this is the type of hand that Benny could potentially use as a bluff.
Yes.
He can improve. He can actually reduce this to a
Maybe that
better
was your
3 card,
chance, I mean.
but if he doesn't, he could potentially bet every street and get Moncek off some
man. I don't-
3
I'm
card
guessing
7s,
it's,
3 card 6s.
It's a nice min
Very
cut,
good
that's
point.
why.
Potentially even
Yeah.
3 card
Oh,
5s.
because of that
It is a
hand.
lot to risk for Benny's stack right now.
It is, but as of now, he's also a card ahead.
Yes,
Pay
currently
anything.
everything's going
That's folding
fine.
ace to 6. I'm playing.
You can play any hand then.
Huh?
You can play any hand.
You got a nice stack.
Check.
Start raising.
And if Benny bets here, he's just going to take the pot down, I think, against Moncek's draw,
Dude,
too.
don't
I
fall.
believe you're
That's
right.
the
Benny has
Brazilian
caught the
surprise,
annoying
dude. Don't
pair
let him- don't
doogie
let it-
where
don't let it
he
get
makes
in
the
your
suit that he
head.
I'll tell
wants.
you what, the Brazilians, I swear to you, him and all of them,
What I would have really been interested in is if Moncek had called and taken one, does Benny blast this hand on the river
Right.
unimproved?
Yeah, is he thinking like you're thinking that maybe it's a good semi-bluffing
I'm
hand?
stealing this, and I'm going to extrapolate it to even deeper shit. I had ace, ace, 14, ace, 4 Badoogie.
The ace 4 Badoogie
Two
is
cards.
implied.
Two cards.
I owe you a drink. I would
When
open
asking
now.
about that.
See, he owes me a drink. I told you, you would open, right?
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. Then I lose the
all right, my ranges are classified from
Wait,
this
wait,
point
wait
on.
a minute. So you saying you wouldn't have opened or you would?
He's been doing this shit for
This
years,
is all
man.
classified
This
information.
is crazy. You just said we had a bet. Now you're reneging.
If that's your hand, I will give that. No, you owe me a drink.
I owe you a drink. 'cause
Correct.
You would have folded.
Correct.
That's fine. I'll buy you a drink. What do you want?
Not right now.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I thought maybe, you know, you're like in
I
the
can no
streets in
longer
this game,
confirm or
Thank you, brother.
deny any opening hands.
That's fine. I won't ask you again. But the Brazilians, bro. The Brazilians.
I don't even know if you wanna
Brazilians,
listen to
man.
him.
Brazilians in Badoogie?
Huh?
Brazilians in Badoogie.
No. Brazilians and no limit hold'em.
Badoogie,
Brazilians,
we have some
Chad,
surprises too.
you would raise this hand for sure, so I'm going to raise as well. 100%. I said 100% last time, and he thought
It's interesting
it was
because
live, right?
Negreanu's hand
You would 100% raise
in
it.
an earlier position now, just
I'll
a
show
slightly
you.
better
Yeah.
draw, but he does have those nice blockers.
Yeah, however, Nick Schulman has
Good
picked
luck,
up a nice pat hand here. Not the most premium hand in the world, but certainly plenty.
Yeah, you would fold perhaps the very worst Badoogies in this spot facing this early position open, but this one is way more than good enough to play.
Absolutely, and he's going to be very happy to see that he's against a draw 2,
Okay, so
where
you know
he
how I
is
said
way
you
ahead.
raise this hand for sure? That was like a small lie. You might have folded. I'm not going to. I call. Like, what is it? 40 more?
40 more.
Okay, so what do I have here? These two I don't need. These two I keep. These two don't need. These two keep. Good luck, bro. You don't need any. I knew it. I was like, whatever. You're doing the 3-bet.
I'm just not. I'm Pat.
It's
I'm just
fine.
not saying good luck back because I really wouldn't mean it.
You don't. I know.
mean
it's
at
fine.
all.
I understand.
And I don't think you mean
I'll tell you
it.
what. I'm drawing so smooth. It's crazy.
Yeah,
So smooth.
I would imagine you are, my friend. Heavens to Betsy.
Evans to Betsy, he says. So it's only 40. Didn't improve,
I think this would be a good spot to
but
fold.
it's 40. I mean, fuck. Right?
For this price,
Maybe
Chris,
I'll
on the
catch
small
it
bet
in a
stream?
bottle.
Drawing 2 against
Lightning
the
in a
pat
bottle
hand.
one time.
I think I would call.
I'm obviously not keeping
Just because the
kings.
range of pat hands is still so wide, it's not like he went from 1 to pat.
You
He
can
was
tell me
pat
after
from the
the hand,
get,
it'll
and it's
open
still
my
the
hand.
small bet stream.
May I-
in a
may I-
3-bet
Forget
pot.
ICM. Check.
Yeah, but the problem is he's
Forget
going to
ICM,
improve
just
to a
like it's a
1-card draw
handle.
here very often, have to put another bet in
Impossible.
poorly.
Forget.
True.
What, ICM? Yes. You bet? What did that do?
Somewhat lucky to catch 2 more bricks. As catching 1 improvement here would certainly keep him
You
around.
open the hand. Ace 3, 3, 4 with 3 clubs.
You've roped me back in. This is all.
How can you? Okay, who here? Raise your hand if you don't open Ace 3, 3, 4 with 3 clubs. Anybody? Anybody? Going once. Going
Daniel,
twice.
we're not going to help you with Badoogie, my brother. We're just not.
Oh, I know you'd be. I know you'd be lying if you raise your hand. That's all. I just want to see who the truth is. You know.
I didn't even hear the question.
Ace 3, 3, 4 with 3 clubs. You're not opening in Badoogie. You are.
To be honest, I still don't understand the question, but we could just move
My
on.
hand
Because you're
is-
saying you're not, it's like a double negative. I can't.
No,
quite-
I'm saying, would you open Ace 3, 3, 4 with Ace 3, 4 of clubs?
As Chad said, my ranges are also
Oh
classified.
God!
Just for the moment.
Nerds. How?
Just-
When did you guys become nerds? Like, relax. It's fine. We're having fun. Jesus.
I'm having fun not telling you what I would do in Badoogie, brother.
You think I don't know? Shit.
Negreanu keeps getting dealt these
Tell you what,
tempting
you guys
combos.
shamed me into playing that one, so I'm gonna fold this one.
No blockers this
All right,
time.
I'll just
Yeah.
fold
He's
it.
actually
You
reduced
like
from
it
an ace
better
4
if
to
I
an
just
ace 3 to
fold?
an ace deuce.
You like it better if I just fold? Okay.
Lock the
I'm just gonna
doors.
fold it.
Here comes Yuri with a 3-card
Anybody
6.
want to play straight Badoogie?
I'm gonna be like the guy in Hilo Regular. 5 guys were calling Hilo Regular because he didn't know how to play. Came around to him, he goes, "Fuck you guys, Hilo Regular."
I love that. That's like, who was the guy in Blackjack
set up
who
a
like
nice
hit the
image,
like you
takes
don't
it
kill me, I
down.
kill me?
3-card
like-
die.
Mohammed Ibrahim.
Yes, yes.
This is a real story,
Yes,
okay?
I love that
Listen
story.
to this. Benny, you never heard this one?
I don't think so.
Mohammed Ibrahim. He's the craziest gambler I've ever met. He's like losing like 900K playing blackjack. He has last 10K on, right? He's 2 kings, 20. Dealer has like a 7. He goes, hit me. Dealer's like, sorry, sir, you have 20. He's like, I don't give a fuck. You're not gonna bust me, I'm gonna bust myself. So he hit. Went broke. and then the next morning, like, asked for the 10K back. They didn't give it to him. That's cold-blooded. They should have given the 10K.
Wow, they didn't give it to him?
I mean, can you imagine?
Yeah, I can. He said, you don't bust me, I bust me.
yeah. The next
All right,
day, it's
my
like,
man.
cut the guy some slack.
He could have hit the A's.
Huh?
He could have hit the A's.
Would be amazing.
What did I do here in Badoogie? Just gave money away. Jesus.
See, you got roped in.
Fuck, you guys got me. Ace.
We have a fun final table, Alex.
Yeah, this is good. Daniel really driving the conversation, even though we're only 2 off the money. Trying to keep the mood lighthearted, which I actually enjoy seeing.
I don't bluff. Too hard. Too complicated.
Phil looks very serious here.
What's the point?
Absolutely. He's the short stack by a decent bit right now.
And you notice he likes to fold the deuce 4 on the button.
Yeah, that's
perhaps
pretty
just
tight.
a function of his stack size, but that is a little bit tight. In my opinion.
I think that it is the one position at the table where he can afford to be pretty loose aggressive, and his hand is certainly very playable.
Perhaps just looking for other games to look to get money in.
Badoogie is the game in the entire mix where maybe
cards,
having the
please.
button is worth the
Not much I
most
can do
because
about
you get to see your opponent's drawing decisions in front of you on every
Go
street.
for a book.
Yeah, position's certainly quite valuable.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
They don't live in Vegas, right?
Nah.
Are they having fun?
What's the latest with your heart stuff, bud? You good?
It's okay. Yeah.
Because you have, like, some days just brutal.
Yeah.
Got 40.
Or is there anything coming up?
Hopefully not.
No, I'm saying, like, with help.
No.
By the way, some significant improvement for
happened now?
both players here in this hand.
Yeah, so this one 2-3 on the first draw, and Daniel went from drawing 3 to improving to 1-2-4, which is the second best possible one-card draw.
Curious
But
to see how-
Chad,
Yeah.
I would have just folded if you raised pre.
Curious to see how Chad handles the situation. Looks like he's going to go with a pat.
he's going to go with the 3-bet and pat, and
You have Badoogie.
he has what's called a convertible hand, so that if he is forced to break this later on, he can, although it would be very unexciting at that point.
Certainly.
3 across club, and I'm going to raise you in the dark.
Oh, wow, and Negreanu has improved.
Deal? You don't have a choice.
And he said 3 across club, and I'm going to raise you in the dark. He's caught a club, but it's not a 3 across.
It's a 4 across club, which is also going to be the winning hand right now.
What is it, 80?
He's going to go with a calling strategy, however.
You don't want any cards?
Now, given that Chad went from 2 to pat,
I'm good.
I think this makes a lot of sense for Negreanu. He's actually
Ben.
pulled ahead of a lot of the pat hands.
Yeah, this is not good news for Chad, as he
You have
cannot
the
feel
big
very
guy,
confident
the
with a
big
queen in the spot. I would like to see
check raise?
Daniel go for a
Don't
bet
do.
here.
You gonna check raise you? I win, for sure. I'm too scared now, because last time I did this, Ray D check raised me off and bluffed me. So I'm just going to check back the winner.
Queen 6.
No good. See, I'm like this is super nitty. Because Ray D last time I did this check raised
Yeah,
me.
I think,
I'm not gonna do
Chris,
that.
you're
Got
right that
roped in.
Daniel's going to have the best hand a lot of the time there when Chad
1, 2, 4.
checks. Chad may
Is it
actually
3?
check fold some of his weaker Badoogies.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I still think that the 10-4 is probably just getting into the territory of being strong enough. Certainly any 9 we would be going for value, and I think that the strongest 10s also make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and also Daniel could bet more often in that spot if he gave away a little bit less information about exactly what his hand is.
True.
That is not working in his favor at this table. Nevertheless, I believe he's almost the chip leader. Him
Straight
and Texas
Badoogie,
might
huh,
have
Nick?
effectively the same stacks.
Straight Badoogie, you want to? Do these doors?
Yeah, and again,
Okay, whatever you say, Nick.
with Phil Sternheimer so short, I think Chad and Yuri are going to be feeling a lot of ICM pressure as the next
I'm just
lowest
kidding,
stacks.
Daniel. I know
Really
you're
just
in
hoping
flow
that
state and
Phil
doing your thing.
busts and they can get to that bubble
You know what I mean?
situation.
I'm not.
Like cheating.
Believe me, there's no disrespect here, brother. I know you. I know.
No, we love Nick.
Of course, Phil
not
has some
sleeping on
ICM
you on the
pressure on
Badoogie.
himself as well,
You
but
should.
usually it's the stacks that are just kind of
you got
above
it.
that shortest stack that can feel
Whatever,
that pressure a
one
little
of 10
bit more.
games, So what?
Absolutely, and as
I've actually crushed in Badoogie in this tournament.
we have mentioned,
Just by
the
having the
bubble is
matchup.
a relatively large one of 225K.
Yeah, $225,000 for 5th place, nothing for 6th and 7th.
So Phil picks
Certainly
up a
the
hand here.
Players are feeling it. Phil picks up a very strong hand, and Michael raises a weak Badoogie, but certainly you can consider raising all Badoogies, especially given this tournament
Given
consideration.
his chip situation in this tournament, I think in general this hand is a little too weak to play.
I agree. I'd be folding my worst Badoogies in the low jack and probably start opening all my Badoogies from the cutoff.
Now,
Maybe even the hijack.
I don't think Yuri would have played
is
this
dumb,
hand
because
anyway,
it's not
a 4-5-7 facing a raise and a re-raise.
I think I would have.
But given the tournament situation right now, I think it's very clear that he needs to play tight in the spot.
And he
However,
does
I am
actually
wrong.
call-
Yuri has surprised me
Yeah,
with
I
his
think he
loose
played it
play in the
fine.
Badoogie rounds that we have seen at the table that he's been a part of both times.
I tend to agree. One of the problems with Yuri's hand is that oftentimes you're just going to be up against Phil with a stronger draw 1 like we see here,
Yeah.
and you're really going to need to make a Badoogie to win the pot. It's going to be very hard to make the best 3 card.
By the way, Moncek is in a bad spot here. He has decided to 4-bet and play his hand as a Pat. However, a Pat King against 2 opponents is a very difficult hand to have hold up.
While I agree with you, Chris, I think it's hard to find another option to play this hand because breaking,
open it, yeah.
really just not breaking to anything good, right? So it's kind of that ultimate
Not to
pat
say
and
that
pray
these 10
scenario.
players
He
are
knows
always
that Yuri just cold calling likely is still drawing,
Yes.
and he has to just hope that Phil is also drawing.
I'm a little surprised that Yuri's involved in this hand. This is definitely a situation that you were just talking about him maybe wanting to avoid. Playing a big pot where he could get himself right down in that danger zone with the next 2 spots not paying any money in this tournament.
Right, perhaps he felt compelled by the price already being in there for the big blind, but it does seem a little loose facing what's already going to be a tighter range than normal from Phil.
Yes, that makes sense. Well, Yuri and Phil are both looking to improve. Moncek is hoping to hang on with his King-Queen Badugi here.
Now, the problem for Moncek is not only does he have to pat and pray, but he has to also worry about getting bluffed.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to just call down here when somebody else says they're pat because their value range is going to be so far ahead of you. We see that Sternheimer does improve right away to a 10 Badugi.
Yeah, and Phil has an interesting decision here because in some ways he would prefer to play as a call and pat, right? Because he would like Moncek to keep in worse Badugis. On the other hand, protecting his hand from Yuri, the 3rd player in the pot, is vital.
I strongly prefer raising here as Phil for 2 reasons. One is you get more information from Moncek, and 2 is being able to get Yuri out of the pot is super, super valuable.
Notice that Yuri has reduced into a very strong 3-card, ace-4-5. I wonder how he's going to feel about this spot, given that he's already put in 4 small bets on the pre-flop street.
Yuri might be slightly regretting his decision to get involved because now that he's here, it's very difficult to know how he should proceed.
It's very hard to find a way out of this hand at this point with such a premium 3-card.
The problem is that Phil is really representing a Badugi at this point, and the average Badugi Phil's going to make drawing 1 is much stronger than the average dealt Badugi. So against a hand like that, Yuri might be, you know, he might have as few as 4 or 5 outs.
Correct. He's getting an incredible price in this bloated pot, but this is a tough situation. Sternheimer desperately wants an out.
Now, very interesting to see also what Michael Moncek does.
Yeah, Moncek really has no good options at this point.
If Moncek 3-bets this street and pats, does Phil ever break off that 10?
I think it's hard
or
to
do you
break.
think it's just too
I think
strong?
it's hard to break against a player with Moncek's image.
I tend to agree with you. And Moncek just calls, and now he's in a really, really ugly
yeah,
spot.
I mean, if I'm Moncek here, I suppose I think the best option is to draw 2.
I tend to agree with you, or perhaps just to have folded to Phil's raise, as tight as that sounds. But you know that Yuri's still drawing strong.
He has not. He's decided to stand pat and see what Phil's up to.
And he's hoping that Phil breaks something.
Phil confidently pats behind. It is Yuri who is really in a difficult situation now as
Now
the
I think
out-of-position player.
That Moncek can just get away facing another bet here from Sternheimer.
Sternheimer is wondering whether or not he should bet. He has a little bit of incentive maybe to check. He's failed in his attempt to get Yuri out of the pot. Maybe preserving his chips here is worth a little something. His hand is marginal.
This is true, and
yeah,
maybe
he does decide to check, so he's actually really preserving his chip stack as best as he can here.
One other benefit to this check is he can actually convince Moncek that maybe, well, not with this exact hand, but if Moncek had some other pat hand that was breakable, now Moncek might think that Phil actually doesn't have that strong of a pat.
Wow, Yuri makes
convince
it.
him to pat it. And
Yuri
wow.
has spiked a 7 of spades to win a massive pot and decimate Phil Sternheimer. I believe he should come out betting here after seeing that passive action.
I completely agree because it looks like both players have very marginal pat hands.
This is a great spot for Yuri.
Phil is
and a
puking on the
very
inside right
disappointing
now.
spot for Phil.
The problem is that Phil can actually still beat the occasional value bet here. Once it's gone check on the previous street, Phil could have some jacks.
This would be a very, very nice fold, I think, to save his 80K. Look at this fold.
Oh, wow.
I'm actually very impressed by
Right,
this
as
play.
the man is raking the pot. What you don't know about him is Taylor.
Although
with all the
I believe that
clothes. In
Phil
addition to
called and
that,
he was just
in the bathroom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Care, toothbrush.
Yeah, that was a
quickly
hand
called.
funeral.
Okay,
Dude,
my mistake.
hygiene, physically fit, tailored clothes. It's a thing, right? And like all encompassing. You're like, I'm gonna live my best life.
Yes.
And look, and that's what happens.
There's the chips. It just took
My
me
wife said
verbally
hygiene's
called.
big. The fact that your hygiene is good, she's like, no, that's big.
Move on.
She noticed you were put together. And I was like, who's that guy? She didn't know. It's like you used to have the mustache, and she didn't notice.
As we take
I
a
was like, no,
look
it's
at
the same
Yuri
guy.
Zivalevsky's bio.
But bathroom,
Go ahead.
Sonic Care toothbrush. This guy on a fucking break. Everybody else pissing on their hands, smoking weed in the parking lot. This guy brushing his teeth, flossing, and like, you know, with Q-tips in his ears. We could learn something. I'm just saying.
See, he told you.
And what a significant pot there for Yuri.
Yeah, look at him all the way up to near the top of the counts.
Yeah.
These pots are
Dude,
big.
you don't listen to the Brazilians, dude. They're
And I'll tell you, all the other players there were rooting for Texas Mike as the guy who covered the other two.
Correct.
The pot had
It's the big line.
500K.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
The pot had 500.
Okay, now you're safe.
We have a much more.
No joke. In the bathroom here, this little bathroom, Sonic hair, just going for it.
7 left.
Who else does that?
We have a much more
Anyone?
complicated ICM scenario now that there are no clear short stacks outside of Philip Sternheimer.
Just Yuri.
Yeah,
Actually,
so
Chad Eveslush, who slipped into the second to last stack.
it's a lot of pressure on Chad and Benny right now as the second and
What are we
third
playing
shortest
for?
stacks.
$1.2 million.
We will see that rear its head even more in the big bet rounds.
Right, and here's an example. I mean, I think Benny would fold this hand anyway, but now with this ICM pressure, it's just an even easier fold with ace-4 in the hijack, or the low jack, rather.
Sternheimer played that hand very well and did not get rewarded for it, I believe. You know,
Alex,
no justice
Chris, what do
in
you
that
guys
one.
think? Cold call with ace 5-4.
It's worse than you think, Phil. He had 4-5-7.
Cocktails.
I agree.
Faust.
Phil asking us to mock Yuri's
Bring the
play.
Faust.
When he sees
Maury.
the way the hand actually was
Last
played,
time I
he's going
played
to
here,
be
I
pretty
played Maury's
disappointed.
mixed with Maury.
Daniel has lost.
How uncomfortable was I?
As Chad gets enough much
Did
needed
you win
steal
that
through.
one? Final table though, right?
Maury
Awesome.
didn't win. He let the other guy win because it looks bad. If he
it does look
if he,
bad.
If he wins every single tournament he plays, it's a problem.
New game.
Daniel referencing
So
Maury
once in a while he throws a
Escandati,
second
our
in there.
producer, who
Maury
won a
Escandati,
tournament last time
ladies
they
and
ran a
gentlemen.
series, only playing one event, and then played one event this time. It was named after him, Maury's Mix, and he actually ended up finishing second.
told him
So
Pretty
Faust.
incredible.
very impressive.
Cool. It's for the show. Just saying. What are you drinking? Faust?
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it? This guy Nick and Sean Winter always drinking. I never drank it once. I tried it. Huh?
I don't always drink
No, I'm saying, but when you guys have it,
I actually don't. That's not my go-to. There's
What's your
another
go-to?
one. There's another one. I forgot the name. It's
Is it a cab?
little bit sweet for me. No.
the Faust is sweet.
I'm out the game right now anyway, but yeah, I found it to be a touch sweet.
Faust is sweet.
Listen, I'm very
You're cultured. I'm
That's
fine,
right.
Whatever. You
That's
be that
right.
guy. Oh, too sweet for me.
That's right.
Has undertones of caramel, which are problematic for the
How much?
aroma. Give this guy some money.
48. Sorry.
As we switch to stud 8 or better.
Got a stack of ones.
A good game
Daniel, is
for
that
the
the
short
eight of
stack, Phil
spades?
Sternheimer.
Thank you.
Bunch of 9s on the board. Not a nice card to look at in study better. The ace, on the other hand, goes
This is
high
a
and low.
clear steal spot for the ace with a wide range. Now notice that we are back up to the 7 antes at the
dirty
table,
ones,
so a
right?
lot of incentive to steal. Chad just having it with the ace.
Want me to grab it from him or what?
Making it rain on the pit.
I'll come get it. Oh, you're good? High five. Here, high five.
Chad, man.
Here you go. You take that.
I know, it's
I'll take
insane.
this. We good to go. High stakes poker.
Little refill for
Mixed
Negreanu.
meat. We should do this every week, guys.
Yeah, he's having a ball.
Yeah, he's having a few drinks. He's had a few in some of the preliminary events as well, I've noticed.
Yeah,
He is absolutely having a fun time here.
No, it's
They don't ban me.
limit hold'em.
Why would they ban you?
I'm just very good.
Nick, you
Lucky.
missed some stuff too, man.
Huh?
You missed
Plays
some
you well.
stuff too. So.
Yeah, but
Private
I
games
feel
say
like I
Daniel.
was there.
Yeah. Might come to tournaments soon.
If you could like ban people from the tournament, right? So like they can't play. Would you ban them from this tournament? You wouldn't ban me. You'd let me play. I'm just because I'm really good. So it's better for you if I don't play. I'm just that good. We know.
Mike, you mean if the tournament is mine?
Yeah, you can
A
be
private
like,
game?
okay, you can't play Dan.
Ban implied. Never mind. Never mind.
Dan implies what? Oh, like somebody
Like you
else?
did something wrong. or
No,
something.
I'm
Yeah,
just
You're
good.
talking about
Played hands
skills.
well. You know.
You talking about
Watch
skills,
this.
my boy.
Yeah, look, watch this one. Who does that? Who does that?
I think everyone in the field does that, Daniel.
Benny has a strong hand here in the bring-in spot. Let's see if Schulman elects to play this 4-7-8 against
We
a
ain't talking
very
about practice.
obvious big card.
Yeah,
big
I'd be
high
pretty
hand.
tempted to play this hand.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
And Benny, in a cash game environment, might even go for a 2-bet. Let's see what he does here.
I think he definitely would go for a 2-bet in a cash game environment. He may even elect to here, as his hand plays very nicely. And he immediately
come in for
does
the
not.
call.
Yeah.
You see the equities there on the left, that's the high equity, and on the right, the low equity.
Both the lows catch lows.
Chad kind of hates this
Yeah.
spot because he's dealing with likely a combined 8 low cards between the other two players.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Schulman navigates the situation. It's very obvious that Benny Glaser has a low hand behind him, I would say.
And sometimes as the guy with the 10-4 here, you can get trapped in a bit of a raising war between the other hands.
Right, like Yves Slash now knows, right, if he calls this bet, he doesn't close the action. Schulman could wake up with a raise here.
Right, this would happen even more if Yves Slash's cards were reversed. If he had started with a 4 and then caught a 10, because then he'd be likely going low. Here the players know that he likely has a decent high hand, and they're not pushing as much equity trying to squeeze him out of this spot, and he might get a little bit more stubborn.
Yeah, I don't believe a hand that's, shows a 4 and an 8 necessarily always has to go for the jam in the spot, and as we see Schulman with his pair of 8s here is obviously being very cautious. He's probably aware that he's behind in both directions right now.
He wouldn't hate getting Chad's 10s out, obviously, but he's not sure that he's going to be able to.
So
now this card changes quite a bit. Now, so many low cards are presenting themselves in the other two boards that Chad's really not liking life with just a pair of 10s here. And Benny has an absolute monster with the made 7 low and the wheel draw, knowing that he has to have the best low hand. And it's somewhat unlikely that Schulman's even drawing to a better low hand.
Yeah, Benny's in a very, very profitable position here where he can bet his hand with impunity. It's Chad Yves Slaj who has to make a tough decision, and if he continues, it's Nick Schulman who has to make a tough decision.
Right. The one thing Chad is going for him is that both boards he's looking at are rainbow, so there are no flushes immediately possible. There aren't any straights possible on Benny's board, and there's only one possible straight on Schulman's board. So as far as seeing 6 low cards staring you at the face, and no aces, I might add, this is one of the best possible 6 lows you could see.
Nevertheless, I think I might find the exit in this situation. This does seem like an ICM sort of a situation where maybe you just want to avoid the trouble.
I think given the tournament dynamics and given the fact that neither player has caught a monkey,
and notice this is very good for Nick Schulman, by the way, who now promotes his pair of 8s to the only high. And his high is in very good shape against Benny Glaser.
This pot is going to get chopped the overwhelming majority of the time. Nick has no chance of winning the low.
In fact, I think Nick will probably even find a lead here, hoping that maybe Benny has paired one of his cards.
I completely agree, Chris. We can see that as is, it's pretty much always going to be a chop. But when Benny has pair plus straight draw, Nick is just way ahead with 2 pair.
Great street for Nick Schulman.
Von Kriegenberg. That's a lot. That's a lot to get right.
I expect Benny just to call here because if Nick has something like ace-2 or ace-3 in the hole, he could actually be drawing to scoop Benny.
He could be in a yeah, he could have a chance to get scooped still.
And I don't expect to have a ton of fold equity on this raise as Benny either.
It's so fun. We're drinking. Look, cheers.
As we see Taylor Von Kriegenberg enter the room.
Here to sweat someone maybe?
Yeah, perhaps.
Just check in on the tournament. Then he did elect to just call and brick. So, yeah, as you said, it will be a chop pot. Nick really finding a nice run out after Yves Lodge folded those 10s, which I think was proper.
Now, does Nick ever pursue value here against some sort of worst 2 pair or pair plus? Well,
I think it's worth some consideration. It's a little hard for Nick's hand to look like a 1 pair kind of a hand with a low.
I agree with that. Although he could be betting something like ace-deuce in the hole and then catch the tray or the 5, but I think the check is the more standard play, and they're going to chop the pot.
Yeah.
Nice catch.
Nice catch. You don't mean it.
So right now we have a log jam for every place except for the bottom position. He's here sweating. It appears to be he's
good
close
group of
to
mixed
Schulman.
players in Texas, Mike.
So
I'm getting better slowly.
Oh, you're
clears up the
good. I
mystery
mean,
a bit.
obviously, you're still chip leader?
Not anymore.
No, I don't even think. You got more than him.
Yeah, I got 1.6.
Negreanu asking Texas Mike if he's chip leader while he actually has more chips than Texas.
They are all very clustered close to each
it's
other.
quite bundled up. We could be here a little while tonight, Chris.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Everyone
You know
right
what I played
now
heads up
looking
for a
at the
long time,
stack
like
of Phil
7 hours?
Sternheimer.
Stud was John Hennigan. In the
Great
World
player.
Series. You know what he told me, and I don't know if he's lying? He literally said to me at the end, he won. He said, no joke, he's like, you outplayed me. I ran hot. He could be lying, just make me feel good. Either way, it made me feel good.
Yeah.
I thought I played really well, but he got me. He's very good.
Daniel referencing John Hennigan, who we saw earlier in this event.
Yeah, and that was a fun stud final table. I remember that one. Star-studded table with Hennigan, Negreanu. Trying to remember who else was on that table. I know there were some other really good stud players.
As is often the case in those 10K events.
Maybe
in the World Series.
ODB was on that table as well?
This one I do not recall. Negreanu thinking about what to do with these split jacks. He's just going to let it down. I'm a little surprised given his chip stack.
Yeah, he is looking at perhaps some other low cards behind.
Yeah. That hand is okay, I think, in this situation.
It's a jack, bro.
Staring at a deuce and an ace, that
there's
helps
the ace
explain
behind.
it.
And,
The ace
and
is
by the
always very
way,
concerning.
Daniel's Spidey sense is right on track here, as Nick Schulman does indeed have the split aces behind him and would have had his jacks in a world of hurt.
Right, and those spots can be a little bit tricky with those medium pairs, those 10s through queens, perhaps, looking at an ace behind you.
Very interesting to me that Yuri takes the passive route in a game like Stud 8 or better with this limp call, which is totally fine. However, in the Badugi round, he was very unafraid of embracing the variance of the situation.
True, but we've seen a pretty consistent pattern from him in the stud games of playing the and it's not like he had an option to play more passively in that Badugi spot where he just did cold call.
It's okay
and
that I'm
involved.
standing, right? I have a hard time seeing that one.
Yeah, me too.
Good stand too.
Yeah.
So Nick is electing to slow play his aces here when he's up against a very strong-looking board.
I think
And
that
he has
makes a
bit
lot of sense.
He has a bit of a tough decision here on 5th Street, actually, whether to lead with 3 aces into the 2-3-6 board, which is looking pretty strong.
I agree. And Chris, just going back to 4th Street, I think that Nick should just check his entire range with that ace-9 against the deuce tray, because a lot of the time he's just going to have 2 low cards in the hole, and Yuri's going to have the range advantage. So you just balance that by also checking your 3 aces. Now, I like this lead from Nick, despite the fact that, of course, he could be being free-rolled or even beat by a 5-4, an ace-4, these sorts of hands.
Nick is going to be very happy to see that he didn't get raised here. This indicates that Yuri does not have a made low, as he would probably go for a fast play to try to get a free roll situation with his made low.
And now that deuce is actually a very good card for Nick to see, because he doesn't want to see Yuri catch an ace 4 or 5.
He's actually somewhat hoping Yuri played split 2s, which I think is a little bit unlikely, but that would be a great hand for Nick to be against with 3 aces here.
Or perhaps an even better hand to be up against would be something like 2 pair, like the one he's
Which
up
is the
against
one
here.
he's against,
Yeah.
yes. So far this board is running out very well for Nick. Yuri definitely needs to continue here. He's just thinking it through. He has a gut shot for a straight and obviously the low draw and 2 pair. He's maybe trying to think to himself, is there any need to hero call the river or to, with my 2 pair? I don't think he's going to get bet into that often,
Yeah,
so
I was
it's
going to
unclear.
say, I think Nick might actually just check here unimproved. His hand looks a lot like what it is, either aces up or trip aces, and there's not a super meaningful difference between those 2 holdings.
Yeah. Okay, so Yuri makes the low, so no harm done for his stack here. Yeah, if Nick wanted to be overly cautious here, he it does make some sense to check in a situation where your opponent might likely have a straight draw with his low draw.
And it's just hard to get paid by too many worse hands, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible Nick could peel on 4th Street with just the backdoor low hand, pick up the low draw on 6th Street, and have a low on the river with aces.
Right,
but not super likely.
I think given Nick bet 5th, he almost never just has aces into that 2-3-6
And now
board.
all of a sudden Yuri is thinking, well, maybe Nick just has aces. I have 2 pair and a low.
Yeah. Yuri's just thinking he's not getting scooped very often at all.
Yeah.
Trip aces, what do you think?
As soon as Nick checked the river, Yuri felt very good about his hand, seeing that he had 2 pair and a low. He could really never be scooped.
Right.
For those watching at home, the reason I folded split jacks was because there's an ace, deuce, and a deuce. The ace has a lot of chips, and he's a very good player. It's Nick Schulman, okay? So, very vulnerable spot, hence the fold.
Is it 6 or 7
I'd
hands?
add a little commentary of my own.
Well, you could outplay the bring-in.
But, I mean, my hand is, face
6 or
up.
7 hands.
So you got to factor that in.
sorry.
Probably a raise then.
In stud 8, yeah, I'm really going to outplay your
draw
deuce.
for hands to play at the end of every level from here on out. Can you draw
Okay.
for me? 1 through 4. Playing 3 hands to
Split
finish
jacks,
this level. 3
baby,
hands.
in the muck. A game today.
So, Chris, they're actually drawing for hands now. This is to
That's deuce
avoid
4-8.
situations where someone can try to game the
raise
system
call?
in terms of when the big blind hits them
Or
and when
limp.
the blinds
Yeah,
go up.
2 suit?
Very interesting. Another way that the PokerGO Studio tries to be very fair in these
raise?
things.
Absolutely. And everyone to play No Gamble, No Future. PokerGo has partnered with Splash Sports for the NGNF 50K Vegas Madness Contest. Not only can you win $50,000, but the prize includes a $5,000 package to come to Las Vegas and play on the show. Join the contest at splashsports.com/NGNF. It's limited to 223 entries, so get in there now before it sells out.
Thanks, Alex.
Blinds are PLO.
Yuri's doing a new thing in stud
10,
games, just
20,
so you know.
20.
Can I out
10,
you?
20,
Is it
20.
okay?
Oh, they're going to go up.
Yeah.
So it'll be
Can I out you?
15, 25.
In like the position not before last, he's limping a lot. That's a new
Daniel's
stat.
right.
It's a new thing.
He's a great guy to watch.
He's smart.
Collect the ideas.
But you see it, right? I like the ideas. I'm saying I collect.
And perhaps he learned from you in your iconic win
Yeah.
that limping is
Is pimping.
And
Exactly.
he said, you know something?
Yeah.
He's right.
So here's what I do, Nick. I watch the proceedings, collect ideas, and defer.
I know.
Minimum.
I might be very wrong. Then you're screwed.
I'm screwed?
No, if you copy me.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I might be
I don't
wrong.
do what you do, but I try to learn. What's the minimum?
10 is
That's
the
what I'll
minimum.
bet. I'm saying I don't do your play that much, sometimes, but I'm sure you've figured out
I wonder
why.
if Yuri will limp this hand based on the discussion.
Okay,
He has a
please
monster.
stay.
After all that limping talk, but he does like just to raise this one. Probably the number of low cards behind him is going to help inform that decision too. And it
Watch
looks like
Schulman
there's
lay down these split tens here.
Yeah,
Yep,
and I like that fold from Schulman. He's also got a queen behind him.
Sternheimer has been pretty desperate here, and this looks like enough hand, I think, to at least call and see a card.
Yeah, absolutely. I would call. I didn't see any dead fives, and the five's kind of Sternheimer's money card to make a possible two-way scoop.
Very important when you have these three low hands that are somewhat connected to see which cards are like, wow, that is a very tight fold.
Now that's a tight fold with him on such a short stack, although he is looking, and that's a
couple of the
fairly
best.
tight
very
fold
tight
from
fold from
Chad,
Chad.
too. 3 to a royal flush.
John Hennigan in
We are
Raz doing these early position limps and just digging in the weeds, playing in feel and all that kind of stuff. It's sexy. It's the sexy aspect of Raz. It's not fun. Okay, I have 3 low, I raise. Like, let's go. You know, let's defer. Let's mix it up. And that's what Yuri's into right now. I like it.
Seeing some major adjustments
Yeah,
at the
Yuri's
stage
into
of the
that.
tournament.
He's all
You're in a
on
phase
it.
right now.
Huh?
Very trendy.
He's in a limping phase.
It's
right?
like
Chad's fold,
it's so limping season
very
right
likely
now.
ICM driven there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Raising is out, limping is in.
Heavens to Betsy.
And he's always, fashion conscious, so he's poker conscious. What's the newest trend? I'm gonna, he's gonna wear bell bottoms tomorrow. Watch. Tomorrow, bell bottoms, denim jacket, right? No?
It's been at least
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a thing, though.
That's
That's a look.
I think I would have wanted to play Phil
Bell bottom. My
Sternheimer's
wife
hand
said she
there
likes how you
because
put
when you're up
yourself
against
together.
another
It's good.
low
And
door,
I told her you
there-
brush
you
your
can win the
teeth.
hand in multiple
Extra
ways.
good.
You can
I
tie a
appreciate
lot, you can
She
get the
likes
high
to brush
or the
your teeth.
low.
And Chris, he's so short that the ICM
deal.
stuff almost doesn't apply to him as much.
How
He
many
needs
people
to
brush
find
3
a
times
spot
a
to
day?
try to
Just
double
like
up.
Correct.
And the overlay of the
He
antes
does.
is huge when you're this
In the
short too,
bathroom,
especially in a
on
7-handed
break.
game where you have 70K in there in antes.
Absolutely.
I will do it next break.
Okay, I believe.
Because I
Now
just
this
have two
time-
here,
I should
so-
too with this.
Schulman's split jack's
No,
much
but
more
doesn't go good
powerful
with
than
one.
his,
No.
sorry, his
It's
buried
terrible,
jack's
yeah.
much more powerful than his split tens with the ace up.
Absolutely.
It'll ruin the wine.
And fewer players left back behind him as well.
Right. Different boards, all of that stuff.
All right,
but
guys,
you always want to
we'll
have
win the
that
tournament.
ace as your up card.
You all feel that energy? You know it's happening, right? Benny, do you feel it?
No.
I do. Very much so. It's written in stone. Text Mike, you're not going to win. It's me. Fine.
I don't think it's going to be you.
We'll see.
No shame. It is. It is me. It's already.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you like manifesting right now?
I'm actually telling the truth.
You're just being honest, yeah.
I'm
No,
telling the
respect.
truth about what I think's going to happen.
I hear you.
This isn't me pretending like, oh, I
his
think.
ring.
I really think I'm going to win. I believe it.
I believe you that you do.
I have feelings, and
Just want
sometimes
your ring back.
Exactly. I won't tell.
The
her.
Faust does bring feelings.
Oh God, the Faust helps. But frankly, I mean, we're playing fun games. Okay, this is a good situation for me. Hold on, focus now. Queen 10. So this is a good situation. If you're stud 8 or better, look at the board, guys. Look at the board. Look at my card. Look at his card. Okay.
Certainly
watch
true
this,
that
watch
with
this,
the
you
only
guys
other
ready?
low card on
Okay.
board, Daniel has a good situation here.
That's crazy what I just did. Crazy.
Yuri with the split tens here, and depending on the cards behind him,
Look at this,
Crazy.
another
Should've
limp.
done that.
he does limp. Schulman's got the 9.
I
got
think he's
me.
more thinking about the overcard from Texas Mike.
Yes.
Looks like maybe a queen.
10 seconds.
And this does induce Mike to come in with a hand that is a little overvalued in a stud 8 or better, a 3 high card hand like this.
It is, but I'd also be tempted to limp for this price. 10,000 more into a pot of 100,000.
exactly.
True, and he hits a gin card right away.
Pretty good advantage.
Interesting to think who has the range advantage
You're
here.
on
You've
cap.
got
Kind of
Glaser, who's got the nice board in high-low, but just is in there with anything because he was the bring-in. You've got Mike, who voluntarily played the hand. The king kind of connects with the queen.
Yeah.
Yuri caught a bit of a brick, but he's the one with perhaps the strongest range going in. So it's
Yeah.
kind of a...
Yuri also, not to be lost, he also has picked up a 3 flush, which is worth a lot.
True. And Benny does decide just to bet here, possibly thinking that the king missed Mike a lot. He's
Yeah.
going to get it heads
Playing
up. And the
kill
7-8 of diamonds
against
just
you.
looks so scary. He can maybe build some fold equity on the next street.
Moncek with a relatively sneaky check on 4th Street with the King Queen Jack 10. But
agree
now
with that.
catching open kings, the jig is somewhat up.
All right, boys, ante up.
That was kind of an interesting hand from everybody's perspective. We've had a few of those,
There's
Chris,
one more
especially in these
stud
stud rounds.
The limps often create some interesting dynamics that people are not as well versed in.
As we take a look at the chip counts here at the final table, Nick Schulman at the top of the counts with 1.78 million, but it's pretty bunched up all the way down to Phil Sternheimer. He's the one that's kind of the odd man out right now with just 155,000. Really
like
looking for a spot to double up. And Chad Eve Sledge, we saw him make a tight fold there, perhaps feeling that ICM pressure as the second lowest stack.
Right, really looking to hang on and see if some fireworks break out around him. As Nick works on his golf swing.
This is something you see memes of online all the time, that men will just practice their golf swing anywhere. You'll see it in the airport, here, Nick at the poker table. And I believe the blinds are now up. So we're going to be playing 50 and 100,000 limits.
Okay, no more.
Oh,
well, maybe one more hand.
Perhaps one more hand at 48.
You ran kind of bad. Mike made open kings right away.
What?
You ran sort of bad. Mike made open kings.
No, yeah,
right
there
away.
the adjustment is made. It is now 50 and 100.
I ran fast.
Dealer change. Then dealer change. You ran very well.
I mean, 3 ways would, look like a good spot. It's okay.
3-inch 20.
Nope. Tight is right.
Looking around at this board, this is the spot the ace can pretty much open any hand.
Yes, Nick with a nice chip advantage here probably can open with the ace blocker.
Absolutely. Nick can definitely play this 4-ace-4. He can
like
either come in with the limp or he can raise. I would be tempted to raise here.
I think after all this thinking, he's just going to fold.
Wow, that's a little bit of a tight fold in my opinion, Chris. With only the ace and the bring-in behind him of having relevant cards.
I agree with you. I will note with the change in level, the ante is actually a little bit relatively lower given the stakes of the 50-100 now.
This is true. I just would have been tempted to play that hand. It's not like Glaser has to have a strong hand just because he has an ace.
Absolutely, agreed. Chad has an easy defend here with the 2-3-6. In fact, you could even make an argument for 2-betting this hand in some spots, but I think here with the ICM pressure, he is going to look to play smart.
Now, speaking of the ICM pressure, he's going to have to fold a hand that he would probably continue in a cash game where Benny could be stealing wide.
Yeah, certainly, and Benny's able to kind of get away with a little bit of murder there. As we move on to a very, very ICM heavy game of PLO.
Benny's good.
And this is fun. We haven't seen much PLO yet today. I feel like we saw a fair bit yesterday.
Certainly not under these stressful, pressure-packed conditions with the min cash of the bubble looming. PLO is a game in which the ICM pressure changes things drastically because there are no hands that are so far ahead of others that you have to be very conservative, knowing that even if you run into a weak hand, your aces can just get cracked.
Yeah, this is a game where I've seen very good PLO players do something like raise 20 hands in a row on the stone bubble with the chip lead.
Right. Now, that said, because so many big stacks here are similar in chip stacks, I don't think we'll see that level of aggression from any one player. Perhaps Texas Mike will surprise us, though, because he does seem to be the least afraid in the big bet games.
This is true, but yeah, we don't have that overwhelming chip leader where one player can just run over the table in this orbit.
Right.
Sternheimer will really be looking to find some type of hand to get all in with.
Yeah, the only upside for Philip Sternheimer at this moment is that this does make his stack a little bit artificially deeper, playing in a big bet game where the blinds are lower.
Yeah, 1.7.
But you are right that he needs to find a hand very soon.
Cool, thank you.
You're chip leader, bro.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, I guess. Do you guys want to just call it a day?
I see. I'm trying.
Benny's got a very nice looking starting hand. I wonder how he's going to play it though in this ICM environment in first position. I think it's a hand that ordinarily he would want to limp or potentially even raise, but I kind of like this fold.
Okay, hang on a second, because I believe Phil has picked up enough hand here that he can certainly get his money in.
Completely agree, Chris. Phil has 6 big blinds here. The blinds are about to swallow him. He's got ace, jack, 10, 9. Yes, he'd rather have a nut suit, but this is just more than enough hand in this position.
Absolutely.
And he correctly uses pot as his only sizing here, trying to apply the maximum pressure to his opponents.
Yeah, and he's really hoping that one of the blinds doesn't wake up with anything reasonable.
So far, so good. Texas Mike might have just enough of a hand.
Oh,
and he actually does let it
like
go.
I raise the button and go, wait,
I don't know
big
the
blind?
sides. And shit.
Lay down,
club.
Low club,
Yeah.
Club.
2 sides, 3
I
sides.
appreciate it, Mike.
When you're in the cutoff, right? You look, you go, I'm pretty sure I saw the big blind had like an ace, king, queen, or jack. And then he looks, nope. Okay, I'm open then. It's a move.
Did you ever have an angle shooting phase just when you were young? I don't mean it in a disrespectful way.
No, I'm actually trying to do it this year. I want to get 5. I want to scum 5 people with a 1 chip back. I've already got 1. I got, who'd I get?
It's not really scumming them,
Sam.
though.
No, but I'm going to try to scum them. Where, like, they show their hand.
To prove a point, right?
Well, I just want to, like, he showed ace-king. I had king-4 suited. I was all in for 1 chip left.
I dig.
So if it comes ace-ace, hello, or ace, I'm in.
Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Ace,
Free
welcome
roll.
to my company, my friend.
Welcome to my company. It's free roll. It's free roll to scum. And that's fine. I'm going to do it. And I'll give the money back to charity, of course. Like whatever you choose. I'll tell the guy that I scummed, you pick a charity and I'll donate the EV to them. But I want to do like 5 over the summer, and I'll get 5, easy.
I think Negreanu
Very
is trying to
easy
prove some sort of a
Angle
point.
shooter
He doesn't
paradise,
like
the
this
one-chip
leaving
back.
one-chip
So
back
Weird
thing.
goal to have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but it's
a
fun.
little bit of a crusade that he's
Well,
on.
Benny, I'm a
Yeah.
weird guy.
Fun?
Okay? It's fun because I'm gonna do the right thing in the end. That's why.
Meanwhile, Daniel picks up a premium starting hand here with double suited
Let's see
aces.
if he does the right thing here.
Nothing.
Well,
10 seconds.
what is it?
It's my big blind then.
65,000 is the bet.
So Daniel coming with a more no-limit style
TLO's my
sizing.
jam,
Uh-oh,
y'all.
Yuri.
Don't fuck
Ooh,
around.
this is a
Find out.
difficult hand to pick
Fast
up in this situation.
Really interesting
Hey,
spot for
Mike,
Yuri.
fast ball.
Ordinarily, you would just want to 3-bet this hand.
10 seconds.
He might be feeling, with the ICM pressure, that
fast
he just
ball.
doesn't want
But at least you're
to
fast
play a
ball.
huge
Chill.
pot right now, and he may just call.
He has just called. That is already a good start for him.
I think I like this from Yuri.
The only thing I will say is that by 3-betting, he might have been able to fold to a 4-bet.
Yeah, he certainly could have 3-bet folded.
Whereas
gotta
now
be
if the
some
flop
ICM
comes like
stuff
kind
that
of
we gotta
blank,
think about here.
he may feel compelled to get pretty deep in this hand with kings. But I guess let's see what happens.
Of my
All very true. I think he was trying to avoid the spot where he 3-bets and Negreanu calls, and then he's forced to play some sort of a big pot on a lot of flops.
Good point. And
low
meanwhile,
SPR.
Benny also picks up a big pair in the big blind with the queens, and he's more or less probably kind of more set mining in the mindset right now.
Yeah, he's got a little bit else going on with his hand, but primarily looking to just hit a queen. You can see a huge equity advantage here for Negreanu with the double-suited aces.
And it's
And look
Yuri
at
who
this.
spikes the flop.
Now, the good news for Negreanu is this is a really bad board for him. Not all aces are made equally, and this one is one that just does not interact at all with that flop. And it's a board that's going to interact quite heavily with Yuri's cold calling range, in my opinion. So I expect to see both players check over to Yuri, and really not a ton of incentive for either player to continue, actually, on this board.
Now, Benny has those future blockers that you've talked about a number of times before with the queens.
He does. The problem is that he's in a 3-way pot. He's not closing the action. He doesn't have much immediate equity besides the gut shot. He doesn't even have a backdoor flush draw. He wants just a little bit more interaction, in my opinion, to continue in this hand. And Yuri is just not going to have a ton of natural bluffs. This flop's going to interact very well with his cold calling range. I think Benny just needs to get out of the way, and same with Negreanu.
Very interesting for me as someone who doesn't play a lot of PLO to see that how confident you are that the aces should just be very willing to check fold this situation.
Yeah, the aces just really need some more additional equity, in my opinion, to continue. The problem is, what are you going to do on almost any turn facing further aggression? And it's going to be very hard to value bet your hand at any point as well.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense when you lay it out for us like that.
But Daniel does see the situation a little differently. He might be looking at the strength of his backdoor nut flush draw and thinking that perhaps Yuri will also slow down with some of the straight draws.
Yeah, maybe he thinks he's going to get a pretty honest reaction from Yuri on turn cards, and he'll be able to sort of, you know, navigate his way cheaply through the rest of the hand. He does pick up an interesting turn card. This is a card that both players are somewhat happy to see, but also somewhat worried about seeing the straight on the board now.
Super interesting spot for both players. The problem with Negreanu's hand here is he might be tempted to semi-bluff, but he doesn't have any jack or 10 in his hand, and Yuri's going to have a lot of flat calls that contain that jack 10. So it's really difficult to use this combo when Yuri can just hit this so hard himself.
If Daniel decides to check this spot, can Yuri bet his hand for value, or does he have to worry about the straight?
In a cash game situation, I would very likely want to go for value here, because if you do run into the straight, you still have quite good equity, and you can get some other hands to call. In this tournament situation, Yuri would be in kind of nightmare land if he were to bet here and face an all-in. Yes, he would have the equity to call even against the straight, but he would be in just this ICM suicide spot. I expect Yuri to check this back with a slightly disguised strong hand that's going to also be very strong at a lot of rivers and play those rivers.
Really interesting. What Yuri thinks that he wants to see is maybe a heart, but he really wants not to see a heart on the river here.
Correct. And this is the kind of card that might just freeze the action entirely.
Yeah, I wonder if Daniel has shown the propensity sometimes to make bluffs that other people would not go for.
If you get here with a hand as weak as Daniel's, it is quite tempting to turn it into a bluff. The problem is, again, you don't have the right cards for it.
Right.
You want Yuri to have aces and queens and stuff like that in his hand. You don't have a single 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or jack, so it makes it very difficult to think that Yuri doesn't have those cards himself. Having said that, Yuri, by checking back the turn, has reduced the amount of times he has jack 10.
Yeah, you're right. And it would be tempting maybe for Negreanu to even just put out a small bet here, representing just the one card straight.
Right. Now, the problem is that Yuri's going to have a lot of those one-card straights himself. Even if he has something like a set of kings, he often has a straight with it, for instance.
Yeah, fascinating to see how this one's going to play out.
And Negreanu does just elect to
Aces.
check. And this is one of the reasons I would have liked to see Negreanu just check fold the flop.
You want a heart?
Because it's really
Want a heart?
difficult
Want a
to
heart?
use his hand to
Want a
bluff
heart?
with.
Sure?
Not
Sure you
interacting
want a
very
heart?
well with that middle of the deck.
Right, you called it on the flop. Yep.
See? Baffled. He baffled, but he had a hand. It's fine. You're allowed to play that hand.
And Yuri's going to enjoy this result after that 6 of clubs hits the river. He's going to lose the pot some decent chunk of the time there.
Really interesting to see how Yuri navigated his way through that hand. It's starting with the pre-flop, where I believe a lot of players would look at the ace, king, king, and just feel, well, the book says when I have ace, king, king, I need to raise.
Right, and I think you made a nice point
always
that
away, huh?
he does have a comfortable
heart,
fold
yeah.
to the 4-bet. I think he's just really trying to avoid that spot where he gets to like
Or the
SPR
heart,
2.4 if Negreanu calls,
Right.
and then he has a lot of difficult post-flop decisions.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So all of a sudden, it is Yuri Zivalevsky who has taken over the chip lead after battling a short stack for the vast majority of the day and surviving a number of all-ins. His fortunes have changed significantly.
Yeah, this is a huge jump from Yuri, who was at one point sort of tied for last place.
I believe.
We saw him and John Racner eking it
Yeah.
out on that one table, and now
May
he's
have
actually
been
overtaking the
induced
chip
for
lead.
what it's worth.
He was all in with that 5 Badoogie against Nick Schulman. Obviously, he had the nuts there, and it
It was
wasn't in any
possible.
danger, but that was a long time back.
Yeah, it was possible. You were winning.
Oh, when
With aces.
so
It's certainly easy to say this now, Chris, but I think Yuri and Nick Schulman, who are the 2 chip leaders at the moment, really 2 of the most experienced and talented players across this type of format.
Yes.
Ace, king, queen, jack.
You have
Sure.
to say that
Very
Yuri
small,
has a
right?
very, very good chance to win this tournament based on his mixed game
Yeah.
tournament and cash game experience and just his overall tournament experience. I do have to say that I still think that they have a difficult seat position at the table with Texas Mike to act after both Zivalevsky and Schulman. Someone like Glaser, if he could build up a little bit of chips, probably might be the one who I think has the best seat.
Right. Although Texas Mike, for what it's worth, has been playing somewhat honestly lately. It doesn't seem like he's really been forcing the action too much.
As he opens up a pair of bad queens on the button here. Not necessarily a
Bad queens,
bad
but look
play.
what he's got. He's got Sternheimer in the big
Yeah.
blind, so he can happily get it all in against Sternheimer's 8 big blind stack and put a lot of pressure on Glaser, who's going to have a hard time playing too wide of a range of hands in the small blind. Also knowing that if Glaser flats some hands, Phil can rejam, opening the action for Moncek.
I'm not
to
really
isolate.
sure what Benny's thinking about here. This doesn't seem like really any
think he's
situation
just
where he can
posturing,
play.
yeah.
What percentage of your range are you opening there, just so I can gauge?
It's pretty high.
An honest answer. I don't think Phil's going to go defend this hand.
Texas is a pretty honest guy.
This card was a deuce, which was a bit of a buzzkill.
So Phil was able to get that one steal through and pay his blinds, and now he'll have several more hands here where he can hope to pick up a hand before moving on to the next game. But all eyes are certainly on Philip Sternheimer as the clear short stack, and then we will be on the Stone Cold Money Bubble, and it will be anyone's game.
Right, and Phil is displaying a lot of patience here, waiting for the right spot to get his last 8 big blinds in.
Right. He knows that you're really only one double up and then a couple reasonable hands away from being right back in this thing, as we've seen Yuri spin it up from the short stack to the chip lead.
Right. Very true. And perhaps Phil wants to wait for one of the stud games where there's that overlay with the antes.
Perhaps. I mean, we did see him make a tight laydown in that stud 8 or better spot with the 7-6-4.
Also true.
Weird. He called the flop on that.
No way, right? I don't think so.
Yeah, it was really close. No, I was. You had 150-ish.
It is
Nick's got a-
Schulman who picks up a reasonable hand.
Yeah, definitely a strong enough hand to open here from the hijack.
I have sometimes like.
See what sizing he comes with. 70K, so he's going for that sort of just under 3 big blind size.
Right, and we've already mentioned that Chad Eveslage here in the big blind has to be very conservative with his current chip position at the table.
And I think I like Nick's opening size given that. Actually, if he opens to pot, he allows Chad to, wow,
Okay.
and Chad does pick up
So
the 2
Chad
aces.
picks up the aces. If he pots here, which he does, I wonder if Nick can just get away from this hand knowing how tight Chad has to be.
I think he can,
I would
Chris.
not think ace, king, queen, 7 is the hand you want to take up against aces.
Exactly, especially with that tri-suit in his hand. It's the exact type of hand that's going to be very dominated by Chad's 3-betting range here. Chad's going to have a lot of aces, ace, king, king, stronger, maybe like ace, king, queen, 10 double-suited type hands.
And with Chad being relatively short stacked like this, Nick doesn't really have the implied odds to try to spike a big flop, right?
Correct. Nick would rather just have some sort of double-suited rundown in this spot rather than this hand that is basically a worse version of the types of hands Chad's going to have.
So a nice way to dodge the trouble there for Nick Schulman as he opens to a relatively small size, as you suggested was proper there, and then correctly susses out that Chad Eveslage has to have a big hand in that spot and gets away from his dominated ace-king-queen. Nevertheless, also a good pickup for Chad, who really could use some chips.
As we see the bio board on Chad Eveslage, poker pro from Ramsey, Indiana, attended Indiana University. He's won 4 times here inside the PokerGO Studio, and his live tournament winnings exceed $8.2 million. Chad also renowned for being one of the biggest winners in the online mixed game kind of craze that I would say really blew up in the COVID era. He's been playing on there for a few years and really having a lot of success.
The self-proclaimed best Badusi player in the world.
Yes, and I think a lot of people would agree that he is extremely tough in Badusi. Chad won 2 dealer's choices in the same WSOP, calling Badusi almost every time he had the option to call the game.
Wow, that's quite a fact. So Sternheimer has made it through the blinds. He now is in late position where maybe he'd be more comfortable opening a hand. However, Texas Mike beats him to the punch. I'm assuming this will not be enough.
This is kind of a light open from Texas Mike with the Queen Jack 10-5 tri-suit, but perhaps again a tournament consideration, having all shorter stacks behind him left to play. Phil has picked up, like you say, a pretty strong hand. I think he's going to wait for something a little better, given what we've seen from Phil up to this point.
Pal. Only because I saw the Jack 9, 8, 6 bullshit you pulled to get all the chips.
Daniel certainly with a defendable hand.
Daniel again pretending he has loose action here.
Right. Another pretty strong hand.
Check.
And he's actually
Check
like,
you.
there
You
is some
decide.
psychological benefit
Blood?
to pretending he has a loose call, because
Blood
he has
or
the top of the
Tranquilo?
deck, and he's kind of making it look like he has
Blood
more of a lower to
usually
middle of the deck.
I shouldn't even do this check dark because there's a lot of flops I'm supposed to lead. Like, no, not that one. But anyway, I checked already.
It's
What?
actually Texas Mike out flopping Daniel on this board.
Bullshit.
I like the
You're
check
not.
from Texas Mike. He can't call a check
You're
raise
just
with his
dead.
hand, but he does turn a lot of equities.
This is actually a very good card for Texas Mike to get some money in
What
good.
at 90 pre?
He now has top and third pair
dead.
against Daniel's
Fuck.
top pair.
How many else could you have? 3?
Daniel's thinking about betting here to deny some equity, I think.
I probably have 3.
3? Okay. I'll bet 90. Because that's not
And that's
whatever.
what he goes
if you
with.
want to play for 3, go for it. 90's bet. What?
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I bet 90.
Pot.
What the fuck did I just do?
You ran into it.
What's it?
Daniel in a bit of a tricky situation now. He has a wheel draw, top pair with some live overcards, and it's very unclear what sort of hand he's against here.
It is. I think that Daniel really just
Well, even if you're
can't
punting,
proceed
what
here.
would a punt look like?
Spades.
By the way, this is actually a bit of a lighter raise than it may
With a
look
wrap.
from Mike.
Well, why'd you bet the flop then? Why'd you bet the flop? Like, honestly, let's be real.
You're the pro here.
I know, but why did
You figure it out.
If you're saying, well, hold on. If you say you have a wrap, why wouldn't you bet the flop?
That's one time extension.
That's fine. I got
Or,
plenty.
seat
I got-
6.
What I want to know is, if you have a wrap, why wouldn't you bet the flop?
I told you I was trapping. What do you mean?
What,
I literally
with a
said I was
fucking
trapping.
wrap?
It's rainbow.
You trap with a wrap?
When it's rainbow, you can trap.
What are you doing?
Just wait for me in case they.
Well, how much is the raise?
490.
That's a lot of money. What are you doing, buddy? You just give no fucks. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10 of
ICM.
fucks.
He taught me
you're like,
everything.
on a scale of 1 to 10 of fucks, he's like -3 fucks. This is the guy with -3 fucks. Right?
Genuinely a difficult spot for Daniel.
Yeah, I think Daniel really has to fold here, although
it's so stupid.
You know, he just doesn't have enough of a redraw.
A fold.
Yeah, you called it.
So dumb. You just bluffed me up.
Kind of a brazen raise from Mike.
Show 3.
What do I owe, 2?
If Mike faces an all in there, he's just in a world of.
I should have just checked.
You're right. Daniel ruining the fact that he didn't check because he certainly
Are
could
you?
check and
You're
call.
just nuts.
Yeah. Well, I'm drinking what you're drinking. So.
I know, that's true. That's true.
Can I get another one, please?
Moncek did take a very
Everything was
unconventional
muy
line.
tranquilo.
I like the check back from
the flop,
Moncek.
raise that turn. That's not a thing.
With my hand, it might be.
Yeah, would you have shit?
If he had
9,
something
10,
slightly
My shit
stronger,
improved.
like a Queen 7 combo
Oh, yeah,
with like
queens
maybe
up.
a gut shot, then I like the turn
I was
raise.
behind them.
But it worked really well here too, and
But I had
perhaps just
outs.
thinking that Negreanu is betting too wide and denying him some
Welcome
equity.
to my
Yeah.
company, my friend.
Welcome to my company, my friend.
Wow.
Wow. Texas Mike, man.
These stacks are pretty
You're just
shallow.
doing
I
it.
mean,
Feel
Daniel
low.
took a
I'm just gonna
decent hit
check
to his
from
stack
now.
there, even though he got away from any further danger.
Pot. He says pot. We have like queen five, some stupid.
Wow, Daniel has called his
That
exact
actually is
hand.
fine though. I had a 3, king, ace to beat you.
Strong.
Not enough outs. I think I made probably a good fold. I don't know. And I didn't have spades.
Interesting to me that Texas Mike just folds the next hand with the ace in his hand.
Mike, man.
Yeah, but a very weak combination.
Coming in hot.
Ace queen four deuce tri-suit to the queen. Benny's got a hand that he would like to raise in cash game considerations. He's got a stack where he's not particularly incentivized to want to play a lot of pots. He does come in for a limp. I think this is an interesting option also.
Yeah, I am interested to see how he navigates the stack size in this tournament situation. He certainly does not want to slip down in the counts, but it would also be very valuable for him to build a little bit.
Note, he did fold a quite a bit stronger hand with the 10-10-9-7 double suited, but that was under the gun. Here he's in the hijack, and perhaps the distribution of stacks slightly different behind him.
Good points.
Daniel coming in
This is very light for
very,
Daniel,
very
right?
light,
Yeah.
even with the 15-25 blind structure.
And now Yuri
They showed
covering
me
the other
what's
two
up,
players in the
these
hand can maybe go ahead and just raise and punish them for their
I
limps.
like a raise here from Yuri. He's going to get Daniel to fold a lot of the weak hands that he limped, including this one.
Yeah. Glaser obviously limps with the plan to call the raise.
I suspect so, although I wouldn't. It's not inconceivable that he just chooses to limp fold this hand.
Yeah, I mean, he is in position, which is nice.
He does call, which is what I would have expected, and Negreanu has to get out of the way with a very marginal hand.
Okay, so Yuri has by far the best hand going into the flop, but being out of position, it may be a little bit difficult to
But
play.
also note that the equities do run close in PLO, and he's only 51-45 against Glaser's exact hand. With
Good
Glaser
point.
covering his suit.
His clubs are not covered. Yeah, yeah, good point.
I think this also might. Oh no, this factors in the dead cards also perhaps. Now, Glaser outflops Yuri here.
It's Yuri, however, who can have all the aces and kings. Maybe he's going to use that to his advantage in this situation.
Certainly. You do a lot of mixing in paired boards with a lot of your range. It's not a spot where he's necessarily going to bet all of his hands.
10 seconds.
Can Benny bet for protection here, or is his hand too weak?
He can bet, and he can actually consider potentially turning this into a multi-barrel bluff on some roundouts, and then also getting a little bit of protection, but he does elect to just take the check back.
Now a bit of a deceptive hand that he holds here.
Right, although it's going to be very hard for Yuri to continue here.
Yeah, because now even if Yuri was going to try to pretend to have aces or kings, that's really no longer the sort of hand you would want to be betting with in this spot, right?
Right, without a diamond in his hands, without any real board interaction, just the one card between the 6 and the 10 as the like straight blocker. I think Yuri's hand is just really a check fold.
10 seconds.
He gives -3 fucks.
And
he
yet,
does bet.
he goes another route.
Perhaps thinking that he can put some
-3 fucks.
some pressure
0 to
on
10, how
jacks
many
and queens
fucks?
over
-3.
multiple streets.
That's where Mike's
and
at.
or just getting a little bit of protection here against some other ace highs.
Maybe he just expects to get a
Yeah,
very
spades,
honest
too.
reaction from Glaser, given the
I didn't.
carefulness with which they should be proceeding.
Glaser, I'm quite sure will just call here, keeping in all the weaker hands.
Yeah, he has to be a little bit
less
worried
fucks
about his
every turn.
kicker in the spot.
Yeah, understood.
Right.
For you too, right?
Likewise,
or one?
yeah, yeah.
Minus
But
one.
I mean, I
Yuri's going to
folded,
have
so I
some
get
hands
some.
that are drawing dead, and Glaser doesn't want to play an enormous pot here with just queen 10.
Makes sense. And probably a, well, I guess we'll see what the river card is, but I would think maybe a shutdown from Yuri
This
after
feels
getting
like a
called.
one and done just because there's not a lot of very obvious cards to continue the story on. And Glaser, by calling the turn, has already significantly strengthened his range. I think the one thing Yuri could be thinking about in terms of using this hand as a bluffing candidate is specifically targeting queens and jacks. Those are hands that Benny would very often limp call, and he doesn't have a queen or a jack in his hand, and he does have an ace and a king, which kind of mimics those aces and kings value bets. But it becomes a little bit unclear if Yuri would even choose to go for 2 big streets of value with those aces and kings. And if he goes for a very small bet here, then I think that Benny's just going to be tempted to call with queens and jacks anyway. So it's a little bit difficult to tell that consistent story.
Is it possible that because now Yuri has no diamonds in his hand, he actually feels a little bit more obligated to bluff? He might be thinking, well, maybe Benny has some sort of like pair with a missed flush draw?
That is also a possibility, yeah.
But no, it's a shutdown. And now I guess Benny has to go for some value here.
Absolutely, yeah.
We can see that it's not going to matter what he bets.
The one thing Benny's thinking about is that Yuri is just going to have a lot of air. But still, I think Queen 10 is just too much hand here to ever consider checking back. He's just deciding on sizing, I believe.
This is a situation where you really have to ask yourself, where would your bluffs come from, right? Because it's quite hard for Benny to find a natural bluff in the spot. He would really have to bluff some missed flush draws, I think, at this point.
He would have to have something like ace 8 7 5 with nut diamond, something like that.
He goes for a relatively large bet, actually. About 3/4 pot. And this just appears to be a little bit of posturing from Yuri, yeah.
Yeah, and perhaps just trying to target the stronger portions of Yuri's range, something like a
The
6x
aces.
that played tricky.
Oh, I see.
Or aces, yeah. Even aces is going to be in a difficult spot there.
Yeah. So Benny picks up a nice pot for him. That he gets he claws his way back up towards that top pack. He's only a little bit behind the leaders at this stage, and
look
it's
how bunched
Chad
up
who's
it
fallen
is.
a little bit down into a clear second shortest stack.
Right.
No,
It is still very
Check,
bunched up,
man.
however,
So-
outside of Phil Sternheimer.
When it's this bunched up, I think everyone really has a fair amount of ICM pressure and
Certainly.
really just wants to avoid playing unnecessary big pots with each other.
Certainly, although you may be thinking, maybe someone like Texas Mike is thinking that he can put pressure on the other big stacks by his lack of fear for the min cash.
This and his image, yeah.
But I do think you're right. This will slow down our action for a while as everyone has to be very careful here. Nobody wants to go out just short of the money. All eyes are still on Phil Sternheimer, however, with the very short stack.
You can certainly feel some of the tension in the room at this point.
Yeah, Negreanu has been trying to keep the mood light, but the seriousness of the situation is
And
apparent to everyone.
Texas Mike.
How?
So
Yeah.
if we're talking about somebody who perhaps doesn't care about the ICM and is playing for the win entirely, like you said, Chris, that would be Texas Mike coming in for the open with the 9-6-5 tray single suited.
I do think that Ace Queen 4 Deuce would have been a better choice than this one, but he does seem to be playing a little bit more on momentum or on feel of the situation rather than the actual
A little
card
close.
sense.
This one has a little bit nicer playability.
This
I would
actually
say.
seems like a tough situation for Yuri.
Yeah, so Yuri can make it 295,000 here. That would be the pot. If he does that, then the pot's going to be about 620,000.
I don't fault Yuri for just flatting here.
I can completely understand this. He doesn't want to create this SPR of over 2 where he can't just get all in on all boards, and he brings in a lot of variance by making the 3-bet.
He's going
Also,
to be out of position to Texas Mike, and he knows he's probably not going to get him to fold to a 3-bet.
This is very much just an ICM conscious play. Also, he does have some nice deceptive value here, too. In the rare times that he does flop an ace, it's going to be very hard for Texas Mike to put him on a hand like this, and Texas Mike may choose to represent that hand.
On the other hand, on a board such as this, I think Yuri's going to have a really hard time getting to showdown.
Exactly, and this is very similar to the aces we saw Negreanu face on the King 9-8 board, where Yuri doesn't have a very compelling combination of aces. He may choose to call here with the backdoor wheel draw, backdoor nut flush draw, but really bad interaction with this board. And Texas Mike, who's playing a wide range of hands, is actually going to hit this middling board quite often.
And puts pressure on right away with about a half pot size bet.
And you can see the equities have flipped to a stone flip here, but Mike's hand has way better visibility, meaning that it's very clear which cards he does well on. He can continue to value bet on a 7 where he makes the second nut straight, trip 5s, etc. A lot of the deck is just bricks for Yuri, and he has to just somehow size up if he's up against a 1-pair hand, straight draws. And I think he's going to potentially just consider folding right here.
I could see myself in this situation not knowing what to do, yeah.
And I like this fold from Yuri, yeah.
Very interesting to see the navigations through these spots. Texas Mike able to sort of just bully his way through these pots right now.
Now, I think if Yuri thought that Mike was opening a tighter range of hands, he would have been more compelled to 3-bet his hand, thinking he could get some more immediate fold equity against some stuff that he dominates.
Very interesting.
As we see here, the best cash games, PokerGO is the home of the best cash games, streaming exclusively all in one place. Streaming right now are new seasons of High Stakes Poker and No Gamble, No Future, and we've got the debut of our brand new series, Cash Flow, coming this month. The biggest pots and boldest plays only on PokerGO. Join or upgrade today at PokerGO.com with promo code MIXED25. That's promo code MIXED25 to save $20 on your first year of a new annual plan.
And you can draw 4. It's like whatever.
Rast picked it, and like 4 of us picked it, and it was so much blood.
Let's get some rebuys.
Looks like we have at least a little bit more PLO action here before we move on to the next game.
For those that are at a 7 in terms of fucks given out of 10, that's not the game they choose. Probably like below 3, you know, to play that game. End of rebuy.
40, 80. Oh, 51.
Yeah, it should be 20. It should be. Yeah, that's right, 25-50.
Oh, actually, we have moved on to deuce to 7 triple draw now. So we have big betting limits of 50, 100 in a very, very high action, high variance game of deuce to 7 triple draw.
And Chris Phillips Sternheimer just 1.5 bets. He's going to need to get his chips in the middle sometime in the next orbit.
Yeah. The only thing I will say is triple draw is an okay game to be all in on because you always get to realize your drawing equity of all 3 draws.
Though perhaps not with this hand.
I will say triple draw is a good tournament game in the sense that you can make massive modifications to your strategy because of all these ICM implications, and I'll be curious to see who wants to navigate through these spots.
And we see Nick Schulman picking up the deuce 3-7-8 versus Chad's early position open.
125. Yeah.
Nick meant to
see.
3-bet
What,
here,
what's going on?
intending to draw 1, but I believe he has
120
misclick called.
Is that a call?
I think it's just a call, right? 125 would be the raise.
Oh, Nick put in 120
Yes, I
thinking
believe
that the
so.
limits were 20, or the blinds were 40,
Yeah.
20-40.
Right? I mean, it's less than half, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So unless you want to ask.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, we can ask. Because the only thing is
Yeah,
I
we
put
can
more
ask.
than 100 in. Is that like implied?
We can
He
ask.
made it 100 and I went 120. With this
No,
is
it's
Deuce to 7.
limit.
yeah. I went.
1 to 120 and
I went like this. 125 would be half.
Big blind 50.
there's a call.
Okay.
So a bit of a misclick there from Nick.
Yeah, and I think he was intending to draw 1 to this 8-7-3 deuce,
Yeah,
and
I
he's
think
going to
he
stick
still
with that
will,
plan,
yeah.
basically acknowledging that he meant to 3-bet, planning to draw 1.
Right. So Chad's not going to read this as being a weak draw 1.
No,
Nick,
certainly not.
Nick was intending to 3-bet.
In some ways, it may work out in Nick's favor, as his hand does generate more fold equity this way. However, Chad Evesludge has caught a very, very strong hand right away.
Yeah, Chad improving right away to an 8-7-5-4 deuce.
So this is a good example of a situation that I mentioned it. From an ICM perspective, for example, Chad could just flat with his hand and then pat behind. He doesn't
yeah.
necessarily need to raise the spot.
That's an interesting point, Chris. Trying to get Nick to pat some weaker hands?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just stay a card ahead, but like
Thanks.
just acknowledge that he doesn't have the nuts, you know?
True.
Was my ace good?
Nick catches a pair of 8s here, which has to be kind of a scary card for him to see, knowing that Chad's going to, now when Chad pats, he has to be a little bit worried that Chad's going to be playing very tight in this spot.
A little more worried about running into the
Right,
7.
a little bit more worried about drawing dead. On the other hand, maybe he'll see it the other way, and he'll be thinking, okay, that Chad is more likely to have a 9 in this
Right.
spot. But because he kept the pot small with that misclick pre, I wonder if there's any merits to just giving up on
Yeah, I
the
wonder
spot
if there's a
on the
world
turn.
in which Nick folds here. Normally this draw would be just too much hand and we would continue here, thinking we can be up against some 9s or some weaker 8s that we're
Right.
drawing quite live against.
Now the pot's a little smaller than normal.
Nick's definitely giving it some serious deliberation here.
10 seconds.
And he does call.
Yeah, he decides he has enough to continue, hoping to be drawing good against the 9.
I think is quite reasonable. Even against a lot of 8s, he's going to be able. The 4 and the 5 will be outs almost always, and the 6 will sometimes be an out.
I think whatever Nick catches here, I don't believe he's going to have any leads in this spot. He's a little bit worried about being dead.
I think that's very fair, and Chad can also have obviously the 86s in addition to the 7s.
And now in a normal situation, Chad would have an easy value bet on the river here in position. But I think in this situation, he may give some consideration to making kind of a nitty check back. We have seen Chad play fairly conservatively on our stream table today.
Yeah, still just a whole lot of hand. Chad also has this reputation of being a tough triple draw player, and he does check back. Good read, Chris. I was thinking he may want to bet there to balance the times that he comes up with a snow, given he went from 2 to pat.
Right.
8-7-5, 4 deuce.
Thinking a cash game, Chad value bets that hand, but I agree that
Definitely.
in this tournament situation, just playing a little bit more cautiously.
Nick may have had a bit of a decision catching that 10 on the end, hoping to catch a bluff maybe.
Nick taking a good look at Chad's exact hand to see how live he was drawing, realizing he did have the 5 or the 4 there.
So now the stacks are really leveling out for everyone who's not named Philip Sternheimer.
Or Michael Moncek, who is starting to beat a bit of a lead with over 400,000 over second place in Yuri.
Good point. However, I believe Moncek probably felt more comfortable in the PLO round, where he could really put pressure on his opponents and force the action in a big bet game. In this round, I expect him to play a little bit more straightforwardly.
I agree with that. He's certainly trying to play as many hands as he can in the big bet rounds, and perhaps acknowledging that he has a bit of an
experience disadvantage,
certainly in the stud rounds in particular.
It also just makes sense that there's just less creativity you can employ in limit poker.
Right. In the stud rounds, everyone has some of the information about their opponent's hands. In no limit hold'em, for instance, nobody knows any of the other players' cards.
Good point. Sorry to interrupt you there. I was just thinking that Phil Sternheimer basically needs to decide whether he's going to play this hand or the next one. He doesn't have too many other hands to wait. This is not going to be it.
No, and I guess the blinds still are 25-50, so there is a world in which he could let those blinds pass him and be left with 75,000 with 70,000 chips.
That's true, but however, he's going to be getting very compelling pot odds in the big blind to kind of draw at almost anything.
I think he's probably going to play one of the next 2 hands.
Yeah, maybe if a lot of action breaks out on his big blind, he'll wait for a better spot. Yuri making a bit of a tight fold with a 3-3-4-5 combo in the cutoff. This would be a hand that you could certainly open in a cash game environment. And we have Benny Glaser in the big blind with a very solid starting hand here.
And maybe with the ICM considerations, Benny will just call this hand where he may have 3-betted in a cash game, drawing 2.
Yeah, I think you kind of usually typically call this anyway. Just being out of position, you don't necessarily need to build the pot with the draw 2.
Sure, I was just thinking big blind versus button. You might
Right.
have some,
You could go
3
either
bets
way.
that draw 2.
I might say that from an ICM perspective, if he had a big chip lead, maybe he would 3-bet just to build the pot against someone who would maybe want to fold a little bit more on the big streets. But in this situation, I expect him to play a little bit more, regular cash considerations.
Right, so this should just go check, bet, call, I would imagine, when Nick improves to the 87 draw?
I expect so. Benny would like to keep this 9 if it goes check, check. However, facing a bet and Schulman basically saying that he's going to be drawing 1 or standing pat, I think Benny will take a card off, a street off here, but draw 2 again to make sure he's not drawing too far behind. These 9s can be very tricky cards to play in deuce to 7 triple draw.
Yeah, I might be tempted to draw 2 to the deuce 3-4, even if Nick had checked back. Do you think that's a mistake, Chris?
I think it is a small mistake, especially against the button range that can be very wide. Nick very comfortably drawing 1 here.
Very reasonable. So maybe from an equity standpoint, keeping the 9 a little better. Of course, it doesn't allow you to make as strong hands in terms of the value betting on the later streets, but you make a good point that the button can have some 9 draws
Correct.
itself,
You could loosely say that in the heads-up pot, you pretty much are always happy to have a 9 if you know your opponent's drawing 2 or more.
Right, with 2 draws to go.
Okay, so we're going to have a bit of a pot brewing here because obviously both players have enough to continue here. Schulman has improved to a pat hand, and Benny has made a strong draw that will definitely want to continue.
Yeah, and facing a draw from Benny, this is where position is so nice. Nick has a very easy decision to pat his hand. These are the types of hands that can be very tricky out of position.
Notice that Nick has a nice hand to have against Benny's exact hand because of the fact that he has blockers to all the cards that Benny would like to catch. The 7, 8, or the 9 would be good cards for Benny here.
Now, if this goes 1 pat, which we expect it to certainly, is Benny going to bluff any rivers, do you think?
I don't think he's seen the right cards for that. That 9 is now going to work against him. He's going to be a little bit worried that his opponent has a stronger holding. He hasn't seen any blocker. He did have a pair on the preflop, right? However, he makes the 8-5, and I think he's probably going to come with a lead as this hand just feels like a natural bet.
It does. It feels like also a strong enough hand to consider check raising with.
I do agree. However, everyone's being pretty conservative on the river in this situation. Notice that when he leads here, Nick's going to have a tough decision whether to pay off with this 9-8-7. I am not sure that Nick has a good hand to call with here.
Not a fun spot as Nick.
No,
here.
not at all.
You know you just absolutely never beat a value bet, and you just wonder if this is the spot that Benny's going to be taking as a bluff. But, of course, always getting compelling price odds and pot odds in these limit spots.
Certainly. Immediate discomfort for Nick Schulman here, as all these pots are so substantial. Even with just 1 bet per street, we're up to 625K in this pot.
And Nick does a really good job just taking the time when he needs it.
So one thing Nick might be thinking about here is where is he in his own range, right? He could have a hand as weak as a jack in this spot probably. So he may feel compelled to call with a hand as strong as a 9.
Reasonable, although versus Benny's value betting range, there's not a ton of difference, I don't think.
That is correct, and he has poor blockers to call with, blocking 9, 8, 7, and a deuce. The cards that Benny might choose to bluff from would often contain either a pair of 2s or possibly a pair of 8s. So in this situation, Nick would much rather have either a rougher hand or a very smooth hand, I believe, to call with. I would probably prefer to call with something like 10-8-7-5-4.
Okay. Hoping that Benny caught
deuces or 3s.
Blockers, right?
Yeah. You could see Nick really thinking this one through, using time banks in a limit spot on the river, which is somewhat uncommon.
And for instance, if Nick had a very strong 9, now he calls because he could potentially beat some thin value bets from Benny.
Right. Maybe in this tournament situation, he would not necessarily feel that way, but I do agree with you that he would at least have to include that in his calculations.
Right.
He may also be thinking about his history with Benny Glaser. Benny is known as a fearsome triple draw player and certainly capable of finding bluffs in these sort of spots.
Yeah, very good point.
So a lot of competing thoughts going through Nick Schulman's brain at this moment. Mostly, why did he bet? Why did he bet? Really using a lot of time extensions here.
Yeah, this is a lot of discipline from Nick, understanding that this is a very pivotal moment. Even though it's just one big bet, that represents 10% of his stack.
Good point.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
That's how shallow we're getting in this thing in the later stages of this tournament.
It's my older daughter.
10 seconds.
Oh, wow.
This is good anti-tilt medicine.
That's her name?
Ruby.
Ruby, that's a nice name.
Yeah.
You didn't mess that up. Some people mess that up.
Really?
Perhaps a small consideration that no matter what, Nick will be able to see what Benny had if he folds later on, but he does end up
decides
calling.
to pay it off.
And I can't fault him from calling against a very capable triple draw player in Benny.
Absolutely.
I mean, you got to try hard.
Yeah, maybe.
Nick, always very studious. Also can be a little bit hard on himself, definitely second guessing it as soon as he sees the bad news, but
right, but
certainly
you have to
nothing
remember,
done wrong in this hand.
Only had to be right about 13 or 14% of the time, something like that. To
Correct, a
justify
very
that
reasonable,
call.
a very reasonable payoff.
No, I don't trust everyone's opinion on whether they have kids.
As we take a look at the leaderboard here, Michael Moncek still at the top of the counts, but Benny Glaser on the heels of that pot against Nick Schulman has moved up into a near tie with him. Yuri, Chad, and Daniel in the middle. Nick Schulman now into 6th place, and Phil Sternheimer still at the bottom of the counts, looking for a spot to double up.
Every pot so consequential at this stage of the tournament. Nick dropping in the chip counts quickly after just losing one simple limit poker hand. And this really goes back to something we've been talking about all tournament, that the limit games, especially the single winner limit games, end up playing very, very large at the end stages of this tournament.
Agreed, yeah.
Triple draw, a bloody and dangerous game for everyone here.
Currently in New York. Maybe I can get them a private plane if we make a final table.
Some tempting no-limit single draw hands, however, not particularly strong in deuce to 7 triple draw.
Benny, just to let you know, I'll take a walk.
I don't think Benny really wants to fold very many hands in this spot. However, this is not a bad spot for Phil Sternheimer. At least he is now in position. Unfortunately for him, he picks up one of the worst hands that you can see.
Yeah. I think that...
You think he's going to wait for a better spot?
I mean, this is close, isn't it?
It really is,
we know
because
the equities run close.
It's very rare that he's going to get to be in position throughout the entire hand to see the drawing decision. So even though his hand is very weak looking on its face, he knows Benny has an incredibly wide range in this spot, and the hands do run kind of close in hot and cold equity pre-flop and deuce to 7 triple draw. And you can see that he may be considering going with this hand, even with having to draw 4 cards.
I think it's very close, Chris. And one point that you made yesterday that's a nice point is, let's say they were playing a 3-handed game. Now Benny's range is a little bit wider than normal, but with all the card removal of all the folded hands, Benny is a little bit stronger than normal.
I have to say, I don't know if there's any merits to this 3-bet raise all in. Why not call? If Benny stands pat and you catch bricks, maybe you save your last chips.
Right. If he stands pat and you catch 2 queens and 2 jacks,
right?
Maybe you can just
I think that this would be one spot where you would want to keep a little bit of chips behind just for the worst case scenarios. We don't have Benny's cards. However, we can be sure that he's probably not drawing 4. And oh my God, Benny does indeed have the pat hand.
So the one spot, and I still don't know if Phil would get away for only 45,000 more.
I don't know either. We'll see what he catches on his first draw, but that would have been the spot to maybe save that last 45,000 chips and wait and see.
But I tend to agree. Probably just give yourself the opportunity.
This is exactly the situation that Phil wanted to avoid, unfortunately. I said the hands run close in equity, but they don't run close in equity when you have a pat 8 versus a draw 4.
Right. And again, the likelihood of Benny having a strong hand did go up a little bit with all those folded cards at a 7-handed table, but
good point. Well,
not likely to run into a hand this strong.
Philip Sternheimer needs a miracle here. Not only that, but he will realize that Benny can have a lot of relatively weak pats in this spot, so he could draw dead to a 9.
I think it's not inconceivable that he would keep the 9 here.
However, maybe seeing 2 9s would make it even worse for him.
Yeah.
I always get confused in all-in situations, to be honest.
This is not a fun spot for
No, remember when we said maybe he could save that 45K chips? I'm not sure whether he could save it now, having improved slightly to the 4-5 draw or the 4-5-9 draw, but it would certainly be tempting to fold and hope to pick up a hand on the next hand.
Right.
I mean, unless it's king.
I suspect he's going to draw 3 here, Chris. But what do you think? Do you think he's considering keeping the 9?
He does say 2, so this is going to be the end of the tournament for Phil Sternheimer. There's really no way that he can change his mind now, having kept those 9.
Even if he catches something like deuce 8, I don't
it's
think
not
he's gonna...
possible. He's hoping he's up against something really rough, like a bad 10, which, to be fair, would be a reasonable hand for Benny to play in the spot in some situations. But unfortunately, our tournament organizer is basically at 0% equity in this spot and does not know it.
Of course, Benny doesn't know that.
Last hand, I made number 1 Badugi.
Really?
Yeah. I was just staring at it.
I think Benny's very confident in this spot here, but I agree with you.
Certainly,
That
but
he probably doesn't realize he has 100%.
Definitely could think that Phil's drawing live.
Yeah. And Phil has he made 9 perfect? This is going to be very tilting for him.
This is very tilting.
He now is going to feel like there's a decent chance that he's got it.
He's absolutely caught his dream catch, and
now,
unfortunately still
when he watches this back later, tomorrow, whenever, now he's going to be so disappointed that he kept this 9 because he could actually be drawing live now with the 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right? Yeah, maybe he'll think about it that way.
You're Pat, right?
I'm still Pat.
That makes sense. Although we've talked about how everything would be different. Butterfly effect.
Kurt.
Sure.
That's it. We're all in here, and that's it. And Benny has the Pat 8.
He's like, no way. Nice playing with you, man.
GG, bro.
I have to say that, like, I don't think I've ever been so upset to get eliminated. My head is, like, totally spinning.
Sorry, bro. I get it. The pain is what we play for.
No, it's just that Badugi hand. I have to say, I'm totally confused. Good luck, man.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah. Good luck. You're right. Good luck.
Okay. Bubble has arrived.
Good luck.
Give me your info.
And you can see how much this tournament means to Phil Sternheimer.
Yeah, very classy. We can hear from his thought process there that he is still thinking about that hand where Yuri caught the 7 of spades in Badugi to win a monstrous pot earlier.
And like you said, he might not know how rough Yuri was drawing from the get.
Right.
I do like the handshakes there from Phil. I think that's a tradition that's sort of fallen by the wayside a little bit in some of these tournaments. And
it's true.
A little bit of a classy exit there from our tournament organizer as we're now down to 6 players.
Phil was just big blind.
Certainly this small field here all knowing each other very well, very classy.
As we take yet another look at our leaderboard, 6 players left. Nick Schulman on the short stack, Michael Moncek at the top, but nobody super short here, Chris. Really going to be interesting to see how this all plays out.
Absolutely, and I mentioned this earlier with a bit of a premonition. If Benny Glaser was able to build up his chip stack, he has a great seat at this table with the more loose, aggressive players to his right. I think that he is now in the pole position to potentially win this tournament.
That's a very good point. Excellent all-around player, Benny Glaser. He's had a lot of success both live and online in mixed game tournaments.
Absolutely, he has won everywhere he has played, and nobody was more excited for this event maybe than him in this field.
Could be a bit.
As we see Nick Schulman picking up a premium 1-card draw on the deuce 3 4 6.
Yeah, let's see how Nick fares in this hand as he is now the current tournament short stack on the Stone Cold Money Bubble.
10 seconds.
So far, so good, as you much prefer to play all your hands of triple draw in position.
Yellow and deuce.
So getting through the 2
After
players
that,
behind him is very valuable, and of
yellow.
course we see him just take it down here.
Relax.
So all these players over 10 big bets, which
Well, Nick, we were big pimping you and me.
makes you feel somewhat like you have
Final
chips to
table
play
and
with.
now. We got work to do.
Facts.
Fair assessment.
How much you working with? 1.2? About that?
Yeah.
Same.
Same. The
We all
same.
have a little work to do.
One of my favorite things was when they go up to Joey Kanish. So, how you doing, Joey? He's like, the same. What a great way to like describe Joey Kanish in terms of how he's doing. The same.
More Rounders references.
Day in, day out.
Yeah. Really
Sit
one of my
together,
favorite
ask
all-time
table,
movies. Do you
try
like
to
that movie,
grind out
Chris?
one big
Certainly.
bet an
Used to
hour.
watch it like maybe every year before the World
You
Series.
got
Yeah.
kids to feed.
And I find that
Chipajaw.
it holds up to today's poker culture quite well.
Fantastic. All right, Nick has another playable hand here. Sometimes a hand with some options to it.
Definitely. The type of hand that can draw 2 in some multi-way situations, can draw 1, could even potentially pat if, for instance, big blind calls and takes 3 or
This
something.
is a bit of a misstep from Texas Mike here. This is the sort of hand that can be overrated by inexperienced deuce to 7 triple draw players.
Yeah, this is more of a single draw hand.
Notice Chad Evesledge folding the 7-6-5-3 very quickly in the small blind, facing 3 bets, which is a good play. Nick has a tough decision here of what he wants to do with this 8. We've mentioned this many times.
Yeah, I tend to be on the camp of keeping the 8, but it looks like Nick might be drawing smooth against
And let's see how Michael Moncek plays this spot, because he can go any different way here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him keep the 9, but actually he decides to draw for the 8-7-2.
It was like 5 solidified good stacks.
So a number of the medium cards are being removed from the deck here, with them both throwing away a 9.
Yeah, very interesting. And now another decision is Nick now going to keep this 9?
So now he's seen a pair of 7s and thrown away an 8 and a 9 and caught another 9. With Texas Mike betting, I think Nick's going to feel compelled to just continue drawing for the wheel here.
I tend to agree with you, yeah. And Nick may think he's up against a stronger draw than the one that Moncek actually has.
However, we can see that we are wrong, and Nick is thinking about the value. Oh, I'm sorry, he did draw 2. It looked like 1 when he threw the card out of his hand, but it is 2. We're going with what we initially thought. Moncek has now pulled ahead here in both the drawing and in terms of the betting, because now in a 2 versus 1 situation, he could be betting more with impunity on the turn here and force Nick to maybe fold a lot of equity.
Yeah. It's going to be hard for Nick to call and draw 2, even with a smooth draw to the wheel, if he didn't improve.
In a cash game situation, seeing all these blockers, I think it would be proper for him to continue. But in this tournament ICM situation, it is very dicey.
Right.
We don't know what either player has caught yet. Nick is very hard to read in these situations. He could be considering all 3 options.
He does call, which makes me think he's likely drawing 1.
Agreed. Yep, and he says Uno.
And it's a 1-1 spot.
And this is the highest variance spot in the game, because both players are drawing, and both players have some incentive to bluff or value bet very light on the river in these spots.
These are fun spots, Chris, because different players have different value betting thresholds in this spot and different approaches to, protecting their checks, this sort of thing.
You could see a hand as weak as a jack low bet for value in a spot like this.
You could, and then you could also see a hand as strong as a 9 go for a check call. I've seen both of those plays on either end of the spectrum.
We don't have the cards. Let's see how they approach it. Nick looks like he's ready to take the lead. Always a little hard to tell.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither player scanned their holdings properly. I'm getting word, so I'm not sure that we're going to know what they have.
Okay, so Moncek is betting here. So this is basically a jacker better for value. It could be a pair as a bluff. People tend to over-bluff their pairs in this situation sometimes. When the pot is this big, you do need to pay off quite often. Schulman probably needs to call very light in the spot, having seen a bunch of pair blockers already. It would not be out of the realm of possibility for Nick to have something like a pair of 5s in hero call here.
And sometimes you're even more likely to call with a small pair than you are with, say, an ace.
Absolutely, especially knowing the tendency. Players tend to over-bluff this spot and maybe not go for those thin value bets that I was talking about earlier. Nick has been in the blender in a number of triple draw spots.
And you just never do. Heavens to everything.
You heard him say he's hoping that he has a pair, but they just never do. That makes me think Schulman caught an ace.
Yeah, perhaps an ace or a king.
I feel like you just give up.
Oh. I'm sure Schulman has played the spot enough times that he knows what he's supposed to do in theory, but he is evaluating how Moncek plays, thinking about the tournament considerations and everything that goes into this decision.
Texas.
Schulman might think he could potentially see something a little bit unusual for Moncek, who's a little bit less experienced in some of these mixed games.
It would be a disaster to hero call a hand like an ace low and get shown a queen. I have seen that happen.
But it would also be a disaster to fold an ace low when he's bluffing with a pair of 3s.
The pot is quite large. I think that this is a spot where I wouldn't want to overthink it. I would usually just go with the textbook play, and that involves a lot of payoffs.
And he does call in Mike, showing his hand fairly confidently.
Yes. It looks like he made an 8.
8-7.
We don't have the cards here. Apologize to the viewers for that, but
does it really?
It looks like Nick caught a queen.
I see a picture.
I see a queen. Yeah.
So
So he was really thinking about making kind of a heroic fold, in my
But
opinion.
not a ton of difference between the queen and the ace.
No,
really.
not a ton. Nick is very frustrated right now, I have to say.
Good.
He's doing what he needs to do, but
Your button?
I can tell that he's struggling.
Okay.
Dead big blind, small blind, button.
We believe Moncek made the 8.
Right.
8-7-6-4-2, I believe, was declared.
And pretty unlucky from Nick, just because he started with such a better hand than Moncek, who 3-betted with that 9-8-7 deuce.
Yes, that is true. Nick had a lot of tough decisions throughout that hand. I don't fault him for any of them. However, the net result is that he is now our tournament short stack by a wide margin. And the fortunes have certainly been shifting around at this final table pretty quickly.
Doing it.
Texas Mike back to having a fairly comfortable chip
Yeah, like
lead with
4
Benny
million there?
Glaser second in chips.
About.
Really? I was joking. I was like,
That'd be half the
haha,
chips.
you have 4 million. Like, you really have 4 million? That's like, what, half the chips? You have 4 million?
Use your eyes, man.
I can't see over your
The
stats.
yellow sunglasses.
You have 4 million.
No.
No. What do you have?
It's like 2.3.
But 4, he said yes, I believed him.
Ah, so he has 4 stacks of greens. I can see here.
He's doing amazing.
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
Mike is just doing it.
But it was 3 and then 2 blue.
Straight out of Texas, a young honky with an underground. Coming straight from the underground.
Glaser with a nice looking hand here, deuce 4-5 with an additional deuce.
Yeah, and after Texas Mike folds, Benny can definitely open it up a little bit in this situation. Not that his hand isn't eminently
this hand
playable
would
anyway.
be a clear open anyway, but he could have opened a little bit wider.
Yeah, I think so.
And Yuri with one of those hands that's just not really very comfortable to defend,
No,
especially in this tournament
a very
situation.
weak hand.
Yeah.
Maybe a crying defend in a cash game situation versus a button open, but typically with a hand as weak as an 8-5, your upside is just so low in terms of the quality of hand that you can end up with that it's not worth it.
You're starting at a positional disadvantage and a hand disadvantage, and you're a little bit capped in terms of the hands you can make.
Right, all factors that are leading to wanting to just exit. We have seen the bloody game of triple draw rearing its head this orbit for sure.
Yeah, we sure have, and unfortunately for Nick Schulman, he's been
he's been on the wrong side of a couple
the
of
wrong
them.
side of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Although I really don't fault him for either of his payoffs.
Certainly
I think
not.
both very close spots where you and I would probably lean towards also calling both of those.
Absolutely. In all limit poker games, especially single winner limit poker games, you have a wide part of your range that is very happy on the river right up until the moment where you get bet into.
Yeah.
And then you have a very crappy decision.
Yeah, and if you start folding that spot too often, you're going to get really taken advantage of.
And that's the spot where you can use all sorts of different ways of analyzing the decision-making process. Okay, so Moncek is really stepping out of line here.
This is extremely loose for Moncek. Notice that yes, while he does technically have 4 to an 8, it's an open-ended straight draw, meaning that he can only catch the deuce or the 3 to make the 8.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a little unclear how he should proceed with this hand. Maybe he should just keep the jack.
I think what I would do, Chris, is draw 1 to the 8-7-6-5 and then snow a lot later. in the
Okay, and
hand.
here comes Nick, because Nick has a very playable hand here. A little less ICM pressure than the other players at the table, given his current chip dynamic. And he is, again, in a way, almost has the best of it against such a weak draw.
Check it to you, brother.
Forget about it.
Nick checking in the dark, saying Texas, I'm gonna
and
check
Mike's
it.
betting in the dark. Catching a 9, I would not mind seeing him go with the option that you presented and bluff with this hand.
I would start snowing this
I
hand
wonder
now.
if Nick will actually find an early exit in this hand. Maybe he has to be really worried about someone who raised under the gun and is drawing 1. I mean, we can see that Mike Moncek has a very weak holding, but Nick doesn't know that. He's basically unimproved here, and in fact, the 10 and the 9 can work as anti-blockers, where it makes it more likely your opponent has an 8.
That's true.
I would like to see Mike
does here.
bluff, but he does not.
He continues to draw to the open ender, I suppose.
I also think that if you were going to draw 1 in this situation, he should actually keep the 9 and throw away the 8 to draw at the gut shot.
Very close. The 8 draws to stronger hands, but also makes more straights. I would have probably just patted that hand, especially with Nick still taking 2.
I think this is just going to work out, as Nick has made a pair here, but really nothing to write home about. And I think Nick's going to wait for a better spot. These straightening kind of hands in triple draw can be difficult for for inexperienced players to know what to draw at, because these decisions are quite uncommon to have a hand like this.
And I think when you do get into these awkward scenarios in sort of later position situations, as more experienced players, you tend to turn these hands into pats fairly often.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to have some bluffs, and obviously a draw that weak would make the most sense to be a bluff. So I would have liked to see a snow there with that 9 high straight.
But with Nick not improving on either draw,
you
Texas
have
Mike's
your
able to
drawing
just
now?
take it down uncontested there.
Going
Yep, and extend his
the
chip
last
lead.
draw.
A very rough round of triple draw for Nick Schulman, and a very profitable round for Texas Mike Moncek.
I'm going to guess that high.
Sorry, Nico.
And we're changing the game now to Raz.
Which is also a very bloody game, as the hand matchups can be quite close as well. Another single winner game, so those antes are going to peck away at Nick Schulman's stack relatively quickly here, and we will see if the Raz round produces any more blood. A number of other players at the table are also only a couple big bets away from the danger zone.
Benny Glaser.
Hello.
Still here. You mad at me still? Little? Like 10%? You know you've won pots. It's fine. Whatever.
Sounds about right.
How much was that worth? Nothing. A bet. At this stage. Come on. You feel like I scummed you? No.
I mean, not scummed.
No. How could it be scummed? It's poker. I said I was talking, telling you stuff.
It would be one of the 5 he needs this year, right?
Pivoting to Raz.
Right.
Chris, as we mentioned, this could be a difficult spot for some of the players to avoid playing certain types of hands with the ICM.
One thing I will say that works in the is good about the Raz round is that it does not allow Texas Mike to run roughshod over the table as much. He has to have something in a game like this where a lot of his hand is face up.
He can't simply play aggressively with the jack up card and expect it to work.
Right. Whereas in like the hidden information games, he can do a lot more creative things.
Or even perhaps instead high, where you can make strong hands with weak door cards.
So Benny has limped in with a relatively weak holding, and it's induced Daniel to complete a hand that's even weaker.
By the way.
So,
be a great card.
So far, actually, this hand working out fairly well for Benny Glaser.
Draw is not that great,
he doesn't know that he's in fairly good shape here, of course.
You know.
And I'll take it.
Yeah, although if Daniel catches good and Benny catches bad, Daniel's going to get a lot more credit for having a stronger hand than he actually has.
True.
Ooh.
On the other hand, it's actually flip-flopped here, and it's
now Daniel's just going to be
his
done
jack.
with it, I think, after pairing the jack. He could float here, but that would be
I
quite,
think he needs to give up.
quite aggressive.
He has been caught at the bottom of his range.
Right.
I can't.
Hand in the cookie jar situation here for
Maybe I earned an extra 50.
Huh?
Maybe I earned an extra 50.
Oh, yeah, if you raised, I would have folded. Busted. I paired the jack. Shit. True story. I had a 4-7 jack, bro. I was fucking with you. Calvin Anderson style.
I have to say, Daniel has to be a little worried here, given his chip stack.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
He can't afford to splash around too much, although we have said that maybe of all players at the table, he is not one who's super concerned about the bubble and definitely trying to win this tournament.
Not as concerned about that min cash.
Right.
You said you learned it from Ted Forrest.
What, the limping thing? Ted and Huck, actually. I learned, you know, I used to play.
Recently, like I've
been years ago, I used to play Huck Seed heads up, stud 8, as stupid as that sounds. We'd drink, we'd go like whatever, and then we'd play 200, 400 stud 8. And I was so bad, like he couldn't lose. And then I got better, which, you know, should happen.
But Cal as well, me and Cal have been.
What's that?
But Cal as well, like you mentioned, like me and Cal have been limping in Raz tournaments for at least 6 years, something like that.
So Nick Schulman picks up a bit of an interesting hand here with Chad completing, and there's only Texas Mike does have an ace right behind him, but it looks like Nick thinks he has enough to continue here.
Yeah, I like calling here as Nick.
Very happy to see the ace snap fold behind him.
Yeah. Sometimes he'll have the best hand here, as he does here against Chad. Of course, if he's behind, he's not too far behind with the 6-8-4.
A very consequential pot brewing for both of these players, as Chad's stack is not particularly deep himself, and I believe that's probably just going to do it.
Yeah. In some cash game situations, the 6-queen might float here and try to catch one more card. I think in this spot, even though we can see that Nick has 30% equity, it's just going to be a little bit too difficult to proceed against Chad's 6-5. Oh, but I stand corrected.
Nick has a good read of the weakness of Chad's holding here.
And perhaps he thinks that Chad could be stealing light. Of course, sometimes Chad would also have paired that 5.
Unfortunately for Nick, I think he's paired that 4.
Yeah, now that Nick's paired the 4.
And certainly this has to do it because Chad's board is very scary, and Nick having 2 4s makes it very unlikely that Chad
paired
the 4. Yeah. So Nick with a close decision on 4th Street did not work out for him once again, and he is
You look like my brother.
dropping a little bit.
Yeah.
Really?
Do you know him?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I have
He's a
a
poker
poker
player.
Yeah, I've seen him play.
Yeah, he's very.
Because your last name, nobody has
Really?
your last name.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's
Your last name?
Vitor?
Yeah.
What is your what is your last name?
Zivaletsky.
I know, but what's the origin? Is it Russian or is it Polish?
Polish.
Polish, yeah, Polish.
Oh, I gotta see
Nobody
it
can
now.
say it right.
Huh?
Is he in Florida too, or is he still?
No.
Okay.
Zivaletsky.
I mean,
Just go with Yuri.
at least for me, reminds me a lot.
Yeah.
Do you speak another language?
Me?
Yeah, aside from
Like-
Portuguese.
I speak a little bit of French.
He does. He just
Oh,
spoke to
okay.
me in French when we sat down at the table.
Like I can understand better than speak.
Yeah, I'd say if you speak one Latin language, all of them you can sort of understand a little bit. Like I speak Romanian, so Spanish, Italian, French, they're all quite similar.
And look at this board of low cards.
And if you
The
don't
8
know-
is the
okay, so
bring-in
the
here.
eight-
Yes, it could be an action situation.
The 8 is the high card. Hold on.
And
What's going
Negreanu
on?
does indeed pick up a
Rast.
decent hand.
Relatively strong hand here.
I would not mind a limp given the tournament considerations, however.
And especially given all the small cards behind.
50.
He decides just to come in for the raise this time. Mixing it up, some limping,
I don't know if
some
Huck or
raising.
Ted limps this hand, but I'm just going to go with what I think in this spot.
Here comes Benny, who has
the
very
battle of
little
the
pressure on
sexes.
him at the moment,
Battle
and
of
is
the
definitely
sexes,
looking
okay.
to play pots.
I don't have a card higher than 8. Do you? Tell the truth. You have. You don't. You're playing the game. You got good cards. Good luck to all of us. This is where the skill comes now. You catch a king, I catch a queen.
Good
we go to
speech
the
play
race.
here from Daniel. Benny, not much of a
Ah,
talker in these spots, but if he were, he could get thrown off by that question.
Benny catching way
That
the
didn't
best of it
work
on
out.
4th Street.
Okay, now he gets the king, right?
Negreanu giving no consideration to folding.
Ay, ay, ay. So tilt. So tilty. So tilty. Catch that. What the fuck is that card? Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Certainly a situation
That's
where
so
Benny would want to bet probably his whole range here, and obviously Negreanu sharing
break
his
after this hand?
Yeah.
How long?
Good hand, bro.
How long?
Any of those, Perry?
And it looks like the players are about to go on a
Chad,
short
look
10-minute
at some
break.
pictures. I don't know. It reminds me a lot. He's a little bit like shorter than you.
And let's take a look at the leaderboard going into the break. Michael Moncek still at the top of the counts with 2.5 million, followed pretty closely by Benny Glaser. Yuri and Chad in the middle there. Daniel Negreanu now under $1 million, and Nick Schulman bringing up the rear. We'll be back in a few minutes after a short break. Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio here at the Aria Resort and Casino for continuing coverage of the first ever $100,000 Mixed Game Championship. I'm Alex Livingston, joined alongside Chris Death Donkey Vitch, as we are now six-handed with only 5 spots paying. Chris, what do you expect to see as we wrap up the night here?
Well, we are seeing a stressful situation for a number of these players as we are on the Stone Cold bubble with a big min cash of $225,000 for 5th place, as you can see on the payout screen right now. And we are playing some sky-high levels of mixed game poker, particularly in these single winner limit poker games. And there has been blood in the streets in the last couple levels.
Absolutely. We see the bottom of our counts is Nick Schulman. He's going to be looking for a spot to get his chips in good. And then we have some players who are Daniel Negreanu and Chad Evesledge, perhaps feeling that ICM pressure with shorter stacks.
Absolutely.
And Michael Moncek and Benny Glaser being the 2 big stacks.
Everyone has to be very aware of all the chip stacks around them right now.
And we do see Nick Schulman pick up a very strong starting hand in Raz. Certainly one that he's going to want to play.
Yep, and he comes in for a raise to 60K, representing about 20% of his stack.
And we've seen Chad there folding the 9-trade deuce, a hand that he might have been tempted to play in some other situations, but respecting how strong Schulman's range will be in this particular spot.
Absolutely, and realizing if he were to double Nick Schulman up, that he would become the tournament short stack. So.
Yeah, exactly. Not wanting to put in chips bad there. Maybe a hand he would have played in a cash game, but not in this ICM environment.
A much-needed infusion of chips for Nick Schulman here, who is fighting for every ante at this stage of the tournament with his short stack. 60, 120,000 limit poker.
With a 15,000 chip ante.
With what we decided about 9 million chips in play total.
Right. Because I'm a teenager with a little bit of gold and a pager, searching my car, looking for a product, thinking every fella is selling narcotics. See how I did that? Careful, careful. You know the real word. None of us can say it. Nobody here can say it.
Another scary Raz board
4
here.
wheel cards here.
20, sorry.
Sorry.
Complete.
We see Texas Mike come in with the open.
Certainly one of the few players at the table with the least pressure on him. And also a very strong starting hand here.
And 2 very strong hands here. Note Negreanu just flat calling, which I like with the ICM pressure.
Yeah, and this is a consequential pot for Daniel Negreanu as well, because
did you look at the other 2?
He could easily fall down into the same zone of chips as Nick Schulman if he were to lose a big pot here.
Right.
I got good cards.
Both hands have potential to make very big hands.
And they both catch very scary up cards.
And neither player paired.
I don't know about that.
No, Moncek does pair and goes
pair.
with the bluff. This is a bit of a misstep from Mike, as having 2 5s in his hand makes it very unlikely that Negreanu would pair this spot.
It's you, bro.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Chris. And it's not like Negreanu's going to be calling super light here on 3rd Street either.
I would argue for either a check call and bluff later, or maybe even just a check fold.
And would you balance this by checking some stronger hands as well?
Certainly.
Hey!
Well, Negreanu has just caught Jin here, so he has a 6 in a 6 low in 5 cards, but he's going to be disappointed.
5.
Really good hand. Pick one.
2.
3.
Oh, nice.
The one player at the table who has to be disappointed in the result of that hand is Nick Schulman, who was starting to see.
You hear Nick
Straight
say,
6, baby.
I'm ready for the next one. Enough shenanigans.
You had like a garbage one in the hole? Or no, you paired the 5.
Good, yeah.
Yeah. That was good for me.
Perhaps in no mood for Daniel's theatrics here.
Yeah, Nick was seeing a little bit of light in that hand where he's kind of secretly rooting for a bit of a cold deck for Negreanu to lose a bunch of chips, where he would no longer be the single tournament short stack.
Absolutely, and they sort of had the hands for it, where
right.
Mike could have made a wheel, and as we see the chip denominations in play here, the blue
Not many
5,000
left.
chip and the green 25,000 chip.
It looks like we are not introducing the 100Ks yet.
And I'm being told the 100Ks will be introduced tomorrow, Chris. So.
Okay, so we will need those, for the sky-high levels that we'll be playing at the final table on day 3.
But kind of nice to see these big physical stacks, kind of an old-school style. You don't see as much of it in no-limit tournaments.
Certainly,
anymore.
I like it.
A lot of coloring up happening in the WSOP events in particular.
Wow,
look at this board.
That's wild.
The Raz action is furious
this
here
is
with
one
all
of those
these
spots
small
where
cards.
it's almost inevitable that at least 2 or 3 players are going to have hands worth playing.
Yeah, you would think.
Great stuff. Those at home, the odds of that are about.
And Nick Schulman has to be tempted with this 3-card 9. Maybe he's thinking
like
that all the low
very
cards are already out in front of him. And
True, but still just a lot of hands to have to get through.
yeah, he
And
decides
he
to
does
wait
make a
for a
nice
better
disciplined
spot.
fold.
Probably less.
Moncek has no such fear. And here comes Benny with a tough decision, and
Benny
he makes
with
a nice laydown.
another low card behind him makes a disciplined fold.
Yeah.
Texas Mike. I don't have a 3. And it's ICM, but it's you. ICM.
10 seconds.
Don't have a 3. 3 threes out. You might have good cards by accident. I'll just fold. Damn, that's annoying.
Negreanu giving us some insight into his internal thought processes in a lot of these hands, which
Do you
I
have
think is
anything?
interesting.
No, I do the deep breaths anyway.
At a jack.
Certainly,
Jack
it sounds like he's
6-4.
having at least a little bit of respect for the
Well, I mean,
the
yeah, I
mid
don't
cash
have a
here.
3.
True.
I need to catch, you know.
He did mention the word ICM.
Yeah, certainly if you think that your opponent is way out of
ICM.
line, his hand would be defensible.
Right. And note that Moncek actually got Benny to fold a better hand there, opening
mad at me,
the 10-3
Benny?
deuce and getting the 9-7-3 to fold.
Yes,
He's not.
Glaser
Listen,
taking
you
a
have $2.2
conservative
million.
route now
You can't
that
be
he has
mad
a
at me.
nice solid $2.2
That's
million
a
chip stack. No need
I mean, that has
to
to go
press
in.
it maybe at this point in his
Can't be
mind.
mad. Ooh, hey now.
Unfortunate for Nick Schulman, who really is getting low on chips and gets another bring in here.
7.
Moncek finds another raising hand. This time another strong hand.
ICM.
I know. You're right.
Notice that Schulman has a defensible hand here.
Yeah, he does.
I
Even
see, I mean,
even with the
he
ICM,
bullied
he's
me
already
on
got
the fold.
20K in there.
It's okay, you get to.
And he
He's
thinks
certainly-
Moncek could potentially be opening light.
He
Is this a
certainly has
spot?
seen Moncek out of line in a number of spots.
And he does call. Which I think is very understandable. And he can quite easily pull ahead on this street, which he does not.
No, but this is a dangerous situation for Nick Schulman, as Michael Moncek has also caught poorly, but has a very good hand. Nick is definitely going to feel compelled to take one off here, I think.
Yeah, certainly from a chip EV perspective, definitely. And maybe he just thinks that Moncek's getting out of line, which he was in some of the previous hands, but in this case, he just has the goods.
A monumental 5th street coming up for Nick. And both players catch well.
And now Nick is really going to be tempted to continue with his 10-6 draw, which can actually be ahead of some of the draws that Moncek can have. Moncek can either have paired or started with some type of lemon in the hole.
Absolutely. Nick is close to all in with one more bet here. He has a bet and a quarter remaining in his stack. And catches,
And he
very
catches
well,
very good,
but
and now-
so does Texas Mike.
Now Nick can just never get away here. He's drawing to a 6 against the made 7 of Moncek, who can have a lot of worse hands in this
Yeah,
spot.
I wouldn't fault Nick for going ahead and raising his money in here, as he's not going to be able to get away from it on the river anyway.
Only 25,000 back. Yeah, that's the question. Is he ever going to save that last green chip?
I don't see how he can against the player he perceives to be out of line. He would have such a short stack remaining that he would be faced with a very difficult decision anyway. Once he decided to defend this hand, the cards sort of played themselves. Michael Moncek does have the goods.
Yeah, and he elects to go with that play, thinking the same as you are.
And he is very disappointed to see that Texas Mike has such a strong holding.
And he asks Mike to show first so he can see if what he needs to catch to improve to
I
win
mean,
here.
Mike could catch an ace and make
he'd
the
be just
wheel.
drawing dead, right?
I don't want to squeeze an ace and lose, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
How,
I always
how
go for it.
how brutal would that be?
I don't swear.
We, by magic of TV, can
He's got a
see.
straight 6, so I need an ace. Or
Oh, and if he squeezes this, he's going to see he has a no-sider.
Oh,
isn't
wow. Let's listen in as Nick Schulman squeezes for his tournament life.
And it's a nothing across. And it's a club. Which means I'm a 2-to-1 dog, I believe. You remember your... Did you have an ace? You had a 5. Did you have an ace, Syria? You remember? It doesn't matter.
I didn't. I'll tell you what, I had the ace of clubs.
That's fine.
No, 2-5. I had the ace of clubs. I had the ace of clubs.
You had the ace of clubs?
I did.
For real?
Yeah.
Then he's just dead.
Is that bad? I mean,
I lose. Then.
I did. I had ace.
Lose. Wow, you've really outdone yourself today, Daniel. Good luck, guys.
I'm to save you with a sweat.
No, I know.
I had the ace of clubs. I did.
And with that, Chris,
2 aces in the hole.
we've reached the money in the tournament as Nick Schulman unfortunately exits in 6th place.
Yeah, a hasty exit, a very disappointing way for Nick to go out here. You could see that he was very frustrated the way the last level went for him.
Trying
we
to
have reached our
squeeze out
final
the ace of
table.
clubs, which was actually in Negreanu's hand, as he said. And we have reached our final table. Michael Moncek maintains the chip lead that he entered the day with at 2.9 million, followed closely behind by Benny Glaser. Then a bit of a drop-off to the final 3 players, Yuri Zivlevsky, Chad Eveslej, and Daniel Negreanu.
All 5 players very happy to be in the money, but now all their eyes are going to turn to that $1.2 million first prize.
And it's anybody's game as we come back to play tomorrow. We're going to be returning here in the PokerGO studio at 2 p.m. Pacific time, playing all the way down to a winner. Michael Moncek leads, Benny Glaser in second. Can't wait to return
Looking
tomorrow,
forward
Chris.
to it, Alex.